Chapter 1 Traversing Dark World of Chattering Spirits. Thenig twasaster Kassink. Inside a farmer's house, the candle light flickered. Ji Chang, don't blame your uncle for being heartless. It's your own fault for always owing to the official son offending so family. They gave your uncle so much money, more than has ever seen in his life. A slight lice to op admittedly Gidman was stuffing ayun man in a corsarobi in Tosak. Asha did so, him muttered to himself, hey, you didn't suffer either. The medicine I gave you made you feel like you were sleeping, and even made you such a good meal for you out tonight. Unlike our stubborn old father, Hoda read to go to so family for justice. What happened at them? He was beaten to death by so familious thugs. Alright, stop chattering. We've already killed him. Hurry up and bury him in the back mountain. Don't let any uneasy, a woman said as he quickly walked of and handed the middle gid manarapi. Thuman had a cone-shaped face, triangular eyes, and to be incised molly in hermouth, giving her a fierce appearance. Got it, the middle gedman nodded after taking the rope. Just as the middle gedman was about to tie the sock with the rope. Ji Chang, how was supposed dead to bed, suddenly jumped up from inside second drawer, you wicked foxdeman, I'll kill ya. Ji Chang Gopinethisayasen looked around at the dilapidated walls and the couple staring at them with a saswadia saucers, feeling confused. Where am I? Wasn't to playing a game? Did thought foxdeman sneak attack and I get summoned that he hallucinated? Time seemed to stand still for a couple seconds. Then Ji Chang saw the middle get couple in coarse clothes trembling like leaves, their faces aspalious ghosts, staring at them as if they had seen a spirit. A ghost, a ghost. The middle gedman and woman scrambled due tofty house in a hurry. Ji Chang was to linadaisy and didn't pay the main attention. A fizz moment, countless snippets of information flashed through Ji Chang's mind. Great Yu Dynasty, Qingshi County, Ming Emperor's 7th year. The scholar Ji Chang's younger sister was raped before deaths enough to powerful Zhu family in Qingshi County. Unoblito Bertham, she droned herself. His father went to seek justice but was beaten to death by Zhu family's thugs. He himself was poisoned to death by his uncle's family. He must seek revenge and make his uncle's family and Zhu family pay. After absorbing these information, Ji Chang's size widened. He had actually traversed in Toth world off to Gummy Hughes to play, the Great Yu Dynasty and Dark Chattering Spirits. Dark Chattering Spirits was the world's first Ford Panoramicum incorporating numerous groundbreaking technologies. After setting the basic logical background, the world developed naturally without any human intervention. It also fused many lemon sand storylines from Chattering Spirits. It quickly replaced other games and became the most popular game in the world. A year after its public beta, there were over a billion players online globally. Ji Chang was a loyal player in his previous life. Earlier, when he was doing a quest involving a fox demon and a hunter in the game, the fox demon pretended to cooperate with him, using him to kill the powerful hunter, and then sneak attacked and killed him. The penalty for dying in the game was severe. Besides losing all Valsan stats, all items would also disappear. Perhaps his blood pressure skyrocketed at that moment, causing him to die of anger. He never expected to actually arrive in the Gammas world. As Ji Chang absorbed the memories of his original body, an ancient book suddenly appeared before him. On the cover were a fold in Chinese characters Ziwan Bien Lu record of strange tales. I'd look dancy and tan salate. Before Ji Chang could react, the ancient book flew directly into his mind. Then, a panel appeared before him. Name Ji Chang. Occupation Unique Venture Strange Tale Investigator. Realm Mundane Realm. Taoist Power 0100. Lifespan 2068. Health 085. Soul 9999. Divine Abilities none. Spells none. Experience 0. Experience second views twasuetisk sto players after Thera Rival. You cannot to see directly. The high area hour status and cultivation level, themar experiencio can allocate. Status reincarnated in another body. Eliminate the original body's obsession within 30 days to fully possess this body and receive a body purification. If the obsession is not eliminated within 30 days, the soul will be scattered. This panel wastes the player's game interface, but with an additional function for NPCs. Seeing this panel, G-Change immediately felt excited. With this fused pain of a player and an NPC both unique once and memories from his previous life, G-Chang was confident that they could protect themselves before a world fell into chaos. Who wouldn't become a mere background character before the player's arrival? Moreover, since had come to his world, he might as well pursue a legendary path of becoming an immortal, with a lifespan of millions of years, free from the turmoil of world. How blissful and unrestrained thought would be. It was 7th year of Ming Emperor's reign, which meant there were still 3 years before a Thegamus public baton 2 years before a world fell into chaos. Sigh, it's news of thinking too far ahead. I'll deal with the original but this obsession first. Without resolving it, all my future plans are meaningless. Ji-Chang grubbed his face, snapping himself out of his fantasy, and then carefully observed his surroundings. According to the memories of his original body, this was his uncle's house, who was poisoned to death by his uncle tonight after being invited for dinner. This place wasn't safe. He had to leave. Ji-Chang get said to his body and walked outside with his 2 legs. His uncle's family were not good people. They were just frightened by the thought of him coming back to live. If they realized he was alive, they might come back to kill him. I had to go home. Understanding this, Ji-Chang immediately headed home based on his memories. Shortly after Ji-Chang left, the middle-aged man and woman sneaked back and stopped not far from the yard. I saw clear light had Hehedo shadow. Hesholden big host. Maybe ya bought fake medicine. Let's go back and check. Woman pushed Themon forward. I dare not. Themon's face wrinkled like a balsam pear, stuttering that he didn't dare to go back. Are you Eveneman, no indario resa fastant. Ruthless, woman's triangularius would and disappointy day the middle gidman and scolded him in a low voice. It's all your fault. You hesitatin' dether when doing things. If Ji-Chang hard what you said, wouldn't the got the officials, also, you to walk so much money from so family. If I don't finish the job for them, doyo think the lady, usually acts so tough, beauty fail when it matters. After scolding him, woman wasn't satisfied and continued to berate the middle-aged man several more times. After finishing her scolding, woman pushed her as band aside and strode back into the house. Wait for him, the middle-aged man, scolded by his wife, didn't dare to retaliate and hurriedly followed her. When the couple returned home, Ji-Chang had already left for some time. Woman frowned and looked at the middle-aged man, go to that kid Shusno. His father hasn't been buried yet. Ife's not dead given his filialpi hedifin Italy won't away. Midir I dare not go. What if es really dead, then I'll be courting death. I'll go check tomorrow, the middle-aged man said nervously in a low voice. You're such a loser. Then the first thing tomorrow morning, the woman scolded angrily. Okay. But what should I say if es not dead, the middle-aged man stuttered. Ife's not dead, Trodosi if he heard what we said. If he didn't and asks we or scared last night, just play dumb and fool him, woman said in frustration. Alright, I'll go first thing tomorrow morning, the middle-aged man nodded. On the other side, G. At this time, Chang often let out a sigh of relief, disregarding the disarray around him, and lay down on the bed in the inner room, succumbing to his overwhelming fatigue. However, it was not long before he was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Is Chang home? It's your second uncle, came a somewhat anxious voice from outside. Chang opened his eyes, bloodshot and alert, instantly filled with wariness. The scoundrel actually came. Let us see how effective the power of the bloodworm is on you. With a year's worth of cultivation under his belt, Chang no longer feared this mere mortal. He rolled out of bed, tidied himself up a bit, and stepped outside. Creak. Chang opened the wooden gate of the courtyard, revealing a dark, gaunt middle-aged man standing there. It was his second uncle, Ji Ershi. Upon seeing Chang, Ji Ershi instinctively took 2 steps back, but recalling that it was daytime, he felt slightly emboldened and cautiously inquired, Chang, are you all right? Chang forced a smile, his lips stiff, and replied, I'm fine, second uncle. Come in and have a seat. He stepped aside to let him in. All right. Jiurshi responded with an awkward smile, hesitating briefly before entering the courtyard. As soon as Jiurshi stepped inside, Chang swiftly shut the gate behind him, quietly bolting it shut. "Second uncle, did you come to see me for something?" Chang asked, glancing at Jiurshi. "Ah, it's like this. You returned home last night without a word, so I came to check if you had a good time drinking. Did you hear anything before you woke up?" Jiurshi spoke casually, yet his eyes remained watchful for Chang's reactions. "Ha! Last night, I drank too much and passed out. By the time I woke up, you and Aunt had already left, right? I have no idea what happened before I woke up." Chang feigned surprise. As he spoke, a small black dot on the back of his hand leapt onto Jiurshi, swiftly crawling towards his ear. Yes, your second uncle and Aunt had some urgent business to attend to." Jiurshi replied dismissively. Suddenly, Jiurshi, who was walking, covered his left ear with his hand. "What's wrong, second uncle?" Chang asked, pretending to be concerned. "Oh, it's nothing, I might have been stung by an ant," Jiurshi said, tapping his ear and waving his hand dismissively. When Jiurshi arrived at the altar, gazing at the coffin placed within, an instinctive wave of unease washed over him. He turned to Chang and said, "I want to go in, Chang. How about you come over to my house for dinner tonight? Your aunt insists that she neglected you yesterday and wants to prepare a few more dishes." "Sounds good, second uncle." Chang grinned, nodding enthusiastically. "Well then, I'll take my leave." Jiurshi, feeling relieved by Chang's acceptance, turned to exit. He always found this place to be eerie, leaving him unsettled. Initially planning to take action at home, Chang, upon seeing Jiurshi leaving, felt no urgency. Since they were inviting him for dinner tonight, he could let the couple meet their demise together, giving his bloodworms ample time to develop. After seeing Jiurshi off, Chang returned to his bed to sleep once more. Whether it was due to sheer exhaustion or the influence of the reincarnated soul, Chang felt especially drowsy. After Jiurshi left, he slept on, awakening only when darkness had settled outside. He got up, tidied his clothes, and set off towards his second uncle's home. It was time to send the couple to their doom. Soon, Chang arrived at Jiurshi's residence. At this moment, his second uncle Jiurshi and Aunt Wang had prepared an impressive spread, a feast that ordinary farming households could only dream of during festive occasions. Upon seeing Chang, Jiurshi immediately stood up, enthusiastically ushering him inside. Come, Chang, look at this wonderful meal your aunt has prepared," Jiurshi said warmly, grasping Chang's hand and gesturing toward the table laden with dishes. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt," Chang replied with a smile as he took a seat. "Second uncle and Aunt, please sit down and eat as well." Chang waved at them as if nothing were amiss. Jiurshi and Wang exchanged glances, Wang subtly signaling her husband. They promptly sat down at the table. "Come, Chang, try the chicken your aunt made." Jiurshi placed a chicken leg before Chang. "Second uncle, you should have the chicken leg." Chang moved the chicken leg into Jiurshi's bowl, smiling at him. "Oh, you're our guest. You deserve the best, please, take it," Jiurshi insisted, attempting to reclaim the chicken leg. "Then, second uncle, you should give it to Aunt, she worked hard to prepare all these dishes," Chang said with a laugh. "Oh, Chang, I'm not tired at all. Please eat," Wang said, waving her hand while casting a glance at her husband, signaling him to gauge if their nephew had caught on to anything. "You both will consume the poisoned dishes." Chang's tone suddenly shifted, turning cold. "What? You?" Jiurshi and Wang looked up in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Yet, to their horror, their bodies moved involuntarily, as if possessed, reaching for the tainted dishes with their chopsticks and consuming them bite by bite. No. Wang shook her head in terror, but her body was beyond her control. Cough, Jiurshi coughed twice, unexpectedly expelling numerous tiny black worms the size of soybeans. These creatures, upon being expelled, swiftly scurried back into Jiurshi's mouth. At this point, Jiurshi's body had long been parasitized by blood-sucking worms, and the only reason he remained alive was due to Chang commanding the bloodworms to sustain a flicker of life within him. Wang, though in a slightly better state, had also been infested and had become a host for the bloodworm's growth. Now, the highest grade bloodworm had reached level 4, exhibiting significantly enhanced survival capabilities, able to reproduce level 3 bloodworms and possessing certain offensive capabilities. He, my dear second uncle and aunt, it's time for you to die. It won't be long before the Zhou family comes to join you. Chang sneered, closing in on the couple still consuming the food, his voice dripping with ice. The couple's eyes reflected deep terror, and they soon lost consciousness entirely, as Chang had commanded the bloodworms to devour their last vestiges of life. After eliminating the treacherous couple, Chang instinctively felt a weight lift from his body, yet he then sat at the table, feasting upon the dishes that had not been poisoned. Not all the food had been tainted, and he made sure not to waste anything, eating generously. Once Chang was satisfied, he looked at the couple, now entirely hollowed out by the bloodworms, and spoke, "Go retrieve the money and valuables from your home." The couple immediately stood up, their movements stiff and robotic, heading towards the inner chamber. Before long, they emerged carrying a bundle, which they placed on the table and began to unpack, revealing its contents. "Wow, there's quite a lot." Chang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the items. The bundle contained not only property deeds but also over 100 taels of silver, a few copper coins, and a jade hairpin. Such a sum of wealth was far beyond what an ordinary farming household could possess. In this world, the basic currency was copper coins and silver, with 1 tael of silver equating to 1,000 copper coins. It was normal for families to have some copper coins, and those slightly better off might possess a few taels of silver. However, Jirshi's household not only had over 100 taels of silver but also a valuable jade hairpin. This was beyond the means of their rural family. Chang could surmise that these items were likely bestowed upon them by the Zhou family. However, they were now all his. Chang packed the bundle securely and slung it over his back, preparing to leave Jirshi and his wife's home. As for the couple, he commanded them to live as they once did, without revealing any signs of abnormality. By keeping them stable, the Zhou family would refrain from sending assassins after him for the time being, waiting for the couple to act first. With a few days to spare, Chang could enhance his own strength considerably, allowing for a more composed response when the time came. Under the cover of night, Chang returned home and retrieved a wooden box hidden beneath his bed. Inside were the property deeds and a few copper coins belonging to his original self. Chang placed the silver and jade hairpin, along with the property deeds from both families, into the box before returning it to its hiding place, adding 2 bloodworms within. He tidied up the copper coins laid out on his bed, collecting them all to carry with him. He planned to find a few people the next day to bury his original father and then leave home for a while. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of annihilating the Zhou family. To eliminate the Zhou father and son, he needed to continue strengthening himself. Chang recalled a peculiar incident from his previous life that could be recorded as an anomaly, and if he documented it, he might receive some rewards. The following day, Chang took some copper coins and sought out the village elder. The village head, the elder, invited Chang inside, sighing as he observed him. "Alas, young Chang, I am aware of your family's troubles. However, the Zhou family is quite powerful, and the officials are in cahoots with them. Persistently reporting them will yield no results. I've also heard that the second master of the Zhou family is seeking an important position in the court, valuing his reputation greatly. If you continue to press charges, disrupting their affairs might lead to bloodshed." "I understand all this, elder, so I won't be reporting them anymore," Chang replied, shaking his head. His original self had been nothing more than a bookworm, foolishly believing that the county officials would deliver justice. What a world it was! In 2 years, chaos would reign, and even now, though it had not yet erupted, treachery prevailed, demons roamed, and the common folk suffered. Where was the justice to be found? "I'm glad you see it this way. You possess knowledge. If you can let go of this matter, there is still hope for a future. Our village is in need of a private school teacher. With your father gone, you must find a way to make a living. I believe you could establish a private school here. There are a few affluent families in our village. You won't have to worry about students." Hearing that Chang would not pursue the matter further, the elder sighed helplessly before plotting out Chang's future for him. "Let us discuss that later, elder." Chang knew the elder meant well, but he was still consumed by the original self's obsession and had no time to consider other matters. So, he temporarily brushed it aside and continued, "Actually, I came today to ask if you could help me find a few strong men from the village to assist in burying my father's coffin. This money is to be considered their wages." Chang placed a handful of copper coins on the table. The elder waved his hand, chuckling, "You young man, studying so hard, yet you don't understand these matters. There is no need for payment, your family isn't entirely gone. The men of the village will naturally help with this kind of thing. I'll speak on your behalf. If any of those who help face difficulties in the future and you can assist, just lend a hand." "Thank you very much, elder." Chang forced a smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. He truly hadn't known about these customs. Even after years of playing this game, his focus had primarily been on the story and combat, not the social intricacies. "Now, go back and live well. If you succeed and earn a degree, there may even be an opportunity for revenge in the future." The elder waved his hand. "Remember the elder's teachings. I shall take my leave." Chang stood up to bid farewell to the elder. The elder's efficiency was remarkable. Chang had only approached him in the morning, and by afternoon, he was back with several men to assist in carrying his father's remains up the mountain for burial. Since Chang opted for simplicity, not bothering with any elaborate arrangements, the process was smooth that they buried his original father and erected a simple mound and headstone, completing the task in just half an afternoon. After laying his father to rest, Chang returned home, tidying up the house while reflecting on the plotlines from his previous life in the game. He resided in Dahu Village, located in the northern part of Qingshi County. To the west lay Baijia Village, known in the original game as an excellent leveling spot for players, populated by weak demons. The trigger for this phenomenon had occurred 3 years prior, and that incident likely had not yet transpired. Otherwise, it would have already spread. The source of that incident was precisely the nourishment for his growth. If he could intercept it, not only could he record an anomaly, but he could also gain significant benefits from its source. With resolve, Chang finished tidying up and packed his belongings, taking a few copper coins with him as he set out. Baijia Village was only a couple of hours away from Dahu Village. If he departed now, he would arrive before nightfall, and he could easily find a family willing to host him for a night in exchange for some money. Chapter 3 of the Pig Girl. After setting off, Ji Chang diligently followed the route etched in his original self's memory towards Baijia Village. Should he forget the way, he would simply inquire with a passerby. This diligence enabled Ji Chang to arrive at Baijia Village before dusk. Upon his arrival, he encountered a group of village children gathered together in playful merriment. As he drew closer, he realized they were taunting a rather rotund girl, whom they mockingly referred to as a pig. This designation was not unwarranted, for the girl not only possessed an ample physique but also sported an unusually large nose and ears, reminiscent of those of a pig. However, upon seeing her, Ji Chang's eyes brightened. She was the very source he had been searching for. Oink, oink, the pig is out to play, the pig is unleashed. The children chanted, surrounding the chubby girl with gleeful hops. Some even picked up small stones and mud to hurl at her. Meanwhile, the girl curled her body protectively around a limping black dog. Hey, you little rascals, it's late, shouldn't you be heading home for dinner? Ji Chang exclaimed, pushing through the crowd to confront the children. Who are you? What does it matter to us if we eat dinner or not? A slightly older boy retorted, pointing defiantly at Ji Chang. If you don't return home, the black horse monkey will come out at night to feast on children, Ji Chang warned in a deliberately lowered voice, attempting to intimidate them. Several younger children flinched at his words, shrinking back in fear. Children, after all, are easily scared by such tales, often used by elders to keep them in line. However, the older boy was less easily cowed. With a brash demeanor, he declared, don't be afraid, everyone, he is just trying to scare us. There is no such thing as a child-eating monkey. Hey, you little brat, you're asking for trouble. Ji Chang, noticing the boy's defiance, swiftly stepped forward, pivoted, and delivered a kick to the boy's backside. In his past life, Ji Chang was an ardent martial arts enthusiast, and in the game he played, he occupied the role of a martial artist. Combining his game experience with real-life skills, he found it exceedingly easy to subdue a mere child with basic techniques. Thud, ouch. The boy was sent sprawling to the ground. Return home now, or I'll make you regret it. Ji Chang threatened, adopting a fierce expression. Run, the children, witnessing their leader toppled, scattered in a frenzy. You'll pay for this. The older boy managed to shout as he hastily scrambled to his feet and fled in disarray. Once the raucous group had dispersed, Ji Chang turned his attention to the still cowering figure on the ground. It's alright, you can get up now, I've scared them off, he said gently. Upon hearing his voice, the girl instinctively trembled, then cautiously raised her head. Seeing that her tormentors had indeed vanished, she struggled to stand, murmuring, thank you, no need for thanks, I'm Ji Chang from Daith Village. I was returning from the county town when it got late, and I was hoping to find lodging for the night in Baijia Village. Would it be possible to stay at your home? Ji Chang smiled warmly. Woof, woof, woof. Before the girl could respond, her limping black dog barked at Ji Chang. Ji Chang regarded the dog, sensing a hint of intelligence, yet also a somewhat hostile demeanor. Hey. The girl gently reprimanded the dog before continuing in a soft voice, I can't make that decision. Perhaps you could come home with me, and I can ask my father. Ha ha, that sounds wonderful, Ji Chang replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Thus, Ji Chang followed the plump girl to her home. Her residence was that of an ordinary farming family in Baijia Village, and they arrived at a modest courtyard. Knock, 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 father, I'm home. The girl called softly while knocking on the door. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man, his face lined with wrinkles and shadowed by a hint of sorrow, opened the door. He frowned at the mudstains on his daughter's clothes and then looked at Ji Chang, inquiring, who is this young gentleman? Ji Chang, embodying the demeanor of a scholar, radiated an air of distinction that marked him as different from the typical rural folk. Oh, I am Ji Chang from Daith Village. I was returning from the county town when night fell. Considering the dangers of traveling in the dark, I thought to seek shelter in Baijia Village. I happened upon your daughter being bullied and offered my assistance, which is why I am here. I am more than willing to pay for my stay, Ji Chang explained, gesturing towards the girl. The middle-aged man glanced at his daughter, who nodded affirmatively. Ji Gongzi, please come inside. he urged, quickly opening the door wider to invite Ji Chang in. Thank you, Ji Chang replied with a polite bow. Where did you find this black dog? After Ji Chang and the girl entered the courtyard, the man pointed towards the dog that had followed them in. Father, he is very pitiful. Can we adopt him? The girl pleaded cautiously. You know our circumstances, we can barely feed ourselves, let alone support a dog. The man scolded. Father, I'll only eat half of my usual portion. I can share the rest with him, but if we don't take him in, he will starve, just like me. He gets bullied wherever he goes, the girl said softly, tears welling in her eyes. It seemed her final plea struck a chord with her father, who sighed in resignation. All right, fine. Ji Chang remained silent, quietly observing the limping black dog. He sensed something peculiar. It appeared to express a flicker of relief. Ji Chang furrowed his brow. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this dog. Trusting his instincts, he noted the inexplicable hostility directed at him and the undeniable intelligence it exhibited. There was more to this creature than met the eye. In the original storyline, the plump girl's background served merely as a game narrative. It was said that she was the reincarnation of a spirit pig, and her blood possessed the miraculous ability to cure countless ailments. Once she discovered her blood has healing properties, she selflessly aided the villagers, garnering a temporary good reputation. However, rumors began to circulate that her blood, when spilled upon stones, could transform them into silver and gold, and even consuming her flesh would grant immortality. As these tales spread, villagers succumbed to greed, leading to a tragic fate where they stormed the girl's home, murdering her parents and feasting upon her blood and flesh. Yet, those who consumed her blood and flesh did not attain eternal life. Instead, they transformed into bloodthirsty monsters, and the girl, burdened by her overwhelming resentment, became a vengeful spirit that haunted the land. Chapter 4: Healing. Upon the arrival of the players, once they ascend to a certain level of prowess, they may undertake the task of vanquishing the demons and malevolent spirits plaguing Baijia village. This serves as the backdrop for the emergence of the demons in Baijia village, yet it remains exceedingly vague and rudimentary. While it provides a general introduction, the intricacies are rather scant. For instance, how did the plump girl discover the miraculous properties of her blood, who first realized that her flesh could confer immortality, and who disseminated this information? Such details are conspicuously absent from the narrative. At this juncture, the sudden appearance of a peculiar black dog prompts Ji Chang to instinctively sense that this creature may be the linchpin in the leakage of information. Come, young Master Ji, please step inside. The middle-aged man eagerly beckoned Ji Chang after addressing the matter of the black dog. Inside the dwelling, a woman was gently soothing a toddler of 1 or 2 years to sleep. My dear wife, this is young Master Ji from Dave village, who has come to seek shelter for the night. Please prepare some food and tidy up the room in the east wing, the man instructed, gesturing towards the woman seated on the earthen bed. Understood, she replied, placing the child down and stepping outside to prepare the meal. Apologies for the trouble, Ji Chang remarked with a smile. Not at all, young Master Ji. You are a scholar, I presume? The middle-aged man inquired after pouring a bowl of water for Ji Chang. Indeed, Ji Chang replied with a nod, then continued, May I inquire your name, good sir? I am Bai Wangshai in our Baijia village, most of us bear the surname Bai, the man responded. Bai Wangsher then added, I must also express my gratitude for your assistance with my daughter, who is off scorned. Good sir Bai, your gratitude is unwarranted. However, may I ask what troubles your daughter? Ji Chang inquired. The world of Heozhai is set in an ancient dynasty, though it is a fictional realm. It closely resembles historical ancient dynasties. The living conditions of the peasants are quite poor, necessitating daily toil in the fields, resulting in few being overweight. Only the affluent possess such luxury. Although Ji Chang was aware of the plump girl's origins, he sought to glean more from her father's account, thereby preparing for his imminent plans. Alas, I must apologize for the embarrassment. Young Master. My daughter has been portly since birth, and in recent years, her weight has increased rapidly, leaving her resembling a pig. She faces disdain wherever she goes. Bai Wangsher sighed as he explained. Good sir Bai, I believe your daughter may be afflicted by an illness. I once perused an ancient text that described a malady akin to her symptoms. At the time, I found the affliction intriguing and took note of the treatment methods. Perhaps I can assist in remedying her condition, Ji Chang stated after pondering for a moment. Really? Bai Wangsher exclaimed, his excitement palpable. As a father, he could not bear to see his daughter suffer daily scorn. If there were a method to alleviate her plight, he would eagerly pursue it. Despite the obstacles, however, I must caution that this treatment is merely derived from an ancient text. I cannot guarantee its efficacy, but it is certainly worth a try. Wouldn't you agree? Ji Chang tempered his words. Indeed, Bai Wangsher responded with urgency, rising from his seat. The more Ji Chang refrained from guaranteeing results, the more Bai Wangsher found himself inclined to trust the scholar's words. After all, Ji Chang was a learned man, his knowledge far surpassing that of simple villagers. Is there anything you require, young master? I shall procure it immediately. Bai Wangshu offered eagerly. Please fetch me a clean, empty bowl, a cup of clear water, a piece of black cloth, and a handful of ashes from the bottom of a pot, Ji Chang instructed. Though these items were ultimately inconsequential, they were necessary for the pretense of the act. Right away, Bai Wangshu hurriedly agreed, preparing to leave. Where are you rushing off to? At that moment, Bai Wangshu's wife, Su, entered bearing a pot of rice, her curiosity piqued. Bai Wangshu swiftly relayed Ji Chang's request, and upon hearing it, Su too was filled with excitement, yet she composed herself and said, young Master Ji has traveled such a distance. He must be famished, let us first serve him some food. Yes, I was too hasty, young Master Ji, please, partake of some food first, Bai Wangshu exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. There is no rush for the meal, it won't take long. I shall attend to your daughter's ailment first, Ji Chang replied with a gentle shake of his head, reflecting on the sincerity of Bai Wangshu's family, who, regrettably, faced an unfortunate fate. Then, I am truly grateful for your efforts, young Master Ji, Bai Wangshu expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Bai Wangshu then hurriedly fetched the plump girl who had been bathing the black dog outside. Here she is, young Master Ji. I shall prepare the items you requested, Bai Wangshu said, ushering the girl into the room before hastily exiting with Su to gather the necessary supplies. The plump girl stood timidly beside Ji Chang, her head bowed and silent. Your name is Fat Girl, is it not? Ji Chang spoke in a soothing tone. The girl replied softly, still hesitant to meet his gaze, a result of the disdainful look she had endured for so long, which had fostered her shyness and insecurity. Do you wish to be like everyone else? Ji Chang gently probed. After a prolonged silence, the plump girl finally nodded and muttered, yes, then do not be afraid, I will help you, Ji Chang assured her with warmth. Okay. It seemed that, sensing Ji Chang's kindness in contrast to the disdainful gazes of others, the plump girl timidly lifted her eyes to meet his, affirmatively nodding. Having said this, Ji Chang refrained from further conversation with the plump girl, instead contemplating her constitution. As a reincarnation of a spirit pig, it was evident that she had become increasingly pig-like with age. Ji Chang could also sense a rich aura of spiritual energy within her. Based on his extensive gaming experience, he surmised that her excessive weight likely stemmed from an overabundance of spiritual energy. If he could draw some of it out, she might not only shed some weight but also attain a more normal appearance. Moreover, this spiritual energy would serve as an excellent tonic for any living being, including himself. Shortly thereafter, Bai Wangshu and his wife Su entered the room, visibly anxious as they presented the items Ji Chang had requested. Young master, we have gathered everything you asked for, they announced in unison. Excellent. If you would be so kind as to step outside for a moment, I shall call for you once I have completed the treatment. Ji Chang nodded before turning to Bai Wangshu and Su, who remained in the room. Ah, certainly. They responded, understanding the need for privacy in Ji Chang's process. They recognized that, aside from the materials, there were likely other critical steps in his treatment that should not be easily divulged. Furthermore, with their daughter being so unattractive, they felt reassured that there was little risk of others coveting her. Chapter 5 Spiritual Blood. Woof, woof, woof. Just as the couple was about to step outside, the limping black dog that Fatty brought back unexpectedly dashed into the room, barking fiercely at Ji Chang. Ji Chang squinted at the hostile black dog, thinking, what a troublesome creature. Away with you, you old black dog, do not disturb young Master Ji while he tends to Fatty's ailment. Bai Wangshu hurriedly waved his hand to shoo the dog away. However, the black dog only barked more aggressively in response. Seeing this, Bai Wangshu picked up a wooden stick from beside the door and struck the dog. A woof! The black dog yelped in pain and scurried away with its tail between its legs. Once the black dog was driven out, Bai Wangshu and Su Shi, carrying their young son, finally stepped outside. Ji Chang glanced at the items on the table, first picking up a piece of black cloth. He then pointed to a stool beside the table and commanded, go, sit on the stool. Upon hearing Ji Chang's words, Fatty promptly walked over and took a seat. Ji Chang approached her, covering her eyes with the black cloth. Subsequently, he seated himself on the opposite side of the table. As Ji Chang settled down, he spread his hand open, revealing several bloodthirsty worms, which he then placed into a bowl filled with clear water. Ji Chang held the bowl out to Fatty and instructed, drink this. Without hesitation, Fatty lifted the bowl and drank the entire contents in one go. Once she finished, Ji Chang immediately ordered the bloodthirsty worms to feed on Fatty's blood, while forbidding them from reproducing within her body. Your bloodthirsty worms absorb spiritual blood and evolve into spiritual bloodworms. Spiritual bloodworms level cap raised to 6, significantly enhanced reproductive and survival capabilities, and gain a nurturing ability. When the spiritual bloodworms feed on blood, they can nurture their master in return, with the amount determined by the master. As Ji Chang issued the command for the bloodthirsty worms to consume Fatty's blood, a prompt panel appeared before him. Indeed, this blood was extraordinary. Ji Chang felt a stir in his heart. He then commanded several spiritual bloodworms to fully consume Fatty's blood, directing all nourishment back to himself. Your spiritual bloodworms have absorbed spiritual blood, you receive nurturing, Tao cultivation one day. Your spiritual bloodworms have absorbed spiritual blood, you receive nurturing, Tao cultivation one day. Ji Chang gazed in delight at the prompt panel. Fatty's blood could directly enhance his cultivation. This was akin to possessing a mobile treasure trove. In just a short time, his cultivation had increased by a day. If he were to consume it all, the benefits would be tremendous. However, Ji Chang quickly dismissed this thought. He was not a short-sighted individual. The best strategy was to gradually and sustainably absorb it. Her bloodline could continuously produce spiritual blood, if only he could devise a way to keep Fatty by his side. Suddenly, an idea struck Ji Chang. If he were to suggest that she accompany him to Daha village for treatment, and propose to establish a private school where she could serve as a student, surely the Bai family would not refuse. In this era, serving as a scholar's student was a matter of great prestige, and he could provide for her, thereby reducing the number of mouths to feed in the Bai household, which they would surely welcome. Ji Chang retrieved a larger bloodthirsty worm from his belongings and gently addressed Fatty. I require a few drops of your blood for examination. It may sting a little. Okay. Fatty nodded, though apprehensive. She did not flinch. Ji Chang took her hand, placing the bloodthirsty worm on her fingertip, allowing it to bite down. A small wound opened, and blood oozed forth. Ji Chang hastily held an empty bowl beneath it, then casually picked up a small stone from the ground. Next, Ji Chang prepared to document the extraordinary event, akin to recording miraculous tales, which required evidence and rationale. He dipped the small stone into Fatty's blood, recalling that her blood was said to possess the ability to turn stone into gold. However, after applying her blood to the stone, it showed no signs of transformation. Ji Chang furrowed his brow. Could it require complete coverage? He then coated the entire stone with Fatty's blood, yet still, there was no change. Ji Chang's frown deepened. The lack of transformation indicated that part of the claims in the past life were fabricated. The background could not lie, suggesting that someone had deliberately spread misinformation, leading to Fatty being targeted for her blood. Moreover, the notion that Fatty's flesh could grant immortality was surely a myth. While spiritual blood contained extraordinary energy, achieving immortality was beyond the mere essence of spiritual blood. Nonetheless, it was likely that her blood could heal some common ailments. Ji Chang pinched a handful of pot bottom ash and sprinkled it into the bowl, mixing it with the spiritual blood. He then activated the yin energy within him to mold the mixture into 3 small black pills. After consuming one himself, he noticed no remarkable changes, only a prompt panel appeared. You have consumed a spiritual blood pill, Tao cultivation 0. 2 days. The immediate transformation into Tao cultivation made it impossible to assess the specific efficacy of the spiritual blood, but one thing was certain. It was beneficial. Therefore, the villagers who had consumed Fatty's blood and flesh had undoubtedly encountered something beyond comprehension. With the remaining 2 pills, Ji Chang stored them away, intending to find someone to test them later, and once their effects were clarified, he could document the extraordinary event. After completing these tasks, Ji Chang stood and removed the black cloth from Fatty's eyes. He then approached the door and opened it. Woof, woof, woof. The limping black dog, seeing the door ajar, immediately began barking. Hearing the dog's commotion, Bai Wangsher and Su Shi, who had been anxiously waiting, quickly turned their heads. Ji Chang waved to them, saying, "All right, today's treatment has concluded. By tomorrow morning, you shall witness the results." Ah, excellent. Bai Wangsher nodded eagerly, then pulled Su Shi inside to check on their daughter. Currently, Fatty showed no visible changes. Ji Chang spoke again. This condition cannot be resolved in a short time. However, after this treatment, she will appear somewhat thinner by morning. Thank you for your efforts, young Master Ji, Bai Wangsher replied gratefully. Following this, Ji Chang refrained from further commentary. It was only at mealtime that he seized a moment of casual conversation with the Bai family to express his intention to establish a private school. Young Master Ji is knowledgeable. Opening a private school is a splendid idea, Bai Wangsher praised. Although this world did not prioritize scholarly pursuits over martial ones, in the eyes of rural folk, an educated individual still held a higher status, even if they hailed from a farming background. I am just in the planning stages and still require a student. If you agree, I would like Fatty to serve as my student, with provisions for her food and lodging. If she wishes to learn to read and write, I can teach her. This way, I can continue her treatment in the long term. Ji Chang seized the opportunity to convey his plan. Chapter 6, Recording extraordinary events and gaining mystical powers. Bai Wangsher and Su Shi exchanged a glance, both taken aback. Meanwhile, the chubby girl, upon hearing that one could recognize characters, had a glimmer of longing shine in her small eyes. Bai Wangsher hesitated and said, "My daughter, fat girl, is indeed capable of enduring hardships. She can wash clothes and cook, yet her plump figure makes her movements rather clumsy, and I fear her appearance might bring shame to young Master G. At this juncture, Fat Girl lowered her head, her eyes dimming as Bai Wangsher spoke. Haha, fear not. My method should be able to remedy Fat Girl's condition. By tomorrow, you shall witness the results. As for her appearance, that is of no concern. I hail from a humble farming background myself, and it is merely due to my eagerness for knowledge in my youth that I have acquired some skills. To have someone willing to be my student is indeed fortunate, there is no question of shame in this. Ji Chang laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively, and continued, moreover, when one sheds this mortal coil, we are all merely skeletons. Some may possess a beauty that captivates the eye, yet harbor darkness within. Such individuals are profoundly ugly. Conversely, those who may not stand out in appearance but possess kind hearts are the true embodiments of beauty. Bai Wangsher and Su Shi exchanged another glance, their admiration for Ji Chang growing, and they marveled at how truly commendable he was as a scholar. Bai Wangsher nodded and said, we shall deliberate further and inform young Master Ji of our decision by tomorrow. Excellent. Ji Chang replied with a smile, appearing in no rush. He then inquired, do either of you experience any discomfort in your health? Bai Wangsher and Su Shi looked at each other, puzzled by Ji Chang's question. Bai Wangsher finally spoke, I often toil in the fields, and the burden I carry has left my shoulder in considerable pain. My wife suffered an injury during the birth of our second child and has since been unable to perform heavy labor. Hearing Bai Wangsher's words, Ji Chang produced 2 black pills he had crafted from a mixture of spiritual blood and ash from the bottom of a pot, pushing them toward the couple as he said, here are 2 pills of Baibao Dan that I have concocted. They can alleviate some minor ailments. Consider this a token of gratitude for allowing me to rest. This kindness you extend to Fat Girl in treating her ailment is already a tremendous favor. How could we possibly accept more? Bai Wangsher hastily waved his hand. Take them, consider it an experiment for me. I learned this from ancient texts, and I have taken them myself with favorable results, Ji Chang insisted, pushing the 2 small pills toward Bai Wangsher and his wife. Well then, we shall give them a try, Bai Wangsher replied earnestly, not suspecting the pills might be harmful, and promptly consumed one. Su Shi followed suit and took the other. Ji Chang observed the couple's unhesitating actions and felt a wave of admiration for their pure-heartedness. He thought that by taking Fat Girl with him, he could alter the couple's tragic fate of being oppressed. The evening progressed, and Ji Chang shared a meal with the Bai family. As they cleared the table after dinner, Bai Wangsher suddenly exclaimed, my shoulder no longer hurts. Bai Wangsher swung his arm exuberantly, astonished, and even rushed outside to lift a load of firewood, performing several squats. After completing his vigorous display, he hurried back in and asked Su Shi, my dear, how do you feel? I feel an abundance of energy coursing through me, I am much more spirited, and I believe I could work in the fields by tomorrow, Su Shi replied excitedly. Young Master Ji, your medicine is nothing short of miraculous. We owe you a great debt of gratitude, Bai Wangsher said, somewhat flustered as he approached Ji Chang. If the medicine had proven ineffective, it would have been one thing, but its efficacy indicated its rarity. Ji Chang had given it freely, was this not a testament to his kindness? As long as it works, that is all that matters. Ji Chang said with a smile, mentally noting their responses after taking the medicine, confirming its healing properties. After a brief conversation with the Bai family, Ji Chang retired to the east room they had prepared for him. Later that night, Bai Wangsher and Su Shi lay on their bed discussing Ji Chang's words. My dear, are you truly willing to let Fat Girl serve as young Master Ji's student? Though he is a scholar, we have only met him once, and Fat Girl is merely 13, Su Shi asked her husband. After taking the medicine from young Master Ji tonight, my shoulder is completely pain-free, and your condition has improved significantly as well, Bai Wangsher replied, not immediately addressing Su Shi's concerns but instead reflecting on the effects of the pill. Oh dear, truly. I feel so much stronger now than I in the past. If I rushed to stand, I would feel dizzy, but now that is entirely absent. This pill is indeed a remarkable treasure. We are truly indebted to young Master Ji, Bai Wangsher enthused. Hearing her husband's excitement, Su Shi propped herself up eagerly and whispered, exactly, young Master Ji possesses great abilities. Since the pill is effective, he truly can cure Fat Girl's condition, and learning under him is far preferable to languishing in our company. Meeting someone like young Master Ji is a fortuitous opportunity for Fat Girl. I have already asked Fat Girl, and she is willing to serve young Master Ji. Moreover, our village is not far from the Great River Village. A journey of 1 or 2 hours. If you wish to see Fat Girl, I can accompany you. Young Master Ji is understanding and would not deny us a visit. Bai Wangsher was quite agreeable to the idea of Fat Girl accompanying Ji Chang to learn and heal. Indeed, that sounds good, Su Shi nodded in agreement. I will speak with young Master Ji tomorrow. You should instruct Fat Girl that being chosen by him is a great fortune. Once in Great River Village, she must take good care of young Master Ji's needs, should not be lazy or disrespectful, and she should also watch her appetite. Just because he provides her food and lodging does not mean she can lose her sense of propriety and become a nuisance. Bai Wangshu looked at Su Shi earnestly. I will convey all this to Fat Girl, Su Shi assured him with a nod. Meanwhile, Ji Chang did not immediately retire to sleep. Instead, he opened the records of extraordinary events in his mind. He turned to the second chapter, the section on extraordinary occurrences, and began documenting Fat Girl's situation. Extraordinary event: in Baijia village, Qingshi County, there exists a plump girl resembling a pig, named Fat Girl. She is the reincarnation of a spirit pig, her blood possessing miraculous effects capable of curing ailments. However, due to her peculiar appearance, she often suffers abuse. This record was made upon meeting Ji Chang from Great River Village on the 7th day of the 3rd month of the 7th year of the Ming Emperor. Evidence sufficiency 80. Only extraordinary events with a truthfulness rating exceeding 60 can be successfully recorded. Result: successfully recorded. Rarity 2 stars. Rewards: 1 year of cultivation, 2 mystical powers. The soul reversal seal, which condenses Yin energy into the palm, forming a unique mark that can be unleashed against adversaries, with potency increasing alongside cultivation. If sufficient cultivation is achieved, a single strike can wield earth-shattering force, doubling its effectiveness against spiritual entities or incorporeal specters. Chapter 7. The young scholar. After recording this extraordinary incident, Ji Chang felt a significant surge in his internal Yin power, almost doubling in strength. He also discovered that the tone referred to this unique energy within him as Yin power. Despite his several years of gaming experience, this was the first time Ji Chang had encountered such a power system. His Yin power bore resemblance to the soul power or resentment power associated with ghostly cultivation, yet it was purer than both. It also had some affinity with the magical energy of immortal cultivators, albeit possessing a distinctly softer quality. Ji Chang expelled the Yin power from his body, condensing it in his palm, where a grayish mist danced and swirled. After toying with it for a while, he finally dispersed the Yin power. He then turned his attention to the minor divine ability he had mastered, an authentic means of enhancing his combat prowess. While techniques akin to the manipulation of insects were intriguing, they still left him feeling somewhat vulnerable in direct confrontations. Now, armed with this newfound divine ability and 2 years of cultivation under his belt, he felt adequately prepared to handle unexpected situations. At the very least, if the Zhou family sent an ordinary assassin, he would be beyond their reach. Subsequently, Ji Chang instructed the spirit blood insects within Fat Girl to gradually consume her spirit blood at a measured pace, upgrading to the highest level before channeling the remaining energy back to himself, without reproduction. Satisfied with the arrangement, Ji Chang reclined and drifted into slumber. Before long, the night passed, and upon awakening the next morning, Ji Chang glanced at his status panel and was filled with delight. His cultivation had reached 25 years. Remarkably, he had gained nearly 6 months of progress in just one night. Moreover, all the spirit blood insects within Fat Girl had been upgraded to level 6. This girl was truly a treasure for enhancing his cultivation. Excited as he was, Fat Girl in the courtyard was even more elated. Having just woken up and preparing to wash up, she hurried to her parents, exclaiming in hushed tones, "Father, Mother, I've really lost weight." Bai Wangshu and Su Shi, seeing the visibly slimmer Fat Girl, were equally thrilled. After so many years, they finally glimpsed hope. Hearing the commotion, Ji Chang stepped out of his room and looked at Fat Girl in the courtyard. She had indeed lost a considerable amount of weight, at a rough estimate, at least 10 pounds overnight. This revelation eased Ji Chang's mind, confirming his earlier assumptions. He speculated that Fat Girl's weight gain was due to her spirit pig bloodline, which continuously generated spirit blood as she aged. When the spirit blood or energy became excessive, her body converted it into spirit fat for storage. By commanding the spirit blood insects to absorb her spirit blood steadily and in small quantities, as her spirit blood diminished, her bloodline would compensate by consuming stored energy to convert it back into spirit blood, thus facilitating weight loss. It seemed his hypothesis not only held true but underestimated the transformative capacity of her bloodline. He could safely increase the absorption rate slightly, and with 3 to 4 days of this process, Fat Girl should be able to regain a normal weight. Young Master Ji, your method is truly remarkable. Bai Wangshu praised as he set aside his chores to approach Ji Chang. This is merely the wisdom of my ancestors. I have merely learned it, Ji Chang replied with a smile, casually brushing off the compliment. Young Master Ji, we have decided that Fat Girl will follow you, Bai Wangshu continued. Very well, but I must return today. Since you have made your decision, Fat Girl can accompany me back now. You can assist her in gathering her belongings. And Brother Bai, you might as well join us to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. In the future, if you wish to see Fat Girl, you can come directly. It's only a journey of an hour or two. Ji Chang nodded, his mind at ease, having successfully won over Fat Girl. All right. Bai Wangshu immediately agreed. The next steps pertain to the Bai family. Sushir took Fat Girl aside, offering her advice for nearly half an hour. Afterward, the group shared a light meal of porridge before preparing to set off. As they exited, the limping black dog followed closely behind, arriving at Fat Girl's feet and barking excitedly. "Young master, may I bring the hay?" Fat Girl looked down at Ji Chang, her voice timid. "Fat Girl, you must learn to speak up and be more confident. I promise to help you become a normal person. Raise your head and say it loudly, then I will allow you to bring the hay." Ji Chang observed her self-doubt and frowned slightly. While external appearances could be altered, inner insecurities were far more challenging to change. It was time to begin transforming Fat Girl, so he spoke earnestly. A Fat Girl's face displayed a struggle, prompting Sushir to nudge her, urging, "Child, speak up." Ultimately, Fat Girl summoned her courage, lifted her gaze to Ji Chang, and said aloud, "Young master, may I bring the hay with me?" Although her voice was still somewhat soft, it was notably louder than before, and she had indeed raised her head. Ji Chang nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very well, you may bring him along." However, despite granting permission, Ji Chang remained vigilant regarding the black dog. Several untransformed bloodthirsty insects stealthily leapt from his pant leg and scurried onto the black dog. "All right, let us be on our way." Ji Chang addressed Fat Girl and Bai Wangshi. "Your mother should return now. I will accompany young Master Ji to drop off Fat Girl's things and will be back shortly." Bai Wangshi waved to Sushir. With that, the three of them, along with the dog, set off toward the outskirts of Bai family village. However, as they approached the village entrance, they encountered a peculiar figure, a scruffy old Taoist riding a donkey backward. The old Taoist appeared disheveled, his robe tattered, and he grasped a dust brush that had turned black with age. He swayed on the donkey as he approached the village. Just as he crossed paths with Ji Chang and his group, he suddenly turned his head, his ravenous black eyes locking onto Fat Girl. Fat Girl, accustomed to looking down while walking, did not notice the old Taoist's gaze, but Ji Chang, possessing some cultivation, keenly sensed the intensity of that stare. He turned to regard the old man, whose gaunt cheeks and sunken eye sockets rendered him ghastly, exuding an aura that made Ji Chang uncomfortable and even vaguely threatened. This old Taoist is no ordinary figure. Ji Chang felt a tightening in his chest. Woof, woof. Initially intending to avoid the old man, Ji Chang was taken aback when the black dog rushed in front of Fat Girl, barking furiously. Its black fur bristled as if it had encountered a formidable foe, standing on end in alarm. Ji Chang squinted. The black dog had merely shown mild hostility toward him earlier, but it reacted so aggressively to the old Taoist. Chapter 8, The Old Taoist. Humph. The old Taoist cast a glance at the black dog and let out a cold snort. A howl. At that sound, the black dog immediately recoiled 2 steps, yet it still bared its teeth at the old Taoist. "Gentlemen, please pause." The old Taoist kicked the donkey beneath him, causing it to come to a halt. "Old sir, do you require something?" Ji Chang inquired cautiously, eyeing the old Taoist with suspicion. "I see that this chubby little girl possesses remarkable potential. Why not have her follow me to learn some skills?" The old Taoist waved his whisk and fixed his ardent gaze upon the plump girl. Ji Chang inwardly acknowledged the truth of the old man's observation, then stepped forward, blocking the old Taoist's line of sight, saying, "Sir, she is my scholar and cannot conveniently accompany you to learn the Tao." "Oh?" The old Taoist then turned his attention to Ji Chang and continued, "This girl has exceptional talent. For her not to learn from me would be a grave waste. Since she is your scholar, name your price, and I shall take her." "Old sir, the plump girl is my scholar and has not sold herself to me. Besides, my scholar can always find sustenance while teaching, whereas you." Ji Chang paused, deliberately casting a disparaging glance at the old Taoist, then continued, "You appear quite destitute. How could you possibly provide for her? Moreover, it is rather impolite of you to abruptly suggest that my scholar accompany you to learn the Tao, treating her as a mere commodity. My daughter intends to learn from young Master Ji, for he is the one with true skills. You old Taoist, with your current state, should refrain from boasting. If you seek alms, I have a biscuit to spare, but if you intend to deceive, I suggest you step aside." Bai Wangshi had been utterly won over by Ji Chang's capabilities. Thus, the thought of a gaunt, ghost-like madman attempting to abduct his daughter was something he could not abide. "Let us depart." Ji Chang beckoned to the plump girl and Bai Wangshi. The old Taoist was no ordinary man, and Ji Chang wished to avoid further entanglements with him. However, one must remain vigilant, fearing that the old man might resort to mischief. Ji Chang tossed 2 bloodthirsty insects onto the donkey. Initially, he considered throwing them directly at the old man, but upon reflection, realized that the elder might possess some abilities, and thus opted for the donkey instead. With that, he swiftly led the 2 and the dog away. The old Taoist did not impede their departure, yet his gaze lingered on the plump girl's retreating figure until she vanished from sight. Only then did he retract his gaze, a grin exposing his yellowed teeth as he muttered, "What I des—" As for Ji Chang, Due to the presence of the plump girl and Bai Wancher carrying some of her belongings, their pace was not swift. They ambled along for over 2 hours before finally arriving at Dave Village. This is my home. If Bai Laoj wishes to see the plump girl in the future, he may come here directly. Ji Chang opened the gate to his courtyard and gestured inside. Ah, very well. Bai Wancher eagerly nodded in agreement, then proceeded to carry the items inside. Is someone from young Master Ji's family recently deceased? Bai Wancher remarked curiously, noticing the still unremoved white cloth in Ji Chang's home. It was my father. He was just buried yesterday. Ji Chang sighed, sensing Bai Wancher might pry further. He quickly added, let us not dwell on this. The vacant room over there shall be for the plump girl. Ji Chang pointed toward an adjacent room. All right. Bai Wancher promptly moved the plump girl's belongings to the room Ji Chang indicated. After tidying up for a moment, he returned to Ji Chang's side and said, Young Master Ji, I know the way now, so I shall not impose further. I will head back. It is nearly noon. You should eat before returning, Ji Chang remarked, glancing at the sky and grasping Bai Wancher's arm. Oh dear, country folk typically have 2 meals a day, not 3. I am not hungry. Please do not trouble yourself, young Master Ji. Bai Wancher hastily waved his hand, then turned to his daughter. Plump girl, you should stay here. Remember your mother's words, always listen to young Master Ji. Father, I have noted that. The plump girl nodded. With that, Bai Wancher bid farewell to Ji Chang and departed. Now then, plump girl, take your time to familiarize yourself with the house. This will be your second home from now on. Feel free to explore. I recall there being some grain around here. You can cook us meals. We shall have 3 meals a day. Do not worry about gaining weight, for I will see to your health. You can eat as much as you like without fear of becoming plump. Ji Chang eagerly encouraged the plump girl, wishing for her to consume more and consequently produce more spiritual blood. Then Ji Chang continued, I will go discuss the matter of opening a private school with the village head. You stay here and keep watch. With that, Ji Chang stepped outside, heading directly to the village head's residence. Village head, it is Ji Chang. Ji Chang announced as he arrived at the village head's home, knocking on the door. Coming. The village head's voice came from within, and upon opening the door, he inquired with curiosity, what brings you here again? As he spoke, he ushered Ji Chang into the courtyard. Well, as you previously mentioned about starting a private school, I thought it would be a great idea, so I have come to discuss it with you, Ji Chang said with a smile. Exactly. You have a wealth of knowledge. Opening a private school will not only earn some income but also provide convenience for the village's children. What a splendid idea. The village head perked up at the mention of Ji Chang's proposal. Where do you plan to establish this private school? At your home? The village head invited Ji Chang into the house, pouring him a bowl of water before sitting down to inquire. Yes, indeed. I would like your assistance in hiring a few individuals to renovate the house and additionally construct a separate room for teaching the children. Also, please help me spread the word. Ji Chang laid out his plans. I will help you with the children, you need not worry about that, but are you certain you want to renovate the house? Building requires funds, and hiring people costs money. This endeavor could easily amount to 2 or 3 taels of silver. Do you possess such funds? The village head cautioned, concerned that Ji Chang, being scholarly, might lack a grasp of monetary matters. Rest assured, village head. You need only assist me in hiring people. As for materials, let us use the finest available. Money is a trivial matter. Ji Chang waved his hand dismissively. 2 or 3 taels, to me, that is but a trifle. Very well. As long as you are aware, the village head agreed, seeing that Ji Chang was serious. Then, village head, you may continue with your tasks. I shall not impose further. Having discussed the main issue, Ji Chang rose to leave. You really are one to come uninvited, and when you do, it is always to discuss business. The village head chuckled, shaking his head at Ji Chang's brisk and forthright demeanor. Ji Chang merely smiled in response before departing from the village head's home. Chapter 9 The Killing of the Dark Maiden. Upon returning home, Ji Chang discovered that the plump girl had already prepared a meal. In truth, the repast was quite simple, merely a bowl of rice porridge, devoid of even a pickled vegetable. Young master, our provisions are running low, the plump girl reminded him in a hushed tone. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the county to purchase a table and will also procure some rice while I'm at it, Ji Chang replied, taking a sip of the slightly musty porridge. He was genuinely lacking in appetite and, after a hasty bite, soon stepped out again. This time, Ji Chang set out in search of small insects. The art of insect manipulation was not merely about control. If one could command insects, one could also cultivate them. Ji Chang intended to capture some venomous creatures to refine into his own insects. After all, their village, nestled against the mountains, was relatively untouched by modernity, ensuring an abundance of such creatures. From noon until nightfall, Ji Chang collected an entire sack filled with various venomous insects, including spiders, centipedes, and even a small snake, regardless of whether they would turn upon one another. He simply placed them all into a cloth sack and returned home as darkness fell. He then found a porcelain jar to contain these insects, intricately etching a circle of special patterns on the outside. With a surge of yin energy, he infused the patterns, causing the insects within to thrash wildly. This was a method of training his exclusive insects, rendering them extraordinarily powerful. He tucked the jar beneath his bed, anticipating results by the following day. Feeling fatigued after his endeavors, Ji Chang succumbed to slumber. He was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of barking. Woof, woof. It was Dahe's voice. Instinctively, Ji Chang sat up, alert, fearing that assassins from the Zhou family had come to end his life. However, the barking quickly morphed into a mournful howl. Ji Chang sprang to his feet and approached the window, piercing a small hole in the paper to peer outside. In the courtyard, he beheld the plump girl, seemingly in a daze, slowly making her way outside, while Dahe lay not far from her, legs flailing as though something were constricting his throat. For the moment, Ji Chang disregarded the black dog and swiftly directed the spirit blood insects within the plump girl to take control of her. As the spirit blood insects exerted their influence, she halted in her tracks, and Ji Chang, through the insect's senses, discerned a peculiar force within her. The plump girl appeared to be in torment, her body oscillating between the doorway and the opposite direction, as the insects and that mysterious power vied for dominion over her body, reaching a stalemate. While maintaining control over the plump girl with the spirit blood insects, Ji Chang remained acutely attuned to every sound in the courtyard. Suddenly, the force that had gripped Dahe vanished, and the dog began panting heavily. Yet, in an instant, Dahe sprang up, barking fervently towards Ji Chang's room, dragging a broken leg behind him. A chilling sensation surged towards Ji Chang. With no time to ponder, he summoned his yin energy, swiftly forming a unique seal. Soul Reversal Seal. The silvery gray mark shot from Ji Chang's hand, shattering the wooden window before expanding rapidly towards the front. Boom! A piercing, androgynous scream erupted, indicating that the seal had struck something. Instantly, the peculiar force within the plump girl dissipated, and the bone-chilling aura that had enveloped Ji Chang vanished without a trace. In that fleeting moment when the soul reversal seal connected, he caught a glimpse of a shadow being obliterated. You have slain a minor ghost, the Dark Maiden. Rewarded 30 days of cultivation. You have slain a minor ghost, the Dark Maiden. Reward yin nails with the ability to seal malevolent spirits. With a single strike, Ji Chang had dispatched the minor ghost. Indeed, the soul reversal seal was formidable. However, despite its efficacy, it came at a great cost. Nearly 3 years of his cultivated yin energy had been expended with just one blow. Panting heavily, Ji Chang slumped to the ground, his heart racing at the notification. Fortunately, the soul reversal seal had proven powerful enough to vanquish the ghost. Otherwise, he would have been the one to perish, for insects are of no harm to spirits. Yet, it was not the time for respite. Ji Chang hastily commanded the spirit blood insects to return the unconscious plump girl to the room, then began to contemplate who might have orchestrated this attack against him. It was evident that the minor ghost had been controlled by someone else. While the Zhou family was a powerful clan in the county, they likely lacked the means to command such spirits. In the chaotic backdrop of the Black Liao Zhai game, a semblance of order persisted before the impending turmoil. These aristocratic families held disdain for such esoteric arts. The proliferation of supernatural beings typically arose only after societal breakdown. These noble families were primarily martial practitioners, for in this world, spirits were not omnipotent. Ji Chang recalled instances from his past, witnessing martial masters cleave through legions of malevolent entities with a single stroke, their blood surging like molten metal. Ordinary minor ghosts would be incinerated before they could even approach. It was improbable that the Zhou family had enlisted a spirit master to eliminate him, a mere scholar with no means of defense. If they found Ji Chang and his wife ineffective, they would simply send an assassin. Moreover, Ji Chang had not offended any other extraordinary individuals, given that the minor ghost's primary intent appeared to be abducting the plump girl. A figure from his memory surfaced, the old Taoist. Damn it, it's come to my doorstep. Ji Chang seethed, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise. Fine, since my abilities have already been revealed, it's only fair that I show you my own methods, old man. Ji Chang stood, addressing the black dog outside. Good dog, keep watch for me, and I shall reward you with meat and bones tomorrow. Without waiting for the dog's comprehension, he retreated to his room and sat cross-legged. He swiftly took control of the blood-sucking insects he had previously placed on the old Taoist's donkey. The insects had already infiltrated the donkey's body, slowly feeding and reproducing. Ji Chang had initially considered placing them directly on the old Taoist, but if he were indeed a formidable opponent, he would likely detect the insects crawling upon him. Thus, Ji Chang prudently opted for the donkey instead. He commanded the blood-sucking insects to hasten their feeding on the donkey's blood. Within minutes, the insects gorged themselves, rapidly reproducing until the donkey was drained of blood and countless blood-sucking insects swarmed forth. Then, Ji Chang viewed the surroundings through the donkey's perspective, realizing they were situated in a rural courtyard where the donkey had been left to roam. He promptly directed the donkey towards the illuminated room. Chapter 10. The scholar confronts the old Taoist. As soon as he approached the entrance, a voice filled with frustration reached his ears. "Humph, I truly underestimated you, a mere impoverished scholar, to possess such means." Upon hearing these words, Ji Chang, who was controlling the donkey, inwardly mused that it was indeed this old man. Consequently, he guided the donkey into the house. Once Ji Chang fully entered, he beheld the scene within. The original inhabitants of the house had been slain. Moreover, judging by their condition, they had been turned into puppets, wandering aimlessly within the room as if devoid of consciousness, their elongated fingernails and faces marked with dark lines, resembling demons. Observing the state of this family of four, Ji Chang, still controlling the donkey, speculated that the former family village had transformed into a den of monsters, with the plump girl having become a ghostly king, likely due to the machinations of this old Taoist. Ultimately, it seemed that the old Taoist's skills were insufficient to fully subjugate the plump girl, leading to a botched attempt. Otherwise, she should have been captured by him. Now, it mattered not what his intentions were. Since he had acted first, he must be prepared for the consequences. What is this foolish donkey doing here?" The old Taoist, seated cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes upon hearing the noise, and upon seeing the donkey, scolded it with irritation. He had just lost a precious treasure he had painstakingly captured, and now the old Taoist was in a foul mood. Nevertheless, the donkey continued to disregard him and ambled towards the old man. "Hey, stubborn donkey! There's no meat for you today, get out!" The old Taoist, seeing the donkey's defiance, raised his voice in reprimand, yet the donkey remained unperturbed, steadily advancing towards the old Taoist. At that moment, the old Taoist sensed something amiss with the donkey. Just as he was about to rise and investigate, the donkey, now perilously close, suddenly lunged at him in a frenzied manner, its massive jaws agape, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and it bit down viciously towards the old man's neck. Had it succeeded, the old Taoist would have met an untimely demise. However, he reacted swiftly pivoting his body, causing the donkey's enormous mouth to clamp down on his arm instead. Ji Chang, still controlling the donkey, yanked forcefully, and the old Taoist's arm was severed at the root. "Ah!" The old Taoist let out a piercing scream. With a desperate kick, he aimed at the donkey. Despite his seemingly frail form, the old man possessed surprising strength, sending the donkey flying with a single blow. The donkey quickly regained its footing and charged once more at the old man. The old Taoist hastily waved his fly whisk over the severed stump of his arm, and the blood that had been gushing forth was instantly staunched. He then looked up at the oncoming donkey and shouted, "Beast, you seek death." With that, he flicked his fly whisk, and several small spirits emerged from it, lunging at the donkey. A few of these spirits managed to pin the donkey down, yet it continued to thrash wildly. "Devour it!" The old Taoist's eyes were now bloodshot with pain. As he commanded, the family of four, who had previously been aimlessly wandering, suddenly charged at the donkey with fervor. Their fingers bore sharp claws, and their mouths were filled with fangs, as they tore at the donkey's flesh. However, when they stripped away the donkey's skin, what erupted forth was not blood, but a torrent of dark, writhing insects. These insects surged out like a fountain, swiftly crawling towards the family of four transformed into monsters. Some burrowed into their bodies, beginning to feast on their blood and exert control over them, while others made their way towards the old Taoist. "What in the world is this?" The old Taoist was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the insects. Observing the black creatures crawling toward him, he wielded his fly whisk with one hand, unleashing a beam of dark light. As it swept past the blood-sucking insects, they all burst as if under immense pressure. The old Taoist swung his whisk 2 more times, obliterating 2 additional swarms of insects. Meanwhile, Ji Chang, who was controlling the blood-sucking insects from inside the house, sighed. The insects' direct combat capabilities were rather lacking. They faltered against any formidable opponent. Their true strength lay in stealthy reproduction and the element of surprise, much like the earlier encounter with the donkey. Thus, Ji Chang decided not to sacrifice the remaining blood-sucking insects, instead redirecting them all towards the 4 monsters to gain control over them. With Ji Chang's change in strategy, both the 4 monsters and the donkey fell under the dominion of the blood-sucking insects. However, the old Taoist still commanded a few small spirits, which obstructed the donkey and the monsters. Since both the donkey and the monsters were already deceased, merely vessels controlled by the insects, the spirits could not harm them. Yet, the spirits were also unable to inflict damage on the incorporeal donkey and monsters, resulting in a stalemate as they tugged at one another, each trying to exert greater strength. The old Taoist, having just lost an arm and now facing such an unexpected turn of events, was momentarily flustered. After a brief struggle between the spirits and the donkey, the old Taoist regained his composure, his face flushed with anger. He struck one of the monsters with his fly whisk. Bang! The blow shattered the monster, releasing a swarm of tiny insects. Some were killed in the explosion, while others, still alive, scurried toward the old Taoist from all directions. Humph! The old Taoist scoffed, swinging his fly whisk repeatedly, unleashing waves of dark energy that obliterated all approaching insects. He then continued to wield his whisk 4 more times, annihilating the remaining 3 monsters and the donkey. Now, all the insects were left without hosts and turned their attention towards the old Taoist. He persisted in swinging his fly whisk, unleashing dark energy that prevented any of the thousands of insects from even nearing him. Within a span of mere moments, the entire room was littered with the carcasses of the blood-sucking insects. After eliminating all the insects, the old Taoist finally exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Although it appeared he had dispatched the insects effortlessly, the exertion had taken its toll. However, unbeknownst to him, a few of the smallest blood-sucking insects remained hidden in the shadows, closely observing the old Taoist. On the other side, Ji Chang opened his eyes. Although he had not managed to kill the old Taoist, he had severed one of his arms and left a few blood-sucking insects monitoring the old man. Yet, due to the old Taoist's heightened vigilance, Ji Chang dared not allow the insects to approach him, opting instead to keep a safe distance while observing. This night had irrevocably deepened the animosity between him and the old Taoist. The old man was not a virtuous character, and neither was Ji Chang one to be trifled with. Having forged this enmity, it now stood as a life-or-death situation. Nevertheless, Ji Chang held no fear of this old fellow. While the old man possessed slightly greater skills, his methods were not significantly superior. Ji Chang surmised that the old Taoist would likely deduce that it was his handiwork behind this evening's conflict, which might intimidate him for a few days. In the meantime, with the spiritual blood of the plump girl, Ji Chang had ample opportunity to enhance his own abilities for several years. He instructed the remaining blood-sucking insects to keep a vigilant watch over the old Taoist, ready to alert him at the slightest hint of unusual activity. With that, Ji Chang finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Feeling utterly exhausted after the events of the night. Chapter 11 The Thousand-Poisoned Spider. At the break of dawn the following day, Ji Chang was abruptly awakened by the cacophony of barking dogs outside his door. Rising from his bed, he opened the door to find a black dog barking at him. Surprisingly, upon seeing Ji Chang emerge, the dog transformed its previous hostility into a somewhat obsequious demeanor, wagging its tail and limping towards him. Just then, a series of knocks resounded from outside. "Little Ji, are you awake?" came the voice of the village headman. "I'm coming," Ji Chang replied as he approached the courtyard door and opened it, revealing the village headman accompanied by several men from the village. "What brings you here, headman?" Ji Chang inquired. "Oh, didn't you mention yesterday that you wanted to build a school? I've brought some people to help you figure out how to go about it," the headman replied with a smile. "Isn't this a bit early?" Ji Chang said with a hint of exasperation. "If it weren't for the black dog waking me up, I wouldn't have even risen yet." "It's not too early. We villagers rise to work at dawn," the headman stated, leading the group into the courtyard. "So, little Ji, where do you envision building this school? You can discuss it with my uncle. He'll help you with the planning." As he spoke, the headman patted one of the men on the arm, indicating that this individual was the leader. Ji Chang recognized the man. He had attended the burial of Ji Chang's father and belonged to the same circle. "Let us build it right here." Ji Chang gestured towards the vacant plot opposite the room occupied by the plump girl. "As for the size, it shouldn't need to accommodate many students. Something similar to that room across the way will suffice." He pointed to the room of the plump girl. Ji Chang's courtyard contained 2 rooms. One was the main house facing the courtyard gate, the largest room where the living area and Ji Chang's bed were situated. To the left was the plump girl's room, considerably smaller, but adjacent to the stove, providing warmth during winter due to its earthen bed. Compared to the plump girl's room, while smaller, the newly constructed school need not have unnecessary features like an earthen bed. The space was ample enough to comfortably accommodate a dozen students. Unlike the world he had previously known, rural life here did not guarantee education for all. Accepting a dozen students would be the utmost, and Ji Chang's role as a private tutor was merely a guise to deceive the plump girl, not a genuine endeavor. Thus, he did not plan to teach an excessive number of students. Ji Chang intended to teach for only half a day, dedicating the remainder of his time to his own affairs. "Very well, sounds good. Although we're related, we still need to negotiate the price. We will cover all materials, and I can assure you our prices will be lower than those in the city." As for labor, if meals are provided, it will be 30 copper coins per person per day. Without meals, it'll be 50 coins. That if you agree, we can return to prepare materials and commence work. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That works. You can prepare as you see fit, and I'll provide you with 50 copper coins a day, Ji Chang declared, his wealth rendering such an expense trivial in the village. By the way, about the walls of this courtyard, please build them higher and refurbish them. I'll cover the costs. Ji Chang gestured towards the low earthen walls surrounding the courtyard. Understood, the man nodded before leading the others away. Headman, please don't leave just yet, I need your assistance with something, Ji Chang called out to the departing headman with a grin. What is it? The headman asked curiously. Well, you have a horse-drawn cart at your home, right? Could I borrow it? Ji Chang rubbed his hands together with a smile. What do you need it for? The headman inquired, protective of his prized possession and unwilling to lend it without clarity. I need to visit the city to purchase some desks for the school and pick up some provisions, Ji Chang replied candidly. All right, considering your efforts to establish a school in the village, I'll lend it to you this once. Just be sure to take good care of it. Also, remember to stick to the main road, avoid the back roads, lest you encounter bandits, the headman said after a moment of contemplation, offering his serious admonishment. You needn't worry, Ji Chang assured him with a nod. Very well, I'll be heading back now. When you need the cart, just come to my house and take it. The headman waved his hand dismissively, retreating with his hands behind his back. Once the headman had left, Ji Chang returned indoors to wash up. After completing his morning routine and planning to prepare a meal for himself, he noticed the plump girl emerging, supporting her head with her hands. Awake, do you feel unwell? Ji Chang asked with a smile upon seeing her. The plump girl shook her head and hurried over. Young master, I don't know what happened today, my head feels particularly heavy, so I woke up late. It happened again, she stammered, her voice trembling with anxiety, as if her extra sleep were a grave offense. Ji Chang naturally bore no ill will towards her, it was likely a lingering effect from the previous day. It's alright, take it easy today, I can manage things myself, he waved his hand dismissively. However, the plump girl was remarkably stubborn, insisting that Ji Chang should not lift a finger and that she would handle everything. Unable to dissuade her, Ji Chang acquiesced, retreating to his room to check on the insects he had nurtured. He retrieved a ceramic jar from beneath his bed, opening the lid to release a peculiar scent through the sunlight. He discovered only a single large spider remaining inside. You have cultivated a goo insect. The 1000 poison spider, level cap 5. This spider possesses formidable toxicity and astonishing speed. It requires ingestion of poisonous substances to upgrade and reproduce. After reading the message, Ji Chang extended his hand, and the egg-sized spider crawled into his palm. Though he had cultivated this spider, Ji Chang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The practical utility of the 1000 poison spider paled in comparison to that of the bloodthirsty worm. Without hesitation, he cast the spider outside, allowing it to hunt for poisonous prey to upgrade and reproduce. Ji Chang then reviewed his information panel and noted that his cultivation had reached a 3-year mark, a testament to the benefits of the plump girl's bloodline. Suddenly, it struck him that since returning, he had yet to treat the plump girl's ailments. He needed to fulfill that obligation, thus, he rose and exited, finding the plump girl still tending to the fire in the kitchen. Come here, plump girl, let me treat your ailments, Ji Chang beckoned. Yes, young master, the plump girl nodded obediently as she approached. Ji Chang prepared the customary black cloth and a bowl of water. This time, he refrained from introducing the bloodthirsty worm, instead allowing 2 spirit bloodworms from within the plump girl to emerge. He intended to keep these 2 worms for future use, confident that the reduction in her internal spirit bloodworms would not pose a significant issue, as they could still reproduce. Chapter 12. Entering the city. Moreover, Ji Chang has accelerated the absorption rate of the Lingshui insect. Now, with just a day's feeding, he can enhance his cultivation by an entire year. Currently, Ji Chang possesses 3 types of goo insects: the Lingshui insect, the bloodthirsty insect, and the Qian poison spider, yet he remains most satisfied with the Lingshui insect. After pretending to cure Fat Girl's ailment, Ji Chang suddenly received a vision from one of the bloodthirsty insects in a particular direction. Observing this scene, Ji Chang calmly turned to Fat Girl and said, Fat Girl, please go out and prepare some food. Yes, my lord. Fat Girl replied and promptly exited. Ji Chang then closed his eyes at the table, directing his consciousness towards the bloodthirsty insects controlling Ji Ershi and his wife. At that moment, a young girl dressed as a maid quietly arrived at Ji Ershi's home. Ji Chang recognized her as Ji Ershi's daughter, his own cousin, Ji Xiuxiu, who served as a maid in the Zhou family. Upon returning home, Ji Xiuxiu immediately rushed to her room, where she found her parents present. She promptly inquired, Father, Mother, have you dealt with that bookish fool? However, there was no response from her parents. Growing impatient, Ji Xiuxiu pressed, I am asking you a question. The eldest son has stated that this bookish fool must die. At this moment, Ji Xiuxiu noticed something was amiss. Her parents sat silently in the room, motionless and mute. What is wrong, father, mother? She approached them and, it has all gone bad. The table was still set with the remnants of the meal from that night. Although March was not particularly warm, food left out for too long would inevitably spoil. Are you both ill? Ji Xiuxiu observed her parents' pale faces and lifeless eyes, frowning with concern. Even if you are unwell, you must complete the task assigned by the eldest son. Let me remind you, the eldest son said that if this matter is handled well, I will be promoted to a first-class maid in the Zhou family, but if it is not, our family will suffer the consequences. Ji Xiuxiu, displaying an air of entitlement, spoke without further thought. From the perspective of the bloodthirsty insect, Ji Chang scoffed coldly, commanding Ji Ershi to rise and close the door to their home. Father, have you already killed him? Ji Xiuxiu, seeing her father closing the door, assumed he was about to discuss something secretive. Ji Xiuxiu, you too shall perish. Ji Ershi's voice was rigid and hoarse. Father, have you lost your mind? Ji Xiuxiu furrowed her brow. Suddenly, Ji Ershi opened his mouth, and countless bloodthirsty insects surged toward Ji Xiuxiu. The sight before her left Ji Xiuxiu frozen in terror. Ah! As a mere maid, she had never encountered such a scene, and all she could do was scream in panic. Yet, the more she screamed, the easier it became for the bloodthirsty insects to enter her body. In no time, Ji Xiuxiu fell under their control. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly provided an opportunity for Ji Chang to infiltrate the Zhou family using her identity as a maid, allowing the bloodthirsty insects to gradually infiltrate the household while also assessing any formidable individuals within the Zhou family. After seizing control of Ji Xiuxiu, Ji Chang commanded her to return to the Zhou residence, deciding not to rush the remaining tasks until she had done so. Once Ji Xiuxiu's situation was resolved, Ji Chang finally opened his eyes. At that moment, Fat Girl had prepared some porridge and served it to him. After hastily consuming a small portion, Ji Chang rose and stated, I shall go to the city to purchase some items. You and De Hei stay home to guard it. My lord, travel safely. Fat Girl nodded, offering her reminder. Just as Ji Chang prepared to leave, he paused, deciding to check on the old man's activities. If he departed, the old man might take the opportunity to raid the house. Ji Chang swiftly shifted his perspective to the bloodthirsty insects monitoring the old Taoist. Since last night, the old man had not left the premises, seemingly engaged in healing, with a mass of black energy enveloping his severed arm, continuously regenerating flesh and blood. This old fellow possesses some skill, however, he will require time to fully restore his arm, thus presenting no immediate danger. With this reassurance, Ji Chang felt at ease and stepped outside, first borrowing a cart from the village head before driving alone toward the county town. The memories of his original self vividly recalled the route to the county, and thus Ji Chang navigated the cart accordingly. The speed of the horse-drawn cart was swift, and within the hour, he arrived at the county town. Ji Chang first drove the cart to a furniture shop. Good sir, what may I assist you in purchasing? Our tables and chairs are the finest in the entire city. A young attendant greeted Ji Chang with a broad smile upon his entrance. I wish to acquire several desks suitable for studying and writing. What do you have available? Ji Chang inquired after surveying the shop. You are in luck, sir, please follow me. The attendant's ears perked up at the mention of several and his smile widened further. As Ji Chang followed the attendant deeper into the store, they arrived at the section designated for desks. Sir, here we have half-foot wide side tables, 1.5-foot writing desks, and 3-foot wide painting tables. The attendant eagerly pointed out the various options, continuing, if these ordinary ones do not suit your taste, we also have exquisite sandalwood tables. Ji Chang glanced around and asked, these will suffice. What are the prices? Sir, the half-foot tables are 20 copper coins each, the 1.5-foot desks are 50 copper coins, and the 3-foot tables are 80 copper coins each, the attendant promptly replied. Ji Chang nodded. In the world of Dalai Zhai, prior to the Great Turmoil, the purchasing power of currency was still quite substantial. Even the widest ordinary wooden table cost merely 80 copper coins, and a villager's daily wage was only 50 copper coins. It was no wonder his uncle sought to take his life. Over 100 taels of silver plus a jade hairpin was something his uncle could hardly accumulate over half a lifetime. I will take 9 of the 1.5-foot desks and 17 wooden stools. How much will that total? Ji Chang pondered momentarily before stating. 9 desks will amount to 450 coins, and wooden stools are 10 coins each, totaling 170 coins. In total, that makes 620 coins, the attendant calculated with a smile, deeming it a significant order. I will provide you with 800 coins, can you deliver them to Dave Village? Ji Chang glanced at the cart outside, realizing he would still need to purchase grain, which would not fit alongside such a large order. It was better to have them deliver the items. Absolutely, sir, rest assured, we will deliver them today, the attendant readily agreed, considering the 180 coins for the delivery worthwhile. Just as Ji Chang stepped outside the shop after making his purchases, a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache descended the stairs accompanied by the shopkeeper. Master Hu, please take care, the shopkeeper bowed slightly, his countenance radiating servility as he bid farewell to the middle-aged man. Chapter 13 The Zhou family. The middle-aged man known as Steward who raised his chin haughtily and nodded with an air of arrogance, however, upon spotting Ji Chang emerging from the shop, his expression tightened, and his previously casual pace quickened considerably. By the time Steward who reached the entrance of the shop, Ji Chang had already driven his carriage away into the distance, nevertheless, Hu managed to catch a glimpse of Ji Chang's profile before hastily departing. After a while, Hu hurriedly arrived at an opulent mansion. A plaque at the main entrance read Zhou residence. Flanking the entrance were a pair of enormous stone lions, each standing on a pile of golden ingots, exuding an aura of affluence. Hu rushed into the mansion and made his way towards the side hall. At that moment, in the side hall of the Zhou family, two individuals were engaged in conversation. One of them, around his 40s or 50s, sported a beard and wore a brocade robe, exuding an air of dignity, though his brow bore a hint of hostility and gloom. He was Zhou Bao, the head of the Zhou family. The other, approximately 20 years of age, was robustly built, with arms like coiled dragons and a back like a bear, embodying strength. He was Zhou Xiong, the eldest son of Zhou Bao. Your second uncle is currently vying for the position of inspector in the court. Before he ascends, you must remain at home obediently and refrain from causing trouble, Zhou Bao admonished his son. I am aware of your extraordinary martial talent and your belief that your iron fists can conquer all, but I must inform you that you are gravely mistaken. If you do not temper your reckless disposition, you will inevitably face dire consequences. Father, I understand, must you persist? It was merely a matter of eliminating two individuals, it's hardly a grave issue, is it? Zhou Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Humph, what do you know? In ordinary circumstances, you might have acted as you wished, but what is the situation now? Your second uncle is striving for a position of great power, one that many covet like starving wolves, and they will stop at nothing to undermine him, Zhou Bao retorted, his frustration evident as he gazed at his oblivious son. At this juncture, your second uncle cannot afford to give them any incriminating evidence, so the Zhou family must present a clean front. Take that scholar from last time, who made a ruckus by reporting to the authorities. If this reaches higher-ups, it would be exceedingly detrimental to your second uncle. I have mentioned the significance of the inspector's position more than once. If your second uncle secures this role, the Zhou family will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. This is of utmost importance for both him and our family. Do you comprehend? Zhou Bao's tone escalated, tinged with anger. Understood, I will handle it. I assure you it won't affect anything. I have already paid off that scholar's uncle to eliminate him, ensuring that he will no longer report to the authorities, Zhou Xiong affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Steward who hurriedly approached. What is the matter? Zhou Bao, no longer chastising his brash son, turned to inquire of Hu. Master, I have spotted that scholar named Ji. However, this time he did not go directly to the county office. Instead, he first visited a shop selling tables and chairs, where I saw him, Hu reported, bowing slightly. Hearing Hu's words, Zhou Bao's brow furrowed as he coldly addressed Zhou Xiong. Is this what you call resolving the issue? Damn it! Zhou Xiong cursed, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Hu. Old Hu, has Ji Xiuxiu returned? If he has taken my money yet failed to act, I suspect they wish for their demise. Enough, what good does pursuing this now do? Since a problem has arisen, we must find a solution. That scholar must not be allowed to cause a scene at the county office, Zhou Bao scolded Zhou Xiong before turning to Hu with a stern demeanor. Old Hu, hasn't a formidable ruffian recently emerged in the city, establishing a gang called Wang San? Indeed, master. This Wang San wishes to pay you a visit and align himself with the Zhou family, but you did not meet him at that time, Hu nodded in acknowledgement. Inform him accordingly. If he is wise, he should know how to act for the aftermath. Old Hu, you understand how to handle it, correct? Zhou Bao stated expressionlessly. Old Hu understood. In our Qingshi County, when do gangs not end up fighting to the death? With a cruel smile, Old Hu slightly bowed and departed. Meanwhile, Ji Chang had completed his purchase of grain and, as he prepared to return, was drawn to a bustling pork shop. He halted his carriage, intrigued by the crowd surrounding the establishment. Indeed, the throng was considerable. Adhering to the common belief that quality comes with quantity, Ji Chang decided to buy some pork, intending to reward the black dog for its decent performance the previous night with a bone. Approaching the shop, Ji Chang noticed a lengthy line of customers ahead of him, and after a considerable wait, it was finally his turn. Pointing at a whole, well-prepared pig's leg hanging up, he declared, "I want that entire leg, bones included." "That pig leg costs half a tael of silver," the butcher replied while chopping pork. "Is it really that expensive?" Ji Chang exclaimed in astonishment. Half a tael of silver equated to 500 copper coins, and he could scarcely believe that it merely purchased a single leg. The young apprentice beside the butcher chuckled and explained, "Sir, our pigs are ginseng pigs, renowned for their exquisite flavor." Just as the apprentice finished speaking, a flicker of unusual knowledge flashed in Ji Chang's mind. He glanced at the book in his mind, realizing that a new tale had emerged in the section of curiosities. Curiosity: ginseng is a spiritual herb from the mountains, possessing treasures throughout. Ordinary consumption can enhance physical health and eliminate ailments. For cultivators, consuming it promotes growth in their abilities and aids in their practice. The pork from Zhang's pork shop is noted for its rich aroma and firm texture. Despite its high price, it enjoys widespread acclaim from customers. It is rumored that the pigs are raised on ginseng, bestowing them with these remarkable qualities. Hence, the pork from Zhang's shop is referred to as ginseng pork. Please verify the truth of this rumor at verification difficulty 2 stars, danger level 3 stars, verification result truth or falsehood, evidence sufficiency 0. Sufficiency must exceed 60 to determine the outcome. Verification reward 1 Taoist cultivation year. 2 techniques for refining corpses into puppets. Indeed, a pauper cannot afford it. Step aside and do not hinder my purchase of meat. Ji Chang, momentarily captivated by the new tale, was jolted back to reality by the mocking laughter of other customers. Regaining his composure, Ji Chang produced silver from his pocket and said, "Here, I will buy it." Since the tale was regarding this pork shop, regardless of the cost, he felt compelled to procure it for further study. Upon receiving the silver, the young apprentice promptly retrieved the entire pig leg, wrapping it in a large piece of oil paper before handing it to Ji Chang. Taking the oil paper, Ji Chang discreetly scattered a few bloodthirsty insects before departing from the shop. He placed the pork in his cart and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 14 The Black-Skin King San. However, it was not long after Ji Chang had departed when he was confronted by 4 ruffians clad in tattered garments, blocking his path. "Hey, kid, come with us for a moment," one of the ruffians declared, his arms crossed defiantly as he addressed Ji Chang. "What? In broad daylight, you dare to rob me in the street?" Ji Chang replied coolly, displaying no signs of alarm as he sat comfortably in his carriage. These 4 ordinary thugs were hardly worth his concern. Even without the myriad of means at his disposal, he believed that he could easily withstand their attempts. While Ji Chang remained unperturbed, the passers-by around them were filled with trepidation, whispering amongst themselves as they hurried past. "Alas, this scholar has caught the attention of the black-skinned gang. He is in for a rough time. Enough talk, let us leave quickly, lest we become entangled in this mess ourselves." The onlookers averted their gazes, some casting sympathetic glances at Ji Chang. The 4 ruffians reveled in the attention, puffing out their chests with pride. "Quit the nonsense, our boss wants to see you." One of the ruffians, sensing Ji Chang's audacity, stepped forward, preparing to seize him by force. With a fleeting glance, Ji Chang noticed the ruffian's filthy hands reaching out. Remaining seated on his carriage, he delivered a swift kick, sending the ruffian sprawling to the ground. "Ouch," the ruffian groaned, clutching his chest as he lay on the ground, then bellowed hoarsely, "Get up, and make sure to finish him off." Seeing Ji Chang dare to resist, the remaining 3 thugs drew short clubs hidden at their waists, ready to teach Ji Chang a lesson. Rather than retreating, Ji Chang advanced, leaping off the carriage. He deftly sidestepped one ruffian's attack and delivered a powerful punch to his nose. "Ouch!" the ruffian cried out, collapsing to the ground. Subsequently, Ji Chang executed a swift kick, toppling another ruffian as he seized a fallen club. He swung it down upon the final ruffian, who was unable to evade in time and was struck on the head. To Ji Chang's disappointment, this body lacked sufficient strength. The blow did not incapacitate the ruffian. With a resounding thud, Ji Chang followed up with an upward kick. "Ah!" the ruffian howled, kneeling as he shielded the area that had been struck. "What a formidable young man!" Several women passing by stopped to witness how Ji Chang dispatched the 4 ruffians with such ease. But what good was defeating these lackeys? The notorious Black-Skin King San was quite formidable. This would only serve to further provoke him, and it seemed the scholar was in grave danger. Indeed, many passers-by paused, some expressing admiration while others shook their heads, believing Ji Chang had only escalated his predicament. I implore you, young man, flee quickly. These people belong to the Black Skin Gang, and their leader, King San, is fearsome, one woman shouted to Ji Chang. Black Skin King San? Ji Chang rummaged through his memories, both his own and those of his predecessor, but found no recollection of such a figure. However, he surmised that anyone who would so brazenly block his path could not harbor good intentions irresolutely. Ji Chang unleashed a few bloodthirsty insects upon the four ruffians, then expressed his gratitude to the woman before driving his carriage out of the city. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, he recalled the words of Mencius, finding wisdom in them. In a world where any corner could conceal a hidden master, even a ruffian leader should not be underestimated. If bloodthirsty insects could resolve this matter, there was no need for him to take personal risks. Once the insects had subdued the ruffians, he could return and inquire about King San's intentions. Of course, caution was one thing, but Ji Chang was not afraid of them. He proceeded at his own deliberate pace, guiding the carriage towards the city's outskirts. Go, tell Third Master, the ruffians supported one another as they exited the street. Unbeknownst to them, within their bodies, small insects had begun to multiply at an alarming rate. By the time the four ruffians returned to their so-called gang headquarters to see King San, they were thoroughly under the control of the bloodthirsty insects. You useless fools, you couldn't even capture a scholar, a lean, dark-skinned man berated the four with fury. Through the perspective of the bloodthirsty insects, Ji Chang caught a glimpse of this so-called black-skinned King San. The man was bald, with a scar running across his face, exuding the aura of a ruthless character. As for his coal-black skin, Ji Chang understood its origin. It was not merely a matter of genetics but rather a consequence of his cultivation in external martial arts. Martial arts training is divided into two categories: external and internal. External cultivation strengthens the body, with the first three realms being flesh, bones, and organs. King San's dark complexion was likely the result of his external training. Ji Chang, having traversed this path in his past life, was acutely aware of it, though he was uncertain to what realm this man had attained. If he had reached the organ realm, where his blood ran as hot as a furnace, Ji Chang's bloodthirsty insects would be powerless to control him. The survival conditions for low-level bloodthirsty insects were quite stringent, requiring an environment of 0 to 50 degrees Celsius. Even higher-tier insects, while having enhanced survival capabilities, were still limited. Their greatest improvement lay in their breeding speed, not their resilience. The average human blood temperature hovers around 36 to 37 degrees, but a martial artist who has reached the organ realm would pump blood heated by their refined organs, making it impossible for the bloodthirsty insects to survive. Only spiritual blood insects, having evolved through spiritual blood, could potentially control a martial artist at this level. Although Ji Chang doubted that a leader of a small county gang could reach the organ realm, he chose to exercise caution and refrained from acting hastily. After all, he was in the shadows while King San was in the light, and he would have ample opportunities. Damn it, you four, lead the way and bring out all the horses from the gang. Let's see if we can catch up to him. King San barked angrily. Third Master, he is merely a poor scholar, must we take this so seriously? One of the ruffians ventured cautiously. You know nothing. Hurry and prepare the horses, and if you speak out of turn again, I'll have your tongues cut out. King San rose, admonishing the four subordinates. Yes, Third Master, we shall prepare at once. Having failed to extract information, Ji Chang remained unperturbed, following King San's orders to bring forth the horses. Before long, 7 horses were led to the entrance. This represented the entirety of the Black-Skin Gang's mounts. As they were merely a newly emerged small gang, it was commendable that they could muster 7 horses. King San called upon 2 skilled members of the gang, and along with the 4 ruffians under Ji Chang's control, they hastily made their way towards the city outskirts. Chapter 15. The peculiarities of the pork shop. As they traversed back and forth, Ji Chang had already left the city with his own plans in mind. He drove the carriage at a leisurely pace, estimating that he would be pursued after traveling about 10 miles. At present, Ji Chang was simultaneously driving the carriage and contemplating the newly emerged peculiar account in his mind, which presented a verification difficulty and danger level higher than the first by a notch, with considerably greater rewards to be gained. Ji Chang speculated that there must be hidden truths within this matter. If they truly were raising pigs on ginseng, such a perilous situation would be inconceivable. Even when confronting the reanimated corpses, the danger level was merely 2 stars. How could a peculiar account from a pork shop be more hazardous than facing such undead? Furthermore, the notion of feeding piglets ginseng seemed exceedingly extravagant. If he were indeed using ginseng for nourishment, the price of half a tael of silver for a pig's leg would be absurdly low. Currently, the proprietor and apprentices of the pork shop were busily selling meat. Once they closed up shop, Ji Chang intended to have the bloodthirsty insects accompany them to their breeding grounds for a closer inspection. Lost in his thoughts while on the road, Ji Chang quickly drove the carriage to a point 10 miles outside the city. Through the perspective of the bloodthirsty insects, he could see that Pai Wang San was approaching rapidly. Ji Chang halted the carriage and swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby tree. Barely had Ji Chang hidden himself when 7 horsemen pursued from behind. Indeed, it was Hei Pai Wang San. Wang San dismounted with 6 subordinates, glaring at the empty carriage in a fit of rage. Damn it, that brat has escaped again. Wang San kicked the wooden side of the carriage viciously. Third Master, I have an idea. One of the subordinates approached Wang San and whispered. Speak. Wang San, consumed by anger, failed to notice the unease in his subordinate's demeanor. Third Master, go to hell. The subordinate brandished a dagger, taking advantage of Wang San's momentary lapse, and lunged it towards Wang San's lower back while simultaneously seizing Wang San's weapon from his waist. However, the rather dull dagger merely sank into Wang San's flesh without penetrating further, as if piercing through dense rubber. You seek death. Wang San, feeling the sudden pain in his waist, was startled and instinctively retaliated with a punch. The subordinate was sent flying by Wang San's blow. A rusty dagger remained lodged in Wang San's body, but he had no time to extract it. The very subordinate he had just hurled away was rising again at an eerily unnatural angle. He soon realized that the other 6 subordinates were also approaching him with expressionless faces, weapons in hand. While on the road, Ji Chang had controlled 2 of Wang San's remaining subordinates with the bloodthirsty insects, and now all 6 were under Ji Chang's command. Do you dare to rebel? Wang San roared furiously, yet received no response. The 6 continued to close in on him, unwavering. Damn it, die for me! Wang San cursed at his silent subordinates and took the initiative to attack. The 6 controlled individuals, likewise armed, charged at him. Ha! Wang San delivered a powerful kick. Bang! One subordinate was sent crashing away, the impact shattering his ribcage. Under normal circumstances, such a kick would have likely killed a regular person instantly, yet, these 6 were no ordinary individuals. The one who had been kicked away quickly flipped back to his feet and resumed his assault on Wang San. Wang San struck another subordinate with a palm, sending him flying, but they continued to swarm him. Wang San held nothing back, targeting their vital points with each blow, yet to his horror, he found he could not kill them. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. In his moment of distraction, one of the subordinates seized the opportunity and slashed at his back. Wang San let out a pained howl, retaliating by kicking the assailant away, and swiftly seized the long knife from the fallen subordinate's grasp, using it to slit the throat of another. What shocked Wang San even more was that, instead of blood, hordes of small black insects poured forth from the severed throat, scurrying towards him. After battling for a considerable time, Ji Chang, concealed in the woods, had discerned the strength of this foe. He could withstand ordinary weapons that were not very sharp, indicating that his flesh had been tempered. However, even after several minutes of fighting, he would tire, and since the blood did not emit a thunderous sound, he had yet to reach the visceral stage. This adversary's strength seemed to be at the bone stage. With that realization, Ji Chang felt reassured to let the bloodthirsty insects take action. Get away, cleaving mountain blade! Seeing the swarm of insects approaching him, Wang San began to panic. His large blade struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt in an attempt to block the insects, but it proved futile. The bloodthirsty insects swiftly broke through the soil and continued their advance towards him. At this moment, Wang San was utterly terrified, desperately attempting to flee towards his horse, but Ji Chang would not allow him to escape easily, quickly commanding several subordinates to obstruct his path. These relentless, seemingly indestructible creatures posed a challenge even for Wang San, a minor expert at the bone stage, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. Once bound, the bloodthirsty insects seized the opportunity to swarm over Wang San. While the insects could not penetrate his flesh, they easily found entry points into his body. Before long, Wang San, still engaged in combat with the remaining subordinates, became completely covered in bloodthirsty insects. No, please, no. Wang San had surrendered to the chaos, discarding his long knife and frantically swatting at the insects covering him, but to no avail. Countless bloodthirsty insects invaded his mouth, nostrils, ears, and even other orifices, burrowing into his body. At this moment, Ji Chang emerged from behind the tree. Leader Wang. Ji Chang approached Wang San slowly, a smile gracing his lips. Wang San, upon seeing Ji Chang, widened his eyes in terror, stammering as he pointed at him. Why, you are that scholar? Indeed, I am the scholar Ji Chang you seek, Ji Chang replied with a smile and a nod. At this point, the bloodthirsty insects within Wang San had already begun to exert control over him, so Ji Chang felt no fear of a sudden attack. Please, Sir Ji, I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. I meant no harm, I merely wished to invite you to the Hei Pai gang for a cup of tea. Wang San, upon seeing Ji Chang step forward, immediately knelt, slapping his own face while pleading for mercy. It must be said that Wang San had managed to make a name for himself in Qingshi County, not only due to his strength and ruthlessness but also his remarkable capacity for humility. Speak honestly and respectfully. This is your final opportunity. Ji Chang maintained a smile, yet his eyes were icy. Wang San, gazing at Ji Chang's smiling visage, inexplicably felt a wave of fear wash over him. Coupled with the bizarre insects still invading his body, he dared not conceal anything further from Ji Chang, hastily confessing, "Yes, I was coerced into this. They wanted me to kill you, Sir Ji." Chapter 16. Who is silence means death. Ji Chang approached Wang San and inquired further. "Master Ji, I can divulge this information, but you must promise to spare my life," Wang San hastily negotiated. Tisk. Ji Chang moved behind Wang San, seized a long knife from a controlled ruffian, and aimed it at Wang San's throat. This hardened martial artist indeed had tough skin and resilient flesh, yet that did not imply he was impervious to ordinary blades. For instance, should one wield a long knife and strike at his neck, the flesh there was minimal, a known vulnerable area for practitioners of body refinement. A forceful blow could easily pierce through skin and flesh, severing vital blood vessels, leading to an inescapable demise. Sensing the chilling presence behind him, Wang San trembled increasingly, yet years in the underworld imparted a crucial lesson. As long as he remained of value, his assailants might hesitate to kill him. If deemed useless, his life hung on a mere thought. Given the recent events, Wang San was far from believing that this seemingly genteel scholar was an easy target. Thus, he needed to maintain control over the situation to ensure his survival. "Master Ji, if you refuse to grant me my life, I shall not reveal the identity of the mastermind." Upon hearing Wang San's words, Ji Chang slowly approached him, knife in hand. "Since you are unwilling to speak, then there is no need for you to say anything." With that, Ji Chang swung the knife with force, slicing through Wang San's throat, cleaving flesh and blood vessels. Wang San's eyes widened in shock, a fleeting impulse of regret flickering within him, but it was too late for any action. The blade cut through his neck, and due to the bloodthirsty insect having only recently entered his body, the blood had not yet been fully drained. As the knife struck, a spray of blood mingled with the dark little creatures erupted forth. Wang San clutched his neck, wide-eyed, and fell to the ground in defiance. "You have slain a martial artist of the bone refinement stage, earning the reward. 20 days of cultivation. You have slain a martial artist of the bone refinement stage, earning the reward. A low-grade external martial art known as black skin technique, which can be cultivated to the bone refinement stage, resulting in notably dark skin and exceptional defense upon mastery." "So it is." Observing the triggered rewards, Ji Chang nodded discreetly, realizing that his interface served a dual purpose, functioning for both players and NPCs, thus allowing for rewards even through acts of violence. Moreover, he received 2 rewards, one for cultivation and one for technique. However, the technique dropped by Wang San was rather mediocre. Aside from the useful cultivation reward, the martial art he provided was utterly worthless, something Ji Chang would not even glance at, past or present. As for the mastermind behind it all, Ji Chang could surmise without Wang San's input. The only entity capable of compelling Wang San into action and harboring a grudge against him was undoubtedly the Zhou family. "The Zhou family will deal with you in due time," Ji Chang sneered. He then commanded the bloodthirsty insects to swiftly drain Wang San's body of blood, ultimately reclaiming the insects from both Wang San and the ruffian with the severed throat. With their throats cut, these two could not return to town. It was better to recover the insects and bury them instead. Ji Chang directed the remaining 5 to drag Wang San and the other individual to a nearby grove, where they dug a pit to inter them, subsequently sweeping away the traces of their skirmish before hastening his horse-drawn carriage and 7 steeds towards Dave village. As for the remaining 5, Ji Chang instructed them to retreat to the city and continue their concealment. Perhaps they would prove unexpectedly useful against the Zhou family in a few days. An hour later, Ji Chang returned to Dave village. "Fat girl, come out and help with the unloading," he called as he arrived at his doorstep with the carriage and 7 horses. "I'm coming." Fat girl hurried out upon hearing Ji Chang's voice. "Young master, have you purchased so many supplies?" she exclaimed, astonished at the cart brimming with grain. "Yes, let's unload it together," Ji Chang nodded. However, just as he was about to unwrap the pig's thigh wrapped in oil paper, he suddenly recalled that Fat girl was the reincarnation of a spirit pig. He wondered if she could eat pork. "Fat girl, have you ever eaten pork?" Ji Chang asked, eyeing her curiously as she approached. "Pork? Yes, I have. There was a year of good harvest during my childhood, and my father bought us some pork. It was so delicious." Fat girl paused, then swallowed with a hint of nostalgia, her tone filled with desire and reminiscence. Observing her reaction, Ji Chang realized his concerns were unfounded. He raised the wrapped pork, saying, "Wait while I study this pork. If all goes well, we shall have it for dinner tomorrow." Yes, wonderful." Fat girl nodded eagerly, feeling immensely fortunate to be by Ji Chang's side. Not only did she shed weight daily, but she would also get to enjoy pork. With this thought, she felt invigorated, even contemplating lifting the entire cart of grain by herself. However, Ji Chang did not allow Fat Girl to work alone. Though she was sturdy, she was merely 13 years old. Thus, Ji Chang assisted her in moving the entire cart of grain into the courtyard. And these 7 horses as well, they are ours. After unloading the grain, Ji Chang pointed to the 7 horses of varying quality. Ah. Indeed, young master. Fat Girl was somewhat perplexed. She wondered what Ji Chang intended to do with so many horses, yet her timid nature prevented her from asking further. Subsequently, Ji Chang returned the cart to the village head, gifting him a jar of fine wine in gratitude. The village head was a decent man who had aided Ji Chang significantly, and Ji Chang was willing to offer gifts, for he might require assistance in the future. Indeed, the gift of wine was well received. The village head was quite fond of it, showering Ji Chang with praise and urging him to seek help whenever he faced difficulties. By the time Ji Chang returned from the village head's home, Fat Girl had already settled all the horses. She had constructed a simple outdoor enclosure with wooden sticks to contain the relatively docile horses. Among them, the one Wang San had ridden was the finest, the rest were rather ordinary, with one being an old horse. Each horse was worth several taels of silver, with Wang San's fetching even more than 10. In total, they amounted to a considerable fortune. Young master, you have returned. A man came earlier, saying he would help us build a house. He claimed all the materials are ready and will arrive shortly to commence construction. Fat Girl spoke eagerly upon seeing Ji Chang return. Understood. Ji Chang nodded, then pointed at the horses, instructing, go fetch some grass to feed them. Just a little will suffice. When the builders arrive, tell them to construct a stable beside our courtyard. Yes. Fat Girl replied promptly. Chapter 17. Zhou Xiong. After giving a thorough account to Fat Girl, Ji Chang returned to his room and reclined on his bed, feigning sleep. Meanwhile, his consciousness shifted to Ji Xiuxiu's side. At that moment, Ji Xiuxiu had already returned to the Zhou family and was being interrogated by the eldest son, Zhou Xiong. Ji Xiuxiu, does your family desire death? Your parents have received such a substantial sum from me, yet they have failed to resolve the matter? Zhou Xiong rose, his towering figure, over 2 meters tall, loomed over the kneeling Ji Xiuxiu like a mountain. Young master, I have already consulted my parents. They have devised a comprehensive plan and are preparing to take action in the coming days. Ji Xiuxiu trembled as she spoke, her words dictated by the bloodthirsty bug's control. Humph, but you have already delayed the matter. Zhou Xiong scoffed coldly. Young master, grant me another chance. My parents will surely eliminate that impoverished scholar in the next few days, Ji Xiuxiu pleaded frantically, bowing repeatedly. Ha, no need for that, my father has already dispatched someone to deal with that scholar. What use are you now? Zhou Xiong's gaze grew increasingly frigid, observing the scene through Ji Xiuxiu's perspective. Ji Chang silently noted the connection. Indeed, Wang San was trying to thwart him, and it was clearly the Zhou family's doing. Humph, if it were not for my father's instruction to remain low-key during this period, your entire family would face dire consequences for your incompetence. Zhou Xiong sneered. Young master, please spare me. Ji Xiuxiu continued to bow on the ground. Consider yourself fortunate. During this special time, I shall refrain from moving against your parents. As for you, if you can endure, you may live, if not, it will be your fate, Zhou Xiong declared as he yanked Ji Xiuxiu to her feet, tearing her clothing apart with a swift motion. What is this brute planning to do? Ji Chang, sharing Ji Xiuxiu's perspective, was momentarily bewildered. He had initially thought Ji Xiuxiu was doomed, yet it seemed the situation was heading in a different direction. However, Ji Chang soon detected something amiss. Zhou Xiong's condition was peculiar, his skin turning a vivid crimson. A deep rumbling sound emanated from his body, and soon, his eyes took on a reddish hue. Ji Chang, witnessing Zhou Xiong's transformation through Ji Xiuxiu's eyes, was astounded. This man, merely in his 20s, had already achieved mastery in external martial arts, quite an impressive talent. Then, Zhou Xiong ripped his own garments as he advanced towards Ji Xiuxiu. As time passed, the blood within Zhou Xiong surged with increasing speed and flow, prompting him to unleash a primal roar akin to a beast's. Instructing the bloodthirsty bug to refrain from reckless actions, Ji Chang swiftly severed the connection to Ji Xiuxiu's perspective. Sitting up in bed, he spat in frustration, experiencing Ji Xiuxiu's perspective felt akin to being on the receiving end of Zhou Xiong's advances. Yet this surveillance revealed a critical flaw in Zhou Xiong. His state was unlike that of an ordinary person. Based on Ji Chang's cultivation experience from his past life, it was evident that Zhou Xiong's training method must harbor certain side effects, possibly compelling him to engage in such acts periodically to maintain his health and enhance his cultivation. This weakness of Zhou Xiong could serve as an opportunity for Ji Chang's breakthrough. Otherwise, given his current strength, he could hardly contend with Zhou Xiong, let alone the Zhou family. Nevertheless, Ji Chang possessed his own advantages. Although he was no match for them in direct combat, the methods of the bloodthirsty bug remained undetectable to them. He operated in the shadows while the Zhou family remained in the light, ensuring that opportunities would eventually arise. Just moments ago, Ji Chang had devised a practical approach. In a few days, after enhancing his cultivation further, he could commence implementation. "Young master, the workers for the construction have arrived," Fat Girl announced at the door of Ji Chang's room. "Ji Chang, we have brought the tools," a robust voice called from outside. Ji Chang stepped outside to find several sturdy men, some carrying timber while others held tools. "Ji Chang, shall we begin?" the men inquired upon seeing him. "Yes, let's start at first. Help me construct a stable beside here to house these horses," Ji Chang instructed, gesturing towards several horses. "Wow, Ji Chang, where did you acquire so many horses?" the men asked, astonished. "I purchased them. If you wish to use them in the future, feel free to borrow them for a copper coin each time," Ji Chang replied with a smile, dismissing their curiosity nonchalantly. Though the men remained intrigued and somewhat puzzled about Ji Chang's source of wealth for purchasing horses, they were sensible enough not to press further. They proceeded to follow Ji Chang's instructions and began constructing the stable. After organizing these matters, Ji Chang found himself momentarily idle. There had been no developments from the old Taoist, and the pork shop remained quiet. As for the Zhou family, they were still embroiled in conflict. However, this brief respite did not bring Ji Chang a sense of security. Both the Zhou family and the old Taoist loomed over him like a sword, neither of which he could confront openly at present. Thus, he needed to continuously enhance his strength. But how could he achieve that? Ji Chang paced back and forth in his room. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While he could not control the bizarre occurrences, he could certainly investigate the supernatural. The rural areas should abound with strange happenings, especially in a world where ghosts and spirits existed. Old Li Zhang, given his age and status as the village head, likely possessed considerable knowledge of such matters. Ji Chang decided to inquire whether there were any peculiar incidents happening in the village and verify them himself. If they proved authentic, he could document them as anomalies. Indeed, this wine was a stroke of luck. It was time to seek out old Li Zhang. With a determined objective, Ji Chang set out towards old Li Zhang's residence. "Ah, what fine wine this is!" At that moment, old Li Zhang was leisurely enjoying a drink at home, a plate of raw peanuts set before him, relishing the moment. "Old Li Zhang, I have come again," Ji Chang called out, knocking on the door. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden loud knocking startled old Li Zhang, nearly causing him to choke on the peanuts. After a moment of coughing to regain his composure, he recognized Ji Chang's voice and, puzzled, rose to open the door, muttering, "What brings that rascal back? Is he regretting having given me such fine wine?" Creak. Old Li Zhang opened the door to find Ji Chang standing outside, a smile adorning his face. "You just returned, didn't you? What brings you here again? Have you come to reclaim the excellent wine you gifted me?" "Old Li Zhang, it's just a jar of wine. Am I the type to be stingy?" Ji Chang chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. "I suddenly recalled something and wanted to ask for your insight." Chapter 18 Strange Happenings in the Village. Alright, young Ji, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Come in first. The old village head, feeling somewhat guilty as Ji Chang mentioned he was there to inquire about something, forced a smile and hurriedly opened the door. Ji Chang followed the old village head into the room and, noticing the wine and peanuts laid out on the table, teased, "It seems I've come at an inopportune moment, interrupting your enjoyment. Should I leave and return later?" "Go on, stop teasing this old man, let me get you a bowl, and we can drink and chat." The old village head grinned widely and waved his hand, then fetched a bowl and poured a drink for Ji Chang. Without hesitation, Ji Chang sat down and began to drink with the old village head. After finishing half a bowl of wine, the old village head inquired, "What is it you wish to ask, young man?" "Speak freely, I shall share whatever I know." "Nothing much, I merely wish to inquire if there have been any peculiar occurrences in our village or the surrounding ones lately," Ji Chang asked with a smile. "Peculiar occurrences?" The old village head paused. "Yes, like ghosts or strange happenings," Ji Chang elaborated. "Oh, there are indeed many such tales." "Are you truly interested in hearing them?" the old village head asked curiously. "I intend to compose a book dedicated to documenting these strange occurrences. After all, that is the pursuit of a scholar," Ji Chang offered as an excuse. "While writing is indeed the aspiration of a scholar, what book exists that chronicles such oddities?" The old village head expressed his surprise. "Do not concern yourself with that. I am simply pursuing this goal. Please share your stories with me, particularly those that are true. In a few days, I shall bring you a jar of fine wine from the city." Ji Chang waved his hand, tossing a peanut into his mouth as he spoke. Ahem, very well, I shall regale you with a tale, but mind you, it is not for the sake of the wine. The old village head cleared his throat and added a clarifying note. Understood, please continue. Ji Chang urged. Speaking of strange occurrences, there is indeed one in the village at present. You are aware of the Bai family residing here, correct? The old village head leaned closer and whispered. I am not familiar. Ji Chang shook his head. Oh dear, you young folks are so engrossed in your studies that you know nothing. In our Dave village, most people share the surname Ji, while there are only 5 families with the surname Bai, all of whom belong to the same clan. Their ancestors were impoverished gentry who settled here decades ago, the old village head explained with a hint of exasperation. Please, go on. What has happened with the Bai family? Ji Chang inquired with curiosity. The youngest child of the Bai family, merely 7 years old, has been speaking of ghosts and spirits every day. Just 2 days ago, the 5th Bai suddenly fell ill and could not rise. Some say that the girl is a harbinger of misfortune, that her incessant talk of the supernatural has genuinely brought harm upon them, the old village head said with a mysterious tone, glancing outside to ensure no one was listening before continuing. The woman of the Bai family has given birth to 2 children after this girl, but guess what happened? What happened? Ji Chang asked, captivated by the unfolding tale. The first child passed away shortly after birth, and the second perished within the womb, the old village head continued. And then? Ji Chang pressed eagerly. And now, the man of the Bai family has suddenly fallen ill. During this time, the little girl has continued to speak of spirits and ghosts, to the point that the woman of the Bai family is contemplating selling her, the old village head added, his voice lowering further. Old village head, let us finish our drinks and pay a visit to the Bai family, Ji Chang suggested, nudging the old man's arm. Hey! You best mind your own business. This is a matter for the Bai family. What concern is it of yours? Are you not afraid of attracting misfortune? The old village head quickly withdrew his body from Ji Chang's proximity and waved his hand. I am a scholar. As long as I uphold righteousness and cultivate a noble spirit, I need not fear the supernatural. Perhaps I could even help the Bai family dispel any malevolent forces. Ji Chang, filled with excitement at the thought of encountering the ghostly little girl and the ailing man, concocted an excuse. And if there are indeed spirits involved, given my strength, I could subdue them and enhance my own abilities, a win-win situation. Ji Chang thought to himself. Young man, you should reconsider. The Bai family has already arranged to invite a master to come and assist them. If you wish to witness the commotion, I can take you along later, but for now, it is best we refrain from going, the old village head replied with a dismissive expression. Very well then, but do not forget to call for me when the time comes, Ji Chang conceded, realizing the old village head's firm stance, deciding to temporarily abandon his plans. After all, it would be too abrupt for him to approach the Bai family unannounced. Agreed, the old village head nodded in response. With that topic concluded, the two men conversed about various other matters. Ji Chang and the old village head engaged in discussion for quite some time. The old village head, being the elder of the village, was well versed in many curious and bizarre tales, although most were from the past and lacked substantial evidence, failing to meet Ji Chang's desire for documenting strange occurrences. They continued drinking until nearly dusk. Although Ji Chang had only gleaned one useful piece of information, his conversation with the old village head had enlightened him on many aspects of village life that he had previously overlooked while playing games in his past life. For instance, he learned which domesticated animals should not be kept beyond a certain age and that one should avoid walking through graveyards at night. These were all matters of local lore. Regrettably, none of these insights triggered any miraculous phenomena, yet Ji Chang still harbored thoughts about the potential for documentation. For instance, the admonition against night travel could be contrasted with his own intention to walk such paths. If he were to encounter something supernatural, he could vanquish it and enhance his cultivation. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing sufficient strength. Ji Chang found the evening's discussions thoroughly enjoyable, and by the time he returned home, the sky had darkened slightly. Young master, you have returned. The workers have left, and they have completed the stable. The horses have been led over, Pangya said eagerly as she approached Ji Chang upon his arrival. Ah, good, thank you for letting me know, Ji Chang nodded. Oh, and 2 carts arrived this afternoon, delivering some tables and benches that you purchased in the city. The workers helped carry them into the courtyard. Pangya pointed to the wooden tables and benches arranged in the yard. Ji Chang glanced over and remarked, there are 9 tables and 17 benches. That count is correct, yes? Indeed, young master, Pangya affirmed. Excellent, that will suffice, Ji Chang nodded. Spotting that Pangya had prepared a meal and brought it to his room, he quickly ate some food. Afterward, he closed the door and lay on the bed, pretending to rest. At this hour, the pork shop should be closing. It was time to check on that situation. Chapter 19 Black Whirlwind. As Ji Chang shifted his perspective to the bloodthirsty insect responsible for monitoring the pork shop, he observed that the insect was currently on the move, specifically following the butcher from the shop. After closing the establishment, the butcher pushed a handcart towards his home, whistling a tune as he made his way back, displaying no unusual behavior and not diverting to any other locations. The butcher resided in a relatively secluded area of the town, surrounded by few neighbors, yet his courtyard was quite spacious, featuring both a front and backyard, and the green brick house was beyond the means of ordinary folk. "Zhang Haizi, how much did you sell today?" A voice, resonant like a bell, called out as the butcher entered his home. Shortly thereafter, a woman over 2 meters tall, covered in black hair and possessing a face of formidable flesh, emerged from the side. Upon seeing this figure, the butcher, Zhang Haizi, instinctively shivered and hurried over, presenting a pouch of money while ingratiatingly saying, "Madam, here is today's earnings, which exceed yesterday's by a tale of silver." "What the hell, Black Whirlwind? What is she doing in Qingshi County?" Ji Chang was astonished as he viewed the woman, resembling a pig's bristle, through the bloodthirsty insect's perspective. He recognized her from his previous life, where she served as a minor boss in a main storyline quest. Following the open beta of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, the timeline and spatial factors segmented the game into several major phases. This woman was a general under a lord from a town during the second phase of the War Among Lords. Her striking appearance, reminiscent of Li Kuei, earned her the nickname Black Whirlwind among players. Ji Chang had even participated in a group assault against her as a player from the opposing faction during the earlier to mid stages of the war phase. In that period, she was indeed capable of tearing apart monsters and kicking players, though she ultimately met her demise at the hands of an alliance of advanced players and world NPCs. However, she appeared to be less formidable now than she would be in a few years. Black Whirlwind weighed the pouch of silver in her hands, nodding in satisfaction. Observing her contentment, Zhang Haizi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. 2 pigs have perished in the pen. Make sure to take them to the shop to sell tomorrow, Black Whirlwind instructed as she walked away. "Of course, madam. Have you noticed my performance lately? When will you share the secrets of pig farming with me?" Zhang Haizi followed her into the house, and once she sat down, he eagerly massaged her shoulders in a bid for favor. "Humph, do not entertain thoughts of the secret recipe. Sharing it with you would be of no benefit, just focus on slaughtering and selling pigs," Black Whirlwind retorted, suddenly turning to seize Zhang Haizi by the collar with a fierce grip. Yes, I won't pry any further," Zhang Haizi replied, nodding in a panic. Once he acknowledged her authority, Black Whirlwind released him, her tone softening as she continued, "Serve me faithfully, and I shall ensure your life is one of prosperity and ease." "Indeed, I understand, madam," Zhang Haizi responded eagerly. Ji Chang, who had been controlling the bloodthirsty insect to monitor their interaction, was taken aback. He did not expect that this butcher was oblivious to the origins of the ginseng pigs he slaughtered daily. In his previous life, he had never heard of Black Whirlwind raising pigs in Qingshi County, nor had he known she had a man. Nevertheless, Ji Chang was not anxious. He planned to accompany Black Whirlwind to the pigpen the following day to uncover its secrets. Subsequently, he surveyed the Zhou family and the old Taoist, finding no signs of unusual activity, before finally resting for the night. As the moon set and the sun rose, the night swiftly passed. The next morning, upon waking, Ji Chang checked his cultivation, noting an increase of a year. He had now cultivated for over 4 years. Similarly, Fatia had shed a few more pounds, her ears and nose appearing smaller. Ji Chang felt a surge of joy, while Fatia brimmed with happiness, humming a tune as she tidied the courtyard. As for Ji Chang, after reviewing his status panel, he did not rush out, as Black Whirlwind had already gone to the pigpen early that morning. Hastily, Ji Chang controlled the bloodthirsty insect to follow her, intent on uncovering the secrets hidden within the pigpen. The pigpen was located in the backyard, yet upon arriving with Black Whirlwind, Ji Chang was sorely disappointed. The structure was merely a larger than usual ordinary pigpen. He watched as Black Whirlwind swiftly entered and, moments later, emerged carrying 2 deceased fat pigs. She then proceeded to the front yard, where Zhang Haizi awaited with his handcart. Upon her arrival, he hurried over to assist her in placing the pigs onto the cart. "All right, you can take them away," Black Whirlwind gestured to Zhang Haizi. "Understood," Zhang Haizi replied, pushing the cart away from the courtyard. Returning to the backyard, Black Whirlwind began to feed the pigs from a large bag of feed. After observing for a while and finding nothing unusual, Ji Chang severed the bloodthirsty insect's connection. The secrets of the pork shop were not easily discernible, but he could begin his investigation with the purchased pork. After all, it would be a waste not to consume such expensive meat. Thus, Ji Chang pushed open the door and stepped outside. "Young master, you are awake," Fatia greeted him with a smile. Indeed, you've lost more weight today. In 3 or 4 days, you'll be nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person, Ji Chang remarked, nodding at Fatia, who had slimmed down further. Yes, Fatia replied with a beaming smile, filled with anticipation for the future, feeling that each day was a blessing. Ji Chang brought the pork he had purchased to the stove and beckoned Fatia, Fatia, chop some of the pork into minced pieces, sprinkle a bit of salt, and let us prepare a thin meat porridge. However, do not eat it until I come over. Yes, young master, Fatia assented, quickly preparing the dish, her agility increasing as she continued to lose weight. After about 30 minutes, Fatia finished cooking and called for Ji Chang. She was completely obedient to his instructions, ensuring she did not touch a drop of the broth. Ji Chang approached the stove, and the enticing aroma filled the courtyard. The meat indeed smelled exceptional. Yet, the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. He called over the large black dog, "Dehei, come here." Ji Chang fetched Dehei's bowl and served him a spoonful first. Let us see how the dog reacts. If he is fine, I'll eat too. Seeing that Ji Chang had not forgotten him, Dehei wagged his tail enthusiastically. His excitement multiplied. The dog quickly lay down and devoured the food. After finishing one bowl, Dehei looked up, tail wagging, awaiting another serving. Ji Chang obliged, giving him another spoonful. Chapter 20 of the special pork. Soon, Dehei devoured the entire second bowl with great enthusiasm. Observing that Dehei exhibited no remarkable changes after his meal, Ji Chang decided to serve himself a bowl as well and began to eat. To his surprise, the pork porridge was indeed quite fragrant. Before long, Ji Chang had finished his bowl of meat porridge. You have consumed a special food. Health points 1. You are currently in a borrowed corpse state. Immunity to side effects. You have consumed a special food. Taoist cultivation 0. 1 days after finishing a bowl of porridge, Ji Chang noticed a prompt appear before him. This meat certainly had some peculiarities, however, it seemed quite beneficial for him, as it could enhance his Taoist cultivation and grant immunity to side effects. Ji Chang pondered silently. Fatty, why don't you have a bowl and see how it is? Ji Chang suggested to the eagerly watching Fatty, who was practically drooling. Although the meat had its issues, Ji Chang assessed the side effects displayed on his panel and found them to be rather mild. A little indulgence would not pose much of a problem. It would be unreasonable not to let Fatty indulge as well, especially since even the dog had consumed 2 bowls. Fatty quickly filled a bowl for herself and relished every bite. The pot of meat porridge was not particularly large, with the dog finishing 2 bowls. Ji Chang and Fatty each had 2 bowls, leaving nothing behind. After they finished eating, Ji Chang turned to Fatty and inquired, "Fatty, how do you feel after consuming this porridge?" "It's delicious, my lord," Fatty replied while tidying up the dishes. "Aside from the taste, do you feel any discomfort after eating?" Ji Chang shot her a sidelong glance and asked further. "None at all. I feel particularly energetic right now. All is well," Fatty replied, somewhat perplexed. "Well, that's good." Hearing Fatty's response, Ji Chang felt reassured. The benefits of the meat were indeed substantial, although he only gained 0. 2 days of Taoist cultivation from 2 bowls of porridge. Just imagine the increase if he consumed an entire pig. Surely at least 20 to 30 days of cultivation. "From now on, this meat is for my consumption alone. Each time we cook, ensure to prepare a separate portion for me. It must be roasted and fragrant," Ji Chang instructed Fatty. For her safety, it was best that he enjoyed it by himself. "Understood, my lord." Fatty nodded without a hint of complaint or discontent. Having given Fatty her instructions, Ji Chang returned to his room and began plotting against the Zhou family. Ji Chang shifted his perspective to Ji Xiuxiu, who had endured quite a bit of torment at the hands of that savage bear. Had she not been under the control of the bloodthirsty insects, she might not have survived. Controlling Ji Xiuxiu's body, Ji Chang wandered around the Zhou residence. As a long-standing powerful family in Qingshi County, the Zhou family's influence was beyond doubt, and their estate was quite expansive. "Stop! Which maid are you? What are you sneaking around for?" At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Ji Xiuxiu turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure accompanied by a maid, standing before her. This person can be utilized. Ji Chang's mind raced. Qin Meyer, the concubine of Zhou Baoxing, the head of the Zhou family, and his most favored one at that. Several bloodthirsty insects, as small as sesame seeds, stealthily crawled down Ji Xiuxiu's body and began to make their way toward Qin Meyer. As Ji Chang directed the insects toward her, he simultaneously controlled Ji Xiuxiu to kneel, offering apologies to capture Qin Meyer's attention, and by some time, naturally, Qin Meyer took the opportunity to scold Ji Xiuxiu, showcasing her authority as the lady of the Zhou household. During this exchange, Ji Chang had already managed to control the bloodthirsty insects to enter Qin Meyer's body and begin to breed. Ji Chang did not intend to use Qin Meyer to kill Zhou Bao and Zhou Xiong. After all, she was merely an ordinary person. Even if an ambush were set during such actions, the likelihood of successfully eliminating the Zhou father and son was slim. However, Ji Chang could exploit Qin Meyer to sow discord between the Zhou family members. Moreover, her identity was far more advantageous than Ji Xiuxiu's, allowing her access to most areas of the Zhou estate, thus facilitating intelligence gathering. Once he had control over Qin Meyer, Ji Chang directed her to turn to the nearby maid and ask, "What were we supposed to do?" "Madam, we are to deliver pastries to the master." The maid, surprised that her mistress had forgotten such a task, dared not criticize her and answered obediently. "Oh, then let us proceed at once." Ji Chang controlled Qin Meyer to respond with a smile. Just as Ji Chang and the maid reached a corner of the side hall, they overheard a conversation about himself. "Father, has that scholar been dealt with?" The voice belonged to Zhou Xiong, prompting Ji Chang to hastily signal the maid to stop advancing, placing a finger to his lips. "Old Hu, you tell us," Zhou Bao's voice followed. "It's peculiar. I heard someone say that yesterday morning, a scholar single-handedly took down a few ruffians from the Black Skin gang on the street, and afterwards, he left the city in a carriage. Shortly after, someone spotted the ruffian Wang San leaving the city as well. He must have gone to pursue the scholar. After that, there was no further news, only a few ruffians returned, while Wang San was nowhere to be found," housekeeper who reported. "Could it be that the scholar named Ji did it? Could he truly have killed Wang San?" Zhou Xiong questioned in disbelief. "That possibility cannot be ruled out, but it is also feasible that other gangs collaborated with undercover members of the Black Skin gang to take action at that moment. After all, how could a poor scholar from a village possess such strength? Although Wang San came from a rough background, he is not weak, certainly not someone a mere scholar, lacking cultivation, could easily handle," housekeeper who shook his head, providing a reasonable response. "Regardless, since he has returned, we shall still rely on our household maid to deal with that scholar. Old Hu, inform the maid to grant his parents 3 more days. If they have not succeeded by then, they should understand the consequences." Zhou Bao tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, furrowing his brow. A scholar adept at disguise, regardless of how he acquired his skills or whether he possesses any cultivation, since enmity has been established, he must be eradicated. If the maid fails to accomplish her task within 3 days, Old Hu, you will lead a team to resolve this matter personally, but ensure it is done cleanly, leaving no trace that could implicate the Zhou family. Zhou Bao continued. "Understood." Housekeeper who slightly bowed before exiting the side hall. "Madam?" Upon exiting, housekeeper who spotted Qin Meyer, who had been eavesdropping, and expressed his surprise. Ji Chang controlled Qin Meyer to let out a playful laugh before stepping into the side hall, saying, "I prepared some pastries for the master. Seeing that you were discussing matters, I did not wish to interrupt." "Ha ha ha, madam, you are quite diligent." Zhou Bao chuckled heartily at Qin Meyer's words and waved her over. Ji Chang quickly directed Qin Meyer to place the pastries on Zhou Bao's table. "Thank you for your hard work, madam." Zhou Bao pulled Qin Meyer close, his large hand caressing her waist. Chapter 21 of Possible Haunting. Zhou Xiong gazed at Qin Meyer, whose slender waist contrasted with her voluptuous figure, exuding an alluring charm that made him swallow hard. Meanwhile, Ji Chang, who had been quietly observing Zhou Xiong through Qin Meyer's perspective, smirked slightly. He then instructed Qin Meyer to carry another plate of delicacies to Zhou Xiong, saying, "Young master, would you care to sample something delicious?" As Qin Meyer placed the delicacies down, she deliberately bent forward, revealing a tantalizing cleft before Zhou Xiong, while casting him a flirtatious glance. Zhou Xiong's eyes glinted with a hint of desire, and he clenched his fist tightly, suppressing his emotions as he gratefully replied, "Thank you, my lady." With a soft giggle, Qin Meyer turned to Zhou Bao and said, "Master, you all enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave for now." "Ha, very well," Zhou Bao responded, waving her off. Soon after, Qin Meyer departed the hall, accompanied by her maid. On the other side, Ji Chang severed the connection to Qin Meyer's viewpoint. 3 days hence, should someone come to take my life, we shall see if you possess the capability to do so, Ji Chang scoffed. He then rose to capture venomous insects, knowing he must seize every opportunity to enhance his strength within the next 3 days and eliminate any assassin sent by the Zhou family. The acquisition of these insects was a crucial element in augmenting his powers from morning until night. Ji Chang scoured the land for these creatures, neglecting even his midday meal. Upon returning home in the evening, he deposited countless venomous insects into a porcelain jar, infusing them with dark energy, and now he merely had to wait for these insects to engage in their brutal skirmishes. Just as Ji Chang completed his preparations with the insects, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Ji Chang, are you at home?" "Old Li Zhang?" Ji Chang paused, hastily putting away the porcelain jar before heading to the door. "What brings you here, old Li Zhang?" Ji Chang inquired as he opened the door. Did you not wish to witness the commotion at the Bai family? The Taoist priest they invited has arrived, and I have come to fetch you, old Li Zhang replied with a smile. Splendid, let us go at once, Ji Chang responded, invigorated by the news. He then called out to the courtyard, Fat girl, I shall be out for a while. Understood, young master, came the reply from within. Where did you find that little girl? Old Li Zhang, intrigued, asked upon hearing Fat girl's voice in the courtyard. I visited my family village a few days ago and found a little scholar. After all, I am about to open a private school and must have some prestige, Ji Chang explained with a grin. Ha, you are quite the character, old Li Zhang chuckled, shaking his head. Now, let us hasten to the spectacle. The two made their way to the Bai household, where a considerable crowd had already gathered, drawn by the innate human desire to witness a spectacle. Ji Chang led the way, maneuvering through the throng with old Li Zhang in tow. Inside the Bai courtyard, they beheld a middle-aged Taoist clad in a ceremonial robe, meticulously arranging an altar. Ji Chang surveyed the surroundings but found nothing particularly remarkable, just a typical peasant dwelling with 2 rooms. However, his keen eyes spotted a small girl cowering by the stove, timidly watching the Taoists' preparations. While old Li Zhang engaged in conversation with the Bai family, Ji Chang approached the little girl. Little sister, are you a daughter of the Bai family? He inquired kindly, squatting down to her level. Yes, the little girl nodded. They say you can see ghosts. Is that true? Ji Chang continued with a smile. Indeed, but my mother does not believe me, the girl replied earnestly. If you wish for others to believe you, you must prove your claims. Can you demonstrate that it is true? Ji Chang asked playfully. I can, the girl declared, her eyes sparkling with determination. If I prove it, will you convince my mother not to sell me? Very well, I am the village's schoolmaster. If you can show me that there are ghosts here, I shall not only speak to your mother on your behalf but also allow you to attend my school for free, Ji Chang promised, smiling. Wonderful! Follow me! The little girl exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she eagerly led Ji Chang toward the main room. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they were halted. Stop, who are you? Do you not see that this humble Taoist is preparing to perform a rite? The Taoist, tending to the altar, scolded Ji Chang and the little girl. His admonition drew the attention of everyone present, even causing the Bai family to furrow their brows in disapproval of Ji Chang's actions. Ha, this is Ji Chang, the future schoolmaster of our village. Old Li Zhang interjected hastily, concerned that Ji Chang might provoke ire. He waved his hand, beckoning Ji Chang closer. Ji, come here quickly, do not disturb the Taoist's ritual. Seeing the eyes of the crowd upon him, Ji Chang realized that barging in would be unwise. Moreover, if the forces within were too formidable, he could find himself in danger. He leaned down to the little girl and whispered, Let us return for now, we shall come back later. All right, she replied obediently. The onlookers, witnessing Ji Chang leading the little girl away, retreated a few steps in disdain, for the Bai family's reputation was not particularly favorable. You fool, are you not concerned about attracting misfortune? Old Li Zhang murmured, pulling Ji Chang aside. Do not worry, old Li Zhang. She is merely a little girl, Ji Chang replied dismissively. At that moment, the Taoist had finished setting up the altar and commenced his incantations. He recited verses and wielded a peachwood sword, giving the appearance of a genuine practitioner. Ji Chang remained uncertain about the Taoist's authenticity, knowing that in this world, half of the practitioners were legitimate, while the other half were charlatans. Thus, the odds were 50-50. Monsters, retreat at once, the Taoist commanded, tossing a piece of burning yellow paper towards the door of Bai Wu's room. As the Taoist stepped forward to scatter glutinous rice at the entrance, a sudden gust of wind surged through the previously shut door flung wide open, and the Taoist's robes billowed wildly, even lifting him off the ground and crashing him onto the altar. The fierce wind emanated from within the room. Those villagers standing further away were relatively unaffected. Once the gust subsided, they peered into the room, only to find it shrouded in darkness, as if the moonlight could not penetrate its depths. There is a little brother watching us, the Bai girl exclaimed, pointing to the door that had been blown open. Chapter 22. The ghostly infant. At this moment, Ji Chang had begun to place some faith in the words of the young girl, for he sensed an inexplicable feeling of being observed, a sensation that lingered in the air like a whisper. It seemed that the Bai family might indeed be harboring something unclean. The surrounding members of the Bai family and the villagers were equally startled by the girl's declaration. When coupled with the eerie gust of wind that had just swept through, the atmosphere felt decidedly unnatural. Taoist, what is your assessment? The eldest of the Bai family turned to the Taoist who had just risen, a note of concern in his voice. The Taoist, now drenched in cold sweat, stuttered, This apparition possesses some degree of supernatural ability. I, as a Taoist, was momentarily careless and fell into its trap. Everyone, please remain calm. At this juncture, the Taoist found himself in a precarious position, nearly a charlatan deceiving the gullible. If a true malevolent spirit were present, he would be utterly powerless against it. He could only hope that the recent wind was a mere coincidence, yet he dared not inch forward any further. As the Taoist prepared to right the altar that had been knocked over, a sudden burst of laughter echoed through the air. Following this, the courtyard gate slammed shut with a thunderous bang. In an instant, the onlookers among the villagers were thrown into a state of panic. Taoist, please subdue that specter. They placed all their hopes on the Taoist standing before them. Ji Chang, however, remained composed, taking no immediate action but rather scribbling rapidly in his mind's ledger of extraordinary occurrences. Extraordinary event. The young girl of the Bai family in Dahu village possesses the ability to commune with spirits and glimpse into the souls of the departed, yet, her mother believes she has summoned misfortune, rendering her father bedridden, and thus despises her. On the night of the 10th day of the 3rd month in the 7th year of the Ming Emperor, the Bai family invited a Taoist to exorcise the spirit, but the false Taoist encountered a genuine specter, causing widespread alarm. Witnessed and recorded by Ji Chang, the chronicler of extraordinary events. Evidence sufficiency is 70. Only extraordinary events with verifiable evidence exceeding 60 can be successfully recorded. Result: successfully recorded. Strangeness rating 3 stars. Rewards 1. Taoist cultivation increased by 3 years. 2. Supernatural abilities Yin Eye and Yang Eye. The Yin Eye, by concentrating Yin energy in the right eye, allows the user to perceive incorporeal souls and see through illusions, with greater difficulty consuming more Yin energy. The Yang Eye, by concentrating Yin energy in the left eye, enables the user to discern basic information about visible targets, with stronger targets consuming more Yin energy. Upon seeing the rewards, Ji Chang's spirits soared. His cultivation had now increased to over 7 years, and he had acquired a highly practical supernatural ability. Ji Chang immediately focused his Yin energy into his right eye, activating his power as he gazed toward the doorway. Indeed, a diminutive figure materialized before him, simultaneously activating his left eye. A stream of information appeared above the figure's head. Ghostly infant. Description: a vengeful spirit formed from the malice absorbed from a tragically deceased infant, capable of absorbing further resentment to grow stronger. Level: Lesser Ghost. Lifespan: 11. Blood: 00. Soul: 580. After reviewing the creature's information, Ji Chang let out a silent sigh of relief. With his 7 years of cultivation combined with the soul reversal seal, as long as he struck true, he could vanquish this little specter. However, just as Ji Chang contemplated his strategy, the ghostly infant suddenly vanished from the room. It reappeared behind the Taoist, clinging to his neck with both hands, tightening its grip. Ah! The Taoist, who had been feigning composure, suddenly widened his eyes, clutching his throat as if choking. Taoist! The crowd turned their worried gazes toward him. Ah! The Taoist spun around, his face turning a sickly shade, collapsing to the ground as he succumbed to asphyxiation. After strangling the Taoist, the ghostly infant revealed its true form, turning its eerie gaze toward the villagers of Daho, bearing a row of sharp teeth. At this moment, the villagers were thrown into chaos, realizing that the master they had summoned was nothing but a fraud. Regret washed over them for having come to witness the spectacle. Who could have imagined that their lives would be at stake simply for curiosity? The ghostly infant darted towards a woman of the Bai family. The young girl cried out urgently, "Mother, quickly, get away!" Ah! Yet the woman stood frozen in terror, feeling as though her blood had turned to ice, as if bound by a weighty stone. In this critical moment, Ji Chang, having stealthily approached the woman, leaped forth from behind her, bellowing, "Halt!" With that shout, Ji Chang infused his command with Yin energy, causing the villagers to feel as though thunder had erupted beside them. Even the ghostly infant paused, instinctively turning towards the source of the sound. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the infant's momentary distraction, Ji Chang thrust his hand forward. Soul Reversal Seal. This strike was delivered with all his might, augmented by the element of surprise, and the ghostly infant, unable to evade in time, was struck directly, exploding into a cloud of black mist. Ah! A shrill, parrot-like wail echoed through the air. You have slain the lesser ghost, ghostly infant. Reward 40 days of cultivation. You have slain the lesser ghost, ghostly infant. Reward Yin Nail, possessing the ability to seal malevolent spirits. 40 days of cultivation is quite satisfactory, Ji Chang mused, nodding in approval. The previously panicked villagers now gazed at Ji Chang with astonishment, as if witnessing a celestial being. Was it truly slain? Murmured one villager. Indeed, the little ghost has been vanquished, there is no need for fear, Ji Chang assured them, turning with a smile and a nod. As for revealing his abilities, Ji Chang felt no trepidation, rather, he welcomed the opportunity to showcase his skills. Should more strange occurrences arise in the village, they would surely seek him out, allowing him to continue documenting extraordinary events. Young Ji, I never imagined you possessed such talents. You have never spoken of it before, the village elder exclaimed in disbelief. Well, you never inquired, Ji Chang replied with a chuckle. At that moment, the villagers regarded Ji Chang with a mix of admiration and relief. They respected his knowledge and prowess, feeling fortunate for his presence, otherwise, they would have surely faced dire consequences today. Thank you, young Master Ji. Yes, we are so grateful for your assistance. Indeed, young Master Ji, I have always sensed you were no ordinary person, a villager chimed in. The villagers promptly began to extol Ji Chang's virtues. This was only natural, he possessed both knowledge and the ability to combat malevolent spirits. Each of these traits alone would command respect, and now that they were embodied in one individual, who could tell what strange events might prompt them to seek his aid in the future. Young Master Ji, what do you propose we do about our situation? The elder of the Bai family approached Ji Chang, inquiring earnestly. Please assist us. Save my husband, we are willing to offer any amount we paid to that false Taoist, pleaded the wife of Bai Wu. Ji Chang nodded, pointing at the young girl of the Bai family. I am willing to help, but you must treat her kindly from now on and allow her to come to me to learn her letters. The elder of the Bai family hesitated, glancing at the young girl. They had previously contemplated selling her, but seeing Ji Chang's conditions, he nodded, saying, as the elder, I represent the Bai family and agree to treat her well from now on. We will ensure she learns from you, provided you can help us resolve this matter. Chapter 23 of the Painted Demon. Alright, Ji Chang nodded slightly. However, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. While he could potentially eliminate the entity with a surprise attack using the soul-seizing seal, there was a significant risk. Should he fail to vanquish it in one strike, he might well become the victim. Therefore, he resolved to assist the Bai family, but without recklessness. Approaching the young girl of the Bai family, Ji Chang led her to a secluded corner and quietly inquired, Little sister, are there any other spirits residing in your home? Yes. The girl nodded earnestly. Ji Chang was taken aback by her affirmation. There truly were more spirits, the little girl continued, but it has been hiding in the painting, sleeping. Sleeping? Ji Chang was momentarily stunned. Yes, it has been asleep for a very long time, the Bai girl confirmed with a nod. Ji Chang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before asking, would you be so kind as to take me to see it? Sure. The girl, undaunted, nodded decisively. Following the young girl into the room, Ji Chang halted at the doorway, gazing into the pitch-black interior. With a surge of Yin energy in his palm, he whispered, can you point in the direction of the painting? There. The Bai girl indicated towards the area near the bed. Ji Chang immediately focused his Yin energy, activating both his Yin and Yang vision. A stream of information materialized before him. Painted demon description. An intangible demon residing within a painting. The painted demon is exceedingly rare, feeding on ghosts, and serves as a potent tonic for both spirits and soul cultivators. It delights in teasing humans but does not initiate harm. Realm Essence Demon Lifespan 168, 500 Blood 00 Soul 3, 802, 000 Status Severely injured, in deep slumber. Upon reading this information, Ji Chang quietly exhaled in relief. His own reserves of Yin energy were dwindling, allowing him perhaps one more strike with the soul-seizing seal. If a formidable entity were indeed present, he would have had no choice but to flee. Fortunately, this painted demon lay gravely wounded and was not of a particularly aggressive nature. Ji Chang scanned the room with his Yin vision to ensure there were no other malevolent entities present, after which he felt reassured. Bai family, you may come forward. All is well now, he gestured to the others waiting anxiously behind him. Upon hearing Ji Chang's words, the Bai family members cautiously approached. Shortly thereafter, a woman from the Bai family entered the room and lit an oil lamp, illuminating the space. Ji Chang then moved to the side of Bai family's fifth son, who lay pale and unconscious on the bed. Testing his pulse, Ji Chang noted it was faint yet present. However, a trace of resentment lingered in the man's chest, diminishing his vitality. Channeling his Yin energy, Ji Chang circled the man's body, expelling the lingering resentment. At that moment, the Bai family members and several curious villagers gathered around, observing Ji Chang as he treated the man. He seems to have been possessed by an unclean entity. I have expelled the residual resentment within him. If we procure some revitalizing herbs from the city for him to take over the next few days, he should recover fully, Ji Chang announced after expelling the negativity. The fifth son of the Bai family was fortunate indeed, having been possessed by a ghostly infant for such an extended period, he had survived without fatal consequence. Thank you, young Master Ji. The Bai family members expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply. Oh, by the way, there is also a painted demon within. It is far more formidable than the little ghost we encountered earlier. Ji Chang pointed towards a painting hanging on the wall. Upon hearing this, the room's occupants turned pale, instinctively retreating from the painting and clustering around Ji Chang. Young Master Ji, can you deal with this painted demon? The Bai family's elder asked, his voice trembling. Do not worry. The painted demon is currently in a deep slumber and will not awaken for the time being. However, it poses a danger if left in your possession. It would be safer for you to relinquish it to me, Ji Chang suggested, waving his hand dismissively. His assertion of danger was also a ploy to acquire the painting. The risk it posed to humans was minimal, and given its critically injured state, it surely held tales worth uncovering once it awoke. Very well, please take it away swiftly. This painting was discovered by my husband on the mountain. We hung it in our home because we thought it was of fine quality. Had we known it harbored something unclean, I would never have allowed it to enter our home. The Bai matron hurriedly assented, eager to have Ji Chang remove the painting, yet hesitant to approach it herself. Ji Chang stood, carefully rolling up the painting and securing it in his grasp. Young Master Ji, this was originally meant as payment for the Taoist priest. Fortunately, we had agreed to pay only upon resolution of the matter. Who would have thought him to be a charlatan? Please accept this. The Bai elder proffered a pouch of coins with a wry smile. Very well. Ji Chang accepted without hesitation. Having resolved the Bai family's predicament, he felt it was his due reward. After collecting the payment and exchanging a few final words, Ji Chang departed with the village elder. On the way, the elder appeared somewhat apprehensive, and after a long pause, he finally voiced, Ji Chang, is there truly no issue with that thing in your possession? Rest assured, elder. There is absolutely no problem. You have witnessed my abilities, Ji Chang assured, thumping his chest confidently. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. To dispatch such a fearsome entity with a mere strike is no small feat, the elder marveled, still incredulous that this seemingly gentle scholar possessed such prowess. Suddenly, the elder shifted the topic, a broad smile spreading across his face. Ji Chang, do you remember my eldest granddaughter, Jiying? I do not recall, Ji Chang admitted candidly, genuinely unaware of the elder's granddaughter, as the original memories contained only significant events, scarcely including personal acquaintances. You were just a young lad in open-crotch pants, seeking her out to play daily. But no matter, she was taken away by her master at the age of 10 and has seldom returned since. The elder waved dismissively, continuing, now that you are 20, it is time to consider marriage. I believe you and my granddaughter would make a splendid match. She is also 20 now. Ah, elder, I am not in a rush to marry, Ji Chang stammered, taken aback by the elder's sudden shift to such a personal topic. Are you perhaps too selective? I must tell you, my granddaughter has blossomed into a lovely young woman, the elder insisted, but his voice suddenly dropped as he glanced around, whispering, I believe she may have connections with influential figures. Chapter 24. The assassins at the door. Which door? Ji Chang was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. He was unaware of the girl's intentions. Whenever he inquired, she remained tight-lipped. Regardless, through her connections, his life had been exceedingly comfortable over the past few years. Previously, our village of Day not only had to pay substantial taxes to the government but also had to fork over protection fees to the surrounding bandits. This was a common plight among neighboring villages. However, ever since that girl returned a few years ago, not only had the government's miscellaneous taxes been halved, but the bandits had also ceased their demands for protection fees in Day. The old village head proudly proclaimed. Oh, is that so? Ji Chang expressed his surprise, pondering the remarkable influence of the village head's granddaughter. Could she possibly be one of the members of the 3 divisions? The 3 divisions, comprising the Spirit Division, Demon Division, and Martial Division, were tasked with monitoring and apprehending all manner of spirits and demons across the realm. The 3 divisions were the exclusive force of the Diyu imperial family, wielding immense power. Prior to the chaos that engulfed the land, these divisions had served as the emperor's sharpest swords, their authority overshadowing that of local officials. You should wait until she returns next time to discuss this further. With your granddaughter's prowess, who knows if she would even deign to look my way? Ji Chang jested, eager to avoid entanglements with anyone from the 3 divisions. Thus, Ji Chang and the old village head engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way back home. Once he arrived, Ji Chang wasted no time. He immediately commenced his journey into the realm of crafting and controlling poison. 3 days swiftly passed. On the night of the 13th day of the 3rd month in the 7th year of the Ming Emperor's reign, Ji Chang was fully prepared, awaiting the arrival of the assassin sent by the Zhou family. He glanced at his current status, name Ji Chang, profession, soul seer of extraordinary tales, realm mortal, realm cultivation 10, 100 lifespan 2, 078 blood, 285 soul 399, 399 Divine Abilities Soul Reversal Seal, Yin Yang I Techniques, Poison Control Experience. 0. Experience can be allocated for task assignments to players upon their arrival. Direct usage is not permitted. The higher your status and cultivation level, the more experience can be allocated. Status: borrowing a corpse to return to life. Within 30 days, eliminate the original body's obsession to fully possess this body, along with a single refinement of the body. If the original body's obsession is not eliminated within 30 days, the soul shall scatter. Now, Ji Chang had accumulated 10 years of cultivation, resulting in significant enhancements to his lifespan, vitality, and soul. Moreover, the yard was now teeming with poisonous insects and traps. Should they come, Ji Chang was confident they would not return. However, he could not ascertain what time the Zhou family had dispatched their assassin, so he had remained vigilant since dawn. In the main room of the yard, Ji Chang sat at the table, the door firmly shut, with the plump girl by his side and a black dog sprawled on the floor. Once someone arrives, you must remain silent, understood? Ji Chang reiterated to the plump girl. Yes, my lord, I will not make a sound, the plump girl responded solemnly, nodding her head. And you, do not make a sound either. Ji Chang turned to the black dog, which, being quite intelligent, nodded in agreement. As the night deepened, an unusual silence enveloped the yard, interrupted only by the occasional restless horses. This was a strategic measure by Ji Chang. The greatest strength of bloodthirsty insects lay in their ability to control living creatures to launch sudden attacks, and these horses were prepared for the assassins. Suddenly, a shadow stealthily descended into Ji Chang's yard. He had set bloodthirsty insects both inside and outside the yard, even on the roof, allowing him to detect this unwelcome guest immediately. Simultaneously, he noticed another person lurking outside, and yet another on the roof. 3 individuals in total. The black-clad figure that entered the yard scanned the surroundings, frowning upon noticing several restless horses, but thought little of it as he swiftly made his way toward the house. However, just a few steps in, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Resisting the urge to scream, he looked down to find a small snake, the same color as the dirt beneath him. The darkness obscured it from his view. Swish, the black-clad man swung his blade, cleaving the snake in two. Yet, his expression shifted dramatically as he realized the potency of the snake's venom. He hastily began to circulate his internal energy to expel the poison from his body, but Ji Chang would not grant him such an opportunity. He immediately commanded several horses to charge at the black-clad man. One horse, in close proximity, reared up and kicked out. The black-clad man, preoccupied with expelling the venom, could not have anticipated the sudden frenzy of the horses. The kick struck him squarely in the back, sending him flying. Before he could hit the ground, other horses collided with him once more. His companions outside, alerted by the commotion, sprang into action, leaping over the courtyard wall like swallows. Ah! But as one of them landed, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw a spider the size of a fist had bitten him, with countless smaller spiders crawling around him. Get away! He unleashed his internal energy, sending the spiders flying. However, the venom from the large spider was taking its toll, and his earlier exertion had only exacerbated the spread of the toxin. Damn it, he cursed, gritting his teeth against the pain. He hastily leaped into the yard, realizing this scholar was far too enigmatic and must be dealt with quickly, lest he become a future threat. But barely had he landed when a swarm of small black insects began to crawl toward him. The assassin frowned. Had he not been poisoned, he would have dismissed these insects with ease. Yet now, he was afflicted and needed his internal energy to suppress the toxin. Should he attempt to circulate his internal energy, the poison would undoubtedly spread. He had never encountered such a virulent spider. The toxins felt as though they were festering within him, impossible to expel. With no other option, he steeled himself and forced his internal energy to send the insects scattering, though he could not eliminate them entirely. Soon, the bloodthirsty insects returned, along with the spiders, leaving the entire yard swarming with creatures. Get away, flying cloud palm! Meanwhile, the assassin who had nearly been trampled by a horse was seething with frustration, his anger boiling over. He disregarded the poison entirely and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom! One horse was sent flying, its organs shattered, and many bloodthirsty insects were killed in the process. However, as long as there were still living bloodthirsty insects within the horse, it was still capable of fighting. The horse that had been struck quickly regained its footing, charging madly alongside its companions toward the black-clad assassin. Chapter 25 of the Old Taoist appears get lost. Boom! The assassin's internal force reverberated, instantly sending all the horses flying. He then strode purposefully towards Ji Chang's room, determined to eliminate him before the poison spread throughout his body. Inside the room, Ji Chang, observing the outside world through his bloodthirsty insects, noticed the assassin rushing towards him. Instead of panicking, he calmly counted. 1, 2, 3. As Ji Chang uttered the word, the assassin collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood. This little snake was Ji Chang's latest creation, its venom more potent than that of the poisonous spider. The assassin, recklessly channeling his internal force, was essentially courting death. Meanwhile, the other assassin, who had been bitten by the spider, was in a dire predicament, as a few remaining horses charged toward him. He struck out with his palm, sending the lead horse flying. However, this was not enough to kill the horses. They hit the ground and quickly rose again, charging at the assassin. His strength was comparable to the previous assassins, and he found himself in a similarly desperate situation, unable to escape the onslaught of the horses. Moreover, the poison within him was spreading rapidly. After fending off 3 more horses, the toxin had engulfed his entire body, and he finally collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Ji Chang immediately commanded the bloodthirsty insects to enter the bodies of the 2 assassins and exert control over them. At this point, the assassins were not yet completely dead. After all, they were skilled internal martial artists, possessing a certain level of resilience beyond that of ordinary individuals. Upon directing the insects to infiltrate their bodies, Ji Chang first subdued the 2 assassins. To Ji Chang's surprise, despite the assassins being on the brink of death, the figure on the rooftop had yet to make a move. Ji Chang refrained from alarming the figure, surmising that they were unaware of his capabilities and had not seen his people, thus hesitant to descend. With a flicker of inspiration, Ji Chang decided to use himself as bait to draw the figure down. Grabbing a kitchen knife from the table, he swiftly burst out of the door and sprinted towards the 2 assassins, slashing their throats with the knife. You have slain an internal martial artist of the Qi-nourishing realm. Reward 35 days of Dao achievement. You have slain an internal martial artist of the Qi-nourishing realm. Reward Tian Yuan Gong. Internal skill, can be cultivated to the Qi transformation realm. You have slain an internal martial artist of the Qi-nourishing realm. Reward of 40 days of Dao achievement. You have slain an internal martial artist of the Qi-nourishing realm. Reward Fei Yun Palm. Internal martial technique, requires mastery of internal force to utilize. In total, Ji Chang received 75 days of Dao achievement, which he found quite satisfactory. The Zhou family was indeed formidable, casually dispatching 2 assassins comparable to Wang San. The cultivation realms of internal martial artists are categorized as Qi sensation, Qi nourishing, and Qi transformation, in contrast to the external martial artists' flesh, bone, and organs realms. The ability to send 2 Qi-nourishing realm martial artists to eliminate a scholar speaks volumes of their strength, not to mention the presence of another on the rooftop. After dispatching the 2 assassins, Ji Chang promptly ordered the bloodthirsty insects to swiftly control the 2 corpses. Even though the assassins under the insects' control could not fully manifest their former strength, their foundational cultivation still rendered them formidable combatants. This scholar is indeed not to be underestimated. Fortunately, I came personally, otherwise, I would have truly struggled against you. At this moment, the figure on the rooftop finally spoke. As he spoke, he soared downwards towards Ji Chang, his hands curling into claws like a mighty eagle descending from the heavens. Ji Chang recognized the voice. It belonged to the Zhou family's steward, who, however, Ji Chang remained unfazed, as everything was still within his expectations. Once he landed in the courtyard, Ji Chang would have the opportunity to confront him. Just as Ji Chang prepared to turn and engage Hu in a test of strength, a dark energy surged towards Hu. Seeing this, Hu had no choice but to redirect his claws to confront the dark force. Boom! Hu was struck down by the dark energy, and nonetheless, whose strength surpassed that of the previous 2 assassins, he was not instantly killed, quickly rising after landing, internal force surging around him. Hu exclaimed, scanning the surroundings warily. The trusted aide of the Zhou family, Hu. A disheveled figure appeared atop the courtyard wall. Ji Chang was taken aback by this unexpected arrival, astonished that someone would come to aid him at such a moment. Under the moonlight, Ji Chang gazed at his unexpected ally. Upon recognizing the figure's face, he was utterly shocked. How could it possibly be him? For this person was the old Taoist who had attempted to harm Fat Girl just days prior. But how could that be? Ji Chang had been monitoring this individual with several bloodthirsty insects and had not detected any signs of him leaving the Bai family village, let alone departing from that farmer's home. Ji Chang swiftly switched his perspective, discovering that the old Taoist was still peacefully meditating within the room. Scholar, are you surprised to see me? The old Taoist seemed to notice Ji Chang's astonishment and chuckled eerily. Ji Chang furrowed his brow. With years of gaming experience, he could surmise 2 possibilities. Point 1 was that the old Taoist had discerned his methods and had cleverly set up an illusion in Bai family village to mislead him. The other was that the old Taoist before him was merely a decoy. Regardless of the scenario, Ji Chang had to concede that he had underestimated the old Taoist's capabilities. After severing one of his arms with a donkey, he had begun to take the old Taoist lightly. Who are you? This matter involving the scholar is not something you can meddle in. As Hu braced himself with internal force against the swarming insects, he warily fixed his gaze on the old Taoist atop the wall, questioning him. Meanwhile, Hu mentally rifled through the Zhou family's past grievances, wondering if they had offended anyone over the years. He was currently clad in black attire, with his face concealed, yet the Taoist on the wall could effortlessly identify him, indicating a profound understanding of the Zhou family. However, after contemplating, Hu could not recall any instance where the Zhou family had wronged a Taoist. Furthermore, the head of the Zhou family was known for his ruthless decisiveness. Anyone who posed even a slight threat to the Zhou family would be swiftly eliminated, just like Ji Chang. Scholar, I originally came to settle a score, but unexpectedly stumbled upon such an intriguing situation. As it happens, I have some grievances with the Zhou family as well. Why not join forces to take down Hu and then deal with the Zhou family together? The old Taoist chuckled darkly, turning his gaze towards Ji Chang. Ji Chang's brow furrowed. Collaborating with this old Taoist was akin to seeking refuge with a tiger, yet, if he refused this old man, he would find himself facing both the old Taoist and Hu, and he was not a match for either of them. Chapter 26, The Demise of Steward Hu. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ji Chang nodded and declared, "Very well, let us first eliminate one, and then I shall be fully prepared to confront whatever sinister intentions the old Taoist may harbor." "Might I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" Steward Hu, noticing the alliance forming between the two, hastily interjected. He had sensed the formidable strength of the old Taoist during the previous encounter. He was undoubtedly not inferior to himself. If this unknown scholar were to join forces with him, Hu knew he would stand no chance. Thus, he sought to ascertain the identity of the elder in hopes of easing the impending conflict. However, the old Taoist showed no inclination to grant Hu this opportunity. He descended into the courtyard, brandishing his whisk, and unleashed tendrils of dark mist towards Steward Hu. Ji Chang, not idle, swiftly retreated to the wall, commanding several horses and smaller insects to charge at Hu.As for the two assassins he had recently controlled. Ji Chang decided to reserve them as a trump card against the old Taoist. The true intent of this unexpected ally remained unclear, compelling him to exercise caution. "Damn it!" Hu cursed under his breath upon witnessing the two engage, realizing he had no choice but to defend himself. His prowess far surpassed that of the assassins. His inner strength flowed ceaselessly, enabling him to easily dispatch any horses that approached. Even when facing the old Taoist, he managed to hold his ground, displaying enough vigor to contend with the smaller insects as well. This was largely due to both Ji Chang and the old Taoist not exerting their full power. Each harbored their own motives and refrained from unleashing their complete might, while Hu, unencumbered by such reservations, fought with all his might, determined to survive at any cost. Yet, as the old Taoist and Ji Chang coordinated their efforts, Hu gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Recognizing the urgency to break free, Hu suddenly unleashed a fierce attack, striking down two charging horses with his palms, reducing them to a mass of flesh. The bloodthirsty insects within were mostly obliterated as well. Taking advantage of the cloud of debris obstructing their line of sight, Hu prepared to make a swift escape from the courtyard. "Scholar, cease concealing your strength. Fear not, I am utterly serious in dealing with the Zhou family," the old Taoist exclaimed, soaring into the air and striking Hu down with his whisk. "To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall now unleash my full power." The old Taoist then continued to wield his whisk, summoning several small specters that charged towards Steward Hu with wails of despair. "Very well, let us both unleash our full strength," Ji Chang affirmed, resolute that Steward Hu must not leave alive today. The two previously controlled assassins sprang to life, lunging at Hu, while several horses surged forward as well. "You two vile creatures, daring to practice such malevolent arts, should the three divisions learn of this, you would find no place to die," Hu shouted, his face a mask of fury. In his eyes, one was a ghost manipulator and the other a corpse controller, both mere practitioners of nefarious arts, unworthy of existence. "Ha ha ha, that is only if you manage to survive," the old Taoist retorted with a cold laugh, directing several specters to assault Hu. Hu concentrated his inner strength into his palms and struck out. Boom! The impact of his inner power against the specters proved significantly less effective. While it was not entirely ineffective, it diminished their potency by more than half. This exemplified the inherent weaknesses in their power dynamics. Ji Chang's energy was classified as a superior force in this realm, remaining undiminished against both specters and mortals, even enhancing its effect against the former. In contrast, the inner strength cultivated by martial artists proved less damaging to specters than the scorching vitality of external martial artists. Yet, the smaller specters instilled a profound sense of trepidation in Hu, compelling him to evade their advances, all while he struggled against the two assassins and several horses that constrained him. Suddenly, one of the specters seized the opportunity to grasp Hu from behind, tightening its grip around his neck, while others surged forward, beginning to feast upon his soul. "Do not allow them to consume his essence," the old Taoist commanded, halting the specters just as they were about to devour Hu's soul. Seeing Hu ensnared, Ji Chang swiftly instructed one of the assassins to advance and deliver a powerful punch. The blow landed squarely on Hu's chest. Puff! Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Following this, the second assassin followed suit, throwing another punch a Puff, who spat out another mouthful of blood, his inner strength waning further. The two assassins continued their relentless assault, alternating punches until Hu's vitality was all but extinguished. With Hu weakened, Ji Chang approached, brandishing a knife, ready to claim Hu's life. The old Taoist made no attempt to intervene, instead grinning malevolently, "Ha ha ha, once this fellow is slain, his soul shall belong to me, while his body shall be yours." "Very well," Ji Chang nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to reach Hu, the steward's eyes suddenly widened in fury. A surge of violent inner strength erupted from within him, violently scattering the specters that had been controlling him. At that moment, Hu's eyes glinted with madness, his inner strength surging uncontrollably, as if experiencing a resurgence of vitality. Ji Chang, quick on his feet, stepped back, urging several horses to shield him. Hu appeared determined to take at least one down with him, charging at Ji Chang with reckless abandon. His palms struck down 3 horses in succession, reducing them to mere remnants of flesh. Despite the destruction, his momentum had waned significantly. However, when he reached Ji Chang, a wild look remained on his face. "Perish!" Hu growled, his throat strained. "Soul Reversal Seal." As Hu advanced, Ji Chang concentrated his yin energy into his palm, forming a unique seal, and struck out with all his might. Although the power of the Soul Reversal Seal could not be doubled, Ji Chang's decade of cultivation ensured that he could contend with the now weakened Hu. Boom! The clash of their powers released a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward, causing Ji Chang to stagger back several steps, while Hu was sent flying, crashing to the ground. After this exchange, Hu's strength had been completely depleted, he lacked the will to resist any further. Ji Chang swiftly closed the distance, slashing his knife across Hu's throat. As Hu struggled to rise, his eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground. "You have slain a practitioner of Qi transformation, earning the reward. 80 days of cultivation. You have slain a practitioner of Qi transformation, earning Qi transformation practitioner experience card, whose version, possessing all of Hu's abilities for a duration of 10 minutes. Having dealt with Hu, Ji Chang had no time to examine his rewards. He commanded the bloodthirsty insects to swarm over, ensuring that none of the precious blood would go to waste, as it could be used to breed countless more insects. Meanwhile, the old Taoist began chanting incantations, a dark mist enveloping Hu's body. Gradually, a spectral form emerged, and with a wave of his whisk, the old Taoist ensnared the ethereal soul within. Chapter 2070 Collaboration. Scholar, this collaboration has proven quite fruitful, the old Taoist chuckled after collecting the soul of Butler Hu. You just mentioned having grievances with the Zhou family. What kind of grievances do you have with them? Ji Chang took a slight step back, a hint of wariness in his voice. I cannot divulge that to you, just as I do not inquire about your enmity with the Zhou family. You need not pry into mine. We share a common adversary, and that is sufficient, is it not? The old Taoist chuckled again, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, Ji Chang nodded in agreement. I truly did not expect to find a scholar skilled in witchcraft in this remote and impoverished region. The old Taoist remarked, a note of surprise in his tone. I too did not anticipate encountering a ghostly figure such as yourself in this desolate place. Ji Chang responded with a smile. You are quite an intriguing scholar. Tonight, I shall take my leave, but I will return in a few days to seek you out. Together, we shall vanquish the Zhou family. The old Taoist grinned once more, leaping onto the courtyard wall. Agreed, Ji Chang nodded. Upon seeing Ji Chang's assent, the old Taoist departed the courtyard. After his exit, Ji Chang remained standing in place, brow furrowed in contemplation. What exactly does this old Taoist intend to accomplish? Ji Chang could hardly believe that the old man could truly set aside his deep-seated vendetta. Considering the situation from another perspective, Ji Chang thought that if someone had severed his arm, he would certainly not let that person off so easily. Moreover, this old Taoist reeked of malice. How could he possibly resolve matters so amicably? It seemed more plausible that the old man saw some utility in Ji Chang's methods. As for the grievances with the Zhou family, that might indeed hold some truth, or perhaps the old man harbored ulterior motives towards them, feeling inadequate to act alone, thus feigning cooperation with Ji Chang. However, Ji Chang would not let his guard down. There was a significant chance that the old Taoist would turn against him once they had eliminated the Zhou family, possibly even betraying him at a critical moment. Therefore, collaborating with this old Taoist necessitated utmost caution. Ji Chang surveyed the disarray of the courtyard, realizing it required thorough cleaning. Tomorrow, those tasked with construction would arrive. He could not afford to let them perceive any irregularities. Additionally, concerning the usable corpses, Butler Hu and the 2 assassins could not be returned, their necks slashed by Ji Chang himself, making it evident that something was amiss. However, if controlled by the bloodthirsty worm, they would still prove to be formidable assets. Yet, there remained a thorny issue. Having controlled so many individuals with the bloodthirsty worm, Ji Chang was increasingly familiar with the physical transformations that occurred. If there were only a small number of worms within a host, and their life was not adversely affected, the body would show no external changes, allowing them to act according to instinct and blend in seamlessly. However, the downside was that if a skilled practitioner intervened to eliminate even a few of the worms, or if the hostess' cultivation suddenly improved, they could kill the worms within and break free from control. Alternatively, if the bloodthirsty worms entered the body and began to feed and reproduce voraciously, draining most of the host's blood, the individual would perish yet remain under control. However, this would significantly weaken their innate abilities, making them easy to detect by those with ill intent. Additionally, over time, the body would succumb to decay. Indeed, the changes would be akin to those of a deceased corpse. Although the control of the bloodthirsty worm could slow the rate of decay, it would not halt it indefinitely. Take for instance Ji Xiaoxiu from the Zhou family. His body had already begun to exhibit some unfavorable changes. Thus, when Ji Chang controlled Qin Meyer, he had refrained from allowing the bloodthirsty worms to drain her vitality entirely. Currently, there were over a dozen unskilled servants and maidens from the Zhou family under the control of the bloodthirsty worms, all maintained in a living state. This ensured that they appeared identical to their former selves, leaving no room for suspicion. Ji Chang gazed at the 3 corpses before him and ultimately decided to keep them, at least for the next few days. They would pose no issue. He instructed the bloodthirsty worms to guide the 3 corpses to the cellar in the courtyard, removing the wooden planks to allow them entry. The conditions in the cellar were indeed poor, damp and stifling, but the corpses were indifferent to such matters. Once they were inside, Ji Chang replaced the wooden planks above. Next came the task of retrieving the bloodthirsty worms. Countless worms retreated to hidden corners of the courtyard, while some crawled back onto Ji Chang's body. After ensuring the arrangement of the bloodthirsty worms, he released the spiders to scavenge and grow independently. The only regret was the loss of his latest creation, a small snake. It had perished before it could reproduce. Additionally, after the battle, only 2 horses remained intact, both still alive and capable of being used as ordinary steeds. Ji Chang led them back to the stable beside the courtyard. The remaining task was to clean the courtyard of its chaos. However, feeling somewhat fatigued, Ji Chang called out to the house, "Fat girl." "Young master." Fat girl rushed out upon hearing his call. By this time, after several days of treatment, Fat girl had returned to a state indistinguishable from an ordinary person. "Please tidy up the courtyard, make it as clean as possible. We cannot allow those construction workers to uncover anything amiss tomorrow. As for tonight's events, do not ask, nor speak of them to anyone, not even your parents," Ji Chang instructed after a moment's hesitation. "Yes, young master," Fat girl replied. Understanding that her master was quite capable, and recognizing that her current state of normalcy was a gift from him, she was unequivocally trusting and obedient to Ji Chang's words. After giving Fat girl her instructions, Ji Chang retreated to his room to sleep. After a day filled with intense tension and a night of arduous battle, he felt quite exhausted. Upon waking the next morning, Ji Chang emerged to find his courtyard had reverted to its original tranquil state. He glanced at Fat girl nearby and smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to adjust the rate at which the spirit bloodworms were draining her blood. Having consumed at the previous rate overnight, Fat girl had lost some weight by morning. Ji Chang hurriedly reduced the feeding rate of the spirit bloodworms within her body by several dozen times, ensuring that the rate of her bloodline regeneration would match the absorption rate, thus maintaining her current physique. Even with the rate reduced, a day's feeding could still yield about 10 days' worth of cultivation, making Fat girl a true treasure. After about 30 days, she would accumulate a year's worth of cultivation. "Young master, I have tidied the courtyard," but Fat girl hesitated. "But what?" Ji Chang inquired. "Well, all the scraps of meat were consumed by Dehei. I intended to ask you if I could feed it to Dehei, but you were already asleep. I thought it would be wasteful to throw it away, so I did not stop him, and as a result, Dehei devoured most of the horse meat." Fat girl expressed her concern. Chapter 28: The arrival of the constables. "Have they consumed all the meat from those horses?" Ji Chang inquired, somewhat astonished. The yard had indeed been the scene of the slaughter of 5 horses. Could it be that a single dog had devoured them all? Fat girl nodded, visibly shocked and concerned. "Where is Dehei?" Ji Chang surveyed his surroundings. "Right here." Fat girl led Ji Chang to the corner of the yard, pointing at Dehei, who was sprawled asleep against the wall. "Young master, after Dehei finished the meat, he just lay down here. If he weren't snoring, I would have thought he had overindulged and died. No matter how I call him, he won't wake up," Fat girl explained, concentrating his yin energy in his left eye. Ji Chang activated his mystical yin yang eye to observe Dehei. Black dog description: an old black dog over 10 years of age, having just begun to awaken its spiritual awareness, possesses an acute sensitivity to danger level and lifespan 11-18 health 25080 soul 70-70 status, in the process of transformation into a demon. Upon reading the information, Ji Chang raised an eyebrow. This black dog was on the verge of transformation. He turned to the slightly worried Fat girl and reassured her, "This dog is fine. In fact, it's quite good. There is no need for you to worry, he will awaken on his own." "Oh. Fat Girl felt relieved upon hearing Ji Chang's words. Since Dehe was unharmed, Ji Chang shifted his focus back to more pressing matters. He returned to his room, redirecting his attention to the old Taoist's chamber. Having allied with the old Taoist, and knowing that the old man had seen through his tricks, Ji Chang felt no fear of alarming the snake in the grass. He directly commanded several bloodthirsty insects to crawl toward the meditating old Taoist, eager to discern what manner of being he truly was. As Ji Chang guided the bloodthirsty insects to the old Taoist's side, he was met not with the old man, but merely a pillow standing upright. Damn, this old Taoist indeed harbors some secrets, Ji Chang muttered under his breath, then ordered the insects to conceal themselves. There was no longer a need for surveillance. The old Taoist had vanished, but fortunately, he likely would not act against Ji Chang in the short term, as they still needed to join forces against the Zhou family. Ji Chang then shifted his perspective to Black Whirlwind. For the past few days, Black Whirlwind had either been diligently cultivating or feeding the pigs, displaying no unusual behavior. Ji Chang felt somewhat helpless. His only observation was that there seemed to be something amiss with the pig feed, though he could not pinpoint the issue and would need to continue monitoring it. His primary focus still lay with the Zhou family, but before Ji Chang could further observe them, a loud and forceful knock resounded at the door. "Open the door!" The voice from outside was laden with impatience. Ji Chang opened his eyes and rose to the entrance of his room. Fat Girl, still in the yard, looked at Ji Chang as he emerged. "Fat Girl, go open the door," Ji Chang gestured, noting that such a knocking manner early in the morning was indicative of trouble. Upon opening the door, they were met by several constables from the county office, with a burly officer leading the charge. Within the county office, ordinary constables lacked any cultivation, while those who served as officers were martial artists tasked with apprehending heinous criminals. "Ji Chang, you are suspected of involvement in a homicide. Please come with us," the officer declared coldly as he strode into the yard, resting his hand on the hilt of his cowtail knife. "Ah, pray tell, which homicide do you accuse me of? Do you possess any evidence? You must not slander me. I have always been a law-abiding scholar," Ji Chang countered, unfazed by their intimidation. These constables had arrived at his doorstep with alarming precision, especially after he had just eliminated several assassins from the Zhou family. It was clear that they had been bribed by the Zhou family to probe into his affairs. "Enough with your nonsense, come with me quietly, or else," the officer's tone escalated as he noticed Ji Chang's defiance. His knife was already half drawn, glinting menacingly. "And if I choose not to accompany you, do you intend to kill me without evidence?" Ji Chang replied, his demeanor unchanging, speaking with deliberate calmness. "Humph, I wouldn't go so far as to kill you, but you would certainly suffer some physical punishment. It would be wise to accompany me voluntarily to minimize your suffering." The officer huffed, threatening Ji Chang, then pointed at Fat Girl, "And this one is also a crucial witness, she must come along too." The constables behind him prepared to advance and seize Ji Chang. However, at that moment, the old village head, supported by several villagers, hurried over, panting heavily. "Wait," the old village head called out to the constables, his voice filled with authority. Upon seeing the old village head approach, the officer's expression flickered with apprehension. "Ji Chang is our village's teacher. What crime has he committed that warrants your arrest?" the old village head demanded, his tone aggressive. "Village head Ji, this Ji Chang is implicated in a homicide, so we intend to take him back to the county office for questioning. Should he be innocent, we will naturally release him," the officer replied with a forced smile. "And where is your evidence? The law of the Great Zhou dictates that one cannot be arrested without proof," the village head interjected firmly. The officer's smile faltered. Evidence? What evidence did he possess? In this day and age, they needed no justification to arrest someone. Had this been any ordinary village head, he would have already been dismissed with a kick, given the backing of the county magistrate and the Zhou family. However, he dared not offend the old village head of Date Village. Chapter 29. The old village head's protective nature. Thus, with a forced smile, he said, "Old village head Ji, this is a matter entrusted to us by the county magistrate." The martial officer, lacking evidence, could only invoke the magistrate's authority in hopes of persuading the elder to relent. "What of the magistrate? Is it permissible to arrest individuals without evidence? If you fail to produce proof today, do not expect to take Ji Chang away." The old village head remained unyielding, tilting his head and extending his hand, resolutely preventing them from taking Ji Chang. The martial officer's expression darkened. After a prolonged hesitation, he dared not act against the elder, snorting in frustration before turning to his subordinates and commanding, "Let us depart." Once the officers had left, Ji Chang clasped his hands in gratitude towards the old village head and said, "Thank you, old village head." Although Ji Chang was not afraid of these officers, he felt a surge of gratitude for the elder's protection, bowing sincerely in respect. "Rest assured, my boy. With me here, they cannot take you without evidence, the old village head declared with a commanding wave of his hand. You are indeed formidable, Ji Chang said, giving a thumbs up. Since you are here, let me discuss the matters regarding the private school. Your academy is nearing completion, is it not? The old village head glanced towards Ji Chang's courtyard and inquired. Yes, just one more day and it should be finished, Ji Chang replied. In ancient rural areas, men truly dedicated themselves to hard work, diligently laboring without resorting to deceit. In just 3 or 4 days, a school had risen from the ground. Very well, many villagers have entrusted me to ask you when classes will commence, so they can send their children, the old village head nodded. Many, you say? Is Data Village truly so prosperous? Ji Chang asked, astonished. As of now, there are already 5 or 6 families seeking me out. Once you officially begin classes, there will surely be more, the old village head smiled. Our Date village not only pays minimal taxes, but we are also free from bandits demanding protection fees, making us generally more affluent than other villages. Moreover, you have become somewhat of a local celebrity. Families wish to send their children to you, hoping they will learn more and feel secure. Then, let us set the opening date for 3 days from now. The school needs to air out for a day or two after completion. I will officially commence classes then, but I will teach only half days in the mornings, and I will accept a maximum of 16 students, Ji Chang contemplated before stating. That sounds acceptable. You may establish the rules for your private school as you see fit. How do you intend to charge for tuition? The old village head nodded, then inquired further. Are there any other villages with private schools? How do they charge? Ji Chang admitted he had no clear idea of the fees, opting to follow the common practice. Excluding the county seat, in our Qingshi County, only 2 villages have private schools. In those villages, the fee is 200 copper coins per student per month, but they have full-day classes, the old village head reflected before adding. I will teach only half days, so each student may pay me 80 copper coins monthly, but they must provide their own writing materials, Ji Chang nodded, considering the proposal. The profession of teaching in private schools can indeed be quite lucrative. Even at 80 copper coins per student per month, Ji Chang would earn a decent income. Very well, I shall help you spread the word in the coming days, the old village head acknowledged. After ensuring all was settled, he took his leave from Ji Chang's home. Once the old village head departed, Ji Chang turned back to his room, contemplating how to make the officers pay a price for their actions. Meanwhile, the group of officers, just exiting Date Village, discussed the events that transpired. Brother Sun, how shall we report back to the magistrate without bringing the person back? One officer asked, his voice tinged with concern. What choice do we have? We can only shift the blame onto that old village head of Date Village. Even the magistrate dares not provoke him lightly, let alone us, the officer known as Brother Sun replied with a hint of bitterness. To be honest, I feel a bit of sympathy for that scholar named Ji. We are aware of his family's plight. His sister and father were killed by the Zhou family, and he is barely managing to survive himself. Another officer chimed in. Brother Sun scoffed. Sympathy? I hardly think that's warranted. What do you mean by that, Brother Sun? The officer queried, puzzled. When I ordered you to take his servant, that fellow cast a glance my way. The look in his eyes sent chills down my spine. It was reminiscent of being targeted by a venomous snake or a hungry wolf, a sensation of impending death. Such a gaze is not something an ordinary scholar might possess. Brother Sun spoke gravely. I must ask, how could you have been so accommodating then? Surely, you, being a martial artist of the flesh and blood stage, felt threatened. Could it be that scholar is a martial artist of the bone and muscle stage? The nearby officer asked incredulously. Not necessarily a martial artist, but anyone who can instill such fear in me is certainly not an ordinary person. Let us return now. We will report today's events truthfully to the magistrate. Brother Sun waved his hand dismissively, his irritation evident. Just as he finished his gesture, he felt a sudden heaviness in his chest and instinctively placed a hand over it. Once he lowered his hand, his expression shifted to one of neutrality. The other officers mirrored his demeanor, the group falling into a profound silence, their earlier fervor extinguished. They had unwittingly fallen under the control of the bloodthirsty insects Ji Chang had secretly released. Meanwhile, Ji Chang opened his eyes, having seized control of the officers, allowing them to return in a state of calm. It was essential to keep an eye on the county office and the Zhou family's collusion. When the officers returned without having brought back Ji Chang or any useful information, the news incensed Zhou Bao, who was enjoying tea with the county magistrate in the backyard. That old man from Date Village is truly insufferable. Zhou Bao exclaimed, rising in anger, his teeth clenched in frustration. Brother Zhou, the situation with that old man from Date Village is delicate. There is little we can do, the county magistrate, a stout middle-aged man with a round face and bushy eyebrows, remarked with a smile, attempting to calm Zhou Bao. "Humph, that scholar is undoubtedly suspicious," Zhou Bao retorted, clearly wary of the old village head, and swiftly shifted the topic. The portly magistrate continued to sip his tea, unfazed. After a brief moment of rage, Zhou Bao quickly regained his composure and bowed slightly to the magistrate. "Brother Hong, I shall take my leave now." "Brother Zhou, do as you wish," Magistrate Hong replied with a nod and a smile. That night, the Zhou family remained brightly lit in the Zhou family's conference hall. Zhou Bao smashed a teacup onto the floor in frustration. Ever since old who led his men to Dave village last night, he has gone missing. I had the magistrate send people to inquire, but they returned with no useful information, nor did they bring back that scholar. Zhou Bao gritted his teeth, his tone icy. Chapter 30. The ambush on Zhou Xiong sat in silence, aware that even in the throes of Zhou Bao's fury, he dared not utter a word. "Father, it seems this scholar truly poses a problem. Should I take matters into my own hands and eliminate him?" Zhou Xiong said, clenching his fists. "You cannot act just yet. Your second uncle has already sent word. He is about to assume the position of inspector, with a formal appointment forthcoming in the next few days. Therefore, we must remain discreet for now. Moreover, this scholar is not to be underestimated. Vold who has already encountered difficulties, and your attempt may not guarantee success against him. Let us refrain from provoking him for the time being. Once your second uncle's position is firmly established, we will confront this scholar together," Zhou Bao replied, gesturing dismissively, his tone grave. "Understood, father," Zhou Xiong nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, you may return for now. I have an errand to run and shall not be back tonight." With that, Zhou Bao rose and exited the hall. As soon as Zhou Bao departed, Zhou Xiong swiftly got to his feet and stealthily made his way to the back courtyard. Outside Qin Mayor's chamber, Zhou Xiong glanced around to ensure no one was watching before slipping inside. Before long, peculiar sounds began emanating from within the courtyard. After a while, in Qin Mayor's room, Zhou Xiong held her close. "You are quite impressive, young master," Qin Mayor remarked with a smile. "Ah, indeed," Zhou Xiong replied, thoroughly pleased by her flattery. Indeed, within these 2 days, Ji Chang had successfully ensnared Qin Mayor, who had now captivated Zhou Xiong. "What matters did you discuss with father tonight? You both appeared somewhat serious. Is there a pressing issue in Qingshi County that troubles you and father?" Ji Chang, controlling Qin Mayor, inquired cautiously. "Oh, speaking of that is rather unfortunate. Are you aware of the scholar who caused such a ruckus at the county office?" Zhou Xiong replied, clearly agitated. "I have heard a bit about it," Qin Mayor nodded. "This scholar is not as simple as he seems. Last night, my father dispatched old Hu to assassinate him, yet there has been no word since." Zhou Xiong frowned, his expression grave. "What, old Hu himself could not handle this scholar?" Qin Mayor gasped, her lips parted in astonishment, delicate fingers covering her mouth. "Although old Hu is aging, he is still a martial artist of considerable skill. If even he has faltered, this scholar should not be taken lightly. However, you need not worry. Once my second uncle's affairs are settled, I will join forces with that old man, and no matter how formidable this scholar may be, he will not withstand our might," Zhou Xiong reassured her. "Is it truly necessary for the master to take such action against a mere scholar?" Qin Mayor exclaimed, her surprise evident. That is simply the nature of the old man. He either refrains from intervening or, when he does, he gives his all, overwhelming the opponent without leaving any potential threats behind," Zhou Xiong explained with a chuckle. "Oh, I see," Qin Mayor replied, nodding in understanding. Then, shifting the conversation, she continued, "Young master, it is quite perilous for us to be here. If father discovers us, we could find ourselves in serious trouble even in his absence. If our voices carry too loudly and attract the attention of others, it poses a risk." Zhou Xiong furrowed his brow, acknowledging her concern, yet he felt powerless to remedy the situation. Leaning against Zhou Xiong's chest, Qin Mayor gently breathed her sweet fragrance and said, "I have spoken with father. He will be away all day the day after tomorrow. I have heard that the back mountain of Daha village is beautifully scenic, and I believe it would be a splendid day for an outing. However, it would not be safe for me to go alone. Would you accompany me to protect me?" Upon hearing her words, Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up as he instantly comprehended her intentions. It was still March, hardly the season for outings, thus he grasped her true meaning. "Very well, if you wish to venture out, I shall certainly ensure your safety," Zhou Xiong responded, his fist clenched in determination and a smile on his face. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Ji Chang. Since that day, the old Taoist had been silent, and Zhou Xiong's second uncle was on the verge of assuming some insignificant official position. At that point, they would be free from any constraints and could fully focus on Zhou Xiong, who currently felt rather overwhelmed. Thus, Ji Chang needed to expedite his plans for revenge. Ji Chang intended to lure Zhou Xiong out alone and eliminate him, thereby diminishing the Zhou family's power. As long as Zhou Xiong accompanied Qin Mayer, Ji Chang would have a means to dispose of him, and he could also deal with the changes in Ji Xiuxiu's condition. Thus, time passed swiftly, and 2 days slipped by in an instant. On the afternoon of the second day, Ji Chang set out early. His purpose was to reach the designated place ahead of time to set traps for Zhou Xiong. Ji Chang quickly arrived at the site they intended to visit, a valley near Dahe village. Although mid-March was not typically a time for outings, Qin Mayer and Zhou Xiong were not truly going for that. It was merely an excuse. The terrain here was favorable, densely wooded, and suitable for nefarious deeds, even for taking a life. Ji Chang released all his venomous insects, over 2,700 level 5 bloodthirsty insects, 18 level 5 giant black spiders, 15 level 6 spirit blood insects, and 1 level 6 magic sound insect. This magic sound insect was a recent acquisition, capable of emitting special sounds that induce hallucinations, with a maximum level of 6. After dispersing these insects throughout the area, Ji Chang surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight, before snapping his fingers. 3 figures darted out from a distance. They were none other than Old Hu and 2 assassins, all formidable fighters. With Ji Chang's own prowess and the ambushers hidden nearby, he was confident they could eliminate a practitioner of external martial arts. The individuals accompanying them today were all carefully chosen allies of Ji Chang. Everything was meticulously arranged to deal with Zhou Xiong. He had no doubt they could eliminate this lecher. Through Qin Mayer's perspective, Ji Chang observed them nearing the valley and promptly concealed himself. After Ji Chang successfully hid himself, roughly the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a group arrived in the valley. "Young master, what do you think of this valley?" Qin Mayer asked, pointing to a section ahead. "It appears acceptable," Zhou Xiong replied, uninterested in the scenery, eager to get straight to business. "Then set up the provisions here." "I shall accompany the young master to that area for a look," Qin Mayer instructed, gesturing to several attendants they had brought along. "Yes," the attendants responded in unison. "Oh, and Ji Xiuxiu, you should come over as well," Qin Mayer added, pointing to Ji Xiuxiu. Zhou Xiong was taken aback, puzzled by her request. "What do we need her for?" Chapter 31. The death of Zhou Xiong. Qin Mayer, somewhat bashful, leaned closer to Zhou Xiong and whispered, "I fear that serving the young master alone may not suffice to bring him full enjoyment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong immediately grasped her meaning. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, and he nodded in agreement. "You are indeed thoughtful, my dear." Consequently, Qin Mayer led the way into the forest. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the woods. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Xiong was distracted, Qin Mayer drew the hairpin from her hair and plunged it viciously into his mouth, piercing the soft tissue and blood vessels of his throat. Who could have anticipated such a sudden betrayal? Zhou Xiong, caught completely off guard, was struck firmly by the hairpin, blood gushing forth from his throat. Simultaneously, countless bloodthirsty insects erupted from Ji Xiuxiu's body, swiftly crawling onto Zhou Xiong and tearing at his flesh. Zhou Xiong attempted to emit a pained roar, but the blood flooding his throat choked him, rendering him voiceless. In a fit of rage, he swatted Qin Mayer away. He could scarcely comprehend her treachery, nor could he fathom her motives for such an attack. He yanked the hairpin from his mouth, but before he could react further, Ji Xiuxiu lunged at him with a dagger. Zhou Xiong retaliated with a kick, sending her flying. Fortunately, Ji Xiuxiu did not inflict significant harm upon him. However, she was somewhat disheartened to discover that the bloodthirsty insects clinging to Zhou Xiong could not penetrate his flesh. They perished upon contact with his blood, and their futile attempts to gnaw at his skin yielded little effect. Nevertheless, Ji Xiuxiu had other means at her disposal. Seizing the moment of weakness, she commanded Butler Hu and 2 assassins to spring forth and swiftly attack Zhou Xiong. An array of venomous insects crawled forth, bloodthirsty insects, spirit blood insects, spiders, and the sinister magic sound insects, converging upon Zhou Xiong. The magic sound insects emitted a sound akin to cicadas, a melody that clouded Zhou Xiong's mind, momentarily disorienting him. It was only as Butler Hu and the 2 assassins approached that he regained his senses. Butler Hu struck out with a palm, striking Zhou Xiong square in the chest, sending him crashing into a tree. Yet, as a seasoned warrior of the visceral realm, Zhou Xiong's body was remarkably resilient. Even after sustaining repeated blows, he remained alive, his strength undeniable despite the flaws in his cultivation technique. The collision with the tree seemed to revive him, and with a furious roar, he surged to his feet, charging at Butler Hu like a maddened bull. Boom! Zhou Xiong clashed with Butler Hu, who was sent flying from the impact. The 2 assassins then joined the fray, attacking him in succession, yet Zhou Xiong easily deflected their blows, sending them sprawling with a couple of kicks. Squeak! The magic sound insects emitted their haunting cry once more, and Zhou Xiong felt his vision blurred out. He shook his head vigorously, only to find a claw, sharp as an eagle's, descending upon him. It was Butler Hu, seizing the opportunity to strike again, landing a devastating blow that tore away a large swath of flesh from Zhou Xiong's face. "Get away!" Zhou Xiong roared, swinging a fist, but Butler Hu evaded the attack. Swiftly, Butler Hu maneuvered behind him, launching another claw strike that caught Zhou Xiong at the nape of his neck, again tearing away a chunk of skin. With a twist of his waist, Zhou Xiong swiftly turned, delivering a powerful punch. Butler Hu attempted to retreat, but Zhou Xiong was swifter, landing a hit that sent Butler Hu flying. Albeit he had managed to raise a defensive posture. At that moment, swarms of spiders and bloodthirsty insects crawled towards Zhou Xiong. Although the spiders attempted to gnaw at him, their efforts proved futile. However, they quickly focused on the wounds, biting with relentless ferocity and injecting venom into his bloodstream. As more and more toxins coursed through him, Zhou Xiong felt a significant portion of his strength drain away, leaving only pain and weakness. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this, for Butler Hu and the two assassins were still before him, demanding his immediate attention. After once again sending Butler Hu and the assassins sprawling, Zhou Xiong found himself completely enveloped by insects. Even the spirit blood insects had infiltrated his body. While they could exert some control over him, their speed in doing so had notably diminished. Completely subduing him would not be an immediate task. However, the relentless onslaught had surely rendered him beyond salvation for the day. Help! Sensing his impending doom, Zhou Xiong instinctively called out for assistance. Hearing his cries, several servants and maidens rushed toward him. "Young master, we are here," they exclaimed as they hastened to Zhou Xiong's side. At this juncture, Zhou Xiong was in a pitiful state, thoroughly tormented. Under the influence of the magic sound insects, he lacked the mental clarity to question how these untrained servants managed to breach the assassin's defenses. All he wished for was help, someone to whisk him away from this dire situation. However, the servants who reached him were not there to aid. Instead, they brandished daggers and plunged them into his wounds, targeting his vital points. Caught unawares, Zhou Xiong was struck once more, leading to a further grievous injury. With an enraged roar, he sent the servants flying but soon found himself unable to maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground. Yet, Zhou Xiong was not dead. His life force, far more vigorous than that of an ordinary individual, merely left him weakened and injured. Seizing the opportunity presented by his incapacitation, Ji Chang commanded Butler Hu to restrain Zhou Xiong, while he himself remained hidden in the shadows. Ji Chang needed to wait until the spirit blood insects had fully subdued Zhou Xiong before revealing himself, wary of the potential for an explosive retaliation. After several breaths, Ji Chang confirmed that the spirit blood insects had indeed taken control of Zhou Xiong, and only then did he emerge from his concealment. Observing the devastation in the forest, Ji Chang reflected on how his meticulous planning and caution had spared him from a direct confrontation. Had they faced off openly, he would have surely been outmatched. Zhou Xiong's strength surpassed that of Butler Hu, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that even 2 or 3 Butler Hus would struggle against Zhou Xiong at his peak. Approaching Zhou Xiong, Ji Chang gathered a surge of energy into his palm, forming a soul transmuting mark, and struck down upon the weakened Zhou Xiong. Boom! Following the strike, dust swirled, and a notification panel appeared before Ji Chang's eyes. Chapter 32: Strange Tales of Transforming Beasts. You have slain an external practitioner of the visceral realm and received a reward. 95 days of enlightenment. You have vanquished an external practitioner of the visceral realm and received a reward. 100 blood pill, a precious medicine usable by external practitioners of the visceral realm, containing a substantial amount of vital energy. Martial artists who have not yet attained the visceral realm should exercise caution in its use. After eliminating Zhou Xiong, Ji Chang felt a significant lightness in his heart, as if a burden had been lifted, and his body felt increasingly agile, likely due to the dissipation of a part of his obsessions. Following this victory, Ji Chang immediately commanded several bloodthirsty worms to crawl into Zhou Xiong's corpse. Although Zhou Xiong was dead, as long as he could control him, he would serve as Ji Chang's corpse general for the next month. The bodies of external practitioners, having undergone rigorous training, decompose at an exceedingly slow rate even after death, thus preserving them for a month posed no issue. In this manner, Ji Chang had fortified his assurance once again. Even if the head of the Zhou family were to come personally with a retinue, Ji Chang felt confident in his ability to match him in a contest of strength. Ji Chang ordered all the bloodthirsty worms and spiders to consume the remains of their fallen kin, then instructed 4 corpses and several servants to tidy up the battlefield. Once the area in the woods had been cleared, Ji Chang contemplated the fate of the surviving servants. 3 ordinary individuals had perished in the skirmish, leaving the rest unharmed. Regardless of their survival, Ji Chang deemed them to be of no further use and a potential risk of exposure. He decided that the living should escort Qin Meyer back while framing the old Taoist for the incident, all the while testing whether anyone from the Zhou family knew of the old Taoist's origins. As for the deceased, he resolved to conceal them in a cave. With his plan set, Ji Chang promptly ordered the surviving servants to escort Qin Meyer home while instructing the 4 deceased, including Ji Xiuxiu, to find a cave to hide in. After addressing the matters at hand, Ji Chang returned home accompanied by the 4 corpse generals and a multitude of worms and spiders. Upon his return, Ji Chang's mind flickered with the illumination of a new strange tale. He immediately checked the record in his mind. Strange tale, there are rumors in the countryside of a peculiar technique that can transform humans into beasts. It is said that the technique requires human material, a handful of animal fur, and a willow branch. The animal fur is tied to the willow branch, which is then inserted into the person's hair. By writing the character for beast with one's blood on the palm, one can transform a person into a beast. Another version claims that the character must be inscribed on the forehead instead. A third version suggests the inclusion of mulberry leaves along with the animal fur, both of which must be placed in the mouth, followed by writing the character on the forehead with one's blood. Please verify which rumor is true. Verification difficulty 1-star danger level 1-star verification results. The first is true, the second is true, the third is true. Evidence sufficiency 0. A sufficiency level exceeding 60 is required to determine results. Verification rewards. 1 year of enlightenment. 2 is simplified advanced version of the beast transformation technique. This strange tale proved to be quite simple, with little else occupying his time. Ji Chang contemplated gathering the necessary materials. He knew that items such as willow branches and mulberry leaves could easily be found in the village and surrounding hills, while animal fur was even more abundant, readily available from local households. The only challenging material was the human component. However, the recent battle had conveniently left him with 4 individuals, including Ji Xiuxiu, who could serve as test subjects. After a considerable search, Ji Chang finally collected all the materials. He then proceeded to a cave in the mountains where the corpses were hidden. Upon arrival, Ji Chang laid the materials on the ground and approached Ji Xiuxiu first, binding a tuft of sheep's wool to a willow branch and inserting it into her hair. However, he suddenly realized with a snap of his fingers that Ji Xiuxiu appeared to have no blood left. Reluctantly, he withdrew the willow branch from her head. The other servants still had blood, so he inserted the willow branch into another servant's hair and cut a vein on their wrist, using his finger to write the character for beast in his palm with the blood. Yet, after completing the inscription, there was no reaction from the servant, indicating that the first method was false. Next, he maintained the same materials but bit his finger and inscribed the character on the servant's forehead. Still, there was no change, confirming that the first 2 methods were erroneous. This left only the third method. Ji Chang retrieved another tuft of sheep's wool and a mulberry leaf, filling the mouth of a third servant with both, then inscribing the character on the forehead with his blood. A miraculous transformation occurred. Upon completing the inscription, the servant's lifeless body instantly morphed into a large, plump sheep. Astonished, Ji Chang marveled at the peculiarity of this technique. After confirming all 3 statements, he selected the conclusion stating that all 3 were true. Upon making his selection, a number appeared beneath the evidence sufficiency 100. You have received rewards 1 year of enlightenment. You have obtained simplified advanced version of the beast transformation technique. The simplified advanced version of the beast transformation technique. By inscribing the character for beast within energy on a person's forehead, one can transform them into one of 3 beasts, a sheep, a pig, or a donkey. Conversely, writing the character for human on the beast's forehead within energy will revert them back to human form. Upon acquiring the technique, Ji Chang began to inscribe the character on the foreheads of the other 3 corpses using gathered in energy. First, he inscribed Ji Xiuxiu's forehead, and she instantly transformed into a dead sheep. The next 2 servants morphed into a dead donkey and a dead pig, respectively. The convenience of directly inscribing within energy indeed proved to be significantly easier than the previous methods. After transforming all of them into livestock, Ji Chang chose to leave without any intention of consuming them. The thought was rather repugnant. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened. As Ji Chang entered his room and had a bite to eat, he suddenly became alert, glancing toward the door and intoning, "Come in." As soon as he spoke, the courtyard door creaked open, revealing the disheveled old Taoist entering silently. "Where have you been these past few days?" "I had hoped to confront the Zhou family alongside you," Ji Chang remarked, glancing at the old man with mild indifference. "Ha ha ha, I've been devising strategies to deal with the Zhou family," the old Taoist chuckled lightly, casually taking a seat opposite Ji Chang. Chapter 33 of the Old Taoist's Past. What means do you have prepared to deal with the Zhou family? Ji Chang inquired with curiosity. I cannot disclose the specifics of my preparations just yet, but rest assured, the methods I have devised are capable of utterly annihilating the Zhou family. How about we take action tomorrow night? The old Taoist chuckled, shaking his head before confidently adding, "You should gather all the corpses and insects you can control and infiltrate the city to sow chaos at the Zhou residence. The rest will be left to me." Seeing the old Taoist exude such confidence, Ji Chang discreetly concentrated his dark energy into his left eye, casting a glance toward the old man. A few lines of small characters appeared above the Taoist's head. Haisha Taoist introduction. A practitioner of the ghostly path, possessing a past and identity shrouded in secrecy. Realm unknown, he possesses a treasure that conceals his realm, rendering it untraceable. Lifespan. 7280 blood, 450450 soul 12001200. Observing the information about the old Taoist, Ji Chang furrowed his brow in contemplation. The old man's identity was indeed complex, and the existence of a concealing treasure was troubling. However, upon reading the introduction, Ji Chang suddenly conceived an idea. Thus, Ji Chang nodded and addressed the old Taoist. You need not speak, for I can act in accordance with your arrangements. However, you must agree to one condition. Oh, what condition might that be? The Zhou family is our common enemy, and dealing with them should naturally fall within your responsibilities as well, the old Taoist said, raising an eyebrow in mild discontent. Ah, fret not, it is merely a trivial condition, one that you can easily fulfill, Ji Chang replied, pinching his fingers to indicate a minuscule gap, smiling as he spoke. Oh? Pray tell, the old Taoist said, frowning slightly. You know well that I am a scholar, and the pinnacle of our scholarly pursuits is to compose works that will echo through the ages, Ji Chang stated earnestly. As soon as Ji Chang finished, he noticed the old Taoist regarding him with a skeptical expression, as if assessing his sincerity. Is that truly the aspiration of a genuine scholar? Is your ambition not rather to wreak havoc upon the world? The old Taoist jested. To think he could deceive him so easily. What genuine scholar would daily manipulate insects and toy with corpses? Ji Chang rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, how can you claim I am not a true scholar? Moreover, could you kindly allow me to finish before interrupting? Proceed, the old Taoist nodded. I genuinely wish to document a biography, Ji Chang continued earnestly. I aspire to write a book dedicated to chronicling extraordinary tales and peculiar events. Hence, I would like to request that you share your true past and experiences with me, such as how you entered the ghostly path, and any good or evil deeds you may have committed in the past. I shall record them as a biography. Ha ha, what an extraordinary request, a biography for a ghostly practitioner such as myself. The old Taoist erupted into hearty laughter. My lord, is everything well? I hear voices from your chamber, came the voice of Pangya from outside the door just as Ji Chang prepared to elaborate further. Ji Chang and the old Taoist exchanged glances before Ji Chang spoke. An old friend has arrived, we shall converse for a moment, you may retire for the night. Yes, my lord, Pangya replied, her concerns alleviated as she returned to her own quarters. Once Pangya departed, the old Taoist turned to Ji Chang and remarked, Scholar, your physique is quite suited to inherit my teachings, would you consider allowing her to become my disciple? Naturally, she may still serve as your attendant. We shall discuss this matter later, for now, let us focus on the biography, Ji Chang said with a chuckle, dismissing the old man's suggestion. If it weren't for their impending confrontation with the Zhou family, Ji Chang would have given him a stern lesson for his intentions toward Pangya. Very well, since you, the scholar, wish to hear the tales of an old Taoist, I shall oblige, the old Taoist said, seeing Ji Chang's reluctance to engage further. Please do, but you must speak the truth, for I possess means to discern fact from fiction. Deceiving me would be futile, and there is no need for concealment regarding such trivial matters. Ji Chang pretended to take out paper and pen, adopting a serious demeanor. Splendid, allow me to regale you with the chronicles of my past, the old Taoist chuckled before continuing. In my youth, during the reign of Emperor Rui, my parents were still alive, and I hailed from a wealthy family. The old Taoist paused momentarily, as if lost in the distant memories, moved by the weight of time. May I inquire your true name? How should one address you now, and could you also share the location of your former home? Ji Chang ventured, sensing the old man's hesitance. Are you seeking a tale or an interrogation? The old Taoist replied defensively. Ah, do not be so guarded. I merely wish to document your story, you are the protagonist, after all and naturally, I must know your name and basic information. If it eases your mind, I shall introduce myself first. I am Ji Chang, from Daha village in Xingyang County. Ji Chang waved his hand dismissively, encouraging the old man to relax. I shall refer to myself as Haisha Taoist. You may simply record it as such, the old Taoist replied, somewhat disgruntled. Very well, Haisha Taoist it is, please continue, Ji Chang conceded, signaling for the old man to proceed. My father, though of humble origins, possessed remarkable business acumen in his youth, which allowed him to amass some wealth. Eventually, he returned with the family to his ancestral village, acquiring a modest amount of land. We were considered minor landlords in the village at that time. When I was around 9 or 10, though I cannot recall precisely, the harvest that year was poor, leading many to perish from hunger. My foolish father selflessly offered our grain to alleviate the suffering of the impoverished villagers. Subsequently, bandits descended upon the village, and those envious villagers conspired with the brigands, stealing all our grain, and my parents were ultimately slain by those very bandits, the old Taoist recounted, bitterness lacing his words. After he finished, he glanced at Ji Chang and inquired, "Did you not wish to know how I came to embrace the ghostly path?" "Yes, indeed," Ji Chang nodded eagerly. "It is a curious twist of fate. After my foolish father was murdered, his overwhelming resentment transformed him into a vengeful spirit. As he exacted his wrath upon those villagers, an epiphany suddenly dawned upon me. Utilizing our blood connection, I was able to exert control over my father. After he had vanquished the entire village, I drifted away, and thus my journey began," the old Taoist recounted succinctly. "Did you not receive any formal teachings, instead attaining understanding through your own experiences?" "A true prodigy," Ji Chang exclaimed with a sigh, his curiosity piqued. "However, you now evidently possess a structured lineage of teachings. Surely, further events must have transpired or encounters made. Could you not elaborate on those?" Ji Chang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired. Chapter 34. Preparing to act. At this point, the tale of the old Taoist could already be chronicled as an extraordinary event. However, Ji Chang had come to understand the characteristics of recording such phenomena. The more bizarre and intricate the account, the greater the rewards. Thus, Ji Chang eagerly desired for the old Taoist to continue his narration. The events that follow are not fit for your ears, scholar," the old Taoist coldly chuckled, resolutely declining Ji Chang's request. Seeing that the old Taoist was genuinely unwilling to share further, Ji Chang felt a twinge of regret but decided to abandon the matter. He then began to write fervently at the table, though this was merely a ruse to distract the old Taoist. In truth, Ji Chang aimed to record the extraordinary events in his mind's ledger. Extraordinary event: a ghostly Taoist, self-styled as the Black Sand Taoist, who, in his youth, came from a wealthy family but turned to the ghostly path, controlling spirits and slaying the entire village. He later wandered the world and, in the 3rd month of the 7th year of the Ming Emperor, encountered Ji Chang from Dahe village and recorded him. As Ji Chang completed the recording of the extraordinary event, a few lines of small text materialized below. Evidence sufficiency 60. Only events deemed true with an evidence sufficiency exceeding 60 can be successfully recorded. Result: recording successful. Strangeness rating 1-star. Reward obtained 1 year of Taoist cultivation. 2 techniques: skin painting technique, which allows one to depict a human likeness using gathered yin energy on paper, cutting it out and covering the face, enabling the alteration of appearance and voice. Although this recorded extraordinary event was only rated 1 star, the reward of the technique remained rather practical. It was fortuitous that this technique could be applied in the upcoming confrontation with the Zhou family. Well then, my tales have concluded. Tomorrow night, when darkness falls, you shall act. Once you make your move, I will do so immediately, the old Taoist advised as he rose. Rest assured, Ji Chang nodded in response. The old Taoist then departed. Having received Ji Chang's affirmation, the Black Sand Taoist swiftly exited the room. After the old Taoist's departure, Ji Chang did not retire to bed immediately. Instead, he produced a sheet of paper and began to sketch. The old Taoist's intention to act the following night coincided perfectly with Ji Chang's own plans. With the time for the obsession to dissipate limited to a month, and already half a month having elapsed, it was prudent to eliminate the Zhou family swiftly to hasten the dissolution of his fixation. Preparedness was essential for the impending action. On the following day, Ji Chang was roused from a deep slumber by a persistent knock at the door. Having spent the previous night drawing, he was still groggy. "Oi, Ji lad. Hurry and open the door, today marks the commencement of your private school, why are you still in bed?" came the voice of the village head from outside. Caught up in thoughts of the Zhou family, Ji Chang had nearly forgotten that today was the day classes began. He hastily got up and instructed the plump girl to open the door. "Ah, you truly just woke up," the village head remarked playfully upon seeing Ji Chang freshening up, then gestured to the throng of people that had gathered. "I've found you a total of 15 students, all from our village, aged between 8 and 15. The others are their elders, here to pay you." Ji Chang wiped his face and glanced at the crowd, nodding appreciatively. He then approached the village head and said, "Thank you for your efforts. In a few days, I shall venture to the city and bring you back a jar of exquisite wine." You truly understand me," the village head chuckled in satisfaction, waving his hand. "Well then, I shall take my leave." "Very well, safe travels, village head," Ji Chang replied with a nod. "Plump girl, have them line up and come into the school one by one to register and pay," Ji Chang instructed upon entering the newly constructed schoolhouse. "Yes, young master," the girl replied and began bustling outside. Soon, one by one, the students along with their parents entered the schoolhouse to pay their dues and take their seats. Once all the students had settled in, Ji Chang addressed the gathering of villagers. "All right, everyone may return now. Classes will be held from the 3rd quarter of the Qin hour to the 1st quarter of the Wu hour. Right here, the children may come on their own each day." "Very well, Mr. G. We understand, Mr. G. If my little Liuzi misbehaves, please do not hesitate to discipline him severely." Indeed then, Mr. G, we shall take our leave now. The villagers responded in a chorus of respectful acknowledgement, each displaying utmost reverence towards Ji Chang. Go on back now, Ji Chang said, feeling quite pleased after having collected a fair sum of money. Once the villagers departed, Ji Chang returned to the schoolhouse and surveyed the group of young boys before him. Indeed, most were boys. Among the 15 students, only 2 were girls, a reflection of the pronounced preference for males in rural society during ancient times. Families with some wealth prioritized resources for male children. Dear students, starting today, you shall learn to read and write under my guidance. My name is Ji Chang, and you may address me as Mr. G. Our class time will be from the 3rd quarter of the Chen hour to the 1st quarter of the Wu hour. Punctuality is mandatory. Do you understand? Ji Chang addressed the 15 children. Yes, they all replied in unison, their voices ringing out. Following this, Ji Chang took the time to familiarize himself with the young students before beginning their lessons in literacy. As the midday sun passed, and once all the children had departed, Ji Chang finally rose to leave the schoolhouse. Experiencing his inaugural day as a teacher was indeed a novel sensation, yet, without a moment to rest, Ji Chang needed to prepare for the significant events of the night. First, he had to gather the 4 corpse generals along with a multitude of bloodthirsty insects and venomous spiders. While it was not particularly challenging to infiltrate the city with them, it would nonetheless consume considerable time. Ji Chang informed the plump girl that he would be returning late that night and set off on horseback. As night descended, the Zhou family estate was ablaze with lights. In the Zhou family's conference hall, Zhou Bao sat in the principal seat, his expression dark and brooding. Below him knelt the tearful Qin Mayor, accompanied by the servants and maids who had followed Zhou Xiong the previous day. My lord, it is my fault. I should not have ventured out, leading to the death of the eldest son, Qin Mayor lamented, wiping her tears. Are you suggesting that a ragged, disheveled old Taoist attacked you? Zhou Bao inquired, his expression grim. Yes, my lord. He claimed to have a grievance with our Zhou family and recognized us at a glance, attacking without hesitation. The eldest son engaged him in combat but was ultimately no match, Qin Mayor explained, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. My lord, that Taoist could unleash a wave of black energy with a mere flick of his whisk. He is indeed formidable. When did our Zhou family offend such a powerful individual? She continued, furtively studying Zhou Bao's expression. A disheveled Taoist, when have we, the Zhou family, incurred the wrath of such a person? Zhou Bao frowned, troubled by the thought. He truly could not recall how his family had crossed paths with such an individual. To have slain Xiong'er, one would need to possess the prowess of a martial artist at the blood exchange stage. Chapter 35 of the battle begins. Zhou Bao pondered for a long time, unable to fathom how the Zhou family had offended such a formidable individual. Gritting his teeth, he declared, regardless of who you are, daring to slay my son, Zhou Bao, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. No sooner had Zhou Bao uttered these words than a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Master, Master! Steward Hu and the eldest young master have returned. Hu Lao and Xiong'er have returned. Zhou Bao was momentarily taken aback, his face alight with joy, though suspicion soon clouded his expression. All martial practitioners, gather in the front courtyard at once and heed Steward Hu's command. We must avenge my son. In the hall, Zhou Bao could hear his son's ferocious voice resonating through the air. Just as he prepared to investigate the front courtyard, Zhou Xiong, drenched in blood and looking disheveled, strode purposefully towards the conference hall. Father, you must avenge me. I nearly did not return. Zhou Xiong bellowed from afar, voicing his grievances. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Rest assured, I shall not let those who dared to harm you go unpunished, Zhou Bao replied, his joy evident upon seeing Zhou Xiong unharmed. However, as Zhou Xiong approached, Zhou Bao was taken aback by his son's pitiful condition, musing how it was indeed his son, whose blood runs thick. Had it been anyone else, such grievous wounds would surely spell death. While Zhou Bao was intensely scrutinizing Zhou Xiong's injuries, a sudden turn of events unfolded as Zhou Xiong launched a fierce punch. Caught completely off guard, Zhou Bao was unprepared for the onslaught, and the blow struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. The unexpected turn of events sent all the servants and maidens in the hall into a state of panic. Although Zhou Bao was no weakling, facing Zhou Xiong, whose strength matched his own, he was severely wounded by a full-force punch delivered without any forewarning. Spitting blood, he lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, but in a heartbeat, realization dawned upon him as he shouted, "You are not my son." He, old man, you are indeed the head of the Zhou family. Your reflexes are commendable, but alas, it is too late. Zhou Xiong leapt into action, charging toward the struggling Zhou Bao. Someone, come! Zhou Bao strained to channel his inner strength, bellowing toward the conference hall's entrance. At this moment, the martial practitioners of the Zhou family, who had just congregated in the front courtyard, turned their gaze toward the rear in confusion. Why is everyone standing around? Did you not hear the young masteress command? All of you, follow me to avenge the young master. Steward who, clad in tattered garments, urged the Zhou family warriors preparing to head to the back. The Zhou family, renowned as the preeminent power in Qingshi County, boasted several martial artists skilled in the realms of the viscera and Qi transformation among their ranks. Therefore, Ji Chang aimed to mobilize these warriors, at the very least to stall the adversary. Steward who, why do I hear sounds of battle emanating from the conference hall, and the master is calling for us? One of the captains of the guard remarked, glancing back with a furrowed brow. Captain Lin, you are overthinking. This is the Zhou family. Do you truly believe anyone could pose a threat to the master here? Steward who waved dismissively. That may be, but I still think we should investigate. If the master is unharmed, we can then proceed to avenge the young master. Come, brothers. Captain Lin beckoned to the Zhou family warriors. As they turned, however, a martial artist from the Zhou family, at the Viscera realm, was suddenly sent screaming through the air. All eyes turned in astonishment, realizing it was Steward who was doing. I warned you, this is the young master's command, anyone who defies it shall perish. Steward whose voice was hoarse, his eyes devoid of emotion, glaring at the gathered guards like a ravenous wolf. Steward who, you are being excessively domineering. Do you truly believe I fear you? The captain of the guard stepped forward, his internal energy surging as he pointed an accusatory finger at Steward who. Notably, he observed that Steward who had shown no mercy. The guard had been struck with such force that his internal organs had been shattered, leaving him lifeless. I have stated, everything must prioritize the young master's affairs. Follow me to avenge him. Steward who reiterated coldly. Old son, restrain this madman. The others, follow me to the back. I sense something is amiss, the captain instructed, his attention drawn by the escalating sounds from behind. Understood. The man nodded, stepping forward to block Steward who's path. The remaining guards followed the captain toward the back. Hey Sha, are you not going to take action? Steward who suddenly shouted. As he did so, a shroud of ominous black mist seemed to envelop the Zhou family, plunging it into an eerie silence. In the front courtyard, all the lower-ranked Zhou family warriors clutched their throats, beginning to wail. It was as though an unseen force had constricted their necks, their faces gradually turning purple as they collapsed to the ground. Xiao Wang, de Shi Tu, what is wrong with you? Several martial artists skilled in the viscera realm and Qi transformation rushed to inquire, worry etched on their faces. I feel as if something is choking me. I can scarcely breathe, one guard managed to articulate with great difficulty. Who, what have you done? The captain of the guards rose, glaring angrily at Steward who. He, this is not my doing, Steward who replied with a cold chuckle, then suddenly lunged toward the captain. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family conference hall, Zhou Xiong was engaged in combat with Zhou Bao. Seizing the opportunity created by Zhou Bao's injury from the surprise attack, Zhou Xiong advanced swiftly, delivering a kick. Zhou Bao instinctively dodged. Crack, the wooden tables and chairs splintered beneath Zhou Xiong's powerful strike, splinters flying in all directions. Seeing Zhou Bao evade, Zhou Xiong adjusted his stance and kicked again. Zhou Bao crossed his arms defensively, barely managing to block the blow, yet was still sent reeling backward. Cough, Zhou Bao landed heavily, spewing forth another mouthful of blood. As he beheld Zhou Xiong charging at him once more, his expression turned grave. Every maneuver employed by this assailant was unmistakably that of his son. In that moment, Zhou Bao felt a chilling realization. It seemed as if his eldest son sought to take his life. Of course, Zhou Bao also entertained the notion that someone might be manipulating his son, yet considering Zhou Xiong's mastery in the viscera realm, who could possess such power to control him? At this instant, the ever-cunning Zhou Bao felt a twinge of fear. Moreover, after calling for reinforcements for so long, no one had come, indicating that the entire Zhou family was embroiled in turmoil. Wu Shu, come quickly to my aid. Leveraging the distance gained from being kicked away, Zhou Bao sprang to his feet and dashed toward the rear courtyard, shouting desperately as he ran. Chapter 36, The Zhou family's hidden cards. Though he too was a practitioner of internal martial arts at the transformation stage, under the circumstances of being ambushed and injured, he was certainly no match for his eldest son. With the guards in the front courtyard losing hope, his only remaining glimmer of salvation lay in the Zhou family's steadfast anchor, his fifth uncle, Zhou Tong. Upon witnessing Zhou Bao's flight, Zhou Xiong immediately gave chase. However, due to the considerable distance between them, he found it difficult to catch up. The two figures pursued each other into the rear courtyard, which had descended into chaos, with countless bloodthirsty insects unleashed by Ji Chang now swarming the area. Numerous servants and family members of the Zhou clan had fallen under the control of these ravenous creatures, and the entire Zhou household was in disarray. Zhou Bao, already injured, had run so far into the rear courtyard that upon seeing the pandemonium and the cacophony of battle cries, he felt a surge of panic and coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Embrace death. At that moment, Zhou Xiong resembled a grim reaper pursuing its prey, swinging his massive fist toward Zhou Bao's head. Boom! However, Zhou Xiong's punch missed Zhou Bao entirely, and he was sent flying instead. Sensing something amiss, Ji Chang swiftly shifted his focus to Zhou Xiong, controlling him to rise quickly and scan the surroundings. Before long, an elderly man in grey robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, emerged slowly from a secluded area of the Zhou estate. The instant Ji Chang laid eyes upon the old man, a sense of alarm washed over him. Even without confronting this elder directly, Ji Chang could feel the almost imperceptible aura of oppression emanating from him. This elder was undoubtedly a master, likely having reached the intermediate second stage. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, regardless of whether one was an internal or external martial artist, the layers of realms remained consistent. They are generally categorized into the lower three stages, intermediate second stage, and upper stage. The lower three stages serve as foundational realms, where most martial artists in the grand scheme of things reside. Although they may appear insignificant, those who attain the organ stage or transformation stage can hold their own as notable figures in a county. The intermediate second stage comprises the true Qi stage, blood exchange stage, inner Dan stage, and blood Dan stage. Attaining either the true Qi stage or blood exchange stage qualifies one as a minor expert even within the vast realm of Du, while reaching the inner Dan stage or blood Dan stage earns the title of a martial arts master. Achieving the final stage bestows the esteemed title of Grandmaster of Martial Arts. The true Qi stage represents the realm of internal martial artists, where the internal energy undergoes a complete qualitative transformation into true Qi, resulting in an unparalleled increase in strength compared to the preceding stage. It is no exaggeration to say that 10 transformation stage practitioners would be no match for a single true Qi practitioner. The Zhou family's enduring presence in Qingshi County for so many years, aside from their connections with officials, indeed owes its stability to the guardianship of martial arts masters. The moment the elder made his appearance, Ji Chang understood that this was not an adversary he could contend with. If it were a practitioner from the lower three stages, even a relatively strong organ stage practitioner like Zhou Xiong could still be dealt with by Ji Chang, but against a true Qi practitioner, even with all his cunning, Ji Chang would be at a disadvantage. Now, it remained to be seen whether the old Taoist had any means to counter this situation. If the old Taoist could not manage, then this operation would surely end in failure. Who dares to lay hands on the Zhou family? Hiding behind others is no true skill. If you have the courage, come forth and face me directly. The elder's aura surged the moment he appeared, true Qi swirling around him, his grey robe billowing ominously as he bellowed at the surroundings. Ji Chang, of course, would not reveal himself. Even with additional precautions in place, he remained concealed, controlling Zhou Xiong to charge at the elder. Though they were no match, any opportunity to expend some of the elder's energy would be worthwhile. The old man regarded the charging Zhou Xiong with disdain, snorting coldly before effortlessly sending him flying with a wave of his hand. However, Zhou Bao, seeing this, pleaded desperately, "Uncle, do you think there is any hope left for Xiong-er? Xiong-er has long since perished. The figure controlling him is merely puppeteering a corpse." The elder sighed, his voice filled with wrath. Having watched Zhou Xiong grow up, the loss of his own kin to such a fate ignited a fury within him, regardless of his profound level of cultivation. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhou Bao, despite his preparation for the worst, found himself momentarily stunned and heartbroken. Boom! The elder's seemingly casual palm strike sent the bull-like Zhou Xiong hurtling through the air. Yet, the already deceased Zhou Xiong would not be so easily subdued. Upon hitting the ground, he sprang back up and charged towards Zhou Bao from behind. "Humph!" The elder sneered, his form flickering as he appeared before Zhou Xiong. Just as he prepared to strike Zhou Xiong down once more, his expression suddenly changed, and he swung his hand backward. Boom! But this palm strike met only empty air, crashing down to the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The elder quickly retreated to stand before Zhou Bao, focusing intently on the spot he had just vacated. To his astonishment, a disheveled figure suddenly materialized in that very place. "Are you the one pulling the strings from behind?" The elder narrowed his eyes, a grave tone lacing his voice. Kill them all." The figure's head twisted grotesquely a full 180 degrees, revealing a horrifying visage, pale and weeping blood from its eyes. In an instant, the figure vanished from sight, only to reappear beside the elder, extending its ink-black claws toward him. "What kind of foul creature is this?" The elder reacted with remarkable speed, unleashing a palm strike. Boom! The clash of the true Qi palm against the claw, steeped in darkness, produced a jarring sound. Meanwhile, Ji Chang, observing the unfolding chaos through Zhou Xiong's perspective, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure. He recognized it as a ghost, but he had not anticipated that the old Taoist could command such a formidable malevolent spirit. Ghosts are categorized from low to high as minor ghosts, malevolent ghosts, and vengeful ghosts. The entity before them was undoubtedly a malevolent ghost, leveraging its affinity for internal martial artists. it had the potential to bring down the Elder. The emergence of this malevolent spirit heightened Ji Chang's apprehension towards the old Taoist. Even though his own power system was effective against ghostly entities, and he possessed the transmigration seal, an ability that counteracts such spirits, he still lacked absolute certainty in vanquishing a malevolent ghost. At this moment, the malevolent ghost and the Elder were locked in a fierce struggle. Despite being a true Qi stage expert, the Elder was compelled to focus all his energy on this ghost, unable to divert his attention elsewhere. With Zhou Bao now devoid of support, Ji Chang promptly commanded Zhou Xiong to seize the opportunity and eliminate Zhou Bao. Seeing the Elder fully engaged and indifferent to his plight, Zhou Bao had no choice but to muster his internal energy and confront his once proud eldest son. However, injured as he was, Zhou Bao was no match for Zhou Xiong. After a series of exchanges, Zhou Xiong seized the moment and delivered a powerful punch to Zhou Bao's forehead. Chapter 37. Eliminating obsessions. Zhou Bao's body was flung away like a tattered rag, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Ji Chang, fearing that the old scoundrel might still cling to existence, ordered Zhou Xiong to step forward once more and deliver a series of brutal blows to the old man's heart. It was only after confirming that the old fellow was indeed dead that Ji Chang allowed the two bloodworms within Zhou Xiong to emerge, slithering into Zhou Bao's body, preparing to bring him under control as well. Upon slaying Zhou Bao, Ji Chang, who was far away in Dave village, suddenly felt an overwhelming lightness envelop him. Indeed, Ji Chang's true self had never ventured into the county. The peril of confronting the Zhou family was too great, compounded by the unreliability of allies. Thus, Ji Chang had no intention of risking his true form. Of the individual who departed at noon was a decoy crafted by Ji Chang after spending half the previous night on its creation. Utilizing the skin transformation technique, he fashioned a visage resembling his own, and since the two assassins bore a similar physique, Ji Chang had one of them don his usual attire and masquerade as him in the county. As for Ji Chang's true self and the other assassin, they remained concealed within his chamber. Given that Fatty never entered his room without permission, this scheme remained unknown to anyone, including her. Your obsession has been dispelled, granting you a singular opportunity for bodily refinement. Shall you proceed with the refinement immediately? Not just yet. Ji Chang refrained from undertaking the bodily refinement at once, for matters concerning the Zhou family had yet to be fully resolved. He decided to delay the refinement until after the Zhou family's affairs were conclusively settled. Ji Chang redirected his focus back to the Zhou family, where the Elder was still entangled in a fierce battle with the malevolent spirits. In the front courtyard, several martial artists from the Zhou family were engaged in combat with Steward Hu and a handful of little demons. The entire Zhou household was engulfed in chaos, filled with cries of slaughter and wails of despair. Having secured control over Zhou Bao and Zhou Xiong, Ji Chang paid no heed to the tumult in the front courtyard, nor did he feel the need to restrain the Elder. With his true self's obsession now eradicated, the operation against the Zhou family had already achieved resounding success. The remaining task was to procure some tangible benefits for himself. Ji Chang, commanding Zhou Xiong and Zhou Bao's bodies, swiftly made his way towards the Zhou family's treasury. Utilizing the memories of the two, he hastily arrived at the treasury. At that moment, the guards were embroiled in a scuffle with a group of Zhou family maids and servants. Master, these individuals seek to intrude upon the treasury. Within the treasury, two internal martial artists at the Qi nurturing stage were strenuously resisting the onslaught of controlled maids, servants, and bloodworms. Zhou Bao and Zhou Xiong remained silent as they charged towards the two defenders. The surrounding controlled maids feigned attempts to obstruct them but were effortlessly swatted aside. Upon witnessing the arrival of the family head and the eldest son, the expressions of the two guards brightened, their hearts relieved. In such a critical location as the Zhou family's treasury, had it fallen into their hands, they would have been branded as the family's traitors. However, with the family head and eldest son present, their burdens had significantly lightened. Yet, before they could react further, Zhou Bao and Zhou Xiong struck simultaneously, sending both guards crashing to the ground, their eyes reflecting profound shock and disbelief even in death. After dispatching the two, countless bloodworms crawled over their bodies, infiltrating them and seizing control, thereby augmenting Ji Chang's combat capabilities yet again. Continuing to manipulate Zhou Bao and Zhou Xiong, Ji Chang advanced towards the Zhou family treasury. Bang! Upon reaching the treasury's entrance, Zhou Xiong delivered a powerful kick, forcefully flinging the grand door open. As the door swung wide, a peculiar oil ignited spontaneously, illuminating the entire treasury with brilliance. Gazing upon the countless chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels, even Ji Chang, who had witnessed many wonders, could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. The Zhou family's accumulation over countless generations was utterly extravagant. Here, gold and silver were merely the most mundane treasures, with martial techniques, weapons, and potent elixirs in abundance. Given that the Zhou family's second master had recently attained a significant official position, if they could judiciously utilize these riches for development, their family's strength could ascend an entire tier. Take it all. Remove everything. This was the singular thought racing through Ji Chang's mind. The wealth was so enticing that even Ji Chang felt an insatiable greed. Despite the immense risks involved in transporting these treasures out of the city, and the heightened danger of exposure, the temptation was worth the gamble. Seizing the opportunity while the Zhou family's turmoil remained unobserved, Ji Chang resolved to command the Zhou family's servants to audaciously transport the riches out of the city. Having formulated his plan, Ji Chang promptly summoned the controlled Zhou family servants and guards to procure several horse-drawn carriages. Once a group of Zhou family guards and servants arrived with a dozen carriages, Ji Chang instructed them to load the treasures onto the vehicles. After filling every carriage to the brim with the contents of the treasury, not a single one remained empty. Finally, as the carriages were draped with black cloth, the controlled guards, along with the father and son of the Zhou family, proceeded to escort the carriages toward the exit of the Zhou estate. However, upon reaching the estate's grand entrance, they found themselves unable to open the gates or exit. Ji Chang surmised that this was the handiwork of the old Taoist, and thus commanded Steward Hu to call out to a nearby little demon. I say, old Taoist, I've eliminated and controlled these individuals. Release them so they may pass. The little demon glanced at Steward Hu, then at the caravan behind, before swiftly approaching him and rasping, "You, scholar, are truly cunning. While I labor to slay the enemy, you wish to abscond with the Zhou family's treasures. Is that not rather unethical?" "Ah, your words are well taken. How could I not consider you? We shall split these treasures down the middle." Ji Chang manipulated Hu to respond. Seeing Ji Chang's willingness to negotiate, the old Taoist appeared somewhat satisfied, saying through the little demon, "You have a conscience. Very well, I shall handle the remaining matters concerning the Zhou family." "Splendid." Ji Chang acquiesced. However, he did not depart immediately but swiftly recalled all the bloodworms, ensuring they accompanied the caravan out of the city. After a brief wait of several minutes, a multitude of dark, writhing worms surged forth like a tide, some infiltrating the bodies of the already controlled guards, while others found refuge in the crevices of the carriages. Thus, Ji Chang's entourage comprised 12 Zhou family martial artists, along with the Zhou father and son and Steward Hu, totaling 15 individuals. The other maids and servants were abandoned, as Ji Chang withdrew all the bloodworms from them. Subsequently, the caravan departed from the Zhou family estate. Just a few meters down the street from the Zhou residence, Ji Chang suddenly materialized, assuming the guise of the assassin decoy, which promptly rejoined the caravan as they journeyed toward the city outskirts. Chapter 38. An unusual summons. The county town at night indeed observes a curfew. However, for the Zhou family, this curfew is as good as non-existent. Zhou Bao and Zhou Xiong personally lead the expedition, and within this Qingshi county, there are no barriers that cannot be traversed. From the perspective of his avatar, Ji Chang gazes at the Zhou residence, quietly marveling at the old Taoist's remarkable skills. Observing the Zhou family from the outside reveals an eerie stillness. Not a sound can be heard, as if the very air is hushed inside. However, the noise is deafening, and one could walk past the entrance without catching even a whisper of commotion. But whatever transpires within the Zhou family is of no concern to Ji Chang. As Ji Chang directs his avatar to escort the convoy toward the outskirts of the town, he temporarily relinquishes his focus on the immediate situation, allowing his consciousness to return and opting to refine his body. The moment he makes this choice, a silvery glow envelopes his form instantly. Ji Chang feels a comforting warmth radiating through his body, a sensation that extends even to his soul, inducing a delightful languor in his consciousness. This exquisite feeling persists for several minutes before the milky white luminescence gradually dissipates. Upon opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of stale air, Ji Chang surveys his body. At this moment, he truly senses that he has come alive. His physique has seamlessly integrated with his soul, devoid of any flaws. His body now brims with vitality, a stark contrast to his previous frail state, weakened by lack of exercise. Following the refinement, Ji Chang feels invigorated, his energy levels soaring, and he has grown taller and more robust. If one were to measure his height by the standards of his past life, he would now stand between 1.78 to 1.80 meters, his physique well proportioned and his vitality abundant. To encapsulate his current state in a single word: perfection. Upon reviewing the information panel, Ji Chang decisively examines his attributes. Name: Ji Chang. Occupation: Unique Anomaly Master. Realm: Mortal Realm. Cultivation: 13, 100. Lifespan: 20, 100. Health: 360 Soul: 620, 620. Abilities: Soul Reversal Seal, Yin-Yang Eye Techniques, Controlling Pests Technique, Breeding Technique, Skin Painting Technique. Experience: 7, 500 days of experience, which can be utilized to issue tasks to players upon their arrival. Direct usage is not permitted. The higher your status and cultivation level, the more experience can be allocated. The changes on the panel are notable. His lifespan has now increased to 100 years, and he possesses health points, with both blood and soul limits having risen. The previous status has vanished, and he now has experience to offer tasks to players in the future. After reviewing the panel, Ji Chang feels immense joy. This bout of body refinement has afforded him a modest enhancement in his overall capabilities, and most importantly, the ominous threat that loomed over him has dissipated. Subsequently, Ji Chang shifts his focus back to his avatar overseeing the convoy as it moves away from the town, now having covered a considerable distance. Yet, a new dilemma arises. Where should he conceal the convoy and its treasures? It is currently 3 years into the game's initial phase, amidst the tumult of emerging chaos, where the three departments still operate in a structured manner. The abilities of certain individuals within are still quite formidable. Without employing some cunning, it would be challenging to evade their scrutiny. As Ji Chang quietly contemplates while seated in the carriage, the wheels creak rhythmically, and apart from the sounds of the wheels and footsteps, an eerie silence envelopes the entire convoy. Unable to devise a suitable plan, he directs the convoy along a narrow path into the mountains, contemplating that if worst comes to worst, they can hide in various secluded spots. Just as Ji Chang and his entourage venture deeper into the shadowy mountains, an eerie laughter suddenly pierces the tranquil forest, sharp and childlike, echoing from all directions. The sound snaps Ji Chang back to reality, prompting him to scan his surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, they have wandered into a desolate area of the forest, devoid of civilization. A faint mist begins to rise within the woods. The infant-like laughter reverberates once more, yet, regardless of how terrifying the laughter may seem, the dozen or so members of the convoy remain expressionless, not pausing for a moment, continuing their forward march with unwavering speed. It appears that Ji Chang and his companion's eerie calmness causes the laughter to fade into an awkward silence. After they have walked several more paces, a diminutive figure materializes from the mist, blocking the path of the convoy. Ji Chang peers ahead, discovering that it is a small yellow weasel. This little creature stands upright and, after taking 2 steps forward, bows to the members of the convoy as if it were a person. Upon the weasel's appearance, Ji Chang's mind flickers with a new entry in the anomaly compendium, revealing a fresh tale of wonder. The creatures of the mountains engage in summoning rituals, particularly adept among the weasel clan. It is said that this summoning practice is a hereditary skill of the weasel clan, which, upon successful completion, can aid in their cultivation. Please verify the truth of this rumor. Verification difficulty 1 star, danger level at 2 stars, verification result unknown, evidence sufficiency 0. Evidence must exceed 60 for a conclusive determination. Verification reward 1 year of cultivation, 2 techniques of possession. Ji Chang quickly glances at the verification requirements, then focuses on the weasel obstructing their path. It presents a prime opportunity. Capturing it for inquiry would yield answers. I block your way for a question I must ask. Tell me, do I resemble? The small yellow weasel chuckles, but its words are abruptly interrupted. In unison, the 16 members of the convoy turn their heads mechanically, each executing a full 360-degree rotation before grinning eerily and responding, "Little weasel, do we appear human or ghostly?" This bizarre scene sends a jolt of fear through the little weasel, causing its fur to bristle. Before it can react, the Zhou family warriors rotate their heads back and, resembling a horde of zombies, charge frantically toward the weasel. Oh no! The little weasel nearly loses control, turning to flee into the woods. However, just a few paces into its escape, it is struck by a surge of dark energy, sending it crashing back. In an instant, Zhou Xiong lunges forward, pinning the little weasel down. The weasel emits a faint gray aura and struggles fiercely, but being merely a small creature, it cannot break free from Zhou Xiong's grip. Even as the gray mist clings to Zhou Xiong, it proves utterly ineffective. The weasel bites down on Zhou Xiong's hand, but to no avail. Although it manages to penetrate his defenses, Zhou Xiong feels no pain whatsoever. Chapter 39. The Little Yellow Weasel. In a moment of futility, the little yellow weasel released a foul-smelling puff of gas, yet it proved ineffectual as Zhou Xiong maintained his firm grip on the creature. Other warriors from the Zhou clan quickly encircled them. Ji Chang's doppelganger, rather than attending to the little yellow weasel, turned his attention forward, where a disheveled figure slowly emerged. Observing the weasel pinned to the ground, he remarked, "What purpose do you have in capturing such a creature? This area marks the boundary between Qingshi County and Shangchuan County, and within these mountains resides a formidable elder yellow weasel. I advise you to refrain from stirring up trouble. Rest assured, I mean it no harm." Ji Chang nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Has the Zhou family been dealt with?" Not a single survivor left. The old priest revealed a grin filled with yellowed teeth, chuckling heartily. He continued, "What we have done this time is no small matter. It is likely to attract the attention of the Spirit Division or the Martial Division. This fortune we have amassed may be difficult to safeguard. Given your extensive reading, do you possess any strategies?" After a moment of contemplation, Ji Chang lifted his gaze to ask, "You mentioned there exists a powerful elder yellow weasel here, correct?" "Indeed." The old priest nodded affirmatively. "Come. Ji Chang beckoned the old priest closer. Understanding the gesture, the old priest approached Ji Chang, leaning in. Ji Chang whispered, "I will have my controlled individual sit atop the carriage, and you shall use your controlled spirits to carry these carriages away. Let us erase all traces of this convoy here. If anyone attempts to trace the wheel tracks in the future, their investigation will inevitably lead to that elder yellow weasel, will it not? If they are inept enough to overlook such clues, then our safety is further assured." Upon hearing Ji Chang's proposal, the old priest nodded in agreement, casting a cautious glance at Ji Chang as he remarked, as expected of a scholar, "Your ingenuity knows no bounds. Let us proceed with this plan." "Good, I shall take that as a compliment, but you must wait for me a moment," Ji Chang retorted with a glance of mild exasperation. Subsequently, Ji Chang maneuvered his doppelganger before the little yellow weasel, which now lay on the ground, utterly devoid of strength, resigned to its fate. "Little fellow, I have a few questions for you. If you answer truthfully, not only shall I release you, but I will also grant you a chance to beseech me for a favor. What do you say?" Ji Chang's doppelganger squatted down to address the weasel. The little yellow weasel perked up at Ji Chang's words, yet hesitated, querying, "What manner of beings are you? If you were spirits, we shall tread our own paths, and I have my own backing." He, fret not, little one. Whether I am human or spirit is of little consequence. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I shall set you free," Ji Chang replied with a chuckle. "Ask away, I will not conceal anything I know," the little yellow weasel reluctantly conceded. "Is the ability to beseech favors something that has been passed down through your lineage?" Ji Chang inquired. "The art of beseeching favors is not exclusive to our clan, but we certainly utilize it the most. As for my ability, it was taught to me by my grandmother. I cannot say if that constitutes a tradition," the little yellow weasel answered candidly, recognizing these matters as fundamental knowledge for its kind. "Can you only beseech favors from humans?" Ji Chang pressed further. "I cannot say, as this is my first attempt at beseeching. However, my grandmother always instructed us to seek out humans, for they are the leaders of all spirits." She never mentioned whether we could ask other beings, but she did say that receiving affirmation from a human would greatly benefit my future cultivation, the little yellow weasel explained. "Very well, I shall grant you a small opportunity now. You may beseech me for a favor," Ji Chang affirmed after processing the information. "Ah?" The little yellow weasel was taken aback, unable to comprehend the man's intentions in allowing it to beseech him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and beseech me," Ji Chang urged. "Oh, do I appear human to you? A fool who does not seize an opportunity is a fool indeed," the little yellow weasel quickly nodded and promptly began its plea. "You do indeed appear human," Ji Chang confirmed with assurance. Upon receiving Ji Chang's definitive response, the little yellow weasel's form visibly expanded, its human-like traits becoming increasingly pronounced. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for granting me this opportunity." The little yellow weasel, feeling the changes within its body, expressed its gratitude with a gleeful countenance directed at Ji Chang. Having observed the transformation of the little yellow weasel, Ji Chang nodded approvingly, gesturing for Zhou Xiong to release it before selecting true at the answer section of the unusual records. Once Ji Chang made his choice, a numerical value indicating the sufficiency of evidence appeared. 90. You have received the reward 1 year of cultivation. You have received the reward. The art of possession requires the close clothing or hair of the individual to be possessed, utilizing yin energy to condense a special array, allowing one S soul to attach to another S. After receiving the rewards, Ji Chang waved at the little yellow weasel, saying, "Off you go, little one. In the future, seek out solitary individuals for your favors. It could be perilous otherwise." With that, Ji Chang turned his attention away from the creature, directing the Zhou clan's guards to board the carriages. The little yellow weasel glanced back at Ji Chang, confirming his intent to release it, and a look of human-like joy and gratitude spread across its face as it bowed and swiftly darted into the forest. He, this is rather amusing. You, scholar, 1T be recording the tale of beseeching a yellow weasel, will you?" The old priest, who had been observing from the sidelines, chuckled with curiosity. "Naturally, I am indeed preparing to document a compendium of strange tales," Ji Chang replied earnestly. He, now the old priest believes your words," the old priest grinned, waving his whisk to express his approval. "All right, my men are ready. It is now your turn. What say you? 12 horse-drawn carriages, can your spirits manage?" Ji Chang asked as he boarded one of the carriages himself. He, if it were before tonight, it would not suffice, but now, it is more than adequate." The old priest waved his whisk, summoning a multitude of spirits that flitted forth, with 2 spirits lifting each carriage, a total of 24 spirits elevating the 12 carriages several inches off the ground. "Where to?" the old priest inquired, looking towards Ji Chang. Let us head to the mountains behind our village, Ji Chang contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well, the old priest nodded and leaped onto one of the carriages, leading the way as they soared into the night toward Dave village. After a couple of hours, Ji Chang and the old priest descended into a valley located at the back of Dave village. This was also the place where Ji Chang had stored Ji Shoshu and the others, who had transformed into livestock. Chapter 40. Dealing with aftermath. Let us divide these treasures equally, shall we? Do you wish to take your share now, or do you have something else in mind? Upon arriving at the location, Ji Chang gestured towards the 12 carts filled with valuable goods. You scholarly type seem rather composed. With the Zhou family extinguished, are you not concerned that I might eliminate you here and claim all these riches for myself? The old Taoist, noticing Ji Chang's calm demeanor, chuckled knowingly. Ah, who among us does not have their own hidden cards? If it comes down to a desperate struggle, the outcome for either of us is uncertain. Besides, since you have voiced your intentions, it stands to reason that you would not engage in such unscrupulous acts, Ji Chang replied, shrugging his shoulders, maintaining his tranquil facade. Regardless of whether he was a match for the old Taoist, it was imperative to uphold this demeanor. After all, the old man before him was merely a pawn. Should the old Taoist attempt any foul play, Ji Chang could effortlessly escape with the plump girl. You are indeed an intriguing scholar. You speak wisely. The old Taoist, must be away from Qingshi County for a time. Please, do me the favor of safeguarding my half for now. The old Taoist, amused by Ji Chang's nonchalance, laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Where you choose to hide it is entirely up to you. I shall return in due course to reclaim my share, he declared before retracting his spirit and departing swiftly. Watching the old Taoist leave, Ji Chang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in the old man's overly accommodating demeanor. However, unable to pinpoint the source of his unease, he offered a wry smile, pondering that perhaps he was being overly sensitive. Regardless, as long as he possessed sufficient strength, he would fear none. Thus, he resolved to continually enhance his prowess to confront any unforeseen crises. Ji Chang commanded Zhou Xiong and Zhou Bao to lead the guards into the original cave for excavation. The cave was rather shallow and required substantial renovation. Moreover, Ji Chang intended to keep both the men and the insects within the cave to guard the treasures and wealth. This was no small undertaking. They would need to work late into the night. Nightfall swiftly passed, and at dawn, an elderly man who collected refuse approached the side entrance of the Zhou residence, pushing his cart. He intended to remove yesterday's waste, but to his surprise, the usually open gate of the Zhou residence stood firmly shut. The old man initially assumed that the Zhou servant responsible for opening the gate had overslept, so he waited outside for a while. However, after an extended wait with no sign of anyone emerging, he knocked on the door, calling out, "Young Wang, the refuse collector is here." Yet, even after knocking, there was still no response. Peering through a crack in the door, the old man's heart sank as he beheld a horrifying sight. Numerous bodies sprawled haphazardly within, his face drained of color, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He stumbled back to the county office, shouting, "There are dead people." Before long, a multitude of county guards followed the old man back to the Zhou residence. Even the county magistrate himself arrived in person. The incident at the Zhou family was of monumental significance. The magistrate was well aware of their standing with the court. If the Zhou family had indeed been eradicated, his own position would be in jeopardy. Thus, the usually unflappable magistrate found himself in a state of alarm. Upon reaching the Zhou residence, he pointed at the gate and commanded, "Bring it down." 2 armed guards immediately complied, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the entrance. As the door swung open, the onlookers were met with the grim sight of countless Zhou guards, maids, and servants lying lifeless within. The magistrate's knees buckled, nearly causing him to collapse, but he was steadied by a companion, preventing him from embarrassing himself. Hastily, the magistrate led his men inside, where the scene was even more ghastly. Not a single one of the hundreds of Zhou family members, including maids, servants, and guards, was alive. Search the Zhou residence for clues, and have the coroner investigate the cause of death. The magistrate's voice quivered as he issued orders, his face ashen. "Yes, sir." Though the guards were equally shocked, they maintained a semblance of composure, recognizing that the weight of responsibility fell primarily on their superior. Among them, a scruffy middle-aged coroner squatted beside a deceased Zhou servant. Producing a small knife, he made an incision on the corpse's wrist, from which a few drops of blood oozed forth. "Master, what have you discovered?" a young coroner inquired, approaching the older man. "These bodies exhibit anomalies," the middle-aged coroner replied gravely. "What seems to be the issue?" the younger coroner asked, intrigued. "Normally, when a person's wrist is cut, copious blood flows forth. Yet, look here, this individual has only a trickle. Where has all the blood gone? There are no other wounds on the body, so how could the blood have vanished?" The middle-aged coroner frowned, gesturing at the freshly cut wrist. "Now, observe this person." He moved to another body, pointing at a corpse with a pale face and wide-open eyes. This one appears to have been strangled, yet there are no marks on the neck. This suggests an unnatural force at play. Upon hearing this, the younger coroner's eyes widened, and he crouched down, whispering, "Master, do you mean to say the Zhou family has offended something unclean?" It is highly probable. Otherwise, the circumstances surrounding these deaths would not be so peculiar, the middle-aged coroner affirmed, his gaze catching sight of a deceased insect on the ground. As he bent down to examine the insect, an armed guard approached him, stating, "We have discovered the body of the fifth master of the Zhou family. The magistrate requests your immediate presence." Reluctantly, the middle-aged coroner took his apprentice and hurried deeper into the residence. Once they departed, the guard quietly knelt, retrieving the insect's corpse before nonchalantly moving away. In the Zhou residence's rear courtyard, the magistrate, flanked by several armed guards, wore a grim expression as he confronted an elderly man. This man was the fifth master of the Zhou family, a stalwart figure and a master of the True Qi realm. Yet, inexplicably, this master of True Qi lay dead in the courtyard, impaled against a wall by a broken tree branch. The gravity of such an event was staggering. One of their realm's elite had been slain. "This is utterly outrageous," one of the guards muttered, his face etched with concern. The individuals present were all seasoned guards, some at the Qi Transformation realm, others at the Internal Organs realm. Chapter 41 of the investigation. At the county office before them stood an elderly man they all recognized, the illustrious fifth master of the Zhou family, the uncle of the family as head. A powerful practitioner in the True Qi realm, he had been disgracefully nailed to the wall. What kind of strength must the assailant possess? "Your Excellency, the county magistrate, to have slain several dozen martial artists of the Zhou family, including a True Qi master, the perpetrator's strength must be formidable. This matter has surpassed our capabilities. I suggest we report this to the higher authorities and have the three departments handle it," one of the captains of the martial officers said with a hint of exasperation. The county magistrate wore a grim expression and remained silent. The captains, unsure of his thoughts, dared not speak further, and an ominous silence enveloped the scene. It was not until a middle-aged coroner arrived that this uneasy stillness was disrupted. "Your Excellency," the coroner greeted the magistrate with a bow. "Old Bai, please examine the body of fifth master Zhou," the magistrate instructed, gesturing toward the corpse. "Understood," the coroner replied with a nod, then, accompanied by his apprentice, began his examination of the body. The more he investigated, the deeper his frown became. After a long while, the coroner set aside his instruments and approached the magistrate and the captains, saying, "Your Excellency, I am unable to determine the cause of death for fifth master Zhou. His body exhibits signs of impact injuries and varying degrees of internal damage. However, such injuries would not pose a significant threat to a master of his caliber. It is evident that he engaged in a fierce battle prior to his demise, yet I cannot ascertain the exact cause of death." The coroner hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his next thoughts. "Speak freely. A matter of this magnitude in Qingshi County cannot afford to overlook a single clue or possibility," the magistrate urged, sensing the coroner's reluctance. "Very well," the coroner nodded and continued, "I suspect that this may not have been the work of a mere human." "What do you mean, Old Bai? Are you implying it was the work of demons?" one of the captains exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, that is precisely my inference," the coroner affirmed gravely. "Upon examining several of the Zhou family servants, I found that their deaths fall into two categories: suffocation and an inexplicable loss of blood. While these methods differ from that of fifth master Zhou, it is clear that such feats are beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. At the very least, they require practitioners to silently and swiftly eliminate dozens of Zhou family guards, all possessing martial prowess, along with a True Qi master. How powerful must they be?" Upon hearing the coroner's words, the magistrate furrowed his brow even tighter, his tone tinged with unease as he said, "I will report this to the three departments and request their assistance in addressing the situation in Qingshi County. However, during this time, you must increase patrols to ensure that no further incidents occur before their arrival." "Understood," the captains responded in unison, though internally, they felt a sense of futility. No matter how diligently they patrolled, they were powerless against an entity capable of dispatching a True Qi master. Encountering such a foe would likely result in their demise. Taking a deep breath, the magistrate turned to the coroner, saying, "Old Bai, with your abilities, if you had been more astute in your youth, you would not have been reduced to languishing in this modest Qingshi County for over a decade." The coroner remained silent, merely offering a slight bow to the magistrate. The magistrate, now speaking from the heart, waved his hand wearily, signaling for everyone to resume their duties. "Your Excellency, news has arrived regarding the head of the Zhou family and his son." At that moment, a martial officer rushed in, exclaiming loudly. The magistrate's eyes widened in an instant, his spirits lifted as he inquired eagerly, "What news?" It has been reported from the city gates that last night, the Zhou father and son departed the city with a dozen guards and several carts, the officer replied. Excellent. Splendid news. The magistrate clapped his hands in excitement. Immediately send people to search for them. The rest of you, seal off the Zhou residence and continue your investigations. He commanded with urgency. If the Zhou father and son were unharmed, it would be a momentous blessing. Their safety would ensure the magistrate's own position remained secure. Yes, a flurry of subordinates responded dutifully. As for the affairs concerning the Zhou family, they were no longer of concern to Ji Chang, who had eyes on the situation and could ascertain developments at any moment. Moreover, Ji Chang believed that before the arrival of the three departments, the utterly corrupt officials of the county office would be incapable of tracing the matter back to him. Meanwhile, at the cave, after a night of excavating, it was now sufficiently spacious to accommodate all their belongings. Ji Chang instructed all Zhou family guards, along with the insects, to enter the cavern with the items. After making a few arrangements outside, he concluded the task. This area was seldom visited, and even if someone were to wander here, Ji Chang had devised means to drive away any innocent passers-by inadvertently trespassing. From this day forth, he would assume the guise of a mere private tutor, dedicated solely to teaching. As the morning sun ascended, Ji Chang opened his door, stretched lazily, inhaled the fresh air deeply, and silently marveled at the invigorating sensation of a refined body. Young master? When did you return? Panya exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Ji Chang emerge from his room. I returned last night, Ji Chang replied while preparing for his morning routine. Oh, how did you get in? Panya asked, glancing at the locked door. I returned too late last night. You had already retired, so I climbed over the wall. Ji Chang casually fabricated an excuse. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Panya looked remorseful and said, It was my fault for not waiting for you, young master. You are a scholar, you must not climb walls again. If you were to injure yourself, I could never atone for my negligence. It's fine, I hold no grudge against you. Besides, as you can see, I am perfectly well. Ji Chang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, signaling the silly girl not to worry. Young master, you seem different from before. Suddenly, Panya exclaimed in surprise. In what way do I seem different? Ji Chang asked, smiling. You appear taller, more robust and handsome, and even your demeanor seems improved, Panya remarked, lifting her hand to measure Ji Chang's height. Yesterday I experimented with a potion to enhance muscle growth, and as you can see, the results are quite impressive. Ji Chang fabricated a story effortlessly. Yet, Panya believed him wholeheartedly, nodding earnestly, Young master, you truly are remarkable. Her admiration for Ji Chang deepened further. Chapter 42 Anomaly. Alright, go ahead and open the door. At this hour, the students should be arriving soon. Observing how much faith the plump girl had in herself made Ji Chang feel a bit bashful, so he shifted the topic and gestured towards the entrance. Yes, young master. The plump girl replied promptly before hastening to unlock the door. However, both she and Ji Chang were taken aback to find several students already waiting outside. Even though there was still some time before class began. Upon seeing the plump girl open the door, the students greeted Ji Chang in unison. Good morning, Mr. Ji. Good morning to you all. What brings you here so early? Ji Chang inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. We've come to review our lessons, the group of young boys replied respectfully. Very well, then, you may proceed inside to study, Ji Chang responded with a nod. Today's children are indeed eager to learn, unlike those from my previous life, who would dread the thought of attending school. Yes. The children nodded respectfully and then entered the classroom. However, once inside, they did not immediately settle into their studies. One of the older boys whispered, Have you noticed that Mr. G seems a bit different today? I think so too, he looks even more handsome today, another boy chimed in. That is superficial, while he may look better, have you sensed that his aura has changed significantly? What is the word I'm looking for? I've forgotten, but his presence has certainly improved. The first boy, intending to sound knowledgeable, suddenly lost his train of thought and awkwardly scratched his head. Let us focus on our studies. If Mr. G hears us chatting instead of working, you might find yourself in trouble. A boy who had already taken his seat interjected, prompting the others to hastily return to their desks. Before long, more and more children arrived at the classroom. When it was finally time for the lesson to begin, Ji Chang leisurely entered with several worn-out books, commencing his afternoon teaching. However, not long into his lesson, a sharp bark from a dog interrupted Ji Chang's instruction. He turned to the students and said, For now, practice writing the characters I just taught you. With that, he stepped outside to the courtyard. Dehe had shed its previous disheveled and listless appearance. Not only had its broken leg healed, but its coat also gleamed, and it had grown considerably larger, exuding an impressive aura. Upon seeing Ji Chang, Dehe paused for a moment, then wagged its tail and approached him, affectionately rubbing against his robe. Ji Chang concentrated his energy into his left eye to assess Dehe. Dehe description: a black dog over 10 years old, having recently gained a semblance of intelligence and successfully transformed into a spirit creature through fortuitous circumstances. It possesses an acute sensitivity to danger and has the ability to ward off evil. Realm of spirit creature, lifespan 11, 150 health, 500 soul, 9, 090. After reviewing Dehe's information, Ji Chang marveled at the fortunate fate of this black dog, which had easily transformed into a spirit creature after consuming a few horses. Though spirit creatures may hold the lowest realm among demons, they are still demonic beings, no longer mere mortals. Alright, now that you're awake, feel free to play in the courtyard, but do not disturb my teaching, understood? Ji Chang waved his hand at Dehe. Dehe nodded in compliance, then obediently trotted to a sunny spot. After ensuring Dehe was settled, Ji Chang returned to his teaching. Following the conclusion of the midday lesson, Ji Chang planned to venture to the back mountain to capture some venomous insects for his experiments, leading a rather contented life. Such days continued until March 26 of the 7th year of the Ming Emperor. At midday, Ji Chang's bloodthirsty insects stationed near the Black Whirlwind finally detected something amiss. Initially intending to go out and capture more insects, Ji Chang hastily set down his belongings and returned to his room, shifting his focus to the bloodthirsty insects monitoring the Black Whirlwind. In recent days, aside from feeding the pigs some special feed, the Black Whirlwind had shown no unusual activity, so Ji Chang had refrained from bothering him. The bloodthirsty insects followed the Black Whirlwind wherever he went. Just moments ago, the insects responsible for tracking him discovered that the Black Whirlwind's home harbored a hidden secret. In the backyard, there was a basement. Today marked the first time the Black Whirlwind had ventured into this basement. Ji Chang quickly directed the bloodthirsty insects to follow him down, but they were obstructed by a partition that fit perfectly with adjacent walls, making it impossible for even the tiniest insect to squeeze through. Watching the Black Whirlwind enter the basement, Ji Chang instinctively sensed that this place held some secrets. Having uncovered this mystery, he decided to take his time and send 2 people to investigate later that evening. With that thought in mind, Ji Chang picked up his small porcelain jar, preparing to head out in search of venomous insects. Just as he stepped outside, he was unexpectedly confronted by someone. It was a member of the Bai family from the village, specifically, Uncle Bai, who appeared quite flustered. "Uncle Bai, is there something urgent that brings you here?" Ji Chang asked curiously, his anticipation piqued by the man's apparent distress, wondering if something strange had occurred. "Mr. Ji, something terrible has happened," Uncle Bai exclaimed, having rushed over and now struggling to catch his breath. "Calm down, take your time, and explain slowly," Ji Chang said, stepping closer to support Uncle Bai and patting him gently on the chest. After a few deep breaths, Uncle Bai finally managed to say, "The girl from Old Wu's family has suddenly been possessed right now. Old Wu and his wife are at home watching over her, and she keeps shouting for revenge against the scholar named Ji from the village." "That can only mean you, Mr. Ji." Upon hearing Uncle Bai's words, Ji Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the implications. Could it be that the ghostly infant he had slain previously had some backing? "Plump girl, I'm stepping out for a moment," Ji Chang called out to the courtyard before turning to Uncle Bai. "Lead the way. Let us see what is happening." "Of course." After nodding, Uncle Bai hurriedly guided Ji Chang to Old Wu's residence. Upon arriving at Old Wu's home, the family was already gathered, with Old Wu himself pacing anxiously. "Make way. Mr. Ji has arrived," Uncle Bai announced to the surrounding relatives. Upon hearing their elder brother's voice, the Bai family quickly stepped aside and respectfully greeted Ji Chang. "Where is Bai Xiao Xiao?" Ji Chang inquired, looking at the Bai family. "She's locked up inside the room," a member of the Bai family indicated towards the door. Chapter 43 of The Old Ghost's Revenge. "Mr. Ji, I cannot express my gratitude enough for your assistance last time, but my health has yet to fully recover, and I have not had the opportunity to thank you properly. Once again, I must trouble you." Bai Ji's 5th son stepped forward, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Not at all," Ji Chang replied, waving his hand dismissively. Then, while the others were distracted, he released a bloodsucker insect, a creature about the size of a sesame seed, capable of slipping through the crack of the door to scout ahead. As the bloodsucker insect entered the room, it revealed Bai Xiao Xiao sitting vacantly on a bench near the entrance. Due to Ji Chang's inability to utilize his supernatural yin-yang vision through the insect's perspective, he relied on his own observations to assess Bai Xiao Xiao's condition. At first glance, it was evident that she appeared to be possessed by something malevolent, her state distinctly unsettling. However, Ji Chang soon hesitated. The entity possessing her was likely a ghost. A ghost capable of manifesting in daylight would, at the very least, be of malevolent spirit caliber, or perhaps even a fierce ghost, with the latter being the more probable option. Yet, Ji Chang doubted that even a fierce ghost would dare to emerge during the day, as daylight suppresses all spirits, regardless of their strength. Thus, it could either be a foolish ghost or one overly confident in its abilities, believing it could manage any challenges, even in daylight. The entity at play was indeed difficult for Ji Chang to fathom, but he then instructed the Bai family members to step back slightly before approaching the door himself. With a resounding bang, Ji Chang kicked the wooden door open and, taking 2 steps back, swiftly retreated into the sunlight. He quickly concentrated energy in his eyes and gazed at Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao, a special girl born with spiritual insight, she seems to harbor some unique secrets that, if uncovered, could potentially be documented as an intriguing tale. Level and lifespan 81, 166 blood 7, 070 soul 110, 110 inchum, nothing apparent, no possession? Ji Chang furrowed his brow, having only gleaned information about Bai Xiaoxiao without any insight into the entity controlling her. Just then, a flicker from the strange tales in his mind caught his attention, but Ji Chang had no time to investigate further. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's head jerked mechanically, and with an expression devoid of emotion, she looked at Ji Chang and said, "Are you the scholar surnamed Ji?" "Indeed, I am. What brings you to seek me?" Ji Chang, perceiving her ability to communicate, intended to extract information to discern whether she was an ally of the ghostly infant. "What business could I possibly have with you?" Bai Xiaoxiao's voice grew increasingly frigid, her tone hoarse as she continued, "You killed my child. What do you expect me to want from you?" A chill ran through Ji Chang's heart. It was indeed due to that little ghost. "Your child was the aggressor, its demise was well deserved," Ji Chang retorted with a cold snort. "In 10 days, I shall come to Day Village, capture you, and flay your skin from your bones," Bai Xiaoxiao with a voice laden with malice. "Humph, what audacity! Are you aware of the name Black Sand Taoist? If you wish to flay my skin and extract my bones, you must first inquire whether Black Sand Taoist would consent to such an act." Ji Chang scoffed, invoking the name of the Black Sand Taoist, regardless of its efficacy. "Daring to kill my child, I care not for Black Sand Taoist or White Sand Taoist. They shall all perish." Bai Xiaoxiao continued to roar with a twisted expression. "Such bravado, I stand right here. If you possess the ability, come forth and end my life." Ji Chang, feeling the scorching rays of the sun above, remained unfazed, doubting whether she would dare emerge. "Humph, do not grow complacent, scholar. In 10 days, you will learn of my true power." With that, Bai Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the adjacent table. After Bai Xiaoxiao had fainted, Ji Chang waited for a considerable time to ensure the entity had departed before stepping into the room and calling out, "Come in." "The entity has left." Upon hearing Ji Chang's words, the Bai family cautiously followed him into the room. Ji Chang placed his hand on Bai Xiaoxiao's neck, channeling energy through her, traversing her body without detecting any lingering resentment or ghostly presence. Ji Chang frowned, perplexed. There was nothing. This entity possesses quite formidable abilities. "All right, carry her to bed for a rest, she will awaken shortly." Ji Chang rose and gestured. "Yes, Mr. Ji," Bai Jia's fifth son replied, lifting Bai Xiaoxiao and moving toward the bed. However, after laying her down, the Bai family members anxiously turned to Ji Chang. "Mr. Ji, we feel we have dragged you into this, perhaps you should take shelter for a while," Bai Jia's elder uncle said, somewhat awkwardly approaching Ji Chang. They had overheard the previous exchange, leading to their concern about Ji Chang's ability to cope. "Do not worry about me, I can handle this," Ji Chang waved his hand dismissively. He was not overly concerned about a lurking old ghost. Although he was not currently its match, he had means to preserve his life and did not feel panicked. Ji Chang glanced once more at Bai Xiaoxiao, confirming her safety before turning his attention to a newly appeared strange tale in his mind. Strange tale. The initial legend speaks of the great U.S. Princess Taiping, believed to be the reincarnation of a demon, possessing the innate ability to sow seeds in dreams. She can entwine with men in slumber, and any offspring born in dreams can be placed within the bodies of other expectant mothers, thus transforming the child into her progeny. The mid-stage requires verification of the initial segment to unlock a verification difficulty of 4 stars, danger level 3 stars, verification result a none, evidence sufficiency 0, only results can be determined with over 60 evidence sufficiency of verification rewards 10 years of cultivation. 2 spells, purple gold heavenly thunder spell, 3 techniques, substitute technique. Upon reading this strange tale, Ji Chang's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Bai Xiaoxiao on the bed. Could it be that this girl is the child born of Princess Taiping's dreams? Ji Chang had heard of Princess Taiping in his past life, the esteemed royal princess led a scandalous life, practicing such dark arts. Following the chaos that engulfed the realm, her exploits were revealed, shattering the already crumbling authority of the Great Yu dynasty. Based on his previous memories, Ji Chang could practically confirm the truth of this rumor, albeit lacking the verification process to reach a definitive conclusion. The verification of this strange tale would be a monumental task and quite challenging, thus Ji Chang chose to set it aside for the time being. It was not something he could validate at present. He would address it further once his strength had increased. Having finished contemplating the strange tale, Ji Chang rose and, after a moment of reflection regarding Bai Xiao, approached the Bai family members and said, "This young girl has a unique constitution, allowing her to perceive things invisible to others. She may inadvertently attract some unsavory entities. Should she share any peculiar experiences with you, take heed." Yes, indeed, the Bai family members immediately acquiesced. "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Ji Chang prepared to depart. Chapter 44 Visitors from the three offices. Just as Ji Chang was preparing to depart from the Bai family, the fifth son of the Bai family unexpectedly grasped Ji Chang's arm, somewhat awkwardly stating, "Young Master Ji, you are well aware of Xiao Zhao's circumstances. Might you consider taking him on as your scholar? I would be willing to pay any price, if only you could impart some means of self-preservation to him." Ji Chang was taken aback for a moment, then after a brief contemplation, he replied, "Let me think it over. I shall be going out in the next couple of days, and I will provide you with an answer upon my return." "Ah, very well," the fifth son of the Bai family responded immediately, his face filled with respect as he escorted Ji Chang out. On Ji Chang's journey home from the Bai family, he pondered the matter concerning the old ghost, ultimately sighing and muttering, "If it comes to that, I may have no choice but to venture to Beishan County ahead of schedule." In Beishan County, there exists an event that Ji Chang can ascertain with complete certainty will be recorded as an extraordinary tale, and it is the only occurrence for which he can definitively ascertain the timeline. The protagonists of this tale are none other than the illustrious Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaochen. However, prior to this incident, Ji Chang had no intention of documenting their story at this moment. For in the shadowy world of Liao Zhai, Ning Kaichen is not a noble character, and the tale of the Nie Xiaochen does not conclude as favorably as one might hope. Moreover, the puppet master orchestrating events behind the scenes is the Black Mountain Old Demon, a formidable entity within the game, reputed to possess 8 centuries of cultivation, having survived from the first phase of the game's public testing all the way to the third phase. Not only would a visit to Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaochen enable Ji Chang to document a high-quality extraordinary event, but the old ghost would also be deterred from pursuing him. Setting aside the Black Mountain Old Demon, Nie Xiaochen herself is an exceptionally powerful figure. Initially, Ji Chang had planned to wait until he had acquired at least 100 or 80 years of cultivation before making the journey. However, should he find himself lacking the means to confront the old ghost within 10 days, he would have no option but to head to Beishan County. For the next few days, he resolved to contemplate alternative strategies. If those proved ineffective, he would retreat to Beishan County for refuge. At the same time Ji Chang was returning home, 3 figures were sprinting along the official road of Qingshi County. Indeed, they were racing with a speed surpassing that of ordinary horses. "We can't go on like this, let us take a break," one of the larger figures called out to his companions. The trio halted, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. One was a man of immense stature, nearly 3 meters tall, his body a mass of muscle and dark fur. The second was dressed in a brocade scholar's robe, elegantly wielding a folding fan. The final figure was a spirited woman clad in a black and red training outfit, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Once they had paused, the nobleman fanned himself and complained, "I truly despise executing tasks alongside you, you behemoth. You are utterly incapable. We've barely traveled a few dozen miles and already you require a rest. If you had a physique such as mine, you would tire as well," the large man retorted in a deep voice. "It's a shame you are a martial arts expert at the blood exchange stage, yet you're a complete hindrance," the nobleman continued to mock. Don't think that just because you're from the spirit office, I won't dare to strike you. Speak another word, and I shall not hold back," the large man growled, his massive fist raised. "Come on, are you afraid of a brute like me?" The nobleman was unperturbed, ready to engage in a contest of strength. "Enough already, have you two not been bickering long enough? Is it not tiresome?" The spirited woman interjected, her brows furrowing as she admonished them. "Hey, Xiaolan, don't be angry, I want to say another word," the nobleman quickly retorted, attempting to placate her. "We are still about 10 miles from Qingshi County. This matter is significant. The greatest family in Qingshi, the Zhou family, was exterminated overnight, and even their true qi experts were slain. Our target this time is formidable, we must be diligent," the spirited woman reminded her companions earnestly. "Indeed, Xiaolan, isn't it curious? As I understand it, the night the Zhou family was annihilated was the very first day Zhou Feng received his inspection assignment. Could this not be the handiwork of that individual? The nobleman, fanning himself, speculated quietly. The three offices do not engage in political matters, nor do we interfere in the power struggles of those factions. Our task is solely to uncover the truth and report it accurately while apprehending the true culprit. Beyond that, we concern ourselves with nothing else. The spirited woman shot a glance at the nobleman, her tone icy. Oh come now, Xiaolan, you are far too serious. I was merely making an offhand comment. Let us hasten to Qingshi County. The nobleman waved his hand dismissively. Thus, the trio resumed their frantic pace toward Qingshi County. Before long, they arrived at Qingshi County, and without pausing elsewhere, they made their way directly to the county office. Xiaolan, this Qingshi County appears to be your hometown. Will you not return home for a visit? The nobleman inquired as they approached the county office. Investigating the case is paramount, the spirited woman replied, shaking her head. It has been several days since the Zhou family was annihilated. Who knows what the current situation is? Even if we ultimately uncover nothing, we can simply find a scapegoat and move on. No need to be so serious, Xiaolan, the nobleman remarked nonchalantly. The spirited woman frowned, dissatisfied. If you do not wish to investigate, feel free to do as you please. I shall proceed with Manshur. No, I only seek to consider your feelings. If you do not wish to return home, I shall accompany you in the investigation. The nobleman hastily waved his hands in protest. The spirited woman chose to ignore him, leading the way toward the county office. A moment later, the trio arrived at the county office, where two gatekeepers confronted them, demanding, "Who goes there?" Spirit Office, Jianlin, here to investigate a case, the spirited woman declared succinctly, producing a bronze token adorned with a tortoise motif. Martial Office, Manshur, the large man followed suit, brandishing a bronze token embellished with swords. Spirit Office, Dongfang Shua. Hurry and summon your county magistrate, the nobleman proclaimed, revealing a bronze token inscribed with a green-faced azura and dramatically snapping his folding fan shut. Yes, please, esteemed lords, step inside. I shall fetch the county magistrate at once. The gatekeepers, upon realizing they were in the presence of the three offices, immediately transformed their demeanor, bowing low and offering profuse compliments before hastily retreating into the county office. Shortly thereafter, a portly county magistrate hurried out, his face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing the trio. The arrival of the esteemed lords to my Qingshi County office truly brings glory to this humble establishment. Ah, you must be Lord Ji. It has been some time since we last met, and your presence shines even more brightly now. I have taken good care of your father over the past 2 years. How about this? I shall arrange a banquet at the Fragrant 100 Pavilion to welcome you and the other two esteemed lords. Magistrate Hong exclaimed, recognizing Ji Anlin with excitement. Chapter 45 Ji Anlin County Magistrate Hong, there is no need for excessive pleasantries or a banquet. Let us proceed to view the corpses of the Zhou family members. Moreover, who has been overseeing this case in recent days, have him come as well, Ji Anlin declared with a dismissive wave of his hand, her tone commanding and resolute. Ji Anlin's demeanor was rather disrespectful towards Magistrate Hong, yet he appeared unfazed, even considering her attitude as entirely justified. He maintained his smile and replied, very well, I shall have someone escort the three esteemed officials at once. He gestured to the two attendants behind him, instructing, you, lead the way to the mortuary. And you, summoned by Wutong. Understood, the two attendants replied promptly, one taking the lead while the other hastened off in another direction. As they proceeded, Dongfang Shua turned to Magistrate Hong and inquired, is it a coroner who is responsible for this case? What, then, is the role of your martial officers? In response to Dongfang Shua's pointed question, Magistrate Hong offered a sycophantic explanation. Esteemed official, our coroner has, in fact, spent some time in the capital as an investigative expert. His experience with such peculiar cases far exceeds ours, allowing for swifter progress. I find that hard to believe. Is it that your martial officers are too cowardly to investigate? Dongfang Shua retorted with a disdainful smirk. Magistrate Hong was acutely aware of the shortcomings of his subordinates, and recognizing the formidable presence before him, refrained from offering any rebuttal, instead managing an awkward smile. Dongfang Shua chose not to dwell on the matter, acknowledging the prevailing environment. After all, it was not only the local officials who were of mixed caliber. Even the higher echelons had seen their share of incompetence in recent years. Before long, they arrived at the mortuary. Just as they entered, the attendant returned with Bai Wutong in tow. Coroner Bai Wutong of Qingshi County, I greet the three esteemed officials and the county magistrate, Bai Wutong said respectfully, bowing to Ji Anlin, Dongfang Shua, and Magistrate Hong. Are you the one who has been investigating the Zhou family's case? Ji Anlin inquired, her brow furrowed. Bai Wutong appeared to be an ordinary individual, and she doubted that someone of his ilk could unravel the complexities of this case. Indeed, Bai Wutong confirmed with a nod. Please, share any clues you have uncovered. Even if they are not significant, I would appreciate your observations and speculations, Ji Anlin said, her gaze drifting to the Zhou family corpses laid out in the mortuary. Certainly. Bai Wutong replied, then began, in recent days, I have been studying the remains of the deceased Zhou family members. I found that among the hundreds of them, their deaths can be categorized into three main types. Oh, what are these three categories? Please elaborate. Ji Anlin raised her eyes slightly in inquiry. The first category consists of those over here. Bai Wutong stepped deeper into the mortuary, gesturing to a group of bodies. These individuals appear to have died from blood depletion. What do you mean by blood depletion? Ji Anlin pressed for clarification. These individuals exhibit minimal external wounds, yet their bodies contain very little blood, as if it has mysteriously vanished. I conducted some dissections, and upon examining their internal organs, many displayed peculiar wormhole-like cavities. Moreover, their cochlea, oral cavity, trachea, esophagus, and other soft tissue areas connected to blood vessels also exhibited similar wormholes. I suspect this is the work of a blood-sucking parasite, Bai Wutong elaborated. Continue, Ji Anlin urged, a hint of astonishment in her gaze. This brings us to the second category. Bai Wutong advanced a few steps further, marking another circle. These individuals seem to have died from asphyxiation, yet there are no signs of strangulation on their necks. I dissected two of them, and there were no obstructions within their bodies, leaving their cause of death uncertain. And this cluster represents the third category, Bai Wutong continued, gesturing toward another set of corpses. These individuals were simply murdered in the conventional manner. The final body belonged to the Zhou family's fifth master, whose internal organs were severely damaged, indicating he had endured a fierce struggle prior to death. However, Bai Wutong could not ascertain the exact cause of his demise. I dare say, Master Zhou likely met his end by the same means as those who succumbed to asphyxiation. You have performed admirably, Ji Anlin remarked, somewhat astonished by Bai Wutong's findings. Your praise is unwarranted. I merely fulfilled my duties as a coroner, Bai Wutong replied humbly, showing no sign of pride in Ji Anlin's commendation. In these tumultuous times, possessing such skills while remaining diligent is indeed a rarity, Ji Anlin sighed, returning to the first category of corpses. The first method of death likely stems from the actions of a bug cultivator. Bug cultivators fall under the jurisdiction of the Demon Division, and I have some knowledge of blood-sucking insects. Those who can control such creatures are exceedingly troublesome, bringing calamity wherever they go. As for the second category, Dongfang Shua, take a closer look. Ji Anlin gestured toward Dongfang Shua. Very well. Dongfang Shua closed his folding fan and approached one of the corpses, lowering his head in examination. Suddenly, the already cold atmosphere of the mortuary dropped further in temperature. All present, save for Ji Anlin and Manshur, shuddered involuntarily, a sense of unease washing over them. Dongfang Shua's previously noble demeanor transformed into something ominous and foreboding. Then, Dongfang Shua's hair began to grow at an alarming rate, extending wildly toward the body before him. Moments later, as the hair continued to surge, the temperature in the mortuary returned to its previous chill. Once restored to his original appearance, Dongfang Shua turned, unfurling his fan and declaring, this corpse indeed carries traces of ghostly energy, confirming the involvement of a spirit, though it remains uncertain if it is under the control of the bug cultivator you suspect. It appears that one or more malevolent spirits, alongside some insects, have obliterated the Zhou family. Clearly, both the spirits and the insects are being manipulated by human hands, suggesting the involvement of two individuals with prior intent, Ji Anlin speculated, nodding thoughtfully. Bai Wutong, do you have any further clues? Ji Anlin inquired, directing her attention back to Bai Wutong. The head of the Zhou family, the eldest son, the steward who, and over a dozen guards are all missing, with no bodies found, Bai Wutong reported solemnly. Missing? Ji Anlin furrowed her brow in concern. Chapter 46 Swift and decisive indeed. According to the guards stationed at the city gate that night, on the evening of the Zhou family's annihilation, the father and son of the Zhou clan departed the city with a dozen bodyguards, driving several horse-drawn carts. By the time we arrived at the Zhou family's treasury, it had already been completely emptied. I suspect that those carts were laden with the Zhou family's wealth and treasures. Bai Wutong expressed his conjecture candidly. Was there any effort to trace the wagon wheel tracks? Ji Anlin inquired immediately. A caravan of such magnitude, transporting so many heavy items, should be easily identifiable. The county magistrate dispatched personnel to investigate that very day, Bai Wutong responded. However, they followed the wheel marks to a spot near the Shaoyun Mountain at the border of Qingshi County and the neighboring county, where they mysteriously vanished, as if they had all suddenly disappeared. The wheel tracks abruptly ceased. I have seen it myself, and it is indeed so. Have they ventured into the mountains to search? Ji Anlin pressed on. Well, Bai Mutang hesitated. What is it? Ji Anlin asked, sensing his reluctance. There is a formidable monster residing within the mountains, and we dare not enter, Bai Mutang admitted sheepishly. Very well, I understand. We shall investigate in person, Ji Anlin replied, turning to the county magistrate. Magistrate Hong, I kindly request that you provide me with all the records from the past month. The destruction of the Zhou family could not have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It must have been meticulously planned over a considerable period. Of course, Magistrate Hong nodded hastily, gesturing to a nearby officer. You, go fetch the records for Lord Ji. Yes, sir. The officer hurriedly exited. Before long, the officer returned, clutching a thick volume. Ji Anlin accepted the records and began to peruse them. Remarkably, there have been numerous homicides in Qingshi County during early March, Ji Anlin noted, her brow furrowing deeper with each revelation. She pointed to a particular entry, murmuring, by family village, a household perished within their home, their deaths horrific, bodies dismembered, and insect corpses littering the premises. As she read, Ji Anlin's eyes widened in alarm. She turned to Magistrate Hong and inquired, who is responsible for the case in Bai family village? Have any leads been uncovered? Faced with Ji Anlin's piercing gaze, Magistrate Hong shrank back uneasily. This, he stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Over the years, there have been homicides every year, yet none of our officers are willing to take on such cases. After all, one misstep could cost them dearly, even their lives are at stake. Therefore, when inconsequential individuals die, if someone reports it, they merely record it for appearances. Who genuinely investigates these cases? Ji Anlin's chest heaved with frustration, and she clearly understood the implications of Magistrate Hong's demeanor. With a cold snort, she resumed her reading. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar location. Dahu Village. In mid-March, a household in Dahu Village reported that their young daughter was possessed by a spirit, resulting in the death of the summoned Taoist priest, only for the spirit to be vanquished by a scholar from the village. Having read through another homicide case, Ji Anlin frowned once more and asked Magistrate Hong, have your men looked into this matter? Cough, yes, this case has been investigated, and it aligns with the records, Magistrate Hong replied, his voice lacking conviction. Observing his demeanor, Ji Anlin waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, I shall investigate personally. She surveyed the assembled individuals and raised 3 fingers, declaring, we currently have 3 lines of inquiry. First, we will investigate the Zhou family's caravan's whereabouts at Shaoyun Mountain, near the border with Qingshi County. Second, we will explore Bai family village, focusing on the household with the bizarre deaths, particularly searching for remnants of insect corpses. Third, we will delve into Dahu village to uncover the origins of the spirit and also investigate the scholar capable of slaying it. After outlining her plan, Ji Anlin turned to Magistrate Hong and asserted, I will not dwell on your previous conduct, but since I am here now, everyone must fulfill their duties. I request that you assemble all the officers of the county office in the public hall. Yes, I shall summon them immediately, Magistrate Hong replied, feeling a significant weight of pressure from Ji Anlin's authoritative presence. Especially after being questioned by her, he felt increasingly anxious and was eager to vacate her company, promptly heading out to gather the personnel. Manshur, Dongfang Shua, let us each lead a team to investigate a specific lead. I will head to Dahu village. Where will you 2 go? Ji Anlin inquired of Manshur and Dongfang Shua. I shall go to Bai family village, Dongfang Shua promptly volunteered. Then I shall confront that monster at Shaoyun Mountain, Manshur declared, raising his fist. Forget it. Manshur, you should accompany me to Dahu village. Once we clarify the leads there and in Bai family village, we can then investigate the Shaoyun Mountain lead together. Ji Anlin said, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead at the thought of relying on someone whose strengths lay solely in physical prowess. Oh, all right. Manshur nodded in agreement. After lingering in the morgue for a while without uncovering any leads, the trio departed and made their way to the county hall to await the assembly. Upon their arrival, they waited for a short while, only to witness the meager number of officers that had gathered. Too few. Far too few. Ji Anlin restrained her anger and addressed Magistrate Hong. Is this how lax the officers of your county office are? After so much time, why are there only this many present? Magistrate Hong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling quite embarrassed. Lord Ji, they are all here now. According to the laws of Dayu, the county office is required to have 5 to 10 lead officers, each supervising 5 to 10 subordinates. Thus, the total should be at least 30 individuals, yet only 26 are present. Where are the others, Magistrate Hong? Ji Anlin demanded, her patience wearing thin.
Well, the others are unwell and have taken leave, Magistrate Hong stammered, attempting to explain.
Feigning illness, are they?
It seems they are merely drawing a salary without working, Dongfang Shua interjected, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips.
Officers of even the lowest rank should not fall ill so easily. Such excuses lack any credibility.
Ji Anlin shot a fierce glare at Magistrate Hong, suppressing her urge to expose the pervasive corruption within the county office. The entire Dayu seemed to operate this way, and they had little choice. If they were to rely solely on the three of them, they would surely be overwhelmed. Reluctantly setting aside her frustrations, Ji Anlin instructed, half of you will accompany me to Daho village, while the other half will follow Dongfang Shua to Bai family village. After delivering her orders, Ji Anlin turned to Bai Mutang and said, you should accompany Dongfang Shua as well.
Understood.
Bai Mutang replied with a respectful nod. Thus, the county office sprang into action, swiftly dividing into two groups to exit the city. Meanwhile, Ji Chang had received news of their movements. He had previously gained control over one officer and a few ordinary constables within the county office, which was proving quite useful. During the assembly, he had observed the three individuals from the San Si through the perspective of the controlled officer. Moreover, he learned that the apparent leader among them was the granddaughter of the old village head. Suddenly, Ji Chang had a brilliant idea, contemplating a plan that could simultaneously neutralize the threat posed by the old ghost and create chaos in their investigative efforts. Chapter 47 of the first encounter. The martial official, under the control of the bloodthirsty worm, followed Ji Chang as they approached the village entrance. Just as they were nearing the gate, he promptly stood up, grabbed some food, and made his way to the old village head's home. The old man was still blissfully unaware that his cherished granddaughter had returned. Upon Ji Chang pushing open the door to the village head's house, the elder looked at him, carrying items, with a face full of astonishment and said, you rascal, you come here unannounced and bring something as well.
What's this? Do you need my assistance again?
As the village head ushered Ji Chang inside, he inquired further.
What, can't I bring something to see you, old man, if I have no business? Ji Chang replied with a smile after placing the items down.
Oh, come now, you certainly have something on your mind, speak up. I will surely assist you if I can, the village head retorted, casting a knowing glance at Ji Chang. Head, truly nothing escapes your keen observation, Ji Chang flattered him, then continued, it's like this.
Earlier today, the young lady from the Bai family suddenly became possessed. What, the Bai family has been haunted again?
The village head straightened up immediately upon hearing this. Indeed, and that foul spirit specifically mentioned my name. Ji Chang nodded in affirmation.
What does it want with you? The elder queried.
The ghostly infant from before was her child, and since I caused the demise of her offspring, that old ghost now intends to kill me and skin me alive.
Ji Chang stated calmly. Put.
The elder was so startled by Ji Chang's words that he spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. He quickly stood up, anxiously saying, can you handle this? If not, you should leave at once and find a safe place, preferably far away while it's still daylight.
No need for haste.
The old ghost stated it would come for me in 10 days, Ji Chang reassured him, gesturing for the elder to remain calm.
Then you must devise a plan.
The village head began to pace anxiously within the room. That's precisely why I've come to consult you, Ji Chang chuckled.
What can I do?
If you, a formidable individual, cannot deal with that old ghost, what can an old man like me possibly offer? The village head asked incredulously.
Hey, have you forgotten about your granddaughter? Ji Chang reminded him with a smile.
Sigh, it's not that I don't want to help, but I truly have no way to contact Anlin. She is always the one visiting me and has never informed me how to reach her. Besides, seeking her assistance may not yield results, the elder lamented, shaking his head. Just as he finished shaking his head, a knock was heard from outside.
Grandfather, I'm back, came Ji Anlin's voice from beyond the door.
Anlin has returned. The elder was taken aback, then hurriedly went to open the door, his face lighting up with joy. Before long, the village head led Ji Anlin and a group of martial officials into the courtyard. Upon entering the room with her grandfather and spotting Ji Chang, Anlin couldn't help but be drawn to his presence. It was not that she was instantly enamored, rather, after Ji Chang's transformation, he not only appeared handsome and tall but also exuded an air of scholarly elegance that was striking in the village.
Grandfather, who is this? Ji Anlin inquired with curiosity. Oh, allow me to introduce him.
This is Ji Chang. You played together as children that he is now the village's private tutor. The village head eagerly introduced upon hearing his granddaughter's question. Upon hearing Ji Chang's name, Anlin raised an eyebrow.
You are Ji Chang? Indeed, that is I, Ji Chang replied, standing up and nodding calmly. You are connected to a certain case, and I need you to answer some questions.
If necessary, I may require your assistance as well, Ji Anlin stated directly. Oh dear, Anlin, why the fierce demeanor? Ji Chang is a good and honest lad, the village head interjected, concerned as he witnessed his granddaughter's interrogation of Ji Chang. He had hoped to facilitate a connection between them, but this approach might drive Ji Chang away. It pertains to the matter with the Bai family. Since you are here, grandfather, let us discuss it together, Ji Anlin proposed, turning to her grandfather. Very well, the village head would also be questioned. Oh, regarding that incident, Ji Chang bears no blame. The false Taoist was killed by a ghost, and Ji Chang saved everyone present. The elder quickly defended Ji Chang. You, a mere scholar, managed to defeat a ghost. Even the weakest of spirits is not something an ordinary scholar can contend with, Ji Anlin continued to probe. I received guidance in a dream from an immortal on how to vanquish spirits, thus I possess certain methods to handle such matters. Ji Chang maintained his smile as he spoke. As for Ji Chang's assertion, it was indeed plausible in this realm, and those within the judiciary were not less inclined to believe such tales than the common populace, for they were aware of truths far beyond the understanding of ordinary folk.
As expected, although Ji Anlin frowned, she merely nodded, uncertain of her belief. Do you know the origin of that small ghost? She pressed on.
I only know it was a ghostly infant that caused the death of the false Taoist by strangling him, Ji Chang replied, shaking his head.
Wait.
Ji Anlin interrupted, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on Ji Chang.
Did you just say that the false Taoist was strangled to death by a ghostly infant? Indeed, what of it? Ji Chang asked. You need not be anxious. The matter you mentioned is related to a case in the city. Since you've encountered that ghostly infant, do you believe it could have been controlled by someone? Ji Anlin continued.
I hadn't considered that, but today at noon, an old ghost possessed the young lady from the Bai family, claiming that the little ghost was her child, and that it would come to seek vengeance upon me in 10 days, threatening to peel my skin and extract my bones, Ji Chang recounted, shaking his head as he shared the details of the old ghost.
An old ghost? Ji Anlin frowned, contemplating for a moment before addressing Ji Chang. You've provided a crucial clue. Fear not, I will remain in Date Village for the next few days. If that old ghost dares to come, I shall assist you in vanquishing her. This young lady Anlin, I possess some modest skills, but based on my experience, that old ghost is formidable, certainly far more so than the ghostly infant. Are you sure you can handle it? Ji Chang feigned skepticism, though internally he was elated.
You may not be aware, but the Ling division within the 3 departments of Daiyu is specifically tasked with matters concerning spirits. While I am not a member of the Ling division, I am capable of exterminating ghosts. Moreover, I have a companion from the Ling division who will also assist in protecting you.
You need not worry, Ji Anlin assured him, waving her hand to indicate that he should relax. Chapter 48 Exploiting Opportunities. Grandfather, please take me to the Bai family. I have further inquiries to make, Ji Anlin implored her grandfather once more. Miss Ji, having concluded your investigation, will you be staying at the old magistrate's residence tonight?
If so, may I trouble you for a moment? I still have some questions I wish to pose, Ji Chang said as he rose and clasped his hands respectfully. Those capable of emerging from the 3 departments to investigate the downfall of the Zhou family are undoubtedly among the elite, having encountered numerous extraordinary phenomena, most of which are indeed genuine. If I could glean some insights from Ji Anlin, documenting a few such occurrences would be delightful. I still have a case to pursue. Ji Anlin was about to decline when the old magistrate interjected with a feigned lament. Anlin, it has been 2 years since your last visit. Your grandfather has missed you dearly. After we address the matters concerning the Bai family, let us share a meal together. The old magistrate, outwardly sorrowful yet inwardly elated, had discerned that Ji Chang harbored feelings for his granddaughter and wished for her to remain overnight, surely an indication of pursuit, which he wholeheartedly supported. Very well. Ji Anlin, seeing her grandfather's insistence, acquiesced. Come, let us investigate quickly, and upon our return, I shall prepare a feast for you, the old magistrate declared, winking conspiratorially at Ji Chang. Though Ji Chang was puzzled by the old magistrate's wink, he felt gratitude for the old man's cooperation. If he could not record a few extraordinary tales and gain some years of cultivation, it would be a disservice to the old magistrate for his assistance. As dusk fell, Ji Chang arrived once more at the old magistrate's abode, bearing provisions. The delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen indicated that the old magistrate had commenced his culinary endeavors. Hearing a knock at the door, he hurriedly opened it and, upon seeing Ji Chang, pulled him inside and whispered urgently, "Old man here has expended considerable effort to ensure that girl returned an hour early.
You must seize this opportunity."
"Rest assured, old magistrate," Ji Chang replied gratefully, nodding in appreciation for the old man's kindness.
"Go on inside." The old magistrate patted Ji Chang's arm before hastening back to the kitchen.
In the inner room, Ji Anlin sat, sipping wine while pondering various matters. Hearing the commotion, she lifted her gaze and, upon spotting Ji Chang, spoke directly, "What brings you here? What do you wish to inquire?"
"Ah, it is thus." Ji Chang took a seat at the table, producing a book and a pen. "I am a scholar, and my greatest aspiration is to author a tome.
Unlike other scholars, I have received teachings from immortals in my dreams and have witnessed many wondrous events therein. Therefore, I wish to compile a book chronicling extraordinary occurrences for the enlightenment of future generations. As you are affiliated with the government, I believe your experiences are unparalleled, and I would like to consult you for some remarkable tales to document.
You, a scholar, are indeed unlike others.
I have encountered many strange occurrences myself, yet most of them are not suitable for public discourse," Ji Anlin replied with a hint of exasperation.
"Come now, what is there left to conceal?
If you share some intriguing tales with me, I shall assist you with your investigation. My abilities, though modest, possess unique qualities, and I can assure you that anything you disclose will remain strictly confidential."
"I will not share it without your consent. Does that sound agreeable?"
Ji Chang urged once more. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Anlin conceded, "You have indeed aided me today, so I shall share a few tales, but please refrain from spreading them."
"Excellent. No problem at all," Ji Chang exclaimed, eagerly nodding as he readied his pen. "Let me recount an incident from 2 years ago involving a man-eating bull demon." Ji Anlin began to narrate vividly. Once she finished her tale, Ji Chang paused his writing and, with curiosity, inquired, "Does this story have any evidence to substantiate its authenticity?"
"Surely, my very identity serves as the best proof," Ji Anlin retorted, eyes wide.
"Moreover, I am merely sharing this with you. Why should I provide proof of its veracity?"
"Oh, you don't understand. Writing a book necessitates rigor. Consider whether there is anything that could serve as evidence," Ji Chang explained with a smile. "Scholars like you are truly a nuisance." Ji Anlin rolled her eyes at him before producing a white bone dagger wrapped in cowhide from her waist. "Here, this dagger is crafted from the bones of that bull demon. This shall serve as evidence. If this is insufficient, I have nothing else to offer." Ji Chang fell silent momentarily, contemplating the extraordinary accounts in his mind. Extraordinary event: on the 12th day of the 6th month in the 5th year of the Ming Emperor, a bull demon wreaked havoc in Huayan County of Datong Prefecture, only to be vanquished by the demon officer Ji Anlin and her companions. On the 26th day of the 3rd month in the 7th year of the Ming Emperor, it was recorded by Ji Chang in Date Village. As Ji Chang completed the documentation of the extraordinary event, several lines of text materialized below. Evidence sufficiency 70. An extraordinary event must possess a sufficiency exceeding 60 to be successfully recorded. Result: successfully recorded. Rarity 2 stars. Rewards 2 years of cultivation. 2 abilities: hearing water flow. Upon activation, this ability allows one to perceive the movement of water within the earth's veins, enabling manipulation of the water's flow at will.
"Hey, why are you in a daze? Is this insufficient?" Ji Anlin frowned at Ji Chang, noticing his distraction. Startled back to reality by the rewards displayed before him, Ji Chang shook his head. No, this is perfect. Please continue." Thus, Ji Anlin resumed her narration.
Extraordinary event: on the 22nd day of the 3rd month in the 6th year of the Ming Emperor, a chicken demon caused turmoil in Dongguan County of Shilin Prefecture. This chicken demon was originally a farm animal until it was slain by the demon officer Ji Anlin. On the 26th day of the 3rd month in the 7th year of the Ming Emperor, it was recorded by Ji Chang in Date Village. As Ji Chang documented this remarkable occurrence, more lines appeared. Evidence sufficiency 70. An extraordinary event must possess a sufficiency exceeding 60 to be successfully recorded. Result: successfully recorded. Rarity 2 stars. Rewards 2 years of cultivation. 2 abilities: Sleeve of the Universe. This ability creates a special space within one's sleeves to contain a multitude of items, although maintaining this space requires Yin energy. Thus, a certain amount of Yin must be prepared upon activation. Ji Anlin recounted several extraordinary events, yet only these 2 could provide definitive evidence, which was quite satisfactory for Ji Chang. For years of cultivation and 2 remarkable abilities. Chapter 49: The Terrifying Black Whirlwind. Following a satisfying meal at Lao Lijing's residence, Ji Chang returned home. This evening had proven fruitful, and Ji Chang felt a sense of contentment, having honed his skills over nearly 20 years. This experience bolstered his confidence in dealing with the old ghost. Even if Ji Anlin and the others failed to confront the specter, his 2 decades of expertise would afford him a greater likelihood of escape. Upon arriving home, Ji Chang did not immediately rest, for he had another matter to attend to that night. He needed to investigate the Black Whirlwind, having uncovered her secret. Consequently, he dispatched 2 assassins he had previously controlled to stealthily infiltrate the city under the cover of darkness and gather intelligence regarding the Black Whirlwind. The night was as dark as ink, and by the time the assassins reached the city, it was already midnight. Most inhabitants had succumbed to slumber, leaving only a few still preoccupied with their tasks, a perfect opportunity for the assassins to carry out their mission. Both assassins were skilled practitioners of internal martial arts, their bodies light and agile, enabling them to swiftly approach the Black Whirlwind's residence. They quietly scaled the walls and made their way towards the backyard. Once Ji Chang guided the assassins to the rear courtyard, he instructed them to locate the entrance to the underground chamber that the Black Whirlwind had accessed that day. Ji Chang had previously observed her pressing a switch on the wall before the subterranean chamber was revealed. Thus, he directed the assassins to explore the wall for a similar mechanism. With a click, after a thorough search, the assassins discovered the hidden lever, and the passage to the underground chamber began to slowly open. However, this commotion alerted the Black Whirlwind, and a thunderous voice boomed, "Who goes there?" In response, a figure, as formidable as a bear, charged through the wall with the ferocity of a tank. Ji Chang quickly commanded one assassin to intercept the Black Whirlwind while the other hastily entered the underground chamber. Boom! Despite her imposing stature, the Black Whirlwind was astonishingly swift. With a single punch, she obliterated the assassin before he could even evade. The force of her strike was so powerful that the assassin's body was utterly destroyed, a staggering display of might that left no doubt she was no mere mid-tier martial artist. With no time to spare on the fate of the Black Whirlwind, Ji Chang shifted his focus to the assassin who had ventured into the underground chamber. The darkness enveloped the chamber, rendering visibility nearly impossible through the assassin's eyes. Ji Chang urged the assassin deeper into the murky abyss. Drip, drip. As the assassin progressed, the distinct sound of water droplets echoed, accompanied by a labored wheezing. Simultaneously, the temperature within the chamber escalated, diminishing the activity of the bloodthirsty insects lurking within. This is madness. The Black Whirlwind had now entered the underground chamber. Seizing the moment while she was still distanced from the assassin, Ji Chang commanded him to rush further inward, eager to discover what lay hidden within. Splash! Suddenly, after a few hurried steps, the assassin fell into a pool, though more accurately described as a pool of blood. The temperature of the blood was scalding, instantly incinerating the bloodthirsty insects that fell into it. This abrupt turn of events severed Ji Chang's connection to that side, but in a fleeting glance, he caught sight of something, a massive swine's head. Yet, due to the hurried nature of the glimpse and the chamber's profound darkness, Ji Chang could not ascertain its accuracy. Returning to consciousness, Ji Chang reclined on his bed, pondering the images he had just witnessed, a blood pool and what appeared to be a pig's head. It was clear that these elements held the key to the secrets of the ginseng pigs, but the Black Whirlwind's vigilance was formidable. It seemed he would need to enlist additional forces to probe deeper into her mysteries. While Ji Chang remained awake, troubled by the Black Whirlwind's affair, Ji Anlin, too, was unable to find rest. Instead, she engaged in hushed conversation within her room. "Xiao Cheng, I find Ji Chang to be rather enigmatic. Though tales of encounters with celestial beings bearing wisdom exist, how many such individuals have truly emerged in the centuries of Diyu's reign? I cannot shake the feeling that he may be deceiving us." With her hands serving as a pillow, Ji Anlin reclined on the earthen bed, her voice a mere whisper. A small green serpent slithered from her sleeve, making its way to her ear, chiming in with a clear tone. "Such occurrences are not unheard of among our kind. It is uncertain who might receive such fortune, yet I sense his essence is remarkably pure, reminiscent of your own. Unlike those wicked souls who exude a foul stench. In my estimation, he does not appear to be malevolent."
Perhaps, Ji Anlin sighed softly.
As dawn broke the following day, Ji Anlin returned to the county town. Meanwhile, Ji Chang settled into a temporary tranquility. With Ji Anlin in Qingshi County, he found himself spared the journey to Beishan County for the time being, allowing him to further strengthen his abilities. While Ji Chang enjoyed a fleeting peace, Ji Anlin remained exceedingly busy.
"Dongfang Shua, what progress have you made on your end?" Ji Anlin inquired upon arriving at the county office.
"I have uncovered some insect corpses. As for these creatures, I am at a loss. You should examine them," Dongfang Shua replied, tossing a box towards Ji Anlin. "Additionally, I sensed a lingering aura of ghostly energy at a farmer's residence.
With the ghostly presence and the insect remains, it's evident that it once served as a temporary hideout for the perpetrator."
Indeed, Ji Anlin nodded, taking the box and opening it to scrutinize the contents.
After a short while, she sighed and put the box away. "How did it fare?" Dongfang Shua asked, regarding Ji Anlin with curiosity.
"I have never encountered such insects before, and they do not belong to the realm of the supernatural. They are mere pests. Relying solely on these remains will not yield any forthcoming leads, Ji Anlin responded, shaking her head.
And your findings? Dongfang Shua pressed.
I visited the Bai family in Dai village, but found nothing of significance. However, that little girl possesses an intriguing ability. She is naturally attuned to the spiritual world and can perceive unclean entities. And that scholar named Ji Chang, he was the one who dispatched the ghostly infant. I find him inscrutable. He exudes an air of mystery that I cannot quite pinpoint. Ji Anlin recounted her encounters with the Bai family and Ji Chang before continuing. Moreover, he provided me with a vital clue. The ghostly infant killed the false Taoist by strangling him. This leads me to believe that the infant is likely under the control of the true murderer.
While we cannot assert this with absolute certainty, it is indeed a lead. Did he mention the origins of this ghostly infant? Dongfang Shua nodded in agreement with Ji Anlin's analysis.
No, Ji Chang claimed ignorance on that matter, but he did mention that an old ghost, who identifies as a relative of the ghostly infant, intends to seek revenge on him in 10 days' time. After 10 days, we shall return to Date Village and await the old ghost's arrival to uncover the truth, Ji Anlin concluded, shaking her head. Chapter 50 of The Old Yellow Weasel. Dongfang Shua nodded slightly and replied, very well, what shall we do now? Let us proceed to investigate the missing guards and goods over at Shaoyun Mountain, Ji Anlin stated as he rose to his feet. Indeed, let us encounter the creatures of Shaoyun Mountain,
Monsi declared, cracking his knuckles with excitement.
Thus, after a brief respite, Ji Anlin gathered his companions and set forth towards Shaoyun Mountain without delay. Upon their arrival, the three, accompanied by several martial officials, immediately began examining the wheel tracks from a few days prior.
Fortunately, it hasn't rained. Otherwise, with so much time having passed, what would we even be able to investigate?
Dongfang Shua remarked while fanning himself. As that white coroner indicated, the wheel tracks have indeed vanished abruptly, Ji Anlin noted, furrowing his brow after a thorough examination. Essentially, we are left with two possibilities. Firstly, that this convoy was abducted by the creature residing on Shaoyun Mountain, or secondly, that those monsters deliberately led the convoy here, subsequently employing other means to make it disappear. Ah, those crafty creatures certainly possess a devious mind, Dongfang Shua mused, raising an eyebrow as he continued. They have drawn us here, and regardless of which scenario holds true, if we intend to pursue this lead further, we will inevitably have to confront that mountain-dwelling beast. However, not many of these creatures are known for their amiable dispositions. If our strength is lacking and we rashly venture into the mountains, we may very well meet our demise at the hands of that monster.
How fascinating indeed, ha ha ha. Dongfang Shua laughed heartily before retracting his fan with a grin. Yet that creature has underestimated our prowess.
A mere beast from Shaoyun Mountain shall not impede the three of us. Let us not be careless, we must exercise caution and prepare ourselves before we engage with that monster, Ji Anlin asserted as he stood up. Shao Chang, lead us to that creature.
With that, Ji Anlin gestured forward, and a small green snake emerged from his collar, slithering ahead.
Wait here. Ji Anlin instructed the martial officials as he dashed forward. Before long, the trio delved deep into Shaoyun Mountain. They followed the small green snake until they arrived at the entrance of a vast cave. Numerous small yellow weasels basked in the sun nearby, and upon noticing the intrusion, they stood up and began to call out. Suddenly, a plume of black mist billowed from the cave, and as it dissipated, an elderly woman appeared at the cave's mouth, addressing the small yellow weasels behind her. Return to the cave. The yellow weasels promptly scurried back.
Who are you?
What brings you to my Shaoyun Mountain? The elderly woman inquired, her tone icy and menacing, as wisps of black mist emanated from her, suggesting that she would devour the trio if they could not provide a satisfactory explanation.
I am Ji Anlin, an envoy of the Great Yu dynasty.
I have come to Shaoyun Mountain with a few matters to inquire of you, and I kindly request your truthful response, Ji Anlin declared, producing his official insignia. Most creatures of significance or formidable strength are aware of the envoys, and typically, they cooperate when posed with questions. However, if it were merely a rustic beast unaccustomed to the world, unaware of the envoys or unwilling to cooperate, then force would be necessary.
Ha, what is this envoy business? You dare to question me, old woman? I see you are courting death.
The elderly woman scoffed, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist as she charged at the trio.
Shao Chang.
Ji Anlin shouted. With a hiss, the small green snake rapidly elongated to over 10 meters, its emerald scales gleaming like jade, and its fangs also glistening green. It lashed out with its tail at the approaching black mist. Boom, the snake's tail struck the black mist, causing it to explode, sending the elderly woman flying backward.
A serpent demon, you actually assist humans? The elderly woman, regaining her balance, regarded the enormous green snake with trepidation. Yet the green snake paid her no heed, twisting its massive form as it lunged at the old yellow weasel. Seeing that the green snake ignored her, the old weasel snorted disdainfully and began to convulse, transforming amidst a surge of black mist into a colossal yellow weasel. It charged at the green snake. As the two titans approached each other, the green snake swung its tail, but the experienced yellow weasel leapt aside deftly and swiftly. It maneuvered behind the green snake, preparing to strike at its vulnerable spot. Charge! However, before the large yellow weasel could reach the green snake, Monsi had already barreled forward, his body enveloped in a crimson aura. The old yellow weasel had no choice but to redirect its attack, swiping at Monsi with a claw. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, as the old weasel's claws, which could easily shred stone, failed to even scratch Monsi's skin. Boom! Monsi charged forward, colliding with the old yellow weasel, sending it reeling. Blood fist! Monsi proclaimed, taking a stance as his aura surged, the heat radiating from his blood causing the surrounding air to shimmer. Countless droplets of rich crimson energy coalesced around his fist. With a twist of his waist, he unleashed a terrifying blood-tinged fist strike, resembling a blood-red dragon, aimed squarely at the old yellow weasel. The old weasel was enveloped in black mist, attempting to evade, only to find her body inexplicably immobilized. The one controlling the situation was Dongfang Shuo, who was emanating a chilling aura as he extended a hand in a grasping motion. Boom! Monsi's fist landed solidly on the old yellow weasel. Ah! The old weasel shrieked, her voice piercing. You seek death, she bellowed, her black mist becoming violently agitated, momentarily breaking free from Dongfang Shuo's control. Her body expanded slightly, charging once more at Monsi. Boom! As the old weasel barreled toward him, Monsi once again threw a punch. Simultaneously, the green snake rushed to assist. The three of them, each formidable in their own right, overwhelmed the old yellow weasel with their combined might. Just as the old weasel had managed to block Monsi's punch, the green snake's tail struck with a whoosh once more. Boom! The old weasel was sent flying again. Seeing the green snake poised to attack once more, the old weasel hastily cried out, "Wait! I concede, ask whatever you wish." If you had cooperated sooner, we wouldn't have needed to resort to this, Ji Anlin interjected, preventing the green snake from advancing further, and stepped forward a few paces. A few nights ago, did a convoy comprising about a dozen individuals arrive at Shaoyun Mountain? Indeed, the old weasel nodded in affirmation. And where are they now? Ji Anlin pressed further. My disciple mentioned that they turned back and left, the old weasel replied after a moment's contemplation. Chapter 51 Leveraging Power. Thus, you did not interfere with that convoy, did you? Ji Anlin reiterated her inquiry. I swear by my ancestors, absolutely not, the old fox hastily assured. Ah, by the way, I heard from one of my disciples that they employed certain tactics to make the convoy take flight upon their departure, the old fox added, fearing the disbelief of the three. It is imperative that every word spoken today is the truth. Otherwise, there will be no refuge for you, no matter where you flee. Ji Anlin's tone was frigid. I guarantee that every statement I make today is true. My entire family resides within this small Yunshan, and I would not dare withhold any detail, the old fox promptly affirmed. Dongfang Shuo. Ji Anlin turned her gaze towards him. Dongfang Shuo understood her intent, allowing his hair to grow wildly, all of it directed towards the cave's entrance. What do you intend to do? I have already divulged all I know. Do you wish to annihilate me? The old fox tensed, his dark mist swirling around him, prepared to confront the three. There's no need for alarm, as long as you and your disciples do not harm others, we shall not inflict harm upon your kin. Ji Anlin gestured for the old fox to remain calm. Seeing Ji Anlin's assurance, the old fox relaxed slightly, yet remained on high alert. After a moment, Dongfang Shuo withdrew his hair and shook his head at Ji Anlin. From now on, focus on being a proper spirit and do not cause harm. Ji Anlin admonished the old fox before beckoning to the green snake. The green snake immediately coiled up and nestled within Ji Anlin's sleeve. Dongfang Shuo also resumed his noble demeanor. Let us depart. The three then left the vicinity of the cave. Once they had exited, a small yellow fox, bearing a striking resemblance to a human, emerged from within the cave, anxiously inquiring, "Grandmother, are you all right?" "Alas, I am unharmed, but those three possess incredible strength. I am no match for them and cannot repay your kindness." The old fox shook her head and transformed into dark mist, disappearing into the cave. Upon hearing her words, the small yellow fox glanced towards the direction in which Ji Anlin and the others had departed before scurrying back into the cave. What shall we do? If it were not for that old fox's intervention, we would only have the first scenario left to consider. However, this leaves us with no means to ascertain the whereabouts of those involved, other than confirming that the Zhou father and son's predicament is linked to those spirits. Dongfang Shuo turned to Ji Anlin.
Sigh, our only lead now lies with the old ghost behind that ghoul child, Ji Anlin lamented.
Very well, Dongfang Shuai nodded in agreement.
Thus, the trio made their way back towards the county town. Meanwhile, Ji Chang, having skipped his morning classes, hurriedly rode his horse towards the county with a pig's leg he had purchased previously. Having witnessed the ferocity of the Black Whirlwind the night before, Ji Chang felt compelled to seek out additional powers to probe deeper into the Black Whirlwind's origins. Moreover, having already alerted the snakes, he knew he had to act swiftly. Before long, after riding for over an hour, Ji Chang arrived at the county. Just as Ji Anlin and her companions were returning from their excursion, the two parties fortuitously crossed paths near the city gate. Ji Chang was genuinely unaware of Ji Anlin's intentions, as the informant he had placed did not accompany them.
Ji Chang? Ji Anlin looked at him with surprise. Miss Anlin, I have finally found you. Ji Chang waved his hand eagerly as he approached on horseback. What brings you to the county? Ji Anlin inquired curiously.
Well, this is some pork I previously purchased, but after consuming it, my servant and I felt quite unwell. I possess some spiritual insight and suspect there may be an issue with the meat, so I brought it for you to examine. Ji Chang offered the meat he was holding. Ji Anlin accepted the pork, frowning as she glanced at it before calling, Little Chang.
The green snake slithered out from Ji Anlin's sleeve and sniffed the meat, voice dripping with disdain. This meat reeks, it's revolting. Ji Anlin and the green snake shared a strong rapport.
The statement made by the green snake signified that the meat was indeed problematic.
Where did you acquire this meat? Ji Anlin promptly questioned. From the Zhang family's butcher shop in the east of the city.
This was my first time purchasing from there. I noticed a large crowd, so I decided to buy some as well. I never expected it to be tainted, Ji Chang sighed.
A large crowd?
Ji Anlin's expression shifted, and she immediately directed her gaze towards Ji Chang. You must take me to the Zhang family's butcher shop at once. Alright, Ji Chang feigned a serious expression, although he truly wished to lead Ji Anlin and her companions directly to the Black Whirlwind's residence. However, that would be too conspicuous, so he had to follow along, hoping they would not act foolishly. Ji Chang mounted his horse and led the way, and soon the group arrived at the Zhang family's butcher shop. Indeed, the butcher shop was still bustling with activity. Ji Anlin waved her hand to the martial officials behind her, instructing them to clear the area. Although the local officials were not particularly formidable, they were quite adept at managing crowds.
Stand aside. Clear the way.
The officials, brimming with bravado, pushed the throng of customers aside. Being cultivators, this task was trivial for them. Ji Anlin strode purposefully to the stall of the butcher, startled by the commotion, quickly inquired, Sir, are you looking to purchase pork? I can cut you the finest piece free of charge if you desire. Without uttering a word, Ji Anlin maintained a serious expression as she scrutinized the stall, then raised her voice. Where did you source this pork?
The butcher, taken aback, still managed to respond, My lord, all of this meat is from my own farm. Your own farm? Ji Anlin's expression turned icy as she bellowed, Arrest him. But sir, what offense have I committed? You cannot simply apprehend me without cause. The butcher, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly invoked his connections. Master Zhang from the county office is my uncle, surely you know him? Ha, Master Zhang?
If he is implicated in this matter, he too shall face consequences, Dongfang Shuai interjected with a sneer, motioning to the martial officials. In a flash, the officials pounced like wolves, seizing all the shop's attendants along with the butcher. Take me to where you raise the pigs, Ji Anlin commanded, drawing one of the officials' weapons and placing it against the butcher's neck.
Yes, my lord, I will take you there immediately.
The butcher hastily nodded, while still attempting to argue, My lord, our pigs are genuinely of excellent quality.
Enough chatter, lead the way. Ji Anlin's voice was cold. Yes. The butcher, realizing he could no longer protest, obediently led the way. And so, the group proceeded, escorting the butcher and several attendants directly to his home. Chapter 52. The mighty Black Whirlwind. Ji Chang, having only just spent a night away, had arrived with his men, suspecting that the Black Whirlwind had yet to make his escape. True to his expectations, when Ji Chang followed Ji Anlin to the abode of the Black Whirlwind, he found the man still present. Moreover, the Black Whirlwind was caught unawares by the sudden visit of officials. Oh, esteemed gentlemen, what brings you to my humble abode? The imposing figure of the Black Whirlwind inquired, standing in the courtyard, eyeing Ji Anlin and the others. Who would have thought that a martial artist of the blood exchange realm would be lurking in a small county selling pigs? Ji Anlin scoffed coldly. Despite the Black Whirlwind's efforts to suppress the surging energy within him, it was easy enough to deceive ordinary folk, but Ji Anlin, a figure of the 3rd Division, saw right through his facade.
The blood of a blood exchange realm warrior was continuously being fortified and replaced, causing both body temperature and heartbeat to deviate notably from the norm. Thus, without specialized training, such a practitioner found it challenging to conceal their true level.
You're jesting, esteemed official.
I merely dabble in some rudimentary martial arts. I am hardly a master. The Black Whirlwind waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty.
Are the pigs you sell truly yours?
Ji Anlin pointed towards the butcher, Zhang, who stood behind him, directing his question at the Black Whirlwind.
Indeed, esteemed official, the Black Whirlwind grinned widely, nodding in affirmation. There are issues with your pigs. I must inspect them, and you are required to accompany me to the county office for questioning, Ji Anlin stated coldly. Upon hearing Ji Anlin's words, the Black Whirlwind's expression shifted dramatically from subservience to fierce defiance. Enraged, he thundered, "You little wretch, don't presume to give me orders. If you provoke me further, I shall smash your heads into pulp. Get out of my way." The last exclamation was a full-throated roar. At this moment, the Black Whirlwind exuded an incredibly fierce aura, causing the several martial officers behind him to take several steps back in trepidation. "Ha ha ha, a blood exchange realm warrior, then I shall entertain you." Manshur, standing behind Ji Anlin, stepped forward, his body brimming with vitality and combat spirit. "Stand back."
Ji Anlin gestured to the martial officers behind him, clearing space for the two combatants. Manshur and the Black Whirlwind stood face to face, resembling a towering black bear and a standing wild boar, radiating untamed ferocity. As Manshur unleashed his momentum, the Black Whirlwind glanced at him with a hint of surprise.
Black Wind Fist. Blood-moving fist.
The two men struck simultaneously. Boom! The colossal fists collided, sending shockwaves that rattled their garments. Subsequently, the force of the impact pushed them apart. Manshur staggered back a dozen steps before Ji Anlin steadied him, while the Black Whirlwind merely retreated 5 or 6 steps, establishing a clear hierarchy.
"Shao Chang, you join in."
"Shrink your body a bit," Ji Anlin commanded decisively upon witnessing Manshur at a disadvantage, instructing the Green Serpent to assist. The Green Serpent elongated to about 5 or 6 meters and swiftly slithered towards the Black Whirlwind, while Manshur surged forward once more. Seeing the Green Serpent joining the fray, the Black Whirlwind turned and dashed toward the backroom. His speed was astonishing, leaving both Manshur and the Green Serpent momentarily stunned. However, Manshur quickly regained his composure and gave chase. As he neared the room, his expression tightened, and he swiftly threw a punch, shattering a table that flew out from within. Then, a figure, reminiscent of a Black Whirlwind, charged toward Manshur. Boom! Manshur was sent hurtling through the air. As the onlookers turned to behold this figure, they gasped in horror, discovering that the Black Whirlwind wielded an enormous iron hammer. It became clear that he had retreated to retrieve a weapon. Ji Chang, witnessing the Black Whirlwind's armament, couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It was just as in his previous life, wielding a massive hammer. "Ha!" the Black Whirlwind roared, brandishing the hammer as he charged forward. Manshur, unarmed, made his body his weapon, showing no fear even before the Black Whirlwind with his heavy iron hammer, rushing in barehanded.
Wild Boar 18 charges.
The Black Whirlwind swung his hammer with an exceptionally cunning and unpredictable style.
Each strike resembled a wild boar charging forth. Furious blood-breaking mountain fist.
Facing the Black Whirlwind, Manshur went all out, his blood surging to a boil, his eyes turning crimson, with red patterns emerging across his skin. At the same time, a terrifying force coalesced around his fist. He unleashed a punch that transformed into dozens of crimson fist shadows, hurtling toward the 18 hammer strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with deafening impact sounds. Ultimately, the Black Whirlwind proved to be the stronger of the two. After their powerful exchanges, Manshur was sent flying. However, just as the Black Whirlwind intended to pursue his advantage, he suddenly felt an unusual force binding him. Eastern Shaw had intervened. Roar! The Black Whirlwind's eyes widened as he bellowed in rage. His vitality erupted, breaking free from Eastern Shua's grasp. Yet, at that moment, Manshur regained his footing and, alongside Shao Chang, charged back into the fray. Ji Chang, observing the fierce battle unfold, felt a surge of curiosity about the secrets lurking in the backyard, yet he hesitated to sneak away. Instead, he approached Ji Anlin and whispered, "Miss Anlin, while they are preoccupied with this fellow, shall we explore the back?" With that, Ji Chang produced a piece of paper and a pen from his belongings, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I can hardly wait to unveil the secrets here. It will undoubtedly make for a thrilling tale." Ji Anlin was rendered speechless, inwardly lamenting, "This scholar seems utterly obsessed with writing." However, Ji Chang's words prompted her realization that now was indeed an opportune moment to investigate the backyard's mysteries. She called out to her companions, Manshur, Eastern Shua, Shaochang, hold this fellow back, I shall take a look in the backyard.
All right, worry not, we will handle this, both Eastern Shua and Manshur affirmed amidst the chaos.
Thus, Ji Anlin swiftly dashed toward the backyard, with Ji Chang hurriedly trailing behind. Clutching his paper and pen upon reaching the backyard, Ji Anlin quickly located the pig pen and began her examination. The entrance to the underground chamber lay nearby, and as Ji Chang ambled about seemingly aimlessly, he took advantage of Ji Anlin's inspection to reach the entrance and press the switch.
However, rather than entering alone, Ji Chang called Ji Anlin over first. Ji Anlin, gazing at the now opened underground chamber, inquired with surprise, how did you discover this?
Hee, just a stroke of luck. I stumbled upon it while wandering, Ji Chang replied with a grin. Ji Anlin regarded him intently and said, I shall enter now, if you wish to follow, stay right behind me.
Chapter 53, You Fight, I Write Alright. Ji Chang nodded in agreement.
Subsequently, Ji Anlin drew the bovine bone dagger from her waist and, weapon in hand, cautiously entered the underground chamber. The chamber remained as dark as ever, prompting Ji Anlin to retrieve a firestick from a small pouch at her side. Such items were essential for their missions. As the firestick ignited, a faint light emerged, allowing Ji Chang to follow Ji Anlin into the depths of the chamber. They walked forward, soon arriving at the pool of blood where the assassin had fallen. The assassin's body had long since vanished without a trace. Ji Anlin illuminated the blood pool with the firestick, discovering a massive pig's head at its center, nearly the size of a person. The pig's head was chained and suspended in midair. Below, the blood pool seemed to be governed by a peculiar formation, continuously generating blood that was transferred into the pig's head. From its mouth, dark impurities were expelled, nourishing a patch of black stones outside the blood pool, where clusters of black mushrooms thrived. Ji Chang recognized these black mushrooms as one of the ingredients used by the Black Whirlwind to feed piglets. After surveying the scene, Ji Chang recalled the hints given after consuming the pork, leading her to a conjecture: the blood of those who consumed this pork would unwittingly diminish, gathering directly in this formation. The reason behind the formation's sustenance of the pig's head, however, remained a mystery to her. Ji Chang approached the black mushrooms and plucked one, inscribing a note of her findings and conjectures in her mental record.
Upon completion, the evidence sufficiency indicator displayed a number in 90.
You have received a reward, 3 years of cultivation. You have received a reward: the technique of refining corpses into puppets through secret methods, transforming the deceased into obedient puppets whose attributes are determined by their living characteristics. The stronger the body, the mightier the puppet. Overwhelmed with excitement at the rewards, Ji Chang felt her capabilities advance significantly with 3 years of cultivation and a powerful technique. Yet, there was still the matter of the large pig's head. Seizing the opportunity while Ji Anlin's attention was diverted, Ji Chang discreetly employed her yin-yang eyes to inspect the pig's head. Introduction to the pig demon: a formidable pig demon, now reduced to merely a head, perhaps suitable for stewing.
Realm: a refined demon, lifespan of 4,271, 000 health 105, 000 soul 10, 300 status, near death. Upon reading the description, Ji Chang's eyes widened slightly. This pig demon was still alive despite having lost its body. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Soul reversal seal. Ji Chang swiftly gathered a soul reversal seal in her palm and struck the pig's head with a forceful blow. Boom! The impact was tremendous, sending the pig's head flying and causing the entire chamber to tremble. Ji Chang herself had not anticipated such power. It dawned on her that her cultivation had significantly advanced over the past few days. With over 20 years of cultivation now at her disposal, the force of her strike had dramatically increased. The sudden commotion startled Ji Anlin, who, like a frightened rabbit, leapt back to the corner, dagger in hand, glaring at Ji Chang with a cold demeanor. What do you intend to do? Relax, relax. I noticed the pig demon was still alive and, in a moment of excitement, I couldn't help but strike. Ji Chang reassured her. Although she had inadvertently revealed some of her capabilities, as long as she concealed her mastery of the controlling technique, it would not pose much of a problem. After all, having received teachings from an immortal, it was only natural to possess such skills. Ji Anlin narrowed her eyes, feeling a mix of annoyance at Ji Chang's recklessness while also being surprised by her apparent strength, which contradicted Ji Chang's claims of having shallow cultivation. Ultimately, Ji Anlin chose not to dwell on it further, simply admonishing, next time, please inform me beforehand of your intentions. Rest assured.
Ji Chang replied with a smile, acknowledging her words, before turning her attention to the prompt that had appeared. You have slain a refined demon pig, receiving a reward.
200 days of cultivation.
You have slain a refined demon pig, receiving a reward: the ability to transform into a powerful pig demon, acquiring some of the abilities and techniques of the pig demon clan, with strength contingent upon your own cultivation level. Pleased with the rewards, Ji Chang nodded in satisfaction. While the transformation into a pig demon might seem somewhat unrefined and crude, it effectively addressed her vulnerability. Although she possessed numerous techniques and could manipulate others with her skills, she was still at risk if confronted directly. Now, the pig demon transformation would considerably enhance her defenses.
Where does this blood originate?
Ji Anlin pondered, observing the incessant flow of blood with a sense of confusion. She could speculate that the delectable pork was either derived from pigs nourished by this blood or from those who consumed the black mushrooms, but the source of the blood eluded her comprehension.
Miss Anlin, I have no further business here.
I shall take my leave, Ji Chang declared, noticing Ji Anlin engrossed in her research.
What, are you not recording your findings? Ji Anlin inquired, turning to face her.
I have already noted everything down, Ji Chang said, cheerfully waving the paper and pen in her hand.
Very well, you may go, Ji Anlin nodded in acquiescence.
Ji Chang exited the underground chamber, having obtained all that was useful to her. Remaining there served no further purpose, as she intended to return home to practice her techniques. In the front yard, the Black Whirlwind was in a frenzy, swinging a heavy hammer with abandon, while the formidable trio of Qingshi, Manshur, and Dongfang Shua struggled to contain him, realizing that subduing him in a short span was impossible.
Ji Chang paid them no mind as she calmly departed the Black Whirlwind's abode. The trio was preoccupied with the Black Whirlwind and did not notice Ji Chang's departure. The guards at the gate, having seen Ji Chang and Ji Anlin together earlier, assumed Ji Chang was merely a companion of Ji Anlin and did not dare to inquire.
Thus, Ji Chang quietly left the Black Whirlwind's residence, later purchasing a few jars of wine before leisurely making her way home. By the time she returned to her courtyard, it was already afternoon.
Upon entering, she called out, "Fat girl, I'm back."
Chapter 54 of The Art of Corpse Transformation. Upon hearing the sound, the exuberant fat girl rushed out to greet Ji Chang, who handed her a jar of wine, saying, "Please take this jar of wine to the home of the village head, the most magnificent residence in the center of the village."
All right. Fat girl nodded enthusiastically and hurried off with the jar.
After returning home, Ji Chang immediately sought out the unusual occurrences he had recorded on paper over the past few days, along with several new sheets. He then transcribed all the extraordinary events that had not yet been documented in writing. It turned out that meticulously chronicling these strange tales was quite engaging, and Ji Chang contemplated creating a physical version identical to the one in his mind. Once he had recorded all the peculiarities, Ji Chang gently blew on the ink, arranging the pages together, intending to bind them once he accumulated more.
Having completed this task, Ji Chang departed the courtyard and made his way to the back mountain, his purpose being the reanimation of corpses. The corpses stored in the cave of the back mountain were all high-quality materials. Upon entering the cave, Ji Chang observed the bodies of the Zhou family, which had remained remarkably unchanged. He nodded to himself. These corpses possessed inherent realms, allowing them to be preserved for extended periods, truly excellent materials. Among them, Ji Chang was particularly pleased with Zhou Xiong's body, considering it an exceptional specimen. Thus, he planned to refine this individual last, opting to experiment with a few guards first. Standing before a guard's corpse, Ji Chang commanded the bloodthirsty insects to perform a seated meditation posture, allowing all the insects to emerge. He then began to inscribe a unique formation in accordance with the inherited memories in his mind. Once the formation was complete, Ji Chang positioned himself before the corpse and infused it with Yin energy from the formation's core. As the Yin energy gradually enveloped the entire formation, an illusory black furnace swiftly took shape, encasing the body, with gray Yin fire emanating from beneath. As the furnace materialized, the corpse began to levitate, spinning continuously within it. Ji Chang needed to maintain a constant infusion of Yin energy to sustain the Yin fire, and a countdown timer appeared atop the furnace. Simultaneously, a prompt panel emerged before Ji Chang. "You are currently refining a corpse, please monitor your fire control." During the countdown, a greater intensity will yield a stronger and more capable corpse puppet, but excessive heat may lead to the collapse of the puppet's physical form. Additionally, there are various methods for corpse refining, please explore them at your discretion. After reading the panel's prompt, Ji Chang contemplated for a moment before fully immersing himself in the process of corpse refinement. Half an hour later, the countdown concluded. As it was his first attempt at corpse refining, Ji Chang opted for a relatively gentle heat to ensure success. The refinement concluded, and the results were as follows. Ordinary Corpse Puppet 1 Unnamed Ordinary Corpse Puppet Health 300 Talent Iron Skin Skills 1. Frenzied Bite 2. Stone Breaking Fist. Upon reviewing the information of the corpse puppet he had created, Ji Chang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, though it was within his expectations. With a health of 300, along with iron skin and 1 or 2 skills, its strength was comparable to a martial artist at the bone refining stage, akin to the guard's former abilities. However, this was merely the first attempt. Next time, he would increase the intensity of the Yin fire. Thus, Ji Chang procured another guard and began the refining process anew, this time applying significantly greater heat than the previous attempt.
However, midway through, there was a resounding explosion. For the third attempt, Ji Chang drew from the experiences of the first two, controlling the heat to a level between the first and second attempts, successfully refining the second corpse puppet. The results were as follows: Ordinary Corpse Puppet 1, Unnamed Ordinary Corpse Puppet, Health 400 Talent 1. Iron Skin 2. Weapon Mastery Skills 1. Black Dragon Blade Technique 2. Rock Solid Staff Technique. The second corpse puppet was indeed a marked improvement over the first. Ji Chang then proceeded to refine the remaining corpses one by one. After refining all the corpses except Zhou Xiong, 7 corpse puppets appeared before him. Due to the earlier explosion, of the numerous corpses, he had successfully refined 7. Having gained experience, Ji Chang recognized that the cultivation level mattered little in corpse refinement. The most crucial factor was the robustness of the body prior to death. The more resilient the body, the greater its capacity to endure the Yin fire as tempering, resulting in a stronger post-refinement entity. Thus, external martial artists were the most suitable materials for corpse refining. Now, it was time for Ji Chang's PICE to assistance Zhou Xiong. He deliberately rested for an hour to restore his internal Yin energy and vitality. After the hour, Ji Chang again drew the formation and ignited the furnace, commencing the refinement of Zhou Xiong. While in the midst of the process, Ji Chang suddenly recalled the previous panel's hint that there were alternative methods for corpse refinement. Could it be beneficial to augment the corpse puppet with other materials? Without hesitation, he retrieved the 2 Yin nails he had acquired earlier and tossed them into the furnace. Immediately upon introduction, the Yin nails reacted, slowly merging into Zhou Xiong's body as they were tempered by the Yin fire. Indeed, it worked. Ji Chang felt a surge of excitement and slightly increased the heat. This time, he was determined to produce a superior corpse puppet. The refinement of Zhou Xiong would take an hour, significantly higher than the quality of the other corpses. Ji Chang focused intently, not allowing a single distraction. When the countdown reached its end, a successful refinement prompt panel materialized before him. A refinement complete. You have obtained Heavenly Yin Corpse Puppet 1, Unnamed Heavenly Yin Corpse Puppet, Health 800 Soul 800 Talent 1. Iron Skin 2. Herculean Strength 3. Spiritual Eyes 4. Intellect of a Common Man. Skills 1. Stone Breaking Fist 2. Demon Repelling Nail Technique. Excellent. Ji Chang gazed with satisfaction at his latest creation, truly a remarkable specimen. From this moment forth, you shall be named Puppet 1, and you shall be Puppet 2, Puppet 3, and Puppet 8. Ji Chang assigned simple names to the corpse puppets he had refined, and they responded with gratitude. Thank you, Master, for bestowing names. Puppet 1 immediately knelt, expressing thanks to Ji Chang, while the others remained motionless. Very well, Puppet 1, from now on, you shall remain here with the other 7 and ensure that no one approaches this cave.
Do you understand? Ji Chang nodded in approval and gave his instructions. Yes, Master. Puppet 1 readily acknowledged. Subsequently, Ji Chang retracted most of the insects and exited the cave, feeling a sense of joy. Chapter 55 of The Fragrance of Ji Chang. By the time Ji Chang returned home, it was already quite late this time. Fatya had not yet gone to bed. She had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Even Dehe, upon seeing Ji Chang, wagged his tail in joyful greeting. All right, go to bed now. Ji Chang waved his hand towards Fatya and then knelt down to stroke Dehe's head before retreating to his room to rest. In the days that followed, Ji Chang devoted his time to studying the art of corpse refining and capturing insects for sorcery, and before he knew it, April had arrived. On the first day of April in the 7th year of the Ming Emperor's reign, Ji Chang brought Ji Anlin and 2 others to his home. Welcome to my humble abode, he said with a smile, inviting them inside. Ji Anlin, however, did not rush in. Instead, she took a moment to survey her surroundings. Her gaze fell upon the stable beside the courtyard, and she inquired, You, a scholar, keep 2 horses? Is one not sufficient? Oh, I had hoped to train my servant in horsemanship, so we could each have a steed for convenience in our daily affairs. Unfortunately, that inept girl proved too dim-witted to learn, Ji Chang replied with a slight pause before bursting into laughter. Ji Anlin merely nodded and then followed Ji Chang into the courtyard, accompanied by Dongfang Shuo and Manshur. Being in the company of these 3 astute individuals placed considerable pressure on Ji Chang. He resolved that once the old ghost was dealt with, he would sever ties with them entirely. This was Ji Anlin's first visit to Ji Chang's home, and upon entering, she spotted Dehe lounging in the corner, basking in the sun. Dehe, upon catching sight of the newcomers, lazily glanced at them, but that casual gaze quickly transformed into an explosive display of energy as he sprang up, his fur standing on end, barking excitedly. Dongfang Shuo smirked, commenting, This little black dog is quite amusing. Anlin, do you think this fellow has already attained some form of spirit? Indeed, it seems so, Ji Anlin remarked, casting a discerning glance at Dehe. Dehe, go play elsewhere. Be polite, these are my guests, Ji Chang urged, fearing the trio might inadvertently harm the dog. Upon hearing Ji Chang's admonition, Dehe ceased his barking and retreated to a corner, watching the 3 with a wary gaze.
You, scholar, are quite intriguing for keeping a little dog spirit at home, Dongfang Shuo chuckled, fanning himself. Merely an old dog with a keen sense of human nature, Ji Chang waved his hand dismissively. I advise you to reconsider whether to continue keeping it. There have been many cases where livestock, upon reaching an advanced age, inadvertently attain spirit and cause harm to their masters. Although you possess some cultivation, you should still exercise caution if you lack a means to restrain it, Ji Anlin cautioned.
Thank you for your advice, Miss Anlin.
I shall keep it in mind, Ji Chang replied with a smile. At that moment, Dongfang Shuo suddenly approached Ji Chang, sniffing him curiously.
What are you doing? Ji Anlin frowned, questioning him.
Scholar, you carry a delicate fragrance. I noticed it when we first met. Regrettably, I was too preoccupied at the time to truly appreciate it. Dongfang Shuo said, his voice tinged with enchantment, leaning in closer until his head nearly touched Ji Chang's chest. Good sir, I must ask you to maintain your decorum, Ji Chang exclaimed, stepping back in alarm, his expression one of wariness. Surely you jest, scholar. I am merely captivated by your delightful aroma, Dongfang Shuo hastily clarified, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. I do not perceive it, Manshur interjected, taking a few steps forward to sniff the air, his brow furrowed in confusion. Nor do I, Ji Anlin echoed, her expression mirroring Manshur's skepticism.
You misunderstand.
This fragrance emanates from the soul, akin to the natural scent of a maiden, Dongfang Shuo insisted, gesturing dismissively. He then turned to Ji Chang and said, Your name is Ji Chang, correct? Allow me to address you as Brother Ji. Anlin mentioned you possess some skill in dealing with spirits. Would you be interested in joining our spirit division? I would be delighted to personally recommend you.
Let us postpone that discussion for now.
I invited you three here for a different matter, Ji Chang replied, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he hurriedly waved his hand in rejection, suspecting ulterior motives behind Dongfang Shuo's offer.
Very well, let us return to the matter at hand, Ji Anlin interjected, exasperated. All right. Dongfang Shuo relented, spreading his hands in surrender.
Ji Chang then led the three into the house, pouring each of them a cup of water before speaking.
Have you caught that woman who raises pigs?
No, she managed to escape, but we did capture her husband, and the pig shop has been shut down, Ji Anlin replied, shaking her head. However, this individual appears to have no ties to the Zhou family, and our investigation into the major case involving them has yielded little progress. Therefore, capturing that old ghost is crucial, as she may hold the key to solving the case, Ji Anlin continued. Since we are here, allow me to introduce you. This is Dongfang Shuo from the Spirit Division, who will be the main force against that old ghost. This is Manshur from the Martial Division, and as you already know, I represent the Demon Division, Ji Anlin introduced them, pointing to each in turn. Pleasure to meet you both, Ji Chang said, bowing slightly before addressing the trio. I invited you here to discuss how we might deal with this old ghost.
But it's only the 5th day. Did she not say she would come to find you 5 days later? Why summon us now? Ji Anlin inquired, curiosity evident in her tone.
One cannot fully trust a ghost's words. There is a saying that speaks of ghostly tales. This reminds us to be cautious with what they say. Thus, while she claims she will arrive in 10 days, it is entirely possible she may appear in 8 or 9. We must prepare in advance, Ji Chang explained, gesturing dismissively. Furthermore, if we arrange things a few days ahead, we can be better prepared, correct? I have a feeling this old ghost will be quite troublesome, and without thorough preparations, I cannot find peace of mind, he added. You're quite the cautious one. Very well, let's prepare in advance, Ji Anlin agreed, nodding her head. Then I shall set up a binding spirit formation in the courtyard. Once that old ghost steps inside, she shall find it difficult to escape, Dongfang Shuo declared, rising from his seat. Dongfang, please take a seat. I have another request, Ji Chang said, looking at Dongfang Shuo with a smile.
Oh? What is it?
Dongfang Shuo asked, settling back down, feeling an inexplicable fondness for Ji Chang and displaying a patience he seldom showed towards others. Chapter 56 Shearing the sheep. It is in this manner that I find myself engaged in the recent endeavor of authoring a book, one dedicated to chronicling peculiar and extraordinary occurrences.
Thus, I thought to seek the esteemed Dongfang, a practitioner of the spirit arts, who must undoubtedly possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the remarkable events seldom witnessed by ordinary folk.
Might I implore you, dear Dongfang, to regale me with some tales, Ji Chang expressed with an earnest glimmer in his eyes. Upon Ji Chang's request, he turned to Manshur and added, if Brother Manshur has any extraordinary tales to share, I would be immensely grateful.
Observing Ji Chang's intent, Ji Anlin could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. This fellow was truly something else.
I was wondering what it could be, but it's merely storytelling, such a trivial matter. Dongfang Shui laughed heartily, readily consenting as he shifted his seat closer to Ji Chang. Seeing Dongfang Shui's agreement, Ji Chang promptly rose to fetch pen and paper, returning while discreetly distancing himself from Dongfang Shui.
Please, dear Dongfang, do share, Ji Chang gestured graciously. Ahem, let me begin with a tale of the water ghost, Dongfang Shui declared, clearing his throat before commencing his narrative. Once Dongfang Shui concluded his tale, Ji Chang inquired, is there any evidence to substantiate the truth of this account? Alas, none, Dongfang Shui replied, shaking his head. Ji Chang's countenance fell slightly. Without proof, it is insufficient.
Might you ponder if there exists an account that bears tangible evidence? After all, this book must adhere to the utmost rigor. Let me contemplate, Dongfang Shui mused for a moment before continuing. I shall recount the story of Aunt May. She was my wet nurse, but regrettably, in the year of my 10th birthday, Aunt May willingly offered herself to nourish a spirit to facilitate my own spirit binding. As Dongfang Shui spoke of this somber event, a new entry materialized in Ji Chang's mind, a curious record of the extraordinary. Extraordinary account. The Dongfang clan has been a lineage of ghost tamers for generations. All members of the clan, possessing the Dongfang bloodline, are compelled to subdue a ghost by the age of 10. Failure results in immediate demise. However, those who succeed in binding a ghost often lead short lives. As it is said the Dongfang clan is cursed by the Ghost King. Investigate the reasons behind the clan's brevity of life and the necessity to bind a ghost by the age of 10. Verification difficulty 5 stars, danger level 4 stars, verification result a none, evidence sufficiency 0. Evidence sufficiency must exceed 60 for a conclusive determination. Verification reward 1 year of cultivation, 2 magical powers, 3 magical artifacts. After swiftly perusing this extraordinary account, Ji Chang's mind drifted back to memories from his previous life. It seemed that some players had indeed posted 1 or 2 threads concerning the Dongfang clan, albeit these posts had garnered little attention. At the time, Ji Chang had merely skimmed past them. As for his own encounters with members of the Dongfang clan, he had none, and who amongst players would delve into such matters? Thus, he found himself quite unfamiliar with the clan and would need to seek other means of understanding. Nevertheless, Ji Chang refrained from voicing these inquiries. To question matters of such secrecy so soon after their meeting would only provoke suspicion. Once Dongfang Shui finished recounting Aunt May's story, Ji Chang grasped the essence of it. When Dongfang Shui was 10 and sought to bind his first ghost, he encountered difficulties, and his wet nurse selflessly merged with the spirit, allowing him to succeed. Is there evidence to corroborate this? Ji Chang asked, raising his gaze. Indeed. Dongfang Shui nodded with a smile, then suddenly transformed. His hair lengthened, and the visage of a woman appeared upon his face. She is Aunt May. Dongfang Shui intoned with a chilling tone. After this revelation, he returned to his original state. Is this evidence sufficient? Dongfang Shui inquired, looking at Ji Chang. Absolutely. Ji Chang nodded eagerly, promptly inscribing the details in his mind's record of the extraordinary event. In the 12th year of the British Emperor, during the spirit binding ceremony of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Shui bound a fierce spirit, and Aunt May nourished the spirit, merging with it, recorded on the 1st day of April in the 7th year of the British Emperor by Ji Chang of Dahu village. Upon completing the record, a few lines of text appeared below. Evidence sufficiency 95, extraordinary event is true, and evidence sufficiency exceeding 60 allows for successful recording. Result, successful recording, strangeness level 1 star, rewards 1 year of cultivation, 2 techniques for nurturing spirits. This method allows for the nurturing of spirits but cannot control them. To fully subdue them, additional methods are required. Finishing his writing, Ji Chang looked at Dongfang Shui with excitement. Dear Dongfang, do you have any other extraordinary accounts? Let me think. Dongfang Shui pondered for a moment before continuing. There is another. After sharing, Dongfang Shui produced a hairpin from his possession. This is a yin pin that fell from the malevolent spirit. Extraordinary event. In the 6th year of the British Emperor, 36 members of the Mu family in Qinghai County met a mysterious demise, later discovered to be the mischief of a red-clad evil spirit, which was subsequently subdued and consumed by the spirit practitioner Dongfang Shui, recorded on the 1st day of April in the 7th year of the British Emperor by Ji Chang of Dahu village. Ji Chang completed the record, and the following lines appeared. Evidence sufficiency 70, extraordinary event is true, and evidence sufficiency exceeding 60 allows for successful recording. Result, successful recording, strangeness level 2 stars, rewards 1 year of cultivation, 2 techniques for controlling spirits. This method allows for the control of spirits whose strength does not exceed your own, but it only works on non-resistant spirits. After completing the record, Ji Chang turned to Dongfang Shui again. Dear Dongfang, is there more? Yes, there are more tales, but I cannot provide proof for them. Would you like to hear them? Dongfang Shui considered for a moment before asking.
Oh, then perhaps not.
Thank you, dear Dongfang. Ji Chang waved his hand, expressing his gratitude before turning to Manshur.
Brother Manshur, have you encountered any particularly strange occurrences?
Our experiences as martial practitioners are not as plentiful as those of the spirit and demon practitioners.
Although we have had joint encounters, I possess no evidence of my own, Manshur replied, shaking his head.
Very well, then let us proceed with our primary business, Ji Chang declared. With no extraordinary events to record from Manshur, Ji Chang felt no disappointment. After all, Ji Anlin and Dongfang Shui had generously contributed 7 years of cultivation, 2 magical powers, and 2 extraordinary techniques, leaving Ji Chang thoroughly satisfied.
All right, let us commence preparations. Ji Anlin stood and addressed Dongfang Shui. Certainly.
Dongfang Shui replied, putting away his folding fan and stepping outside to the courtyard, where he began to arrange several unique items from a cloth pouch at his waist. Chapter 57. A duel with the old ghost. Time swiftly passed, and several days slipped away in the blink of an eye. On the night of April 4th, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars, enveloping the night in an unusual tranquility. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the horizon. Almost immediately, the gate of Ji Chang's courtyard was flung open by the gust, and a damp footprint began to tread step by step into the small courtyard, quietly making its way towards Ji Chang's room. Soon after, a mysterious force pried open the door to Ji Chang's chamber, and that footprint approached the bedside. Tick-tock, tick-tock, as the wet print reached Ji Chang's bedside, the sound of dripping water echoed. Following this, a pair of hands, parched and gnarled like tree trunks, reached out toward Ji Chang, who was still lying in bed. However, just as those hands were about to make contact, countless strands of hair rapidly sprouted from Ji Chang's head, ensnaring the withered hands. Where the hair met the dry hands, plumes of black smoke erupted, accompanied by a hissing sound. Ji Chang, who had been reclining in bed, suddenly rolled over, tearing the skin from his face to reveal Dongfang Shua's true visage, and coldly uttered, "I've been waiting for you for several days."
Ah!
A piercing scream erupted, and the withered hand swiftly extricated itself from the hair, transforming into a gust of damp wind that rushed outside. The moment it exited the room and entered the courtyard, radiant light illuminated the surroundings, revealing the true form of the wind. It was an old crone, her skin wrinkled like tree bark, one eye hollow and vacant, her hands resembling dry, gnarled roots, yet her legs were drenched.
Now that you've revealed yourself, let us engage. Dongfang Shua was the first to charge out of the room. Ji Chang, Ji Anlin, and Manshur also surged forth from their concealed positions. Even Dehe joined Ji Chang's side, barking furiously at the old ghost. You knew I would come today?
The old crone expressed surprise, having informed Ji Chang to meet her 10 days later, yet he had anticipated her arrival a day early. Old hag, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Ji Chang retorted with a snort.
Aunt May. The night was Dongfang Shua's domain.
With a single call, his aura transformed instantaneously, merging with the ethereal figure of a woman. Countless strands of hair began to grow wildly, launching themselves at the old ghost. The old ghost reacted swiftly, her legs morphing into a pool of water, which swelled and coalesced into a curtain of water, blocking the advancing hair.
Shao Chang, now. Ji Anlin's voice rang out.
A massive green serpent soared into the air, swiftly spreading across half the courtyard, then lunged at the old ghost with its fangs bared. The old ghost vanished from her spot, reappearing in another corner of the courtyard. She had intended to distance herself further, but she soon realized that this scholar had put considerable effort into preparing against her, having set up a formation within the courtyard that prevented her from escaping its confines.
And I.
At that moment, Manshur leapt from the ground, springing off the tail of the ascending Shao Chang, and delivered a powerful kick towards the old ghost. Should this kick connect with a corporeal being, even one of equal prowess would be injured. However, the old ghost was no ordinary entity, and Manshur's impact was minimal. The old ghost's hands transformed into a mass of withered branches, ensnaring Manshur, but the branches that bound him emitted a sizzling sound as they were scorched by his formidable vitality, causing the old ghost to be wounded and hurl Manshur away. Boom! Manshur crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. In the meantime, Dongfang Shua had once again commanded the swarming hair to ensnare the old ghost. The old ghost's hands sprouted numerous tiny branches, weaving themselves into a vine-like armor to fend off the hair. Sizzle! As the hair made contact with the branches, it produced a cacophony of strange sounds, accompanied by the emergence of black mist. Gradually, the hair began to gain the upper hand, enveloping the old ghost. The old ghost, quick to respond, immediately formed a cage around herself with the withered branches for protection. Dongfang Shua then encased the cage in a massive black sphere of hair, which quivered and distorted as if on the verge of bursting.
Aunt May, hold on. Let us refine her directly.
Dongfang Shua gritted his teeth, yet, the old ghost's strength was undeniably formidable. The black sphere of hair struggled increasingly against her. Finally, with a resounding explosion, it detonated. Dongfang Shuo was thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. However, the old ghost was not unscathed. Her body bore the marks of the fiery encounter, and her adversaries were not limited to Dongfang Shuo. The green serpent had already opened its maw, ready to strike simultaneously. The serpent's mouth brimmed with demonic energy, ensuring any bite would inflict pain upon the old ghost. The old ghost hurriedly evaded, only to collide with Manshur, who, his blood energy surging, embraced her from behind with a fierce grip. The overwhelming vitality scorched the old ghost, causing her immense suffering. Boom! Black mist erupted from the old ghost, sending Manshur flying. Her branches transformed into sharp blades, aimed at him, but before her attack could land, Dehe pounced once more. Yet, Dehe proved too weak for such a battle, as the old ghost swatted him away with ease. Howl! Dehe wailed, tracing an elegant arc through the air before plummeting to the ground. Ji Chang rushed over, catching Dehe and admonishing, "You foolish dog, do you not know your own strength before charging in? Go wait at the back?" With that, Ji Chang set the dog down and resumed his intense focus on the battlefield. At this juncture, the old ghost found herself thoroughly at a disadvantage, and sensing her impending defeat, she hastily raised her hands and declared, "Wait, do not strike." Ji Chang and the others temporarily halted, curious to hear what the old ghost had to say.
"Scholar, I concede this time.
If you hand over that painting from your room, I shall make peace with you. I will even offer you a reward of 100 taels of gold. What do you say?" The old ghost pointed toward Ji Chang's room as she addressed him.
"Ha!
You old ghost are quite amusing. Now that you are at a disadvantage and unable to fight back, you wish to negotiate?"
Ji Chang scoffed.
"Scholar, should I decide to fight to the death, at least one or two of you would perish in the attempt. Do you believe that?" A fierce expression darkened the old ghost's withered face, her aura surging ominously, ready to unleash her desperation. "Old ghost, At that moment, Ji Anlin seemed poised to inquire about something.
Chapter 58. The withered water tree spirit Ji Chang, known for his sharp tongue and quick wit, hastily interjected with an irate rebuke. "Have you lost your wits? Do you truly believe the officials from the 3 divisions will negotiate with you? Prepare to meet your doom, soul reversing seal."
Upon uttering these words, Ji Chang unleashed a soul-reversing seal, surprising everyone, as he, who had been feigning indifference, now charged forward with determination. Resolute in his thoughts, Ji Chang vowed to deny Ji Anlin any opportunity for inquiry. The best outcome would be for the old spectre to perish without uttering a word.
"Then let us perish together."
The old spectre, thoroughly provoked, retaliated fiercely, and now that the battle had resumed, Ji Anlin dismissed any thoughts of questioning, deciding instead to subdue the foe first and inquire later. Thus, the 4 warriors, now bolstered by Ji Chang's relentless vigor, engaged in combat once more, making it increasingly difficult for the old spectre to withstand their assault. "Since you refuse to relent, then let us all perish," the old spectre howled, its voice a chilling echo of despair.
In response, its form began to swell rapidly, emanating a terrifying aura.
"This is bad, it intends to self-destruct." Ji Anlin's expression shifted dramatically. Dongfang Shuo, reacting with alacrity, summoned his long hair to encircle Ji Chang and Ji Anlin, drawing them swiftly closer. "Anlin, summon Xiao Cheng to assist me," shouted the somewhat slower MNSH.
"Xiao Cheng!" Ji Anlin echoed urgently.
Understanding the cue, the green serpent lashed out with its tail, propelling MNSH towards Dongfang Shuo. Subsequently, Dongfang Shuo utilized his hair to ensconce himself, Ji Chang, and Ji Anlin within a protective cocoon.
MN Xiong body.
MNSH, having landed before the trio, hastily rose, his form expanding significantly as he positioned himself as a barrier before them. Finally, the green serpent swiftly coiled around them, an embodiment of the synergy and experience amassed through their numerous missions together.
"Alas, my dog has yet to arrive."
Ji Chang, tightly bound, caught a glimpse of the trembling Dehe cowering in the corner and quickly called out a warning.
"Woof, woof."
Dehe, sensing Ji Chang's concern, displayed an expression akin to that of a child yearning for parental affection. With a swift motion, Dongfang Shuo dispatched a strand of hair towards Dehe, ensnaring the dog's leg and reeling him in with remarkable speed.
"Awoo!"
Though Dehe's tongue remained in place, his body was whisked away, soon following in pursuit of his own appendage. The actions of Dongfang Shuo and the others unfolded in mere moments, so when the old specter's soul detonated, their defenses were already firmly established. Boom! A gray shockwave radiated outward from the epicenter of the old specter's demise. Boom! The surrounding structures collapsed instantaneously, reduced to a cloud of dust, with even the meticulously arranged formations obliterated by the overwhelming force. The emerald scales of the green serpent glimmered with a vibrant light, striving to withstand the colossal impact. Ji Chang, protected at the core, felt a pulse of relief as he realized that, fortunately, he had allowed the rotund girl to stay at the old master's residence. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly perished in this cataclysm. Meanwhile, De He, having been pulled back, was wide-eyed with both terror and relief, exuberantly extending his damp tongue towards Ji Chang's hand in a display of affection.
Go away, go away. There's no time for games.
Ji Chang swatted his hand dismissively and immediately activated his yin-yang eye to gaze into the heart of the explosion. The shockwave not only bore tremendous force but was also infused with countless malevolent energies, necessitating a significant expenditure of energy to counteract. The green serpent managed to mitigate 80% of the impact, yet was reduced to a diminutive form as a consequence.
Xiao Chang!
Ji Anlin exclaimed in alarm. Dongfang Shua swiftly utilized a strand of hair to retrieve the green serpent. MNSH, relying on his robust physique, withstood the remaining shockwaves. As for the old specter, in the aftermath of the explosion, the last remnants of its soul began to flee rapidly into the distance. Before Ji Anlin and the others could fully comprehend the situation, Ji Chang broke free from the confines of the hair and charged after the escaping spirit.
Where do you think you're going? Ji Chang understood the adage well.
Leaving a snake alive invites endless troubles. This old specter must be exterminated thoroughly today.
Universe in a sleeve.
Ji Chang called out as he sprinted towards the specter, vigorously waving his sleeve. Upon crossing the boundaries of the courtyard, the old specter suddenly felt a pull, its dissipating soul uncontrollably drawn back.
Soul reversing seal.
Ji Chang swiftly formed a unique seal with one hand, directing it towards the remnants of the old specter's soul.
Wait! Ji Anlin's voice echoed from behind.
However, Ji Chang had already unleashed his attack. There was no turning back. Even if he could halt it, Ji Chang was resolute. The old specter had to die. Boom.
Ah!
As the palm descended, the remnants of the old specter's soul were utterly obliterated, leaving it truly and irrevocably scattered. You have slain the malevolent spirit, the withered water tree spirit, and received a reward.
160 days of cultivation.
You have slain the malevolent spirit, the withered water tree spirit, and received a reward. A withered water tree branch, a highly yin entity, which can serve as a host for ghostly entities or be utilized in crafting ghostly artifacts.
Immediately following Ji Chang's defeat of the specter, a new extraordinary tale appeared in his mind's eye.
Extraordinary tale. It is said that the withered water tree thrives in places of extreme yin, requiring no water for growth, instead absorbing yin energy, ghostly essence, and vengeful power as sustenance. In a century, it may transform into a tree demon. In 3 centuries, a tree spirit, and thereafter, every 50 years, it will produce a branch spirit. Please verify the veracity of this tale. Verification difficulty 2 stars. Danger level 4 stars. Verification result, true or false. Evidence sufficiency 0. Only with over 60 evidence sufficiency can a conclusion be drawn. Verification rewards 1. 6 years of cultivation, 2. Elucidation of inheritance mechanisms. 3. Complete mechanical beast. Kue Mulang. Having swiftly perused the extraordinary tale, Ji Chang's countenance contorted in revulsion, as though he had consumed something distasteful.
This is akin to stirring a hornet's nest.
Upon slaying the young, the old come forth, and vanquishing the old only invites even more formidable foes. Moreover, if this tale proved true, the withered water tree demon would be no less than 350 years old. Nay, it should be classified as an old ghost, verging on a fierce specter. Judging by certain panel information and his own experiences, Ji Chang surmised that this extraordinary tale was likely genuine. Should such a formidable vengeful spirit seek retribution, even with Ji Anlin and the others at his side, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. Furthermore, Ji Chang's recent conduct had been exceedingly abnormal. With the vigilance of the trio, they would certainly harbor suspicions afterward. Thus, Ji Chang resolved that come dawn, he would take the rotund girl and flee to evade scrutiny. Of course, in scholarly parlance, this would be termed traveling for learning. It presented an opportune moment to traverse the regions of Diyu, revisiting locales from his past life that had been beset by peculiar occurrences. Though the exact timing was uncertain, he deemed it prudent to investigate. If the events had not yet transpired, he could simply regard it as a leisurely excursion. Chapter 59. A cause for doubt. How could you have killed her? I instructed you to wait. At that moment, Ji Anlin rushed over, cradling the injured Xiao Qing in her arms. My sincerest apologies, Ji Chang replied, his face etched with regret. In my haste, fearing this fiend might escape, I acted impulsively. By the time you told me to wait, my attack had already been unleashed and could not be retracted. It is entirely my fault. Have I caused you any inconvenience? Ji Chang's demeanor exuded a theatrical display of contrition, a perfect mask of guilt. Observing Ji Chang's remorseful state, Ji Anlin refrained from further admonishment and merely waved her hand, saying, I intended to inquire about the Zhou family case. Since she is already deceased, it seems futile to pursue the matter now.
With that, she turned and walked back, glancing at Dongfang Shua and Manshur, asking, Are you both unscathed? All is well.
Manshur gestured dismissively. Dongfang Shua, regaining his composure, adjusted his attire and confidently shook his head, declaring, I am perfectly fine as well. Ji Chang surveyed the remnants of his home, reduced to a wasteland by the aftermath of the battle, yet felt no pangs of sorrow. Instead, he hastily began to inscribe the events of the night into his mental ledger of extraordinary occurrences, recognizing it as a prime example of an unusual extraordinary incident. On the night of April 4th, in the 7th year of the Ming Emperor, a specter resembling a withered tree branch visited Ji Chang's residence in Dave Village, only to be struck down by Ji Chang's palm. This account is recorded as a personal experience of Ji Chang from Qingshi County, Dave Village. Upon completing the record, several lines of small text appeared below. Evidence sufficiency 100. An extraordinary incident must have a truthfulness level exceeding 60 to be successfully recorded. Result: recording successful. Uniqueness 2 stars. Reward: 2 years of Dao cultivation. 2 spells. Straw doll technique, wherein a figure is fashioned from straw, covered in yellow paper inscribed with the target's birth date, and then pierced with fine needles imbued with yin energy to disrupt the target's fortune, causing misfortune and illness. After documenting the extraordinary incident, Ji Chang accrued an additional 2 years of Dao cultivation, bringing his total to nearly 30 years. At this juncture, Ji Anlin and her companions approached Ji Chang, stating, We plan to return to the county.
Your home has been reduced to rubble. Will you accompany us back to the city?
Me, I shan't go, Ji Chang replied, shaking his head.
How could I escape if I accompany you to the city?
And where will you stay?
Ji Anlin inquired further.
I shall take refuge at the old village head's home and make do with your grandfather, Ji Chang answered matter-of-factly.
Suit yourself.
Ji Anlin waved her hand and turned to Manshur and Dongfang Shua, saying, Let us depart. With that, she led the way, followed closely by Manshur, while Dongfang Shua lingered momentarily, inhaling deeply near Ji Chang, which startled Ji Chang into retreating a few steps. Once the three had completely departed, Ji Chang did not immediately seek out the old village head but began rummaging through the ruins, searching for some money, books, and clothing he had stored, as well as dealing with the remains of insects that had perished in the chaos before he could leave. This endeavor consumed much of the night, and it was not until the early hours that Ji Chang finished organizing everything and set off toward the old village head's abode, accompanied by Dehe and 2 horses. Although the horses had been killed by the shockwave, Ji Chang possessed new blood-sucking insects to control them, enabling him to ride normally with Pangyan in the days prior, with plans to purchase new horses in another city later. When Ji Chang knocked on the old village head's door, the elder appeared astonished.
What brings you here at such an hour? Weren't you off hunting ghosts with Anlin?
The ghost has been dealt with, but my house is gone. I came here to stay for the night, Ji Chang nodded with a smile. What do you mean, gone? The old village head asked as he allowed Ji Chang into the courtyard.
Oh, it's nothing.
I may have been a bit too forceful, and the resulting shockwave collapsed the house. Ji Chang waved his hand nonchalantly. Well, as long as the ghost is vanquished, the house can always be rebuilt. The old village head nodded in agreement. By the way, old village head, I must trouble you to find someone to construct a new house. Here are 50 taels of silver. Ji Chang produced the coins and handed them to the elder. 50 taels? What size house do you intend to build? The old village head asked, bemused.
Just replicate the previous layout.
1 main room, 1 side room, and a schoolhouse. And we can forego the stable, Ji Chang replied. That won't require so much, the old village head said, attempting to return some of the silver.
Alas, old village head, my house is not merely slightly damaged.
It has been entirely reduced to ruins and must be rebuilt from the ground up, Ji Chang insisted, pushing the silver back toward him with a sigh.
Even so, it won't take that much.
30 taels should suffice for a complete rebuild, the old village head shook his head.
Oh, you mustn't refuse,
the remainder shall be for you to buy some wine, a token of my respect for you. Furthermore, I intend to take Pangya on a study trip for a while. Once the house is built, I will need your assistance in checking on it regularly. Ji Chang firmly pushed the elder's hand away and smiled. Very well, you needn't worry. With this old man around, your house will be safe from mishaps. But why the sudden departure? The old village head inquired as he led Ji Chang inside. The courtyard is in shambles, so I seized the opportunity to venture out for a look, Ji Chang explained.
Be cautious on your journey.
The world has grown increasingly tumultuous, the old village head sighed, offering a word of caution.
Fear not, you are well aware of my capabilities, Ji Chang reassured him.
Very well, as long as you are aware, let us rest. For tonight, we shall make do together, the old village head nodded.
Understood.
Ji Chang responded. Meanwhile, having just departed Daya village, Ji Anlin and her companions engaged in a discussion regarding the events of the night.
Dongfang Shua, did you sense something peculiar about Ji Chang tonight?
Ji Anlin asked, furrowing her brow as she looked at him.
Indeed, there was something amiss. He seemed even more enticing.
Dongfang Shua pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is not what I meant. When I intended to inquire about that old specter, it seemed Ji Chang was deliberately trying to dissuade me from asking, as if he did not want the old ghost to divulge. Moreover, his strength surpassed my expectations, Ji Anlin explained, her frustration evident.
Oh, I see now that you mention it, it does seem that way, Dongfang Shua recalled, nodding in agreement.
Tomorrow, the three of us shall investigate Ji Chang's past, recent activities, and deeds. I believe there is much more to him than meets the eye, Ji Anlin declared, looking at Dongfang Shua and Manshur. Agreed, both Dongfang Shua and Manshur nodded in unison. Having concluded their discussion, the trio quickened their pace toward the county city. Chapter 60 of the Study Abroad. At the break of dawn on the second day, several figures stood at the entrance of Dahe village. They were the village head, Ji Chang, Fat Girl, and Dahe.
If you happen to pass through Shurxian, could you deliver a letter for me? It is for an old friend of mine, a blacksmith named Li Dahong. If you don't go, then forget it, the village head said, handing Ji Chang a letter.
Sure, if I go to Shurxian, I will definitely deliver it, Ji Chang replied, nodding as he accepted the letter. All right, be careful on your journey, the village head waved his hand. Please return safely, Ji Chang said, and then he and Fat Girl mounted their horses and set off down the path, with Dahe following behind. Fat Girl had also learned to ride, and although she was still a novice, she managed to keep her balance. As Ji Chang rode, he contemplated his next destination. It was now April of the 7th year of the Ming Emperor's reign, and the public beta was scheduled for January of the 10th year. However, this was the first time groundbreaking technology had been integrated into a game, and it was also the first instance of a game developing entirely without human intervention. Thus, there had been several internal tests prior to the public beta. According to memories from his past life, it seemed that the earliest batch of internal testers had entered the game 6 months before the public release. The game's time flow compared to the real world was 5-to-1, 5 days in the game equated to 1 day in reality. This meant that in June of the 7th year of the Ming Emperor, the first batch of internal testers would likely arrive. The first group of players was expected to land predominantly in Chuanning Prefecture, where a significant event had previously occurred. Participating in that could yield an intriguing story, as well as provide an opportunity to experiment with task issuance for players. Ji Chang was currently in Xiling Prefecture, bordered to the north by Shangyan Prefecture, and northeast of that lay Chuanning Prefecture. He could first travel to Shangyan Prefecture, where there were also several noteworthy occurrences to investigate, and then proceed into Chuanning Prefecture. Riding his horse, he would have more than enough time over the course of 2 months. Coincidentally, the village head was heading to Chuanning Prefecture as well, making it a fortuitous trip. With his direction set, the trio officially embarked on their study abroad journey. On April 5th, the journey was uneventful. On April 6th, Ji Chang and Fat Girl arrived at a neighboring county, where they exchanged their horses for 2 fine steeds, along with several new outfits and a few books. On April 7th, the trio set out once more. In the Great Yu dynasty, which comprised 82 prefectures across 9 states, Ji Chang ambled along the official road, slowly riding while perusing the newly acquired books. The volumes Ji Chang purchased included maps of the Great Yu dynasty and various accounts of local customs and peculiar happenings.
Young master, why are we dressed like Taoist priests? Fat Girl inquired from her horse, holding a book that contained a martial arts manual, one that Ji Chang had obtained after defeating an enemy. With nothing else to occupy her time, he had decided to throw it her way, allowing her to study and grasp it on her own. If she succeeded, it would be a bonus, and if she failed, it would be inconsequential. Out here, we are who we choose to be, Fat Girl. Let me remind you once more, my name is Haisha Daoran on the outside, and you shall be known as Baisha Daotong. I am your master, do you understand?
Ji Chang said, tucking his book away and brandishing a feather duster at his waist.
Yes, master. Fat Girl nodded obediently.
Ji Chang was clad in a black Taoist robe, and even his face had been transformed to resemble that of Haisha Daoran through the use of facial disguise techniques. However, Ji Chang could not quite emulate the disheveled appearance of Haisha Daoran. Nonetheless, possessing his face and name was sufficient. As Ji Chang leisurely rode along, a sudden rush of figures emerged from the sides. 10 or so knife-wielding men. Seeing their fierce countenances, Ji Chang recognized them as bandits from the nearby mountains. Taoist, hand over your valuables, and we won't trouble you. Otherwise, my blade does not discriminate between Taoists and monks, the bandit leader threatened, pointing his large knife at Ji Chang.
My good fellow, robbing 2 Taoists will surely bring retribution, Ji Chang replied calmly from atop his horse. Retribution? Ha ha ha. The bandits erupted in laughter, one of the younger ones pointing at Ji Chang and exclaiming, "You foul Taoist, our leader has dispatched countless fools without consequence." "Ha ha, what retribution could possibly be swifter than my blade?" the bandit leader boasted, waving his knife triumphantly. "You, a mere fleshly realm scoundrel, have no idea from where your confidence springs. You've faced nothing but petty officials and ancient demons. You've been cooped up for too long, let me be your warm-up." Ji Chang scoffed disdainfully, slowly dismounting. Against a fleshly realm bandit leader, Ji Chang required no special tactics. His physical prowess and past life skills would suffice to dispatch him, treating it merely as an exercise. "I see you want to die, foul Taoist. Men, attack and eliminate this impudent Taoist," the bandit leader commanded, gesturing to his subordinates. "Come, allow me to demonstrate the martial prowess of your master," Ji Chang declared, inserting the feather duster at his waist and assuming a stance while beckoning the bandits forward. One of the lesser bandits swung a rusty iron knife towards Ji Chang with ferocity. To Ji Chang, whose reflexes were honed, their movements seemed excruciatingly slow. He sidestepped effortlessly and advanced a step, delivering a punch. Ouch! The bandit howled as he was propelled back several meters. Ji Chang stepped forward again, delivering a kick that sent another bandit flying, crashing into several others behind him. As Ji Chang charged into the bandit group, he was like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. In mere moments, all the bandits, save for their leader, lay sprawled on the ground, defeated by Ji Chang's bare hands. The bandit leader, trembling, attempted to maintain a facade of composure, saying, "You appear to be a practitioner of some skill. I, too, am one who respects the way. You may go." "Wait, you haven't even swung that knife yet. Why the sudden cowardice?" Ji Chang clapped his hands and began to stride towards the bandit leader. "Foul Taoist, do not be so arrogant. I possess my own cultivation. If we were to truly engage, the outcome is uncertain. Do not presume you have me at your mercy," the bandit leader retorted, waving his knife in the air. "Oh? Then why do you not strike?" Ji Chang continued his slow approach towards the leader. "Ah!" Enraged, the bandit leader raised his knife and swung it at Ji Chang. Ji Chang channeled his energy, gathering it in his legs, then leaped high, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The bandit leader was sent flying back 4 or 5 meters, his blade flying from his grasp. Chapter 61. The mountain demon marries a wife. This strike, the culmination of nearly 3 decades of cultivation, was simply insurmountable for a mere bandit leader. Upon landing, the bandit spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to being struck by a galloping steed. His internal organs felt as though they had been violently shaken, leaving him devoid of strength to even rise. "Master Dao, please cease. I was in the wrong. I shall never again indulge in thievery," the bandit pleaded, struggling to retreat while casting desperate glances at Ji Chang. "Did you not just assert that the outcome of our confrontation was uncertain?" Ji Chang teased as he approached the bandit. "Master, I was blind to your greatness. Please let me go, treat me as inconsequential," the bandit implored. "Spare you, perhaps, but only if you can regale me with an extraordinary tale and provide proof of its authenticity. What say you?" Ji Chang leaned closer, his demeanor earnest. "Ah?" The bandit was momentarily stunned, having never encountered such an eccentric demand. Yet, with his life hanging in the balance, he hastily pondered. After a brief contemplation, he began to experience a headache. He was aware of some peculiar occurrences, but could not produce any substantiating evidence. "Master, I am privy to some strange tales, but they are merely hearsay." "I possess no evidence," the bandit lamented. "Very well, if that is the case, I must regrettably send you on your way, for adults must take responsibility for their actions," Ji Chang replied coldly, slowly raising his hand. Wait, master, I just recalled an extraordinary event, one that is undoubtedly true." The bandit suddenly found his wits and spoke quickly. "Oh, pray, share." Ji Chang raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "Master, I have heard that the young lady of the Lu family in Shannan County has recently caught the eye of a mountain demon, who seeks to take her as his bride. The head of the Lu family insisted that the demon must provide a betrothal gift. Amazingly, the demon agreed and is set off to gather the requisite gifts for the wedding in a few days. Now, the head of the Lu family has offered a substantial reward, inviting all capable individuals to come and slay the monster," the bandit concluded, casting a sycophantic glance at Ji Chang. "What do you think of this extraordinary tale, master?" "Well, it's somewhat acceptable," Ji Chang nodded, then kicked the bandit lightly. "Get up and lead the way to the Lu family in Shannan." Yes. The bandit, feeling immensely fortunate to be alive, disregarded his injuries and struggled to his feet, leading the way for Ji Chang.
Meanwhile, Ji Chang mounted his horse, leisurely following behind. Not once did Ji Chang express annoyance at the bandit's slow pace. After all, he was in no hurry. Thus, the bandit forged ahead, while Ji Chang and the plump girl rode behind, accompanied by a dog. By the afternoon, they finally arrived at Shannan County. "Master, we have arrived at Shannan County. The Lu family is quite renowned here. With just a few inquiries, you shall easily find them. I have a bounty on my head, so I shall not enter, otherwise, my presence may implicate you," the bandit explained, clutching his chest as he cast a flattering look at Ji Chang from several hundred meters away from the city gate. "Hand over your valuables and any martial arts techniques you possess, and then you may depart," Ji Chang commanded from atop his horse, surveying the bandit from a vantage point. Though reluctant, the bandit, recognizing the disparity in power, trembled as he retrieved a handful of silver and a tattered book from his robes. "Child, collect these," Ji Chang gestured towards the plump girl. "Yes, master." She promptly dismounted and gathered the items from the bandit. Ji Chang held no interest in the bandit's martial arts manual. It was certainly subpar, as evidenced by the bandit still being in the fleshly realm that he had only come to observe the spectacle for the plump girl. Now, Ji Chang was eager to witness the commotion at the Lu family and to document an extraordinary event. After relinquishing his possessions, the bandit slinked away, unaware that several small insects had stealthily clung to his garments. Meanwhile, Ji Chang continued his leisurely ride into the city of the Lu family. In Shannan was indeed quite famous, and a brief inquiry led Ji Chang to the location of the Lu estate. Upon arrival, he noted that the Lu family's standing paled in comparison to the Zhou family he had previously vanquished. Their residence lacked the grandeur of higher-tier estates. "Go inform your master that Haisha Daoist has come to assist the Lu family in vanquishing the demon," Ji Chang instructed the guards at the entrance. The two guards, upon seeing Ji Chang clad in his Daoist robes, accompanied by a young apprentice and riding a magnificent steed, were struck by his imposing presence. Given the recent influx of formidable individuals to the Lu estate, they did not dare to neglect him and hurried inside to relay the message. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged, his expression warm as he addressed Ji Chang. "I am Lu Quan, the chief steward of the Lu estate. May I inquire about your esteemed lineage?" Seemingly eager to dispel any misconceptions, Lu Quan continued, "It's not that we doubt your capabilities, Daoist. It's simply that the mountain demon is formidable. Point two of our chi-nurturing martial artists faced it and were bested in mere exchanges. Thus, we require someone of exceptional strength to resolve this matter." While Lu Quan's words were courteous, they subtly urged Ji Chang to demonstrate his prowess. This was only natural in a world of cultivation. The Lu family had their own warriors, and without showcasing some ability or carrying significant renown, how could they trust in Ji Chang's strength? Ji Chang concentrated his yin energy, forming a distinctive seal, and directed it towards a stone lion at the entrance. With a thunderous crash, the stone lion shattered into fragments. Of this display left Lu Quan astounded. Instead of expressing anger over the destruction of the stone lion, his gaze towards Ji Chang became even more fervent. He quickly bowed and invited, "Daoist, please, follow me inside." "Very well," Ji Chang nodded, striding with an air of pride as he followed Lu Quan into the Lu estate. It was essential to maintain the facade of a high-ranking individual. The more aloof he appeared after demonstrating his abilities, the more reverence they would hold for him. "By the way, why haven't you reported to the authorities? Isn't the demon office of Daiyu responsible for dealing with such creatures?" Ji Chang inquired curiously while walking alongside Lu Quan. "Alas, master, our Lu family is but a small merchant family in this county. We lack the connections to summon the demon office. We could only report to the county office, which did send over 2 martial officers, but we fear they would be unable to withstand the demon's wrath. Thus, we have widely invited capable individuals to assist us." Lu Quan sighed, walking beside Ji Chang. Chapter 62 Establishing Authority. Then, Steward Lu continued, "We indeed wish to invite individuals from the 3 departments, yet the world is becoming increasingly chaotic, with a surge in the emergence of demons and monsters. Unfortunately, the number of those capable of addressing such matters is dwindling. Every day, numerous cases are reported to the 3 departments, and without connections, how could one expect their case to be considered?" Ji Chang nodded, reflecting on the current state of affairs that he had somewhat overlooked. After the calamity that befell the Zhou family, they were able to summon 3 experts from the 3 departments to investigate swiftly, primarily due to the significant impact of the Zhou family's annihilation and also because the second master of the Zhou family held the position of the imperial inspector. In contrast, a family like the Lu family, lacking in both power and influence, could hardly procure assistance and had to devise their own solutions. Moreover, the Lu family was not on the same level as the Zhou family. Steward Lu had just mentioned that their family's chi-nurturing master had previously clashed with that creature, suggesting that their strongest member was merely at the chi-nurturing stage, possibly reaching the chi-transformation stage at best. In comparison, the Zhou family's strongest member was genuinely at the true chi stage.
Have you not inquired about the Taoist's name?
Steward Lu looked towards Ji Chang and asked.
He is Taoist Haisha, Ji Chang replied, flicking his whisk.
Ah, it is Taoist Haisha, Steward Lu said respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting toward Ji Chang.
Ji Chang waved his hand slightly and then inquired again, are there others present aside from myself?
Yes, apart from you, Taoist, there are 4 masters and 2 martial officers from the county office, Steward Lu affirmed with a nod.
What manner of individuals are these 4? Ji Chang asked. One is Taoist Baiyun from Baiyun Temple, another is Master Wunyan from Shangfu Temple, the third is the young hero Morong, and lastly, the swordsman Duga Yenhang, Steward Lu introduced one by one.
As they spoke, Ji Chang had already followed Steward Lu into the conference hall of the Lu residence. Upon seeing Ji Chang, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, who occupied the main seat, quickly rose to greet him. I am Lu Changgui, the head of the Lu family.
It is an honor to meet this Taoist, may I know your esteemed name?
Haisha Taoist, Ji Chang said, flicking his whisk with an air of superiority. Despite his clean attire, his appearance as an elderly Taoist was unmistakable, and coupled with his deliberate modulation of voice to imitate Taoist Haisha, he now resembled a highly trustworthy old Taoist. Lu Changgui immediately extended his hand, inviting, Taoist Haisha, please come in. We are currently discussing the matter concerning the mountain demon.
Indeed.
Ji Chang nodded, then led Fat Girl and Dehei toward a seat within the conference hall. However, just as Ji Chang was about to take a seat, a cold scoff resonated. The Taoist community truly lacks decorum, bringing a dog into the hall, how crude, I wonder where this wild Taoist hails from. Ji Chang turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, which belonged to a portly monk clad in a cassock.
2 young acolytes stood behind him, creating quite a spectacle. The monk's words not only belittled Ji Chang but also served to mock the Taoist sect through him. Ji Chang swiftly activated his yin-yang eye to scrutinize the old monk. Average strength, Ji Chang was aware of the historical enmity between Buddhism and Taoism, yet if one dared to make him a target while possessing only mediocre strength, he would indeed have to address the matter. Master Wunyan, are you unaware that calamity often arises from one's own words? Before Ji Chang could take action, a middle-aged Taoist seated nearby spoke up. Have I erred?
This person shows such a lack of etiquette by entering with a dog, placing us all in a most awkward position. I see your Taoist sect has indeed fallen to such a state. Master Wunyan continued his mocking.
Ji Chang, unlike the middle-aged Taoist, was not one to tolerate such provocation and immediately took action. Reversal of soul seal.
Ji Chang struck with precision, catching the portly monk off guard. As the reversal of soul seal manifested, it transformed into a peculiar mark that surged toward the monk. The monk, sensing the power of the strike, paled, yet it was too late to evade, and a golden light swiftly enveloped his body. Boom! Ji Chang's reversal of soul seal struck the portly monk squarely. The monk was sent flying, and even the 2 acolytes behind him were knocked away. The monk crashed against the wall, followed by a spurt of blood. Swiftly recovering, the monk glared at Ji Chang with a wary expression. The others were equally taken aback by Ji Chang's sudden and formidable strike, instilling a sense of trepidation among them.
However, aside from a hint of caution, Taoist Baiyun felt a greater sense of admiration, recognizing Ji Chang as one of their own.
Foul-balled donkey, your master has not uttered a word, yet you leap forth to assert your presence. When has Haisha Taoist ever tolerated such indignities? If you dare, let us step outside and settle this. Ji Chang tossed his whisk to Fat Girl behind him, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed at the portly monk.
Alas, Taoist Haisha, please temper your fury. We are all here to confront the mountain demon, let us not disturb the harmony. Lu Changgui quickly intervened, urging the steward to assist Master Wunyan in rising. Master Wunyan refrained from further comment or action, merely casting a venomous glance at Ji Chang. Although Ji Chang's earlier strike had elements of surprise, it was undeniable that Master Wunyan could not withstand Ji Chang's power, indicating that the strength of Haisha Taoist surpassed his own. Observing the restrained Master Wunyan, Ji Chang mused that this portly bald donkey possessed quite the endurance. Such a character would require careful handling. Someone, quickly replace the broken tables and chairs. Lu Changgui commanded his servants to tidy up the wreckage. My apologies, Lu Changgui. I tend to have a rather short temper and cannot tolerate provocations. In my impulsiveness, I have damaged your property, Ji Chang remarked, regaining the whisk from Fat Girl. Not at all, not at all.
Merely some tables and chairs, please, take a seat, Lu Changgui replied, forcing a smile that he dared not express any discontent. Once the servants had rearranged the tables and chairs, Lu Changgui resumed, since Taoist Haisha has just arrived, allow me to recount the events once more. The creature we face is a mountain demon, formidable in strength. Even our 2 strongest chi-nurturing masters were injured within 2 exchanges. Subsequently, the mountain demon sought to abduct my daughter as a bride. In a moment of desperation, I informed the demon that to win her heart, he must present a proper bride price. The demon agreed to return in 5 days with the offerings, and today marks the 5th day.
He will arrive tonight to propose. We will be relying on all of you.
Lu Changui recounted the situation thoroughly before bowing respectfully to those present. We shall certainly capture the mountain demon for you, Lu Changui, declared a young girl, who appeared to be a year or two younger than Ji Chang.
Yet, given her invitation to the Lu residence, her capabilities were likely considerable. Just as the group was engaged in animated discussion, 2 piercing screams suddenly echoed from outside. Chapter 63 of the Dwarf Blood Tiger. Just then, a Lu family guard rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, there is a strange person outside."
"Is it that monster?" Lu Changui rose from his seat, his face etched with anxiety.
"No, it is not.
Judging by his appearance, he seems to be the Dwarf Blood Tiger wanted by the county office," the guard stammered.
The Dwarf Blood Tiger?"
The 2 leading martial officers stood up, their expressions tense, even drawing their long knives from their waists within the hall. "Who is this Dwarf Blood Tiger?" inquired the spirited young lady.
"Young hero Morong Qingqing, you are not from our Shannan County, so perhaps you have not heard of this villain's notorious reputation.
He has been on the wanted list in Shannan County for many years, a fiend who delights in consuming human blood to cultivate his dark arts. 2 martial officers have already perished at his hands," the head of the Lu family gravely informed the young lady.
"This kind of demon is truly audacious.
Today, I shall rid Shannan County of this scourge," the young lady declared with righteous fervor, drawing her sword and striding out. Ji Chang observed the young lady's bold departure with a hint of amusement. It was likely her first venture into the world, acting like a naive fool, oblivious to the seasoned veterans who remained cautious. Even the 2 martial officers were outpaced by her haste.
"Shall we also venture out to sea?"
At that moment, the previously silent swordsman, Duga Yenhang, stood up and inquired of the others.
"That sounds good," Bayun Daoist nodded as he rose.
Ji Chang acquiesced as well, but chose to linger at the rear. He was present to document extraordinary events, not to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. When the group arrived at the front courtyard, they beheld the so-called Dwarf Blood Tiger. Indeed, he was diminutive, reminiscent of Wu Dalong, with an oversized head, a face covered in warts, and a mouth filled with blackened, yellowing teeth, truly grotesque. Surrounding the Dwarf Blood Tiger were a dozen Lu family guards, including 2 martial masters from the Lu household, all sprawled on the ground. Ji Chang, standing at the back, discreetly activated his yin-yang eyes to scrutinize the Dwarf Blood Tiger. To his astonishment, this individual was a practitioner of both external and internal arts, possessing a mastery of the organ realm externally and the Qi transformation realm internally. Yet, despite his dual prowess, Ji Chang felt a sense of disappointment. With a name as formidable as the Dwarf Blood Tiger, coupled with the evident anxiety of the Lu family members and the 2 martial officers, he had anticipated a true master of the Qi realm or blood exchange realm. Instead, he found only a practitioner of the lower 3 realms, lacking even the intermediate 2 realms. "Dwarf Blood Tiger, you possess remarkable audacity," the 2 martial officers stepped forward, their voices laced with false bravado.
"Ah, it is you 2 worthless fools. Though you are both in the Qi transformation realm, even together, you would perish here. Do you believe otherwise?"
The Dwarf Blood Tiger scoffed, clearly recognizing the 2 martial officers. Exchanging glances, the officers' expressions soured. They found themselves trapped, having already stepped forward. To retreat now would be too humiliating, yet the Dwarf Blood Tiger's words rang true. They were not assured of victory against him. Thus, they suddenly glanced towards Ji Chang, who stood at the back. Among the Lu family's hired aides, he was the only one who had demonstrated any skill. After years as martial officers, they had discerned his potential. This old Taoist might very well be a master of the Qi realm. Should this Taoist choose to intervene, even if the Dwarf Blood Tiger were of the same realm, he would stand no chance against a true master of the Qi realm. However, Ji Chang had resolved not to involve himself in such meaningless matters, thus he feigned ignorance. Yet, Ji Chang's reluctance did not deter others from acting, especially the young lady who had been the first to step forward. Drawing her exquisite sword, she pointed it at the Dwarf Blood Tiger, exclaiming, "Monster, you are exceedingly arrogant. Today, I shall uphold justice and capture you." The Dwarf Blood Tiger glanced at the sword-wielding girl, sneering, "Which whelp has emerged from their mother's womb to speak of upholding justice? Do you think you are performing in a play, naive? You!" Morong Qingqing's face flushed crimson at the Dwarf Blood Tiger's derision. In her rage, she lunged forward with her sword. Willow leaf sword technique. As she wielded her sword, her internal energy surged, transforming the blade into countless willow branches dancing in the wind. At her age, possessing such cultivation was indicative of a talented scion from a prominent family, yet she appeared rather foolish. As soon as Morong Qingqing made her move, Ji Chang could discern her true capabilities without needing to activate his yin-yang eyes. "Humph, all show and no substance." The Dwarf Blood Tiger scoffed, then vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, the onlookers witnessed a flash of crimson light, all the willow branches shattered. Morong Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically as she altered her sword technique, forming a protective barrier of willow fluff to shield against the dwarf blood tiger's assault. "I warned you, all show and no substance," the dwarf blood tiger's voice echoed in her ears. When did he? Morong Qingqing's heart raced with horror. Any further action was now too late, as she found herself pinned, her legs bent and her throat grasped. Though they were of equal realms, the young lady could not withstand even 3 exchanges against the dwarf blood tiger. Ji Chang, observing from the sidelines, could not help but marvel. The dwarf blood tiger's prowess was indeed formidable among peers, likely rivaling those who had just broken through to the Qi or blood exchange realms.
"Esteemed sir, please release Miss Morong. If you wish to act recklessly here, we shall not acquiesce." At that moment, Bai Yun Daoist stepped forward. This fellow, seasoned and shrewd, swiftly rallied the group of the dwarf blood tiger, surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Ji Chang for a few moments before he abruptly released the young lady, laughing heartily. "You need not be alarmed. I have come to assist you." After releasing the girl, the dwarf blood tiger added, "Isn't there a monster expected to arrive at the Lu residence today? I am here to help you slay that monster." His words left the crowd bewildered. A notorious outlaw on the wanted list claimed to be aiding the Lu family in exterminating a monster. The onlookers were not fools. How could they possibly believe him? However, given the dwarf blood tiger's evident strength, and considering that everyone present, save for the young lady, were seasoned veterans of the martial world, no one wished to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. "Your intentions are noted, but with the presence of these 2 officers and these masters, we are sufficiently equipped." Lu Changgue stepped forward, politely bowing to the dwarf blood tiger before calling out to the steward behind him, "Old Lu, fetch 100 taels of silver. The blood tiger has made the effort to come, we cannot let him depart empty-handed." Chapter 64. The unforeseen clash. "Yes, my lord," the butler hastily replied, then proceeded to fetch the silver. He, the head of the Lu family, certainly knows how to handle matters, but you have truly misunderstood my intentions. I have come to your residence solely to assist you in dealing with the demons. If you were to dismiss me, and I were to feel irked, the short-legged blood tiger remarked with a cold chuckle while eyeing Lu Changgue. At this juncture, Lu Changgue found himself at a loss for a response. He realized that this fellow was intent on staying. "Lu family head, my brother and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." The 2 official guards, recognizing that the so-called experts invited by the Lu family were unwilling to intervene, decided to depart from Lu Manor to seek reinforcements. However, the short-legged blood tiger extended his hand, blocking their path, and with a grin revealing his prominent yellow teeth declared, "You 2 cannot leave. From this moment forth, Lu Manor shall be closed to visitors, with no one allowed to enter or exit." "Short-legged blood tiger, you are being excessively domineering. Do you truly believe we are afraid of you?" One of the guards barked angrily, pointing at the short-legged blood tiger. "Oh, if you are not afraid, I am right here, come and kill me." The short-legged blood tiger provocatively thrust his head forward. "Kill." At the moment the short-legged blood tiger believed he had instilled fear in everyone, a large blade swung towards his head, wielded by the swordsman Duge Yanhang. This individual had thoroughly absorbed the technique demonstrated earlier by Ji Chang, executing a sudden strike that rendered the short-legged blood tiger unable to evade entirely. Fortunately, years of combat experience allowed him to slightly adjust his posture at the crucial moment. As the altercation began, the Taoist from Baiyun Temple and Master Wunyan from the Buddhist monastery also joined the fray. Once the 3 engaged in battle, the 2 guards took advantage of the chaos to strike as well. Duge Yanhang's blade cleaved directly into the short-legged blood tiger's shoulder, severing an arm in a single stroke. The fact that such a formidable warrior as the short-legged blood tiger could be so easily disarmed speaks volumes about the power behind that blow. Boom! The short-legged blood tiger reacted swiftly, leaping to deliver a kick at Duge Yanhang, sending him flying. Yet, he had no time to contemplate further, for others were already closing in to attack him. Ji Chang refrained from joining the conflict, instead retreating with Pangya and Dehe, sensing an unsettling intuition that something was amiss. Indeed, the short-legged blood tiger was ferociously strong. Even with an arm severed from a surprise assault, his combat prowess remained undiminished. Despite the collective efforts of several fighters, none could swiftly subdue him. After several exchanges, a sudden turn of events unfolded on the battlefield. The 2 guards unexpectedly turned against the Taoist from Baiyun Temple and Master Wunyan, who was already injured by Ji Chang. The surprise attack left Master Wunyan gravely wounded, incapacitated in an instant. Although the situation was slightly better for the Taoist, he too sustained significant injuries and quickly retreated to safety. At this point, only Duge Yanhang remained to confront the short-legged blood tiger, while the 2 guards now allied with him against Duge Yanhang. The county guards have colluded with a demon. Do you not fear word of this reaching the martial authorities? The Taoist from Baiyun Temple exclaimed incredulously, pointing at the two guards. Today's events will not implicate us in the slightest. The records will state that a demon wreaked havoc, slaying all within Lu Manor and absconding with the family's wealth, one of the guards sneered. You wretches! The Taoist's face blanched in horror. At that moment, the beleaguered Duga Yanhang was sent flying by a kick from the short-legged blood tiger, hurtling towards Ji Chang. The sudden development heightened Ji Chang's vigilance even further. Without hesitation, he extended a hand to catch Duga Yanhang while swiftly channeling his power into the soul reversal seal, delivering a forceful strike to Duga Yanhang's head. Boom! While the blow did not obliterate Duga Yanhang's skull, it caused his brain matter to burst forth from his orifices. With that strike, Duga Yanhang was rendered utterly lifeless. Subsequently, several blood-sucking insects emerged from Ji Chang's robe, crawling onto Duga Yanhang's body. This maneuver left the onlookers in a state of shock. Even the Taoist from Baiyun Temple was horrified, mistakenly believing Ji Chang to be allied with the short-legged blood tiger. Yet Ji Chang was far from mad. He had discerned that the short-legged blood tiger and the swordsman were indeed in cahoots. The earlier severed arm was merely a ruse, and the ensuing chaos was a pretext to launch an ambush against him. Second brother. Indeed, after Ji Chang dispatched Duga Yanhang, the short-legged blood tiger no longer feigned innocence. With a mournful roar, he extended his hand once more from within his garments, charging furiously at Ji Chang. What are you waiting for? They are all in league together. Hurry and assist me. Ji Chang urgently called out to the still-dazed Taoist and his companions. Though they were somewhat inept, they still represented three combatants. It was imperative to motivate them into action. The head of the Lu family seemed utterly dazed, standing motionless in confusion. The Taoist from Baiyun Temple, Master Wunyan, and Morong Qingqing were all injured, and while they could barely hold their own against the two guards, Ji Chang felt confident in facing the short-legged blood tiger alone. Ji Chang summoned his dark energy to its utmost, then with a grand flourish of his robe, activated the Sleeve Universe. Although this technique was not a combat spell, it proved remarkably useful in battle. The short-legged blood tiger felt an overwhelming pull and was struck with alarm, mistakenly believing Ji Chang to be unleashing a formidable attack. He instinctively attempted to retreat. However, just as the short-legged blood tiger focused on escaping the gravitational force, Ji Chang swiftly concentrated the soul reversal seal in his other hand and aimed it at the short-legged blood tiger. The latter reacted swiftly, sensing the power contained within the strike and preparing to evade, but at that moment, the corpse of Duga Yanhang, now animated, sprang to life and swiftly delivered a blade to the short-legged blood tiger from behind. This was not the staged attack from before, it was a genuine strike. With a blade at his back and the soul reversal seal before him, the short-legged blood tiger had no means of evading. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to charge at Ji Chang to swiftly eliminate him, deftly dodging Duga Yanhang's blade while his body radiated crimson blood energy, surging towards the soul reversal seal. Yet the short-legged blood tiger had miscalculated. The forceful strike of Ji Chang's soul reversal seal was beyond what he could withstand. Boom! The short-legged blood tiger was sent flying. Immediately afterward, Ji Chang commanded the now-controlled Duga Yanhang to charge forth with his blade. Chapter 65 of the Arrival of the Mountain Demon's Second Brother. Are you unharmed? The short-footed blood tiger, having been struck and sent flying, coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet he paid no heed to Ji Chang. Instead, his gaze fell upon the rising figure of Duga Yanhang, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Although they were not blood brothers, the two had fought side by side through life and death for many years, their bond transcending that of kinship. However, the blood tiger quickly sensed something amiss. His second brother now resembled nothing more than a marionette. Vile priest, what have you done to his corpse? The blood tiger's eyes flared with fury. Ha! Someone like you, capable of harboring emotions? Ji Chang retorted with a shake of his head, pointing at Duga Yanhang's lifeless form. As for his body, it has become my slave, or perhaps a blade to slay you. Just as Ji Chang prepared to swiftly deal with the blood tiger, the doors of the Lu residence were suddenly kicked open, revealing a robust middle-aged man accompanied by 4 martial officers from the county. County Magistrate Qin, some of the martial officers have colluded with the blood tiger. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Changgui, the head of the Lu family, instantly brightened, exclaiming loudly, "Shut the door!" Ignoring Lu Changgui's words, County Magistrate Qin instructed the 2 martial officers behind him to close the door. This action left Lu Changgui in a state of shock. Having been in commerce for many years, he was far from a fool. The lack of surprise on Qin's part and his immediate order to shut the door suggested a desire to conceal the unfolding events from outsiders. It was highly probable that Qin was in league with the blood tiger, otherwise, such a coincidence was inconceivable. Perhaps the blood tiger had been deliberately nurtured by Qin, which would explain how he had evaded capture for so long.
Even Baiyun Daoist and Wunyan monk wore grim expressions. Anyone discovering such a situation would undoubtedly feel both troubled and despondent. The only one still oblivious to the gravity of the situation was Morong Qingqing, who stood up and shouted at County Magistrate Qin, "My lord, let us work together to subdue this blood tiger." "Indeed, some individuals must be apprehended," Qin replied with a sneer, raising a hand to signal the 4 martial officers.
"The Lu residence has conspired with the blood tiger and even attempted to gather monsters to assassinate me. Seize them all and execute them on the spot." "Yes."
The 4 martial officers complied, drawing their long knives and charging at Ji Chang and the others.
"County Magistrate Qin, what is the meaning of this? We are not monsters."
Even at this juncture, Morong Qingqing remained naively oblivious, attempting to defend herself. "Enough shouting, Qingqing, this magistrate and the blood tiger are allies, get ready to fight."
Baiyun Daoist urged her. "What? The magistrate of Shannan County is actually colluding with monsters?" Morong Qingqing was utterly astonished.
Although the magistrate of Shannan County is audacious, as long as his actions remain concealed, no one will be the wiser. Moreover, he stands to gain a fine blade from this alliance. Over the years, with the blood tiger and Duga Yanhang, Magistrate Qin has likely reaped considerable benefits, Baiyun Daoist remarked with a faint smile.
"Our only hope now lies with Black Sand.
All 3 of us are injured and cannot contend with so many. We must rely on Black Sand. If he prevails, we may yet survive. If he falters, our demise is inevitable." However, just as the Lu household was preparing for further conflict, a gust of black wind swept through, forcing everyone to squint against the sudden onslaught. When the wind subsided, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, resembling a demon-faced ape, stood within the Lu residence. Upon arriving, the mountain demon felt a bit bewildered. It did not seem as though these individuals were welcoming him to take a bride. Seeing the mountain demon, Ji Chang immediately activated his yin-yang eye to scrutinize the creature. Mountain demon introduction: a spirit beast cultivated within the mountains, known for its lasciviousness and love of wealth.
Realm: a spirit demon, lifespan of 102, 300 blood, 1050, 1050 soul, a 300, 300. Having perused the mountain demon's details, Ji Chang understood, this being had just recently broken through to the spirit demon realm. The hierarchy of monsters ascends from spirit beasts to spirit demons, and then to greater demons. A spirit demon parallels the vicious ghosts among specters, akin to the true chi and blood exchange realms among martial artists. This mountain demon possessed commendable strength. Subsequently, Ji Chang continued to maintain his yin-yang eye, swiftly assessing the individuals present. The strongest among them was none other than County Magistrate Qin, a martial artist proficient in both internal and external cultivation, having reached the true chi realm, an exceedingly formidable opponent. But then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Ji Chang, and he pointed at Qin, declaring, "Mountain brother, this fellow seeks to steal your bride." "Eh?" Initially, everyone was taken aback, but as they observed Ji Chang signaling Lu Changue, they quickly grasped his intent to leverage the mountain demon against Magistrate Qin. The mountain demon turned its gaze toward Qin, who was no fool. Realizing the implication, he hastily protested, "Don't listen to his nonsense, I have no intentions of taking your bride. Mountain demon, if you doubt my words, just ask your father-in-law. He stands right there." Ji Chang pointed again at Lu Changue. The mountain demon's gaze shifted to Lu Changue, who, despite being utterly astonished by the unfolding events, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, he wishes to take my daughter. This scoundrel not only desires your bride but also seeks to murder your father-in-law's entire family and plunder their wealth. Think about it, mountain demon, if you marry his daughter, all the riches of your father-in-law would rightfully belong to you. This rogue seeks to rob you of both woman and wealth. Can you, a mighty demon, tolerate such an affront?" Ji Chang's words flowed like a relentless torrent, inflaming the mountain demon's avarice. Silence. Ji Chang's unabashed fabrications incensed County Magistrate Qin to the brink of fury. Yet, more infuriated than Qin was the mountain demon. Roar! With a furious bellow, the mountain demon lunged at County Magistrate Qin. "What are you waiting for? Go, strike them down!" Ji Chang urged, controlling the deceased Duga Yanhang to charge at the blood tiger while beckoning to the others. Baiyun Daoist, seeing Ji Chang's signal, also joined the fray. The current scene was one of chaos. County Magistrate Qin faced the mountain demon. Ji Chang contended with the blood tiger and 3 martial officers, while Baiyun Daoist, Morong Qingqing, and Wunyan monk each faced a martial officer. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Lu household lay scattered on the ground, the fate of the dozen or so guards uncertain, while Lu Changue and the steward trembled in a corner. The 2 little monks and the chubby black child, unable to assist, could only stand by anxiously. However, to Ji Chang's dismay, Baiyun Daoist and his 2 ineffectual companions had barely begun to fight before they were beaten back, their ability to defend themselves diminished.
Relying on them was an exercise in futility. Chapter 66. The boar demon unleashes its power. With a sigh, Ji Chang realized that he was confronting his adversary by exploiting his own weaknesses against the enemy's strengths. His primary means of offense, aside from the soul-transferring seal, was the boar transformation. "I advise you to cease your attacks, otherwise, my wrath shall be ignited," Ji Chang declared while deftly evading incoming strikes. "You deceitful demon, I swear to vanquish you today in avengement of my younger brother," spat the short-legged blood tiger, teeth gritted in fury. "Then let us abandon all pretenses," Ji Chang lamented. Boar transformation. He invoked the formidable power once more. A violent surge of black energy radiated outward from Ji Chang, sending several martial officers, who sought to close in on him, hurtling through the air. Subsequently, a melodious boar's cry echoed across the battlefield. A colossal shadow of a wild boar materialized behind Ji Chang, who himself began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His body swelled, ears and snout enlarging, while fearsome tusks sprouted from his mouth. Moments later, an enormous black-furred wild boar stood before all, eliciting astonishment. Ji Chang experienced a wondrous sensation, as a wealth of knowledge regarding the boar clan's mystical abilities flooded his mind. At that moment, the engaged combatants halted in unison. Even the mountain demon paused, turning their gazes toward Ji Chang. "A boar demon," exclaimed County Magistrate Qin, his complexion darkening in disbelief at the presence of such a creature. This means that Daoist Haisha is indeed a boar demon." Lu Changue, who had retreated to the sidelines, stammered in shock. "They may not be what they seem." "It could also be a transformation technique long thought lost," mused Daoist Baiyun, whose worldly experience allowed him to maintain composure. Savage charge. The innate skill of the wild boar clan enabled them to charge at their target. Upon activation, any opponent not exceeding one major realm in strength would be forcibly immobilized upon the initial impact. Ji Chang's first target was the short-legged blood tiger. As the creature saw Ji Chang barreling toward him, he desperately attempted to evade, only to realize with horror that his body was utterly unresponsive. "Move aside!" County Magistrate Qin shouted, noticing the short-legged blood tiger frozen in fear. "It's not that I wish to remain still. I simply cannot move," the short-legged blood tiger cried in panic. Yet, there was no time for further discussion, as Ji Chang charged forth. 9 Nether Blood Palm. The short-legged blood tiger concentrated his internal energy and blood essence into his right hand, striking down toward the advancing Ji Chang. The sheer force of this strike left Daoist Baiyun and the others aghast. To unleash such a devastating blow from the lower realms was a feat bordering on true Qi mastery. Yet, even more astonishing was the outcome. Ji Chang effortlessly dispersed the immense blood palm, suffering not a scratch. Then, in the midst of the short-legged blood tiger's wide-eyed horror, Ji Chang crashed into him, sending the creature flying. In midair, the short-legged blood tiger expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Convinced that his insides and bones had been shattered, with a thunderous crash, he collided with the wall of a nearby room, tumbling to the ground. Though he struggled to rise, he found himself devoid of strength. "Not dead yet?" Ji Chang marveled at the twitching form of the short-legged blood tiger and charged once more with savage charge. "Stop that boar demon!" County Magistrate Qin commanded. Several martial officers sprang into action. Mighty Mountain Blade, Mountain Fist. Boom! Ji Chang paid no heed to their attacks, quickly summoning the demon energy within him to manifest a protective armor of demonic essence, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. He then approached the prone short-legged blood tiger. Raising his forelegs high, he brought them crashing down. With a dull thud, the creature's skull was obliterated beneath Ji Chang's weight. "You have slain the transforming Qi realm's internal organs realm warrior, short-legged blood tiger. Reward 100 days of Dao progress." "You have slain the transforming Qi realm's internal organs realm warrior, short-legged blood tiger." Reward in 9-step stance, a foundational training method employing 9 unique postures. Following the demise of the short-legged blood tiger, Ji Chang swiftly turned his attention to a martial officer leader. Savage charge. The officer, realizing he could not move, cried out in terror for assistance. However, the strikes from his comrades were utterly futile against Ji Chang in his boar form. Boom! The internal martial artist was sent hurtling away, silenced forever. "You have slain a transforming Qi realm warrior. Reward 80 days of Dao progress." "You have slain a transforming Qi realm warrior." Reward a treasure pill, a mid-tier healing elixir. With one down, another followed. Boom! "You have slain an internal organs realm warrior." Reward 85 days of Dao progress. "You have slain an internal organs realm warrior. Reward bloodstone, a special stone infused with life essence." After dispatching 2 more martial officer leaders, the remaining 4 were utterly panicked. This boar demon was impervious to their assaults, while even a single charge could lead to their demise or disfigurement. They fled towards the exit of Lu's estate, disregarding their county magistrate, consumed by the primal instinct to survive. Yet, Ji Chang had no intention of allowing their escape. He unleashed the spirit bloodworms to control the corpses of the fallen martial officers and the short-legged blood tiger while dispatching Du Yinhang to stall for time. He then locked in on another martial officer leader and charged forward. Boom! The fleeing officer, unaware of Ji Chang's approach, shattered his spine upon impact and was sent flying. Though initially alive, Ji Chang swiftly followed up with a decisive strike. You have slain a transforming Qi realm warrior. Reward 80 days of Dao progress. You have slain a transforming Qi realm warrior. Reward a detoxification pill, a mid-tier antidote. 3 remain. Ji Chang swiftly turned to face the 3 immobilized officer leaders, recognizing the potential for further Dao progress. No, please spare me, mighty boar demon. One officer fell to his knees, fervently begging for mercy. Bang, but only a colossal boar's head awaited him. You have slain a transforming Qi realm warrior. Reward 80 days of Dao progress. You have slain a transforming Qi realm warrior. Reward gentle water technique, a water-based internal cultivation method that enhances longevity and accelerates recovery. Chapter 67. A resounding defeat for County Magistrate Qin. County Magistrate Qin, please save us. The remaining 2 martial officers, utterly paralyzed by fear, struggled to fend off the reanimated corpses while hastily making their way toward County Magistrate Qin. However, Qin was also in a precarious situation. Although the mountain demon had only recently ascended to the realm of spirit beings, its tough skin and sinewy flesh made it a formidable opponent. In the short term, Qin was unable to subdue the mountain demon, which, being rather single-minded, blindly obeyed the orders of the pig demon, relentlessly pummeling its own men without a moment's respite to assist them. Bang! Another foe dispatched. You have slain a visceral realm warrior. Reward received 90 days of cultivation. You have slain a visceral realm warrior. Reward received La Blood Elixir, a potion that enhances internal vitality. At last, the final martial officer made his way to the vicinity of the conflict involving County Magistrate Qin. Yet, the struggle was fierce. The already enraged mountain demon, noticing someone encroaching upon its territory, retaliated with a swift slap smack. The hapless martial officer was sent sprawling by the mountain demon's forceful blow. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Chang opened his pig-like maw, swiftly condensing a sphere of dark energy, which he then unleashed like a laser beam towards the flung officer. Boom! The black beam struck the last martial officer. Reward received 85 days of cultivation. You have slain a visceral realm warrior. Reward received an 8 treasure elixir, a mid-level healing potion. With no time to regard the notifications that appeared before him, Ji Chang dashed forward. Taking advantage of the moment when the mountain demon was distracted by its assault on the martial officer, County Magistrate Qin managed to break free and sprint towards the exit of Lu's residence, hoping to escape. However, Ji Chang was determined not to allow him to succeed, employing the innate wind-treading technique of the pig demon clan to pursue him swiftly. Damn it! County Magistrate Qin turned to see the pig demon closing in and cursed vehemently, swiftly pivoting to strike with an open palm. Brutal collision. Boom! The palm strike was easily shattered by Ji Chang, who continued to charge towards Qin. Kuei Shui technique. In a critical moment, Qin unleashed a peculiar martial skill that diminished the force of Ji Chang's charge by nearly half, absorbing the remaining impact with his body. Utilizing the rebound from Ji Chang's assault, he propelled himself further towards the exit of Lu's residence. At that juncture, the corpses of several martial officers controlled by Ji Chang awaited Qin's inevitable passage. Although they could not match Qin in strength, they could certainly impede his progress for a brief moment. Particularly, the low-statured blood tiger, whose head had been crushed by Ji Chang, still managed to rise under his control, intercepting County Magistrate Qin. Realizing his retreat was blocked, Qin's anger flared. He turned to Ji Chang and declared, "Pig demon, if you allow me to leave today, I shall hold no grudge against you and may even grant you countless treasures you desire. However, should you attempt to detain me, you will come to know the means of a true Qi realm warrior. You shall face a grievous fate." Seeing that this wretch dared to negotiate, Ji Chang's heart filled with derision. Did he truly believe himself to be clever? Allowing him to escape would only invite disaster. Suddenly, Ji Chang devised a cunning plan and turned to the mountain demon. "Mountain demon, would you like to become a county magistrate among humans? If you ascend to such a position, not only will you have countless beautiful human companions, but you will also acquire immense wealth and have humans at your service." Upon hearing Ji Chang's words, the mountain demon's eyes sparkled with interest, and it nodded eagerly, speaking in a somewhat clumsy tone, "I want to. Do you have a way for me to become a human magistrate? Of course, if we join forces to capture this man, I will ensure you become the magistrate of Shannan County." We monsters do not deceive our kind, Ji Chang affirmed. This was Ji Chang's plan, to exploit the mountain demon's nature, enlisting it to help him defeat County Magistrate Qin, and then to transform the mountain demon into an acceptable facsimile of a human magistrate. While a mountain demon marrying a wife might only warrant a 2-star classification, marrying a wife and then serving as a magistrate rendering judgments would surely elevate its status.
Excellent.
Ji Chang, still embodying the guise of a pig demon, enhanced the mountain demon's trust in him. After a nod of agreement, he charged toward County Magistrate Qin.
You vile pig demon. Qin seething with rage. In his view, the notion of making the mountain demon a magistrate was nothing more than a ruse to deceive the foolish creature into aiding Ji Chang in his coup against him.
Boom! The mountain demon's massive fist sliced through the air, raining down blows upon County Magistrate Qin. Ji Chang, undeterred, began to gather a sphere of dark energy in his mouth, directing it toward Qin.
Damn it!
Qin, ensnared by the mountain demon, had no time to evade, resorting to a desperate palm strike aimed at the dark beam.
Boom! Ah!
The moment Qin's arm made contact with the dark energy, it was utterly obliterated. Following this, the mountain demon unleashed a punch that sent Qin hurtling toward Ji Chang, who seized the moment to execute a brutal charge.
Boom! Already injured,
Qin had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the impact. The outcome was clear. County Magistrate Qin was sent flying, yet, despite the onslaught, Qin still possessed some measure of strength.
After enduring such intense attacks, he retained the will to resist. Upon landing, his face contorted in anger as he cast a glance at the mountain demon and Ji Chang. Realizing he could not contend with these two monsters, nor escape from their grasp, he promptly turned and fled toward Baiyun Daoist and his companions. Block him! Ji Chang shouted to Baiyun Daoist and the others.
However, faced with the nearly cornered County Magistrate Qin, Baiyun Daoist and Wunyan monk hesitated, instinctively attempting to give way. Among them, the most earnest was Morong Qingqing, who, upon hearing Ji Chang's command to obstruct Qin, immediately brandished her sword to intercept him. Yet, she was swiftly sent flying by a single strike from Qin, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. This left Baiyun Daoist and Wunyan monk even more frightened, paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, Qingqing's brief delay allowed Ji Chang to close the distance once more. Boom! Qin's internal energy surged as he once again unleashed a palm strike at the oncoming Ji Chang. However, the result was the same. He was once again sent flying. In midair, Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, a dark mist enveloped him as the mountain demon reappeared behind him, its elongated arms reaching out to ensnare his body. In a state of panic, Qin unleashed a frenzied burst of internal energy and blood vitality, momentarily breaking free from the mountain demon's grasp. Yet, just as he prepared to evade, he was seized by the demon's grip around his ankle. The mountain demon then hurled County Magistrate Qin towards the ground with unrelenting force.
Chapter 68 The Resolution of Magistrate Qin. Boom, boom, boom. The sheer brutality of the mountain demon left both the White Cloud Daoist and Master Wunyan with their hearts racing. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, intent on vanquishing this savage creature. Now, it seemed fortuitous that they had not confronted it directly, otherwise, their fate would likely have been no better than that of the unfortunate Magistrate Qin. This moment, Magistrate Qin was utterly dazed from the ferocity of the fall. Even as a martial artist of both internal and external cultivation, he could scarcely endure such a brutal impact. After a brief struggle, he gritted his teeth against the pain and forcefully kicked at the mountain demon with his remaining leg. Boom! The demon was sent flying. With a swift roll, Magistrate Qin landed half-kneeling on the ground, his head already soaked in blood. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Ji Chang charged at him again, hooves raised high, ready to stomp down on the kneeling magistrate. Ignoring his exhaustion, Qin hastily lifted his remaining arm to block Ji Chang's powerful hooves. However, the injured magistrate was no match for the demon in its porcine form, and he felt himself being forced down. Meanwhile, Ji Chang opened its maw wide, gathering a surge of dark energy, which it aimed directly at Qin's face. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Magistrate Qin collapsed helplessly to the ground. At the same time, Ji Chang received a notification. You have slain a true Qi realm martial artist. Rewards 150 days of cultivation experience. You have obtained the experience card for the true Qi realm martial artist, version of Magistrate Qin, possessing all of his abilities for 10 minutes. After eliminating Magistrate Qin, Ji Chang dispersed its divine powers and transformed back into human form. The only unfortunate aspect was that in its previous pig form, its clothing had been shredded, leaving it now completely unclothed. Fat girl, fetch me some new clothes from the bundle, Ji Chang called out to Fat girl. Fat girl's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, yet she hastily retrieved a garment from the bundle and handed it to Ji Chang. Once Ji Chang donned the clothing, it surveyed the scene. The circle of corpses presented excellent materials for crafting corpse puppets, which would soon be refined. Black Sand Daoist, are you a demon or a human? At that moment, Lu Changgui, the head of the Lu family, trembled as he inched forward to inquire. This question is of no consequence.
Ji Chang replied with a smile, shaking his head.
Yes, yes, yes.
Lu Changui nodded frantically, retreating obediently to the side, too frightened to press further. All who had witnessed the battle in the front courtyard were now unable to leave. Ji Chang addressed the surviving individuals. Until I have full control of the situation, no one is permitted to depart.
After stating this, Ji Chang turned to the mountain demon. Can you shed your fur and reduce your size a bit? I can help you transform into a magistrate.
I can shrink a little, but I cannot shed my fur, the mountain demon replied with a shake of its head. Then please reduce your size and shorten your arms. Your form should resemble that of the one we just defeated, Ji Chang instructed, nodding in agreement.
Very well.
The mountain demon glanced at the deceased magistrate Qin and nodded, subsequently diminishing its size somewhat. Ji Chang casually picked up a knife from the ground and approached the mountain demon. Don't worry, I'm merely giving you a trim, Ji Chang reassured it, aware of the creature's potential anxiety. Remarkably, the mountain demon exhibited considerable composure, showing no signs of distress as it nodded and gestured for Ji Chang to proceed. Naturally, Ji Chang was indeed trimming its fur. However, while Ji Chang and the mountain demon remained calm, the White Cloud Taoist and Lu Changui were anything but. What was Ji Chang planning? They had overheard his intentions without any attempt at concealment, and the fact that he forbade their departure led them to ponder whether he intended to eliminate witnesses, disregarding their knowledge of the events. After a moment's hesitation, the White Cloud Taoist could no longer suppress his unease and approached, inquiring, Black Sand Taoist, it seems there is nothing further for us here, may we take our leave? Oh, White Cloud Taoist, there is no need to be in such a hurry. Please wait a moment, Ji Chang replied, not even glancing at him as he focused on trimming the mountain demon's fur. You may leave, but only after consuming a spirit bloodworm.
Ji Chang's casual remark rendered the White Cloud Taoist's face ashen, clearly believing Ji Chang intended to silence them. Anxiously, he moved closer to Master Wu Yan and exchanged a glance. At this point, they could no longer concern themselves with the discord between Buddhism and Taoism. Survival took precedence. Both seasoned veterans of the martial world, they understood the gravity of the situation. A mere glance from the White Cloud Taoist conveyed their mutual understanding. However, devising a plan for survival posed a significant challenge. Ji Chang and the mountain demon were not only powerful but also far swifter than they, leaving them with no hope of escape. The White Cloud Taoist subtly signaled to Master Wu Yan, who quietly approached him. I perceive that Black Sand Taoist has no intention of allowing us to leave, the White Cloud Taoist whispered. I share your sentiment. Black Sand Taoist does not strike me as a benevolent figure, and given that we are aware of his plans, he is unlikely to let us depart, Master Wu Yan replied, harboring a deep resentment towards Ji Chang. I have observed that the corpses surrounding us appear to be under Black Sand Taoist's control. Escaping would be challenging, however, I have noticed that while he is formidable, his human form is rather fragile. If we can get close enough, we might deliver a lethal blow, Master Wu Yan suggested, his voice laced with murderous intent. Yet, the White Cloud Taoist hesitated, clinging to a faint hope that Ji Chang might spare them, coupled with a lack of confidence in his own abilities. No more hesitation, Master Wu Yan urged. Very well, I possess a secret technique that can confuse his perception. Let us strike together, the White Cloud Taoist conceded, but added solemnly, if we are to act, we must ensure it is a decisive blow, we have but one chance. Having traversed the martial world for many years, they were no strangers to bloodshed, and when pressed, they were each capable of ruthless action. Agreed. When the time comes, we shall unleash our full power for a singular, fatal strike, Master Wu Yan affirmed. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke erupted beside the White Cloud Taoist, and both he and Master Wu Yan dashed towards different exits, one towards the main gate of the Lu residence, the other towards the rear courtyard. Stop them! Ji Chang commanded the corpses on either side. However, at that moment, Ji Chang sensed a disturbance to his side and immediately sprang up, taking cover behind the mountain demon. Just then, the genuine White Cloud Taoist and Master Wu Yan appeared before Ji Chang, both launching full-force attacks. With Ji Chang behind the mountain demon, the two assailants found themselves facing the formidable creature. The mountain demon, taken aback by the sudden assault, let out a furious roar and extended its arms to block their strikes. Realizing their ambush had failed, the two quickly retreated in opposite directions. Truly seeking death. Ji Chang scoffed coldly and promptly commanded the corpses near the White Cloud Taoist to intercept the real White Cloud Taoist. He then turned to the mountain demon, instructing, seize that monk. Without further ado, the mountain demon transformed into a swirl of black mist and sped toward the fleeing Master Wu Yan. Meanwhile, the controlled corpses surrounding the White Cloud Taoist sprang into action to obstruct his escape. Boom, boom, the duo, who had performed inadequately in their previous confrontation, unleashed surprisingly high levels of power in their flight.
Particularly on the side of the true White Cloud Taoist, the 3 corpses of martial officers nearly failed to restrain him. Unfortunately, his injuries hampered his endurance in high-intensity combat, and with additional corpses joining the fray, they managed to capture the White Cloud Taoist. On the other side, Master Wu Nian was also apprehended by the mountain demon. Once captured, the White Cloud Taoist resorted to emotional appeals, weeping and pleading, "Black Sand Taoist, we are both practitioners of the Tao. Spare my life." Chapter 69, Bestowed Creation. Why are you weeping, Taoist Baiyun? This is a plight of your own making. Rest assured, once I have dealt with you, I shall grant you a transformation, rendering you as if you had never perished, Ji Chang remarked with a smile. You cannot kill me. I was once a disciple of the Zixia Dao Palace. If you take my life, the Zixia Dao Palace will undoubtedly seek retribution upon discovering this, the Taoist Baiyun exclaimed, struggling frantically. Boom! Ji Chang struck Baiyun's head with a soul-turning seal. The Zixia Dao Palace. Ji Chang was aware that it was a bastion of Taoism, a formidable entity indeed, but so what, who would know? Even if they did, it was the Black Sand Taoist who acted. What concern was it of me, the scholar Ji Chang? As the blow landed, Baiyun fell utterly silent. Before Ji Chang appeared a notification panel. You have slain a refinement and transformation practitioner. Reward 95 days of Tao cultivation. You have slain a refinement and transformation practitioner. Reward Chaoyang Qi gathering method, a technique for practitioners of refinement and transformation, allowing one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and the spiritual energy of the morning sun before dawn. Spare my life. Spare my life, Grandfather Haisha, please. I have hidden away several hundred taels of gold elsewhere. If you spare me, I will take you to retrieve it. Upon witnessing Baiyun's demise, the monk Wu Nian was thoroughly shaken. Several hundred taels of gold? Ji Chang shook his head, unmoved. With the entirety of the Zhou family's treasury at his disposal, he found no value in such a paltry sum. You should just perish. Ji Chang declared, delivering a soul-turning seal to the bald head of Wu Nian. Boom! With a resounding crash, another notification panel appeared before Ji Chang. You have slain a Qi transformation warrior. Reward 85 days of Tao cultivation. You have slain a Qi transformation warrior. Reward enlightened Buddhist beads, blessed by a high monk, possessing the power to ward off evil and avert misfortune. This Wu Nian monk truly lacked any substantial backing. He was merely a warrior. After dispatching both Baiyun and Wu Nian, Ji Chang proceeded to shave the fur off the mountain demon. After several minutes, once the demon was shorn, Ji Chang instructed the plump girl to bring forth a sheet of white paper. What followed was a miraculous transformation, as the paper morphed under Ji Chang's deft manipulation into a human visage. Next, Ji Chang placed this mask upon the mountain demon's face, and after some adjustments, the once grotesque creature now bore the likeness of the county magistrate Qin. Ji Chang then stripped the magistrate of his garments and tossed them to the mountain demon, saying, "Try these on." The mountain demon eagerly donned the attire. Standing before the onlookers, everyone was astounded. What a seamless disguise it was, utterly indistinguishable. Remember to hold your back straight while walking, Ji Chang reminded. Though the mountain demon and magistrate Qin appeared identical, their essences differed slightly. However, this was inconsequential. Ji Chang had a plan. If he could ensure that these subordinates were loyal, any minor discrepancies would go unnoticed. The time had come to commence the corpse refining process. With so many bodies at his disposal, it would take several hours to complete the task. Thus, Ji Chang commanded the spirit blood insects to temporarily control the corpses, gathering everyone from the Lu residence into the front courtyard while sealing all exits. No one was to escape the Lu residence this night. Once everyone was assembled in the courtyard, the mountain demon immediately spotted Lu's daughter. Excitedly, he approached Lu Changue and, with a loud exhale, produced several large chests filled with gold and jewels. This is the betrothal gift you requested. I have gathered it all. Tonight, I shall wed her. Father-in-law, quickly arrange the wedding for me. Very well. Lu Changue hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. The creature had fulfilled his conditions and even brought gifts. Refusing could provoke the demon's wrath, endangering the lives of everyone present. With the uncertain nature of the Black Sand fellow, it was wiser to exchange a daughter for the safety of the family. Thus, Lu Changue resolved to arrange the wedding for the mountain demon. Moreover, the demon bore such a remarkable resemblance to the county magistrate that if he truly became magistrate, his daughter would be the magistrate's wife, and he would be the father-in-law of the magistrate, a rather advantageous arrangement. Before long, under Lu Changue's auspices, a simple wedding ceremony unfolded in the front courtyard, with the mountain demon filled with exuberance. Ji Chang observed the scene with amusement, finding it rather comical that the mountain demon had earnestly prepared a betrothal gift when he could have simply taken what he desired. Ji Chang directed the spirit blood insects to station half of the corpses around the courtyard, ensuring no one could leave, while the remaining corpses followed him to a corner of the courtyard, ready to commence the corpse refinement. First, he focused on the body of Magistrate Qin, placing high hopes upon it. This individual had cultivated both internal and external arts, with a martial prowess surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Ji Chang began inscribing the formation. Once complete, he guided Qin's corpse into the center of the formation, positioning it in a meditative posture before retracting all spirit blood insects. Having completed these preparations, Ji Chang infused Qin energy into the formation's core, rapidly forming a spectral black furnace that enveloped and refined Qin's body. Throughout the refining process, Ji Chang added the acquired bloodstones and the withered water branch into the mix. He then meticulously controlled the heat, knowing that with such valuable ingredients, he had to yield a superior corpse puppet. After an hour, a notification panel materialized before Ji Chang. Corpse refining complete. You have obtained 1 withered water martial Dao corpse puppet. Withered water martial Dao corpse puppet. Unnamed blood, 1200 soul. 1000 talents, 1. Copper skin iron bones, 2. Soul absorption, capable of serving as a vessel for spiritual entities or spectral beings. When inhabited, it enhances their spiritual strength. 3. Blood like a dragon. Upon activation, blood converts to Qin blood. 4. Intelligence akin to a normal human. Skills 1. Martial technique, blood dragon fist. 2. Martial technique, sunflower water force. 3. Sorcery, withered tree hands, can transform into withered branches, capable of striking both spirits and corporeal entities, with a 15-fold increase in power against spirits. Upon successfully refining Magistrate Qin, Ji Chang surveyed the details of his creation with great satisfaction.
Henceforth, you shall be named Qin Ku, Ji Chang declared, bestowing a name upon his creation. Yes, Qin Ku acknowledges the master. Qin Ku knelt respectfully before Ji Chang.
Chapter 70. The corpse refinement. Arise and keep watch over these individuals, do not allow them to escape. Ji Chang instructed with a satisfied nod. After being refined by him, Qin Ku had become even more formidable than before, capable of merging with a spirit entity to enhance his strength, making him Ji Chang's most successful creation thus far.
Yes. Qin Ku promptly nodded and descended.
Meanwhile, amidst the bustling activity of the Lu family, the wedding between the Mountain Demon and the Lu family's daughter was successfully concluded. The Mountain Demon was now eagerly anticipating the consummation of his marriage. As he whisked the Lu daughter into the backyard, a new tale of wonder suddenly emerged in Ji Chang's mind. Tale of wonder. It is said that offspring born of a union between humans and demons are not tolerated by heaven and earth. Although they may possess some extraordinary abilities, most perish in their infancy. Please verify the truth of this rumor. Verification difficulty 2 stars. Danger level 2 stars. Verification result, truth or falsehood. Evidence sufficiency 0, sufficient evidence must exceed 60 for a definitive conclusion. Verification reward
1 cultivation level for 2 years, 2 mystical abilities, transforming land into inches. Ji Chang perused the tale of wonder with curiosity. What might the progeny of a demon and a human resemble? Would they be human or mountain demon? Logically speaking, humans are merely a variant of monkeys, and even ghosts can father children. Surely, humans and demons are capable of procreation as well. However, at this moment, there was no immediate way to verify the truth, so he resolved to return to Shonan County in a year to seek answers. At that moment, Lu Changgui, the head of the Lu family, approached Ji Chang cautiously and inquired, Master Haisha, it appears there are no further matters here. May I allow my family members to return? Consume this, and rest assured, it will not claim your life, Ji Chang replied, producing a bloodthirsty worm and offering it to Lu Changgui. This. Lu Changgui gazed at the dark, wriggling creature in Ji Chang's palm, his complexion paling instantly. Raising his gaze to meet Ji Chang's eyes, which betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill, Lu Changgui shuddered, understanding that consuming the worm was his only chance for survival given the secrets he had uncovered. Merely preserving his life was already a fortunate outcome. In the end, gritting his teeth, Lu Changgui seized the worm from Ji Chang's hand, closed his eyes, and, suppressing his nausea, swallowed it whole. Excellent, Ji Chang remarked with approval, then continued, now, tuck your hands into your sleeves. Lu Changgui, perplexed by Ji Chang's command, complied and gathered his hands into his wide sleeves. With a flick of his own sleeves, Ji Chang summoned hundreds of worms to appear upon Lu Changgui's garments. Feed these to all the living members of your Lu family. Once consumed, you may return. Ji Chang declared with a smile. Yes. Lu Changgui trembled as he clutched a bundle of worms and approached the other Lu family members. Upon seeing the grotesque creatures, the family members screamed in terror, some even attempting to flee. Silence. Lu Changgui bellowed, attempting to regain control over the chaotic scene. Old Lu. He called out to the steward, who hurried over. The steward, having witnessed the events unfold, understood the dire consequences of refusing to consume the worms. After all, Ji Chang had commanded that they be fed to all the living. Before the assembled crowd, the steward, trembling, extracted a worm from the bundle and consumed it in their presence. Afterward, Lu Changgui,
with a darkened expression, warned, "Anyone who dares to run amok, scream, or refuse to eat this worm will face the family's disciplinary measures." At this, the Lu family members fell silent. The steward then began distributing worms, even to those guards who had initially been knocked down by the short-legged blood tiger but were still alive. Watching this scene from a distance, Ji Chang turned to Qin Ku and inquired, "Do you believe any among them might attempt to outsmart us and refuse to eat these worms?"
"My lord, I cannot say.
"Should anyone refuse, I shall take their life in your stead," Qin Ku replied, shaking his head. "I suspect there will be some who will not comply." Ji Chang chuckled, then turned back to resume the refinement of the short-legged blood tiger's corpse. As time passed, Lu Changgui had distributed all the worms, yet seeing Ji Chang preoccupied with other tasks, he dared not approach and could only wait in silence. Nearly an hour later, Ji Chang completed the refinement of the short-legged blood tiger's corpse. With the process concluded, you have acquired a bloodthirsty corpse puppet. 1 bloodthirsty corpse puppet, unnamed, blood, 800 talents, 1. Copper skin and iron bones, 2. Bloodthirsty during combat, absorbs blood to temporarily enhance strength. The more blood absorbed, and the higher its quality, the greater the enhancement. A single absorption exceeding 500 points permanently increases blood attributes by 50 points, with a maximum of 2000 points. Skills 1. Martial technique Blood Dragon Fist, 2. Martial technique Blood Butchery across miles. Upon examining the attributes of the short-legged blood tiger, Ji Chang felt a surge of exhilaration. The bloodthirsty attribute of this puppet was indeed impressive, although, in overall capability, the bloodthirsty corpse puppet fell short of Qin Ku and lacked human-like intelligence. Its bloodthirsty growth ability was akin to divine prowess.
"Henceforth, you shall be named Blood Tiger," Ji Chang declared, bestowing a resounding title upon his latest creation.
As night fully enveloped the sky, Ji Chang turned to Fat Girl and instructed, "Fat Girl, go to the Lu residence and fetch some torches to light up."
"Yes." Fat Girl promptly took Dehei and dashed toward the Lu family's backyard.
Before long, she returned with several torches, illuminating the front courtyard of the Lu residence. Once the torches were lit, Ji Chang addressed the Lu family members, extending his hand and stating, "Those of you who have not consumed the worms, step forward and allow Qin Ku to escort you on your journey." He pointed to 3 individuals in succession. The moment Ji Chang indicated them, their faces turned ashen. Qin Ku vanished from his position, swiftly closing in on the 3. Lu Changgui, resigned, shut his eyes.
"Ah, ah, ah."
3 blood-curdling screams echoed as the 3 Lu family members who had refused to consume the worms met their demise at Qin Ku's hands. The remaining Lu family members, having ingested the worms, felt the tension ease. Ji Chang addressed them, "You may now return to your chambers. What transpired today must remain unspoken, understood?" Without waiting for their response, he turned to Lu Changgui and instructed, "Let your family members return home."
"Understood."
Lu Changgui breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Ji Chang had refrained from further violence.
He began to settle the shaken family members back to the rear courtyard.
"And this one," Ji Chang gestured toward the unconscious Morong Qingqing, "you should find a room to accommodate her as well." Ji Chang had spared Morong Qingqing after gifting her a spirit bloodworm, recognizing her contributions in thwarting Qin Xianling earlier.
"Yes, yes, yes."
Lu Changgui immediately complied, lifting Morong Qingqing onto his back and heading toward the backyard. Chapter 71 The Power of Ji Chang. Once all the living had departed, only the deceased remained, marking the commencement of Ji Chang's full immersion into the art of corpse refinement. The living members of the Lu household had already established safeguards, leaving Ji Chang unconcerned about any untoward actions they might undertake. Meanwhile, the mountain demon was still engrossed in affectionate moments with his wife. Given the demon's vigor, it was likely that he would be preoccupied for the better part of the night, thus sparing Ji Chang any interruptions. Having summoned his guardians Fat Girl, Dehei, Qin Ku, and Blood Tiger to protect his surroundings, Ji Chang devoted himself entirely to the monumental task of refining corpses. As the night wore on and eventually gave way to dawn, Ji Chang labored until the early hours of the next morning, finally achieving the complete transformation of all the corpses into 12 new puppets. Among these, there were 6 martial officer captains, the monk Wunyan, the Taoist Baiyun, several Lu household guards slain by the diminutive Blood Tiger, and 3 members of the Lu family he had dispatched himself, all now transformed into obedient corpses. Ji Chang intended for the 6 martial officer captains to remain in Shonan County to assist the mountain demon in solidifying his position as county magistrate, while also keeping a watchful eye on him. The 3 Lu family corpses would serve as idle pieces in the Lu estate. As for the puppets crafted from Qin Ku, Blood Tiger, Wunyan, and Baiyun, Ji Chang planned to take them along on his journey, as they bore no discernible differences from ordinary humans, thereby ensuring his safety. "You shall be named Baiyun, and you shall be Wunyan," Ji Chang proclaimed, bestowing resonant names upon the puppets of Baiyun and Wunyan. With dawn now breaking, Ji Chang decided against resting, With over 30 years of cultivation under his belt, a day or two without sleep posed no significant issue. With time on his hands, Ji Chang turned his attention to his status panel. Name a Ji Chang occupation, the sole expositor of anomalies realm mortal realm cultivation 31, 100 lifespan 20, 100 blood 720, 720 soul 1, 240, 1240 supernatural abilities soul reversal seal, yin yang eye, water divination, spatial manipulation, corpse refinement techniques. Insect control, beast creation, skin painting, possession, corpse refinement, ghost nurturing, ghost control, color weaving experience 15, 500, experience can be utilized for task issuance upon the arrival of players, it cannot be directly accessed.
The higher one's status and cultivation level, the more experience can be allocated.
The data panel exhibited considerable changes. Through recent research and his previous life's experiences, Ji Chang had come to grasp the significance of the various metrics displayed. Lifespan was self-explanatory, although unchanged at present, it was anticipated to shift upon a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. The blood and soul metrics reflected an individual's foundational strength. For martial artists, the lower three realms corresponded to the spiritual entities among demons, the lesser ghosts among specters, and the refining essence practitioners among cultivators. Typically, both blood and soul attributes for these beings remained below 1000. For external martial artists, surpassing the intermediate realm usually led to blood attributes exceeding 1000. Once ghosts evolved into malevolent spirits, their soul attributes generally surpassed this threshold as well. Similarly, demons, upon becoming refined, would also possess at least one attribute above 1000. However, exceptions existed, such as internal martial artists, whose dual attributes could remain below 1000 even after breaking through to the true Qi realm, as their strength relied on internal energy rather than these fundamental attributes. Thus, these metrics merely represented fundamental attributes and were not absolute indicators of strength. The individual's power system, along with the mastery of supernatural abilities and martial techniques, served as significant influencing factors. In terms of realm classification, the lower three realms of martial artists aligned with the spiritual entities among demons, the lesser ghosts among specters, and the refining essence practitioners among cultivators. The true Qi and blood transformation realms of martial artists corresponded to refined demons, malevolent spirits among specters, and the refining Qi to divine realms among cultivators. The inner Dan and blood Dan realms of martial artists matched the major demons, vengeful spirits among specters, and the refining spirit to virtual realms among cultivators. However, based on Ji Chang's experiences from his previous life, the combat capabilities within each tier varied significantly. In the initial tier, specters were the most formidable, while cultivators were relatively weaker, and martial artists and demons occupied a balanced middle ground. Yet, as tiers advanced, cultivators gradually ascended to become the strongest in their respective tiers, while martial artists would become the weakest. A significant flaw for martial artists was their considerably lower upper limit for advancement compared to other systems. Inter-system interactions also exhibited mutual constraints. For instance, in the first two tiers, lower three-realm martial artists possessed limited means to inflict soul damage, rendering them nearly powerless against incorporeal specters. In summary, Ji Chang, with over 30 years of cultivation, found himself positioned within the second tier, largely unaffected by the constraints of other systems. Furthermore, due to his mastery of numerous potent supernatural abilities, his true capabilities far exceeded the expectations of this tier. For instance, should Ji Chang refine a dozen or 20 puppets with foundational attributes exceeding 1000, and then utilize his ghost control techniques to command several malevolent spirits, even formidable martial masters of the Blood Dan realm would find themselves challenged. Having been in this world for merely a month, Ji Chang felt immense satisfaction with his current level of strength. Though classified within the second tier, he would be regarded as a master wherever he roamed. In a world where 70% of the populace consisted of ordinary individuals, with 25% residing in the first tier, achieving the second tier placed him above 95% of the population. After reviewing his status panel, Ji Chang turned to Fat Girl, who had remained by his side. He beckoned her closer. The girl, having stayed awake all night, met his gaze.
"Are you not weary?" Ji Chang inquired with a smile. "Not at all." Fat Girl stubbornly shook her head. "Are you afraid of me?" Ji Chang asked, observing her closely. This journey had revealed another facet of Ji Chang to Fat Girl, and he worried she might be overwhelmed. "Not afraid." Fat Girl resolutely shook her head and earnestly declared, "My current happy life is all thanks to you, young master. Without you, I would still be in the village, enduring the torment of others. Following you has transformed me into a true person. I can eat well, dress well, and even learn to read and acquire skills. I fear nothing as long as I am with you, young master." Ji Chang offered no further words, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in appreciation. As daylight fully illuminated the surroundings, the newly appointed county magistrate Shanshao emerged into the front courtyard.
After the wedding, Shanxiao seemed to have undergone a significant transformation, displaying a newfound elegance and increasingly resembling the true county magistrate Qin.
Brother!
Shanxiao exclaimed with a beaming smile as he approached Ji Chang. It was Ji Chang who had bestowed upon him humanity, and for this, Shanxiao felt profound gratitude. Moreover, Ji Chang's formidable strength served to bolster Shanxiao's respect for him as a demon. Chapter 72 A Special Preferences. As daylight broke, Ji Chang turned to the mountain demon emerging from the shadows and said, "Let us tidy ourselves up and proceed to the county office." The mountain demon hesitated, looking at Ji Chang, and replied, "I have never served as a magistrate among humans, and I am uncertain how to proceed."
"Fear not, I shall assist you.
You need only provide direction on significant matters concerning the county. The minor affairs can be entrusted to the subordinates," Ji Chang replied, gesturing towards the 6 formidable corpses, now animated as puppets, left in his care.
"Very well." With that reassurance, the mountain demon nodded with newfound confidence. "Let us go and inspect the county office of Shonan." Ji Chang beckoned the mountain demon to follow. "Certainly."
The mountain demon acknowledged.
"Fat girl, you and Dehei should remain at Lu's residence to rest."
Yu Haven Tea slept all night, Ji Chang instructed the chubby girl, who had intended to accompany them.
"Yes, young master."
Fat girl obediently nodded, feeling the weight of fatigue. As they were about to exit Lu's residence, the mountain demon leaned closer to Ji Chang and whispered, "Brother Pig Demon, you are truly remarkable. Not only can you transform into a human, but you can also facilitate my transformation. You must surely be of the great demon lineage." Ji Chang paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, "Indeed. In the world outside, one's identity is self-constructed." He intended to observe the mountain demon's true intentions. Upon hearing Ji Chang's confirmation of his noble descent, the mountain demon's expression shifted to one of greater reverence. He murmured, "To be honest, Brother Pig Demon, my current abilities are merely a stroke of fortune. I lack any substantial background. Would you allow me to accompany you?" Taken aback by the mountain demon's words, Ji Chang regarded him with surprise, realizing that the mountain demon sought to pledge allegiance to him. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Chang nodded in agreement. "You may, but you must remain as the magistrate of Shonan should any insurmountable issues arise. Seek me out in Dave village of Qingshi County."
"Thank you, brother,"
the mountain demon exclaimed, ecstatic at Ji Chang's acquiescence, his excitement evident in his animated gestures. Thus, Ji Chang, accompanied by the mountain demon and the 6 reanimated puppets, made their way to the county office, ready to assume control of its affairs. The transition was rather straightforward. Previously, the former magistrate Qin had exploited his power for personal gain, establishing an autocratic rule. With the entire upper echelons of the county now replaced by Ji Chang's appointed personnel, no one dared question the mountain demon's decisions. Even those who sensed a shift in authority remained silent, for the former magistrate Qin had already dealt with any dissenters, thereby facilitating Ji Chang's seamless takeover of the county office. Upon assuming control, Ji Chang first guided the mountain demon to the county treasury. Inside, they discovered a collection of antiquated weapons and some medicinal herbs, but the monetary reserves were meager, amounting to only a few hundred taels of silver. After surveying the contents, Ji Chang declared, "From this moment forward, all these items are under your jurisdiction."
"Excellent."
The mountain demon clapped his hands in delight. However, Ji Chang remained skeptical. He suspected that the former magistrate Qin, who kept a pet bloodthirsty tiger and engaged in numerous corrupt practices, could not possibly possess such limited wealth. His first thought was to investigate the magistrate's residence. Thus, Ji Chang arranged for a horse-drawn carriage, where he and the mountain demon boarded, seeking a knowledgeable guard to navigate them to magistrate Qin's estate.
Upon arrival, the grandeur of the residence was striking, rivaling that of the Zhou family in Qingshi County. "Master, you have returned." The guards at the entrance greeted the mountain demon with deference.
The mountain demon replied coolly, having been instructed by Ji Chang to maintain an air of aloofness. As they stepped into the courtyard of the Qin residence, a cacophony of screams and reprimands echoed through the air.
"Crack, ah, my lady, please spare me."
Upon entering, Ji Chang and the mountain demon witnessed a strikingly beautiful male servant, clad in an opulent gown, wielding a whip against another flamboyantly adorned male servant, while a dozen effeminate male attendants stood trembling nearby. This scene left Ji Chang momentarily flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? The beautiful servant, upon noticing the mountain demon, instantly altered his demeanor, casting aside the whip and rushing towards him with an air of feigned innocence.
"Master, you have returned," he exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "You must intercede on my behalf." Meanwhile, the whipped servant continued to wail in despair.
The beautiful servant, rushing to the mountain demon, attempted to throw himself into his arms, but the mountain demon, his fists clenched, was acutely aware of the distinction between male and female. Seeing the mountain demon on the verge of violence, Ji Chang swiftly intervened, grasping his arm of the beautiful servant. Noticing Ji Chang's action, cast a wary glance in his direction. However, the ongoing lamentations of the other servant momentarily distracted him, allowing him to plead, "Master, you do not know. This wretch has been flirting with other men while you were away, and I caught him in the act." Ji Chang marveled at the unfolding drama. He had not anticipated that the formidable magistrate Qin had such peculiar tastes, and the household resembled a simplified version of a palace intrigue. Once the beautiful servant finished his tale, Ji Chang gently pulled the mountain demon back a few steps and whispered a few words. When they turned back, the beautiful servant regarded Ji Chang with palpable resentment, perceiving him as a rival vying for the mountain demon's affection. All the residents of the estate gathered in the courtyard, including the guards. "All of you, those who have not sold yourselves, leave the Qin residence at once. Those who have, step forward," the mountain demon bellowed, his voice resonating through the air. As he spoke, he turned to the outside, calling out loudly at the guard who had driven the carriage, still lingering outside, rushed into the Qin residence upon hearing the summons of his lord.
Chapter 73 Bonetown. My lord, did you summon me?
The military officer cautiously surveyed his surroundings as he entered.
Assist me with a task. The mountain spirit spoke to the officer, echoing the words taught to him by Ji Chang.
He then turned his gaze back to the individuals before him and declared, "Those who have sold themselves, let this fellow sell you off elsewhere from this day forth. I have no interest in men.
All of you, be gone."
"You, ensure that these people are all removed," he instructed the military officer.
"Ah?"
The officer stood momentarily stunned.
"What do you mean, ah? Did you not comprehend? From this day on, I have no desire for men, but rather for women."
"Get rid of these ruffians," the mountain spirit exclaimed loudly.
Yes, I understand." The officer hastened to respond, sensing the urgency in his county magistrate's voice. "My lord, have I committed some transgression? Please, do not expel us."
The crowd erupted in wails upon hearing the mountain spirit's proclamation. The most exquisite of the male courtesans even lunged forward, attempting to embrace him. Smack!
Ah!
The beautiful courtesan was swiftly struck down by the mountain spirit, one side of their face swelling from the blow. "Why are you not clearing them out quickly?" the mountain spirit glared at the officer by the door.
Yes, I shall do so at once."
The officer, with great reluctance, began to address the situation, while Ji Chang and the mountain spirit made their way to the backyard.
Upon reaching the backyard, Ji Chang finally felt a sense of tranquility.
"I forgot to leave someone behind to inquire where County Magistrate Qin typically hides his wealth."
Ji Chang suddenly slapped his forehead.
There's no need to seek them out, brother. With my nose, I can detect wealth within a radius of several kilometers," the mountain spirit proudly pointed to his nose.
"Oh, then why not find it?" Ji Chang encouraged him to give it a try.
The mountain spirit twitched his nose twice before striding toward a particular room. Upon entering, he approached a wall and sniffed vigorously, then confidently pointed at the wall. "Brother, the treasure lies behind this wall.
Watch me break it down." With that, the mountain spirit prepared to forcefully breach the wall. However, Ji Chang halted him, saying, "There's no need for such trouble. There must be a mechanism in this room. Let's search for it." After a brief search, Ji Chang soon discovered the switch, which was cleverly concealed within a vase. He twisted the vase, and in an instant, the wall began to shift, revealing a hidden chamber filled with the aura of gold and silver treasures. The mountain spirit hurried inside, with Ji Chang following closely behind. Upon entering the chamber, Ji Chang was left astounded. County Magistrate Qin was extraordinarily wealthy. The riches within this room rivaled those of the Zhou family. Yet, the Zhou family had accumulated their wealth over generations, while this magistrate had only held his position for a few years, suggesting he had engaged in nefarious activities to amass such fortune. The mountain spirit, gazing at the trove of treasures, was nearly drooling. "I will take all the martial arts techniques, elixirs, and medicinal herbs, leaving the remaining gold and silver entirely to you," Ji Chang stated, looking at the still-dazed mountain spirit. "These herbs and elixirs can either be used for corpse refining or consumed directly. As for the gold and silver, carrying too much is impractical. A few dozen taels of gold and silver will suffice for our departure." Thank you, brother. From now on, your words will be my command. If you tell me to ascend the mountain, I shall not descend into the river, and if you instruct me to hunt birds, I shall not catch chickens." The mountain spirit was in complete awe of Ji Chang, having never encountered such wealth since gaining sentience. "Enough, let us return to the county office." Ji Chang waved his hand, amused.
After a few more days in Shannan County, Ji Chang instructed the mountain spirit on how to manage county affairs. Once the mountain spirit's matters were arranged, Ji Chang began to document the unusual events in his mind.
Unusual event.
In Shannan County, a mountain spirit seeks to marry the daughter of the local wealthy merchant Lu, while the county magistrate privately shelters a wanted criminal, intending to seize Lu's wealth and replace Qin as the magistrate, thereby managing county affairs. As Ji Chang completed the record of the unusual event, a few lines of text appeared below. Evidence sufficiency. 100. The unusual event is true, and evidence sufficiency must exceed 60 for successful recording.
Result: successful recording.
Rarity 3 stars. Rewards 1.5 years of cultivation. 2. Divine ability treading the wind and walking on clouds. After activating this ability, one can walk in the air. The activation process will continuously consume Yin power. The higher the flight altitude, the faster the speed, and the greater the consumption of Yin power. Use sparingly.
So it was a flight ability.
Ji Chang was exceedingly pleased with this reward, feeling his efforts to make the mountain spirit the magistrate of Shannan County were well worth it. With the affairs in Shannan County largely settled, it was time to continue his journey. Next, he would visit the locations where unusual events had occurred in his past life. On the 15th day of the 4th month in the reign of Emperor Ming, on the official road at the border of Shannan County, a horse-drawn carriage with 4 horses came to a halt. Ji Chang had once again assumed a new identity, presenting himself as a young gentleman from a respectable family, with Fat Girl as his attendant, Dehe as his pet, and Qin Ku and other corpse puppets as his bodyguards. Ji Chang and Fat Girl rode in the carriage, while Qin Ku drove, and the other 3 rode on horseback, with Dehe running alongside. The owner of the other horse had transformed into County Magistrate Qin, the mountain spirit.
Take care, brother.
The mountain spirit, atop his steed, mimicked human gestures and clasped his hands in a salute to Ji Chang. Ji Chang waved slightly and lowered the carriage curtain, then continued down the official road into the distance. After traveling for half a month, Ji Chang visited 2 locations from his past life where unusual events had occurred, but unfortunately, nothing had transpired. Now they had entered Shangyan Prefecture, and the caravan had journeyed to Wutong County within Shangyan Prefecture, a place known for a peculiar village called Bone Town. This was one of the locations where Ji Chang had witnessed unusual events in his previous life, a town plagued by the constant emergence of demons and monsters.
In his past life, this town was a favored spot for many to undertake missions. In the world of Black Liuzhai, due to the unique absence of human intervention, many missions disappeared after completion. However, this town was different. For reasons unknown, it continually attracted demons. The officials from the 3 divisions had also conducted investigations but failed to uncover the cause. After exterminating a batch of demons, new ones would reappear after a period, and even before Ji Chang's demise, no one had unraveled the mystery of this town. Chapter 74. Mr. Shijiao. Fortunately, these malevolent creatures seldom venture beyond this quaint town, which is why the local magistrate organizes a yearly expedition to eradicate the demons plaguing the villages. In his previous life, this village served as a favored training ground for numerous players, and even Ji Chang had come here to slay demons. As Ji Chang and his entourage arrived at the county seat of Wutong at noon, the streets were alive with bustling activity, filled with the sounds of vibrant conversation. Wutong County, due to its unique characteristics, boasted a significantly higher number of martial artists compared to other counties, and low-ranking warriors could be seen everywhere along the thoroughfare. Ji Chang guided his caravan to a tavern in Wutong County. No sooner had he halted the carriage than a sharp-eyed young attendant rushed over, beaming with an inviting smile, and asked, "Esteemed sir, would you prefer to dine or to stay the night?" "Dine. A private room, and serve the best dishes available." Given his guise as a scion of a prominent family, Ji Chang embraced the role of a young noble, tossing a silver coin nonchalantly. "Certainly, sir. Please, follow me." The young attendant, catching the coin, wore a grin that nearly overflowed with delight as he hurriedly ushered Ji Chang inside. Ascending to the 2nd floor of the tavern, Ji Chang found the space pleasantly arranged, with partitions between each table providing an atmosphere of cleanliness and tranquility. The speed with which the dishes were served was nothing short of remarkable, such as the privilege of wealth. Once the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, Ji Chang inquired, "Are there any significant events occurring in Wutong County lately?" "Significant events?" The young attendant paused, pondering for a moment before replying, "Indeed, there is a noteworthy occurrence. The annual demon extermination campaign is about to commence, which is quite a big deal for Wutong County. Moreover, I've heard that the people from Julishan will be assisting this time." "Julishan?" The name instantly piqued Ji Chang's interest. In his previous life, Julishan was famously notorious, particularly during the first phase of the game's public launch, which was marked by rampant demon incursions.
Jilishan was one of the key quests during this initial phase. This Jilishan garnered its reputation primarily through a figure known as Mr. Shijiao. According to Ji Chang's recollections, Mr. Shijiao was, in fact, a cunning fox spirit, and quite an eccentric one at that. His clan of foxes excelled in transformation and concealment but were woefully inept in combat, often preferring to engage in trade and exploration within the human realm. During one of their trading ventures, the allure of their wares caught the eye of the head of the Zhao family in the capital of Shenyang, who, coveting their treasures, orchestrated a massacre that left the entire fox clan annihilated, save for Mr. Shijiao, who miraculously escaped. What followed was even more intriguing. Years later, through unknown means, Mr. Shijiao ingratiated himself with the Zhao family, eventually persuading the head of the Zhao clan to liquidate their wealth and recruit mercenaries, leading them to become bandits in Jilishan. In the context of the game's narrative, Mr. Shijiao transformed Jilishan into a local powerhouse in a mere 2 to 3 years, elevating the Zhao family head to a position of unparalleled authority in Shenyang, even vanquishing the local magistrate. The Zhao family head was subsequently hailed as the King of Zhou by the mountain bandits of Jizhou, enjoying a moment of unrivaled prestige. However, as the saying goes, the tall trees attract the wind, and the great Yuhu dynasty still possessed a modicum of military strength, alongside a few capable generals. Thus, the court dispatched a general to quell the turmoil in Jilishan. It was at this juncture that players began undertaking quests, with the campaign against Jilishan triggering faction missions. Yet, it was evident to the astute that Jilishan could not withstand such pressure, prompting the majority of players, including Ji Chang, to align themselves with the government forces to vanquish Jilishan. At that time, the player army numbered in the millions, a formidable force. Ultimately, the king of Zhou was defeated and captured, his entire family subjected to a gruesome execution. It was then that the truth emerged. Mr. Shijiao was none other than the fox demon who had fled years prior, and all of this was merely a means of vengeance. From the current timeline, it appeared that Mr. Shijiao had just orchestrated the Zhao family's descent into banditry at Jilishan. At this point, Jilishan was merely gaining recognition, far from the terror it would become in his past experiences. This keen observation ignited Ji Chang's interest in documenting the extraordinary events unfolding. Surely, the actions of Mr. Shijiao would warrant a 4-star rating, and a generous reward at that. Ji Chang began to consider how he might involve himself in these developments. Yet, this matter would have to wait. After dining, Ji Chang resolved to escort Qin Ku and the others to Baigu Town for a reconnaissance. He preferred to navigate the challenges of Baigu Town based on his past experiences rather than join the county magistrate's organized forces. Soon, Ji Chang and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Baigu Town, where they found that a battle had already erupted. 3 young individuals, 2 men and a woman, armed with long swords, were fiercely engaged with a skeletal figure draped in tattered black cloth at the town's entrance. All 3 were inner strength practitioners at the nurturing chi stage, locked in a fierce struggle against the skeletal foe. Fat girl, you and Dehei stay here to watch the carriage. By Yun, Wunyan, you 2 remain as well, Ji Chang instructed Fat girl first. Understood, young master. Fat girl nodded. Ji Chang then turned to Qin Ku and Shuehu, saying, you 2, accompany me into the town. Yes. Qin Ku responded promptly. Ji Chang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Baigu Town, which he perceived as a veritable treasure trove. During the day, the town was plagued by tangible skeletal demons like the one at the entrance, while at night, incorporeal spirits would emerge. The physical entities could be used to craft corpse puppets, and the intangible ones could be captured to control ghosts, all while providing opportunities to enhance one's cultivation and unadulterated delight. Once we enter the town, if you encounter any demons, incapacitate them but do not kill them. I will handle that. Ji Chang instructed Qin Ku and Shuehu. Yes, master. Qin Ku replied affirmatively. At that moment, one of the 3 young warriors made a grave error, allowing the skeletal adversary to seize the opening and send him flying with a single blow. The other 2 soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Just as they were on the verge of collapse, a powerful force surged forth. Boom! The skeletal figure, which had once held the upper hand, was obliterated, leaving nothing but scattered bones in its wake. The assailant was none other than Ji Chang, who had happened upon the scene. You have slain the skeleton, earning a reward of 40 days of cultivation. You have slain the skeleton, earning a reward. A type of bone powder, which can be used for alchemy or artifact refinement. You 3 should head back. If you cannot even handle the skeleton at the town's entrance, you would only meet your demise inside, Ji Chang remarked coolly to the trio. With that, he strode purposefully into the town alongside Qin Ku and Shuehu. How incredibly powerful, the young woman among the trio murmured, gazing at the remnants of the obliterated skeleton. Indeed, he is so young yet exudes an aura reminiscent of my father, another young man exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 75 of the Demon-Toothed Rat. After traversing several dozen meters, Ji Chang suddenly halted and addressed Qin Ku. Please wrap the bones of the skeleton I shattered in its garments and bring them with you.
they will be of use to me later.
Yes, master. Shinku nodded, promptly sprinting back to secure the skeletal remains. The trio then continued their journey into the small town. As they progressed, they soon encountered a second skeleton, which was notably larger than the first.
Roar!
Upon spotting Ji Chang and his companions, this skeleton unleashed a furious roar and charged at them. This time, Ji Chang refrained from employing the soul-turning seal. Instead, he seized a bone from the leg of the previously vanquished skeleton and advanced toward the foe. With 36 years of cultivation under his belt, Ji Chang's combat prowess rivaled that of martial artists. Dark energy surged within him, coalescing around the bone before he swung it down towards the skeleton's skull. The creature attempted to evade the impending blow, but Ji Chang's speed far surpassed its own. The bone halted midair, swiftly shifting laterally to strike the skeleton's head. Boom! The skeleton's cranium was sent flying. Ji Chang hurled the bone, now imbued with dark energy, shattering the airborne skull. In his previous life, he had slain such skeletons, knowing full well that only by obliterating the skull could one ensure its permanent demise.
You have slain the skeleton, earning a reward. 50 days of cultivation.
You have slain the skeleton, earning a reward. A special type of bone powder, useful for alchemy or artifact refinement.
Collect the bones. After dispatching the skeleton, Ji Chang instructed Qin Ku.
Understood.
Qin Ku acknowledged, immediately setting about gathering the bones.
Once the skeleton was dealt with, Ji Chang turned back to glance at the carriage outside the town. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Qin Ku. Have Shui to take these items, and you should escort Fat Girl and the others to the inn where we dined earlier. Return with Bai Yun and Wu Nian afterward. And remember to bring back some water and provisions, as well as the pills and herbs we brought from Shannan County. We shall remain here in this small town for the next few days, without venturing out.
Yes, master.
Qin Ku complied, handing the bones to Shui before setting off. As Qin Ku exited the town, 3 young individuals who had been lingering at the entrance hurried forward, clasping their hands in greeting. Esteemed brother, are you the guardian of that gentleman from earlier? Qin Ku cast them a glance but said nothing as he continued toward the carriage.
Noticing his indifference, the trio attempted to follow and inquire further. Do not follow me.
Qin Ku turned, his tone icy. With that, he strode away, denying them the opportunity to pursue. Upon reaching the carriage, he relayed Ji Chang's instructions to Fat Girl before setting off into the distance. Feeling thwarted, the 3 youths exchanged disappointed glances. The girl sighed, perhaps we should return to the county town. It's a pity we don't even know that gentleman's name. Another youth sighed in agreement.
Shall we head back to the city?
Tomorrow, the people from Jiuli Mountain will arrive, and the magistrate of Wutong County should lead them into the town. Judging by the gentleman's demeanor, I doubt he will emerge today.
If we follow the magistrate into the town tomorrow, we might still encounter him. The second youth proposed the idea.
Indeed, let us return, the others concurred. Meanwhile, within the town, Ji Chang chose not to venture deeper, opting to wait for Qin Ku's return before proceeding further. After approximately 2 hours, Qin Ku finally returned. As dusk approached, Ji Chang glanced at the darkening sky and said, let us proceed inside.
Yes.
Qin Ku replied, having visited this place in a previous life, Ji Chang retained a faint recollection of some street layouts, yet he possessed no valuable insights regarding the locations of any monsters, as these were purged annually. The demons from 3 years prior bore no resemblance to those that currently roamed. This was an exceedingly antiquated town, its main thoroughfare paved with blue stones, surrounded by dilapidated, dark-hued dwellings, and the occasional decaying wooden stall. As the group cautiously advanced, a shadow suddenly darted from the darkness at the corner of the street. To an ordinary person, this figure moved swiftly, yet to Ji Chang and his companions, it was merely average.
Ji Chang unleashed a soul-turning seal. Bang! A muffled sound echoed through the air as a rat the size of a small child was struck down by Ji Chang's blow. You have slain the demon-toothed rat, earning a reward. 15 days of cultivation.
You have slain the demon-toothed rat, earning a reward of the complete height of the demon-toothed rat, purpose unknown.
After dispatching the rat, Ji Chang remained vigilant, sensing the presence of bloodthirsty gazes lurking in the nearby shadows.
As expected, crimson eyes emerged, revealing over 20 demon-toothed rats before Ji Chang. These rats varied in size, with the largest standing as tall as a person, while the smallest barely reached knee height. Squeak, the largest of the rats screeched, prompting the others to swarm toward Ji Chang in a frenzied attack.
Subdue them! Ji Chang commanded Qin Ku and the others.
Understood. Qin Ku replied, leading Shui and the others into battle. These demon-toothed rats possess strength ranging from the level of a flesh realm to that of an organs realm, making it exceedingly easy for the 4 of them to handle the 20-plus rats.
In less than half a stick of incense,
The rats lay defeated on the ground. There was no need for Ji Chang to intervene further. Now came the time for Ji Chang to reap the rewards. He picked up a bone from the skeleton and approached the largest demon-toothed rat, delivering a decisive strike. Bang! You have slain the leader of the demon-toothed rats, earning a reward 90 days of cultivation. You have slain the leader of the demon-toothed rats, earning a reward. A summon rat bell, a special bell that can summon various rats within a 20-mile radius. Next came the other demon-toothed rats. Bang! You have slain a demon-toothed rat, earning a reward of 50 days of cultivation. You have slain a demon-toothed rat, earning a reward. The complete height of the demon-toothed rat, purpose unknown. Bang! You have slain a demon-toothed rat, earning a reward 20 days of cultivation. You have slain a demon-toothed rat, earning a reward of the complete height of the demon-toothed rat, purpose unknown. Chapter 76. The nighttime town. After vanquishing all the rat fiends, Ji Chang successfully harvested nearly 2 years' worth of cultivation along with countless rat pelts. Rather than departing immediately, Ji Chang resolved to first conduct a corpse refining session. It was dusk, and darkness was swiftly approaching. This transitional period between day and night was the safest time, as corporeal demons lay hidden while incorporeal ones prepared to awaken. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to refine the bodies without disturbance. Shin Ku, gather all the rat and skeleton corpses before me and guard my surroundings. Ensure that nothing interrupts my work. Ji Chang instructed Shin Ku. Understood. Shin Ku replied, promptly beginning to pile the rats around Ji Chang. Once all the corpses of the rat fiends and the skeletal remains were amassed at Ji Chang's feet, Shin Ku, accompanied by the Blood Tiger trio, took their positions to protect him. Ji Chang planned to break from conventional corpse refining methods and attempt something substantial. He decided to place all the corpses into one furnace and see how it fared. If successful, it would yield a new method of corpse refinement. If not, it mattered little, for this town was abundant with materials for such endeavors. Without hesitation, Ji Chang began to channel his yin energy, inscribing a massive array upon the ground capable of enveloping all the corpses. However, the sheer size of this formation demanded a considerable amount of yin energy, which doubled the consumption. Fortunately, with nearly 40 years of cultivation under his belt, Ji Chang found his yin energy to be relatively ample. After establishing the furnace, he ignited the yin fire and commenced the refining process. He tossed in the bone powder and rat pelts he had acquired, aiming for a grand result. This refining session lasted nearly 2 hours, and the size of the furnace required an immense flame, placing considerable strain on Ji Chang. During the first hour, concerned about depleting his yin energy, Ji Chang kept the flame low. By the second hour, feeling his reserves were sufficient, he increased the intensity of the fire. The moment the corpse refinement concluded, Ji Chang's yin energy was entirely exhausted. Upon completion, he received Bone Rat King Corpse Puppet 1 Bone Rat King Corpse Puppet, unnamed, health 1800 abilities 1. Indestructible skeletal head that cannot shatter, body that cannot perish, and bones as hard as iron. 2. Growth by defeating skeletal or rat-type creatures, enhancing strength. 3. Intelligence akin to that of a normal adult. Skills 1. Bone Rat Summoning, can summon bone rats during combat, 1 for every 100 health points, with a maximum summonable count of 18. 2. Bone Spike, can conjure bone spikes from thin air to strike enemies. Pleased with the introduction of his newly crafted corpse puppet, Ji Chang reflected on the successful transformation of low-grade materials into a formidable combatant, deeming the effort worthwhile despite the high yin energy expenditure. From this day forth, you shall be named Bone King, Ji Chang declared, addressing the freshly minted Bone King. Yes, Bone King pays respects to the master. The skeletal Bone King knelt before Ji Chang in reverence. Enough, rise, Ji Chang gestured dismissively. With the Bone King now created, the night had fully descended, and any forthcoming encounters would likely involve incorporeal spirits. Thus, Ji Chang and Shin Ku represented the primary combat strength, as the others were insufficient to deal significant damage to ghostly entities. As the group prepared to venture further, Ji Chang suddenly sensed a chilling presence nearby. Yin Eye. Ji Chang promptly activated his Yin Yang Eye, infusing his right eye with Yin energy. As the ability took effect, he discerned a figure in the distance, a person holding their own head, slowly approaching them. The head in their grasp seemed to gaze intently at them. As if sensing Ji Chang's scrutiny, the ghostly figure instantaneously vanished, only to reappear much closer. Reversal Soul Seal. Ji Chang unleashed a light, airy palm strike. Despite the apparent terror of this entity, it was merely a minor ghost. With a full effort, a single reversal soul seal could easily dispatch it. However, Ji Chang intended to experiment with his ghost-controlling abilities instead of exterminating the spirit outright. Ah! The minor ghost was struck by Ji Chang's palm, its ethereal form becoming considerably more translucent as it emitted a wretched howl. Shin Ku, there's a minor ghost in my direction.
Bind it with a withered branch.
Ji Chang instructed quickly, pointing in the ghost's direction. Qin Ku extended his hand, transforming his fingers into withered branches that rapidly grew toward the minor ghost, ensnaring it. Subsequently, Ji Chang seized the opportunity to activate his ghost controlling technique. Almost instantaneously upon invoking the technique, Ji Chang felt a unique wave of energy pass through his mind, followed by the emergence of a prompt panel. You have successfully controlled the flying head ghost through the ghost controlling technique. Flying head ghost realm. Minor Ghost Soul 560 Skills 1. Flying Head Bite, 2. Soul Body Concealment. Having successfully dominated the minor ghost, Ji Chang gained a clearer understanding of his ghost controlling abilities. He then proceeded to merge the captured flying head ghost with Qin Ku. Qin Ku's second talent enabled him to fuse with ghostly beings, augmenting their spiritual strength and allowing for the conversion of vitality into Yin blood, significantly enhancing their effectiveness against spectral foes.
With the fusion complete, Ji Chang resolved to delve deeper into the town. As their current location was still on the outskirts, the further they ventured, the stronger the demons became. Only in the heart of the town could they encounter malevolent spirits. Thus, Ji Chang continued toward the town center. As they approached the heart of the town, they encountered yet another obstructive ghost. This particular spirit was unusual. Unlike most demons in the town, whether corporeal or incorporeal, this one displayed a semblance of intelligence. The blocking ghost revealed its true form, gazing intently at Ji Chang and inquiring, "Esteemed sir, may I pose a question? Should you regale me with a strange tale accompanied by proof of its veracity, I shall grant you a question in return." Ji Chang shook his head, refraining from immediate action. The blocking ghost seemed taken aback by Ji Chang's peculiar demand. In response, after a brief pause, it repeated its query, "Esteemed sir, may I pose a question? Should you regale me with a strange tale accompanied by proof of its veracity, I shall grant you a question in return." Ji Chang maintained his stance. "I have stated my terms. I wish to ask you a question." The blocking ghost appeared incensed, its ghastly visage contorting as its voice turned menacingly furious. Chapter 77. In the heart of the town you're no match for me. Allow me to bestow upon you a soul-shattering imprint. Ji Chang scoffed disdainfully, his lips curling in derision as he raised his hand to deliver a powerful blow. His sudden assault caught the obstructing spirit completely off guard, and with an overwhelming force, he sent the specter reeling, its essence torn asunder. "Ah, you cannot kill me. I shall return to seek vengeance." The wretched howl of the spirit echoed in the air just before it dissipated into nothingness. As anticipated, Ji Chang received no notification from his interface upon vanquishing the ghost. "Oh? Not its true form?" Ji Chang mused, momentarily taken aback but ultimately unconcerned. The most formidable entities in this town were merely second-tier demons. The third tier had only appeared when the town was first discovered. Therefore, the specter's true essence was likely only of the second tier, and Ji Chang felt no trepidation. Even if its true form appeared, it would still suffer the consequences of his soul-shattering imprint. With this in mind, Ji Chang and his companions pressed on towards the town's center. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the settlement, where the layout proved to be quite intriguing. A circular plaza formed the nucleus, with 4 streets branching out towards it. Standing at the eastern entrance, Ji Chang gazed at the plaza several hundred meters away, memories of his past life flooding back. This central square, flanked by the 4 streets, constituted the very core of the town. In a previous life, he had ventured here with a party of players, each adept in the arts of spiritual cultivation, only to confront a second-tier corporeal demon in broad daylight. Despite their combined efforts, they were utterly routed by the creature. Fortunately, Ji Chang and 2 others managed to escape, while the rest met their demise, forced to start anew. When they returned after achieving a breakthrough, the demon had already been slain by other players. Though it was now night, Ji Chang was certain, through the clarity of his past memories, that a second-tier malevolent spirit lurked within. After a brief moment of adjustment, he resolutely led Qin Ku and the others into the street. As Ji Chang stepped onto the thoroughfare, he felt as though he had pierced through an unseen barrier. A chill settled over the street. Yin-yang eyes. Ji Chang activated his special vision, peering anew at the street before him. Instantly, the ambience transformed. The thoroughfare was adorned with crimson and white fabric, while the ground was littered with countless scarlet and pale papers. Even the walls bore splashes of eerie red blood, creating a haunting atmosphere. At that moment, a dense fog began to emerge at the street's end, accompanied by the sounds of a procession. Moments later, shadowy figures materialized, some donned red garments, others white, as they played traditional instruments, their melodies intertwining joy and sorrow. A few individuals carried a white coffin, its lid a striking red hue. A coffin with a red lid, how intriguing! Ji Chang regarded the coffin with a spark of curiosity. "Bone King, summon your minions to create some chaos." "Yes, master." The Bone King replied, stepping forward and calling out, "Come forth, Bone Mice."
With a flourish, 18 bone mice of varying sizes appeared out of thin air.
Go!
The Bone King directed, and the mice scurried eagerly towards the coffin. However, as they approached, a wave of red energy surged forth, sending the bone mice tumbling away. Not a single one managed to breach the threshold. Bones King, you must take action and confront this entity, Ji Chang urged. Though the Bone King specialized in physical attacks, which were less effective against malevolent spirits, Ji Chang did not expect him to vanquish the specter outright. He merely sought to lure it out and gauge its capabilities. With a fierce roar, the Bone King advanced, arms outstretched towards the red-lidded coffin. Boom, boom, countless massive bone spikes erupted forth, hurtling towards the procession. The coffin was struck, shattering explosively, and from the wreckage emerged a crimson figure, a faceless woman clad in red. Ji Chang wasted no time activating his yin-yang eyes, channeling his energy to scrutinize the ghostly figure. Instantly, information about the faceless spirit appeared before him. Faceless woman description: a malevolent spirit formed under special circumstances. Realm: malevolent spirit. Soul: 1850. Indeed, a malevolent spirit, Ji Chang thought, noting with concern that her soul attribute surpassed his own. Currently, his soul attribute stood at 1620, insufficient for him to control this entity through his ghostly powers.
Regrettably, you cannot become my ally, Ji Chang sighed, turning to Qin Ku. Engage her. Eliminate this foe.
With the enhancement of a flying head ghost, Qin Ku's soul attribute approached 1600. Though not as formidable as the faceless woman, the odds were favorable at 2 against 1, especially with Ji Chang's soul-shattering imprint doubling their effectiveness against spiritual entities. Upon receiving Ji Chang's command, Qin Ku summoned his innerine blood, transforming his hands into numerous withered branches that shot towards the faceless specter. The surrounding spirits, engrossed in their drumming and coffin-bearing, abandoned their tasks and charged at Ji Chang.
Ah! Qin Ku redirected his branches, targeting the oncoming spirits.
3 were caught off guard, pierced by the branches, their anguished cries echoing before they dissipated into red smoke. Simultaneously, Ji Chang surged forward, channeling his yin energy into his legs, sprinting towards the attacking spirits.
Ha!
As he closed the distance, Ji Chang infused his hands with yin energy, unleashing a powerful punch at one of the spirits. Though he typically relied on the soul-shattering imprint for its amplified damage against such entities, he was more than capable of dispatching these spirits without it, albeit with slightly less efficiency. Drawing upon nearly 40 years of cultivation, Ji Chang dispatched the spirits with ease, utilizing martial prowess akin to a warrior's technique. A swift kick exploded a nearby spirit upon impact. You have slain a spirit of the funeral procession, receiving a reward. 40 days of cultivation. You have slain a spirit of the funeral procession, receiving a reward. A stone tainted by malevolent energy. Chapter 78. Inquiry of the Spirit. Regrettably, the soul reversal seal aimed at the faceless ghost was evaded by it. However, Ji Chang was not alone. After the faceless ghost dodged Ji Chang's attack, it swiftly lunged towards him, only to be met by several withered branches. The faceless ghost had no choice but to abandon its pursuit of Ji Chang and instead evaded Qin Ku's assault. Ji Chang refrained from pursuing the faceless ghost further, allowing Qin Ku to entangle it, while he turned his attention to the remaining minor spirits. Once Ji Chang had dealt with all the minor spirits, he successfully amassed over 200 days of spiritual cultivation. After resolving the other minor spirits, Ji Chang began to confront the malevolent ghost alongside Qin Ku. The strength of this faceless ghost was indeed formidable. Qin Ku could only manage to restrain it.
Ji Chang called out to Qin Ku, "Hand me a branch."
Qin Ku promptly provided him with a branch, and Ji Chang broke off a segment, wielding it as a weapon imbued with his own yin energy, advancing to strike the faceless ghost.
Crack, crack, roar, the faceless ghost writhed in agony from the blows. It let out a furious roar, and a surge of crimson energy erupted from its body, radiating outward. Qin Ku's withered branches were violently sent flying by this explosive red aura, with those that came into contact with it corroded and softened. Ji Chang hastily formed a barrier of yin energy before him to thwart the oncoming red energy. Seizing the opportunity, the faceless ghost lunged toward Ji Chang, with the wind at his heels. Ji Chang, seeing the faceless ghost charge at him, immediately invoked his powers, leaping backward while swinging the branch to strike the ghost. Crack, Ji Chang's fierce slash caused the faceless ghost to howl, inciting even greater wrath as it surged towards him. Ji Chang's strikes were even more painful than those of Qin Ku, thus the faceless ghost harbored a deeper animosity towards him, seemingly intent on a relentless confrontation. As the faceless ghost closed in, Ji Chang smirked, swinging the branch again. The faceless ghost, ever wary, quickly sidestepped to the left. Soul reversal seal. Ji Chang followed up with a soul reversal seal, which was his true objective. Should he directly unleash the seal, the ghost might evade it, but this unexpected maneuver would catch it off guard. Boom, as anticipated, the faceless ghost, having narrowly escaped one lash, was unable to dodge the soul reversal seal, which struck it squarely. The damage inflicted by the soul reversal seal far surpassed that of the withered branch, leaving the faceless ghost's essence unstable. The force of the seal nearly shattered its soul. Desperate to flee, the faceless ghost found itself ensnared by Qin Ku's branches, which had come flying in to bind it tightly. Ji Chang raised his hand once more, delivering another soul reversal seal. Boom! Enduring 2 successive soul reversal seals, the faceless ghost could no longer withstand the onslaught, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. Simultaneously, a new notification panel appeared before Ji Chang. You have slain the malevolent ghost, faceless ghost, reward 180 days of spiritual cultivation. You have slain the malevolent ghost, faceless ghost, reward soul summoning fan, capable of storing ghostly essences, summoning souls under specific conditions, and serving as a weapon. When wielded, the Yin energy released from the soul summoning fan generates a black wind that can inflict tremendous damage on souls. Gazing at the rewards bestowed by this malevolent spirit, Ji Chang felt a sense of satisfaction. The utility of the soul summoning fan surpassed even that of directly subduing the faceless ghost. He promptly retrieved the awarded fan. Its black frame and purple surface offered a unique sensation in his grasp. With this fan, he felt even more aligned with his current identity as the scion of a prominent family. Having dispatched the faceless ghost, Ji Chang strolled towards the square, twirling the folding fan. Upon arriving with Qin Ku and the others, a figure suddenly materialized in the center of the square. The sight of this figure sent a wave of tension through Ji Chang, prompting him to activate his yin-yang eye to scrutinize it. Inquiry of the spirit description. A unique soul entity fond of posing questions. Satisfying its inquiries may yield rewards, while unsatisfactory answers could prove fatal. Realmed malevolent ghost soul 24, 992, 499. Upon reading the description and basic information, Ji Chang furrowed his brow, his wariness intensifying. With a soul attribute strength of 2, 499, it was a mere fraction shy of the threshold of a formidable ghost. No wonder it appeared in the center of the square. Ji Chang had just vanquished numerous spirits, accumulating roughly 39.5 years of spiritual cultivation, barely qualifying him for 40 years, with a soul attribute around 1,700. He recalled that for every additional year of spiritual cultivation, his soul attribute increased by 40 points. At 23 years of cultivation, he had attained second-tier capabilities. However, even within the second tier, there existed disparities in strength. Ji Chang had calculated that after refining his body, his blood-soul attribute stood at 100. Each year of cultivation would augment his soul attribute by 40 and his blood attribute by 20. It would take him 60 years of cultivation to attain the foundational attributes of the third tier, along with the corresponding strength. Before him stood the inquiry of the spirit, a malevolent ghost perilously close to the third tier. Even with his potent soul reversal seal and Qin Ku's assistance, the likelihood of overcoming this entity appeared slim. As I mentioned, we shall meet again, the inquiry of the spirit chuckled ominously. May I pose a question to you? Ji Chang disregarded the spirit's idle chatter, seizing the initiative to inquire, I have a question for you. While he had instructed Qin Ku to engage the spirit momentarily, allowing him to escape, Ji Chang now entertained a novel idea. Perhaps he could subdue this inquiry of the spirit. The inquiry of the spirit was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Ji Chang's unorthodox approach. The inquiry of the spirit was about to articulate a response when Ji Chang swiftly continued, I know what you wish to say, answer my question first, and I shall grant you your turn to inquire, answering truthfully. The inquiry of the spirit fell silent. After a brief pause, it coldly declared, ask your question, but be warned, should my subsequent question fail to satisfy you, you may find yourself accompanying me. Very well. Ji Chang nodded and asked, do you wish to leave this place? Upon finishing his query, Ji Chang fixed his gaze intently on the inquiry of the spirit, keenly observing its reaction. This inquiry stemmed from Ji Chang's recollections of his past life. These spirits, whether corporeal or not, rarely escaped, and even if a few managed to do so, they were typically the weaker entities of the first tier. He had never heard of any powerful second-tier spirits successfully eluding capture. Chapter 79. The super-enforcer in this place, even demons of the second tier lack intelligence, whereas those outside, upon reaching the same level, typically possess a degree of wisdom. Thus, when encountering a unique existence like Wenling, who not only possesses intelligence but is also exceptionally powerful, Ji Chang felt compelled to test his hypothesis. Indeed, as soon as Ji Chang posed his question, a noticeable shift flickered across Wenling's expression. Do you have a way to let me out? Wenling instinctively inquired. Is that considered your question? Ji Chang did not provide a direct answer but instead posed a question of his own. Very well, let that count as my question. Wenling replied, her gaze fixed intently upon Ji Chang, nodding in affirmation. Since I have asked this question, it implies that I possess a means to facilitate your escape. Ji Chang assuredly nodded.
If you dare deceive me, I shall twist your head off and devour your soul piece by piece, Wenling threatened, her agitation evident. Rest assured, I absolutely have the means to free you, Ji Chang reiterated with confidence. Alright, if you escort me out, as a trade, I can fulfill any desire you have regarding the items in this town. Wenling nodded in agreement. I require you to serve me for 1 year. Ji Chang pointedly declared. By binding Wenling to his service, Ji Chang believed he could seize whatever he desired from the town, for after all, Wenling was the most formidable spirit in this area.
Agreed. Wenling nodded decisively, showing no hesitation.
A year was inconsequential to her.
But how can I trust you? What if you attempt to kill me once we are outside?
Ji Chang raised his hands, voicing his concerns at his ability to. Ji Chang articulated this to prompt Wenling to assist him in subduing the spirits haunting the town, allowing him to harvest their souls and elevate his own power. Once his strength reached a level comparable to 50 or 60 years of mastery, he would no longer fear Wenling.
I can swear upon my soul. Wenling proclaimed. Swear. Ji Chang scoffed inwardly. Could the oaths of a spirit be trusted? There's no need for a vow. Instead, assist me in capturing all the malevolent spirits in this town, and I shall place my faith in you. Very well. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wenling nodded. Without further ado, she soared towards a nearby street. Wait a moment. At that instant, Ji Chang called out to Wenling from behind. What is it? Are you having second thoughts? Wenling inquired, her tone somewhat harsh. No. To demonstrate my sincerity, I'll accompany you. Ji Chang replied earnestly. In truth, Ji Chang intended to join her in vanquishing the spirits. Those malevolent entities likely commanded numerous lesser spirits, and he could not afford to squander the opportunity. All right. Wenling glanced at Ji Chang and nodded. Together, Ji Chang, Qin Ku, and Bone King hastened towards another street. Upon their arrival, they encountered a burly butcher wielding a blood-soaked cleaver. His eyes were vacant, and his skin appeared as though it had been submerged in water for an extended period, rendering him ghostly pale. Roar! The butcher, incensed by the intruders in his territory, felt an instinctual surge of great threat, merely standing and roaring without daring to advance. Wenling wasted no time, charging directly at the butcher to engage in combat. Seizing the moment, Ji Chang activated his yin-yang eye to observe the butcher. Spirit butcher description: a butcher steeped in bloodshed, who drowned in water and absorbed resentment, becoming a spirit butcher. Level: Malevolent Spirit Soul 1500. Though the spirit butcher was indeed a malevolent spirit, his strength paled in comparison to Wenling's. In mere moments, he was subdued and brought before Ji Chang. Ji Chang, observing the spirit butcher, chose not to eliminate him, as this spirit's soul strength was just suitable for his control. Thus, Ji Chang decisively employed his ghost-controlling technique. As a unique wave of energy surged through his mind, Ji Chang successfully subdued the spirit butcher. You have successfully controlled the spirit butcher through your ghost-controlling technique. Spirit butcher leveled: Malevolent Spirit Soul 1500. Skills 1. Cleaver slash, 2. Soul expansion, 3. Water reversal. With a swift motion of his soul-calling fan, the spirit butcher vanished from sight. An image of the butcher wielding his cleaver appeared on one corner of the fan's surface, clapping his hands. Chapter 80. As Surge in Taoist practice, you have successfully mastered the formidable abilities of the ghost-controlling art, gaining control over the Elder Spirit. Elder Spirit Realm: Malevolent Ghost Soul 1600. Skills 1. Evil Eye, 2. Ghostly Smoke, 3. Harmonious Union. Elder Spirit, that name is rather apt. Ji Chang muttered, casting an eager glance towards the old woman, awaiting the resolution from the questioning spirit. The old woman's strength was inferior to that of the elder, and before long, she was subdued by the questioning spirit. Ji Chang hastily approached her and proceeded to subjugate her. With a flourish of his soul-retrieving fan, he trapped the old woman within its confines. Once more, the fan's surface bore the image of an elderly couple. 3 malevolent ghosts now, Ji Chang noted. The one from South Street has some connection to me. Let's leave it be, he advised the questioning spirit. Very well, I shall comply. Ji Chang nodded naturally and inquired, are there any other malevolent ghosts beyond these few streets? There are none, only these, the questioning spirit replied, shaking her head before continuing, I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is your turn. There's no rush, I intend to remain in this quaint town for a day or two longer. Rest assured, I shall take you with me when I depart, Ji Chang assured her with a smile, attempting to allay her concerns. I hope so, for if you fail, I shall not spare you, the questioning spirit threatened. Of course. Ji Chang nodded, wielding the folding fan, he proposed, shall we have you stay inside for now? The questioning spirit hesitated, eyeing the fan with trepidation. Rest assured, this fan cannot bind you. Ji Chang reassured her with a grin.
After a moment's consideration, the questioning spirit ultimately placed her trust in Ji Chang and transformed into a beam of light, entering the fan. Her shadow now adorned its surface. Ji Chang then tucked the fan away and commenced hunting the lesser spirits scattered throughout the town. Having subdued the most formidable spirits in the town, Ji Chang refrained from disturbing the one on South Street. As promised to the questioning spirit, the other lesser spirits posed no challenge to him. From that moment on, the nighttime town transformed into Ji Chang's playground. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. As day broke and the horizon illuminated, it marked the time for corporeal demons to awaken and for incorporeal demons to conceal themselves. Ji Chang glanced at his data panel, noting he had amassed 45 years of Taoist practice, and his soul-retrieving fan now contained 5 lesser spirits, each with soul attributes exceeding 800. This was the sum of Ji Chang's endeavors that evening. However, the outcome revealed that the incorporeal demons of this town were nearly eradicated. After all, the town underwent annual purging, and the number of demons was not overwhelming. Nevertheless, he had also cleared away the corporeal demons that roamed during the day, contributing significantly to his years of practice. Ji Chang proceeded to the central district, where the streets belonged to corporeal demons. Upon re-entering the streets, he marveled at their unchanged appearance. He then led Qin Ku and others back into one of the streets. Roar, a peculiar creature resembling a raccoon appeared before Ji Chang, baring its teeth menacingly.
Ji Chang activated his yin-yang eye to examine the creature. Kuei cat description: a feline demon, known for its ferocity and caution. Realm spirit demon blood, 1500 soul, 600 inch go.
After reviewing the creature's information, Ji Chang gestured to his subordinates.
After a lengthy rest the previous night, it was time to take action. With Ji Chang's command, Qin Ku led the blood tiger and others in a charge towards the Kuei cat. Even Bone King summoned his bone rats once more. Roar, the Kuei cat unleashed a furious roar and lunged at Qin Ku and his companions. The battle ignited instantly. The Kuei cat's speed was remarkable, and it swiftly decapitated Wunyan with a single claw strike. However, it was outnumbered. As it paused, several bone spikes shot toward it. The Kuei cat quickly evaded, only to be met with more withered branches raining down. Following closely behind were the blood tiger and a dozen bone rats. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged for nearly an incense stick's duration, with Ji Chang remaining uninvolved. Bone King and Qin Ku coordinated their efforts, supplemented by the assistance of the blood tiger and other corpse puppets, ultimately overpowering the Kuei cat without Ji Chang's intervention. The Kuei cat was ensnared by Qin Ku using branches and presented before Ji Chang. Ji Chang then struck down upon its forehead, sending the creature to the realm of bliss. You have slain the Kuei cat. You are awarded 150 days of Taoist practice. You have slain the Kuei cat. You are awarded a special organ, Kuei cat eye. During combat, it can slow the opponent's speed and amplify their vulnerabilities, aiding you in battle. You have obtained a special organ. Do you wish to fuse with the Kuei cat eye? Fuse. Ji Chang responded. The eye's attributes were promising, warranting fusion. As Ji Chang made his choice, he felt a slight moisture in his eyes. Once that sensation dissipated, the world before him appeared remarkably clearer. Qin Ku.
Ji Chang called to his companion.
Master. Qin Ku promptly responded to Ji Chang's summons. Can you see any changes in my eyes? Ji Chang inquired. After scrutinizing Ji Chang's eyes, Qin Ku shook his head. No changes, master. And now? Ji Chang activated the Kuei cat eye. Now, your pupils have transformed into slits. Qin Ku affirmed with a nod. Good, I understand. Ji Chang acknowledged. It seemed that his eyes remained normal until the Kuei cat eye was activated, at which point they would undergo a transformation. Guard me on either side, Ji Chang instructed. He did not immediately venture to other streets or rush to the central plaza. Instead, he intended to begin refining corpses. By simultaneously slaying and refining, he would grow ever stronger, and his numbers would swell. Ji Chang gathered the Kuei cat's carcass alongside those of other fallen puppets. At times, he felt that his abilities resembled a repugnant plague. You may have slain my minions, but it is futile. I can continue the process of refinement, even using the fallen puppets as materials to augment others, manifesting new puppets. After over an hour, Ji Chang successfully refined a new puppet. Refinement complete. You have obtained Evil Cat Puppet 1. Evil Cat Puppet, unnamed, blood, 1600 talents, 1. Supersonic speed, 2.9 lives, can die 9 times, skills 1. Demon Art, Wind Claw Rend, 2. Demon Art, Clone. Chapter 81. A thunderous shock. Upon examining the introduction of the latest creation, Ji Chang found himself less than satisfied. Although the blood attribute had increased by 100, the innate talents and skills of this sinister cat corpse puppet were rather mediocre. Let us call you the Sinister Cat. Ji Chang bestowed upon it a straightforward name.
Next was the second street. Just as Ji Chang was preparing to venture forth to continue his hunt, a throng of individuals arrived from outside the town. They were all mounted on towering steeds, numbering in the hundreds, with some clad in Taoist robes, others in monk's garb, some adorned in silken brocade, and yet others in coarse linen. Some wielded swords, while others brandished knives. Esteemed guests, behold, this is the infamous Bone Town. A middle-aged man, dressed in the official garb of a county magistrate, pointed towards the town ahead. I must impose upon you all once more. After the magistrate spoke, he inclined his head in deference to the few individuals before him, all of whom exuded a formidable aura. Among them, a middle-aged scholar, fanning himself with a feathered fan, chuckled, "Rest assured, magistrate, my Jolly Mountain will spare no effort this time, so that both the government and the world will know that we of Jolly Mountain are dedicated to noble deeds for the greater good of Dayu. We are a land of righteousness, and the people of Jolly Mountain are loyal and honorable. Furthermore, I assure you, Magistrate Chen, that we shall send aid annually to exterminate the demons. Such noble intentions from Jolly Mountain shall be proclaimed to the court once our mission here is accomplished." The magistrate of Wutong County expressed his gratitude and admiration as he bowed slightly to the middle-aged scholar. "Your kindness is greatly appreciated, my lord," the scholar reciprocated with a slight bow. Meanwhile, the three young boys rescued by Ji Chang the previous day were scanning the crowd from the rear. "Wow, it's my first time witnessing so many masters gathered together," one young girl exclaimed excitedly to her companions. Indeed, this operation boasts hundreds of participants, with the lowest among them being at least in the chi-nourishing or bone-strengthening realms. Those ahead are true masters of the true chi and blood transformation realms. What a magnificent assembly! A slightly older boy nodded enthusiastically. By the way, do you think that young gentleman from yesterday might also be a master of the true chi realm? The girl suddenly inquired. Without a doubt, anyone bold enough to linger in the town overnight must be a true chi master, otherwise, it would be akin to courting death. A shorter boy asserted confidently. How impressive! He is hardly older than us, yet possesses such might. Truly, my father was right, there are always greater talents beyond our own. Another boy sighed in admiration. Hurry, no more chatter, we're entering the town," the girl urged her companions. Oh, the two boys promptly quieted, drawing their swords and dismounting to proceed cautiously into the town. However, as they entered, before they could even confront any demons, a resounding roar erupted from the town's central area. Immediately, the demons within the town began to stir, their howls echoing from every corner. Soon, countless demons emerged from their concealed hiding spots, all rushing towards a single destination. Something is amiss at the town center. We must investigate. Magistrate Wutong, having organized several purges, was familiar with the town's layout and spoke decisively. The crowd swiftly followed Magistrate Chen as they raced towards the center. Upon their arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. Nearly all the town's demons had converged upon the central square, where a chaotic frenzy of various demons attacked with abandon. What on earth has transpired? The crowd, now gathered at the periphery of the central square, was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the demons' sudden frenzy. Even as they approached in numbers, the demons ignored them, fixated solely on their relentless assault on the central square. The old Taoist possesses a water technique. He might discern what is unfolding. A white-bearded elder Taoist stroked his beard with a grin. Taoist Xiang, please invoke your magic, Magistrate Wutong urged eagerly. Without further ado, the old Taoist formed a hand seal, reciting incantations. Moments later, a crystal-clear sphere of water materialized before him. With a wave of his whisk, the water coalesced into a massive mirror, revealing the scene at the center of the square. The heart of this turmoil was Ji Chang, besieged by three powerful demon entities, as well as countless lesser demons. After refining the sinister cat, Ji Chang had initially intended to divert to another street. However, curiosity led him to the central square, where he had hoped to uncover something of significance. To his surprise, he found no formidable demons, only an egg, a rare beast egg, known to symbolize auspiciousness, though Ji Chang had never encountered one in his past life. Confirming the absence of threats through his yin-yang eye, Ji Chang seized the egg. Yet, as he held it aloft, an uproar erupted among the town's demons, encircling him within the central square. And now, Ji Chang, with the egg on his back and a slain demon as his weapon, fought valiantly against the onslaught of demons. The sinister cat faced off against a serpent demon, Bone King battled a wolf demon, while Qin Ku engaged a three-headed humanoid demon. After a while, Ji Chang realized that this method of combat was proving too sluggish. He called out to Blood Tiger, protect me for a moment. Having fed on enough blood, Blood Tiger had barely attained the second tier of strength, albeit temporarily. Nevertheless, it could safeguard Ji Chang for the time being. Ji Chang began to inscribe the extraordinary events of Bone Town in his mind, fervently hoping for a powerful boon from this encounter. Extraordinary event. In Wutong County exists a demon-infested town known as Bone Town, which necessitates annual purges. Ji Chang of Qingshi County arrived here, slaying demons and documenting the occurrences. Evidence sufficiency 100. Only extraordinary events with a truth level exceeding 60 may be successfully recorded. Result: recording successful. Anomaly rating 3 stars. Rewards 1.5 years of cultivation. 2. A divine ability, Thunderous Wrath, invoking the celestial thunder to unleash 5 bolts of lightning upon foes. Thunder represents the fierce and destructive force of nature, capable of annihilating humans, demons, and spirits alike. This formidable ability demands a substantial amount of energy. Please use it judiciously. Chapter 82. A surge in Taoist accomplishment. Ah, splendid, this divine ability is truly remarkable. Ji Chang's joy was palpable. Let the heavenly thunder cleanse us. Ji Chang soared directly into the sky, gazing down at his several corpse puppets, commanding, "Return to me and gather beneath."
Responding to Ji Chang's summons, Qin Ku and the others swiftly disengaged from their adversaries and converged towards Ji Chang.
Qin Ku, Bone King, Evil Cat, and Blood Tiger successfully assembled beneath Ji Chang, yet Bai Yun, due to his weaker strength and untimely retreat, was ruthlessly torn asunder by a demon.
On another street, a group of masters engaged in discussion regarding Ji Chang. "County Magistrate Chen, do you recognize that individual?" queried a middle-aged scholar, pointing at the levitating Ji Chang.
"I do not." County Magistrate Chen shook his head. "Could he possibly be a martial arts master of the inner elixir realm, capable of walking on air?" the middle-aged scholar speculated in astonishment. The 5 thunders from above. After ascending to a certain height, Ji Chang spread his arms wide, channeling his yin energy to unleash the newly acquired 5 thunders from above. Ji Chang felt the yin energy within him depleting at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, the sky above the town erupted with thunderous roars, dark clouds swirling ominously. Soon, flashes of lightning flickered within the clouds, thundering ominously.
"Descend!"
Ji Chang pointed downward with one hand. 5 robust bolts of lightning rent the heavens as they fell, resembling 5 purple dragons, rushing forth with a deafening roar. Boom, 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 the sound reverberated throughout the town. This spectacle left the powerful observers peering through the water mirror in utter astonishment. Even the water realm technique of the Purple Sun Taoist faltered under the influence of the thunderous magnetic field.
What is this?" County Magistrate Chen's eyes widened in horror. "This individual can control thunder." The middle-aged scholar's expression mirrored his astonishment.
If the masters were so taken aback, the other martial artists trailing behind were utterly awestruck, as if they were witnessing a thunder god in flesh.
"Zhao He, has your father ever mentioned what realm a being must attain to summon thunder while flying?"
The 3 youths who had encountered Ji Chang yesterday stood transfixed, the girl murmuring in a daze.
"And no, he didn't say."
"In any case, my father cannot do that," one boy stammered. The power of Ji Chang's 5 thunders from above was indeed immense, with the 5 bolts striking around the central square.
Boom, 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 boom. As the thunder crashed down, the demons surrounding Ji Chang were instantly obliterated, leaving only a few fortunate ones cowering on the ground, trembling in fear. However, the consumption of energy from the 5 thunders was extraordinary. Ji Chang's 50 years of accumulated yin energy was nearly exhausted, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. Fortunately, as the thunder struck, numerous notification panels appeared before Ji Chang, and his yin energy began to recover rapidly. "You have slain a donkey demon, reward. 40 days of Taoist accomplishment. You have slain a donkey demon, reward. Extremely resilient demon hide. You have slain a black wolf, reward. Of 50 days of Taoist accomplishment. You have slain a black wolf, reward. Wolf blood pill with the efficacy to enhance vitality." This wave directly augmented his Taoist accomplishment by over 8 years. Upon descending, Ji Chang noticed a crowd beyond the square. However, he paid them no heed, first dispatching the surviving demons. At that moment, Ji Chang observed the group approaching him. He could surmise their identities. They were merely the officials from the Wutong County government. As the group reached Ji Chang, the county magistrate of Wutong offered a slight bow, courteously stating, "I am the county magistrate of Wutong, and I thank you for your valor in slaying demons for our county."
"No need for such formality,"
Ji Chang replied with a smile.
"I am the scholar from the west suburbs of Jiuli Mountain."
"May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder?"
The middle-aged scholar beside the magistrate bowed slightly and inquired with the respect befitting a junior, showing no sign of disdain or neglect despite Ji Chang's youthful appearance.
"Ji Wuyo." Ji Chang casually provided a name. "Ah, so it is Elder Ji." The west suburbs scholar bowed again. "You are too kind.
Your age surpasses mine, so there is no need to call me elder." Ji Chang waved his hand, finding it rather awkward to be addressed as such by this cunning old fox.
"My apologies, young Master Ji." The west suburbs scholar hastily adjusted his address.
"I am from the Zhixiao Dao Palace, Purple Sun Taoist, pleased to meet you, young Master Ji." The Purple Sun Daoist, who had earlier performed the water mirror technique, stepped forward to pay his respects.
Purple Sun Daoist.
Ji Chang returned the greeting with a smile. Subsequently, the powerful individuals who had accompanied County Magistrate Chen approached Ji Chang one by one to pay their respects. Ji Chang reciprocated each gesture of courtesy. Among this assembly, he was only familiar with County Magistrate Chen and the West Suburbs scholar. Ji Chang recognized County Magistrate Chen from his past life, as this man had been the magistrate of Wutong County, from whom Ji Chang had accepted tasks. Aside from the earlier few practitioners of Qi realm or those of similar strength, the others lacked even the qualification to converse with Ji Chang.
Is that young master truly formidable? The three youths, witnessing Ji Chang in person once again, were filled with excitement, yet they could only murmur in the background.
I wonder what background this young master has, achieving such power at such a young age, and even being referred to as elder by the West Suburbs scholar.
Indeed, and this young master arrived so early, seemingly having entered the town well before. Could he have come last night?
Meanwhile, others nearby were also discussing Ji Chang. Upon hearing their words, the three youths perked up, and the tall one eagerly interjected, "This young master indeed arrived yesterday, in the afternoon. We witnessed it with our own eyes.
If I am not mistaken, he must have spent the night here."
Though speaking of Ji Chang, the youths wore expressions of pride, as if possessing greater knowledge of him was a tremendous honor.
What?
The bystanders were astonished. To have remained in the town for an entire night, they were aware of the danger posed by the formless demons that roamed at night, which was considered far more perilous than during the day. Yet, recalling the apocalyptic thunder from earlier, they felt reassured. With such power, staying in this town for a year would likely pose no issue. At that moment, those in front also realized that Ji Chang had entered the town the previous day.
Young Master Ji, are you saying you resolved all the demons from last night? County Magistrate Chen inquired, a mix of joy and astonishment in his voice. Not all were vanquished, but there are not many remaining.
Perhaps a few fortunate ones managed to hide, Ji Chang replied, shaking his head. Chapter 83 A Gathering of Masters. If you require a thorough cleansing of this place, you may wait until evening, Ji Chang remarked.
No, that won't be necessary.
A mere handful of demons remain. It's of little consequence, County Magistrate Chen hastily replied, waving his hands dismissively. The onlookers cast admiring glances at Ji Chang once more. In their eyes, he had single-handedly purged the entire town, a feat of such magnitude that none could doubt his prowess, likening him to a master of martial arts. As for Qin Ku and the others trailing behind Ji Chang, they had naturally been overlooked, as the cleanup of the town was deemed solely Ji Chang's accomplishment.
Young Master Ji, might I invite you to the county seat for a discussion?
Your contributions to Wutong County merit my hospitality, County Magistrate Chen said with eager anticipation. Indeed, echoed several other masters. Although they were still somewhat unfamiliar with Ji Chang's background, his current strength had already eclipsed any concerns about his origins. An individual comparable to a master of the Blood Dan or Internal Dan realm carried enough weight to warrant their allegiance.
Very well. Ji Chang acquiesced. With so many masters gathered here, it would be delightful to share a drink and a meal. Who knows what extraordinary tales might emerge from our gathering? Bones King, you and Evil Cat shall remain here. If you can subdue any new demons that may arise in this town, it would be even better. Ji Chang instructed, as he regarded Bones King and Evil Cat.
It was more prudent for them to stay in the town, as future surprises might await.
Understood.
Bones King and Evil Cat replied in unison.
Young Master Ji, may I inquire about these two individuals? Mr.
Shi Jiao asked tentatively earlier. While employing water-based techniques for observation, although most of their focus had been on Ji Chang, they had also taken note of Qin Ku and Bones King, both of whom possessed abilities akin to true Qi realm martial artists. Most significantly, Bones King and Evil Cat were evidently demons. Ji Chang turned his head, casting a calm glance at Mr. Shijia without uttering a word. Sometimes, silence is the most effective response. Had Ji Chang's strength been inferior to theirs, his silence would have been disadvantageous, but now that he surpassed them, such demeanor proved even more advantageous. As expected, Mr. Shi Jiao, perceptive as he was, ceased his inquiries. Moreover, no one present harbored doubts about Ji Chang. In the subconscious of most, thunder and lightning symbolized righteousness and were the bane of all malevolent entities. The mere fact that Ji Chang could wield such power over thunder led them to believe that even if he could tame one or two demons, those demons must be exceptional, good demons, rather than a reflection of any flaw within Ji Chang. Furthermore, possessing the ability to control demons does not necessarily imply malevolence. Many officials from the three departments of the court possess such capabilities, rendering it commonplace. Thus, aside from Mr. Shijiao's insincere question, none others pressed further, even regarding the egg that Ji Chang carried on his back. Subsequently, a throng of individuals gathered around Ji Chang, eagerly departing from Whitebone Town. Just as Ji Chang followed the crowd to the entrance of Whitebone Town, preparing to leave, he glanced at the fan in his hand, contemplating whether he could successfully bring the questioning spirit along. Indeed, upon exiting Whitebone Town with the fan, the questioning spirit smoothly emerged, even causing the fan to flutter momentarily as they crossed the town's threshold. Before long, the group returned to Wutong County, where the county magistrate generously reserved the finest tavern to host Ji Chang and the esteemed masters. Although they had not exerted much effort during their excursion, it was only fitting to extend proper hospitality. All individuals possessing strength at the second tier were seated on the second floor in a private chamber. Within the chamber, Ji Chang occupied the main seat, flanked by County Magistrate Chen and Mr. Shi Jiao. The remaining second-tier masters took their places in turn. In total, there were 10 individuals apart from Ji Chang, Qin Ku, and Blood Tiger. 7 other masters accompanied him, all of whom Ji Chang had become acquainted with in the town. County Magistrate Chen of Wutong County, a true Qi realm martial artist. Mr. Shi Jiao of Jiuli Mountain, outwardly presenting as a true Qi realm martial artist. Ziyang Daoist from the Zisho Dao Palace's Yanfu branch, a refining Qi into spirit practitioner. Master Yu Enjin from the Wanfo Holy Lands Yanfu branch, a middle-level Buddhist practitioner. Song Qingfeng, head of the Song family in the capital of Yanfu, a true Qi realm martial artist. Grandma Zihua from the Wanhua Shangui, a true Qi realm martial artist. The lone hero Yang Xiong, a blood transformation realm martial artist. Once all were seated, County Magistrate Chen raised his cup and addressed Ji Chang, young Master Ji, to single-handedly vanquish the demons of Whitebone Town. Such an act will surely become a celebrated tale in the martial world. Merely a trivial task.
Ji Chang replied politely, raising his own cup in return.
Ji Chang was eager to engage in conversation with these individuals, for any one of them might become a key source of extraordinary tales. Having practiced for 58 years, Ji Chang was on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. After this banquet, he would undoubtedly surpass 60 years of cultivation.
Young Master Ji, if I may be so bold, who might these 2 brothers be?
County Magistrate Chen inquired, glancing at Qin Ku and Blood Tiger. They are my bodyguards, Ji Chang replied with a smile. Upon hearing Ji Chang's words, the 7 masters present exchanged glances. If one could be a master of martial arts, then even his bodyguards were of the blood transformation realm. What sort of formidable force could Ji Chang possibly hail from?
Mr. Shi Jiao of Jiuli Mountain searched his mind for any prominent families bearing the surname Ji, but he found none. Thus, he turned to Ji Chang with a curious smile. Might I ask what family or force could cultivate someone as extraordinary as young Master Ji?
Mr. Shi Jiao's inquiry echoed the thoughts of the others, and they all awaited Ji Chang's response.
When I departed, my elders advised me not to disclose matters regarding my family to I in my travels. I must rely solely on my own endeavors.
Ji Chang replied with a cheerful shake of his head. Ji Chang's statement not only deflected questions about his identity but also crafted an image of someone with a significant background. As expected, upon hearing this, the respect on the faces of those present deepened considerably. Even Mr. Shi Jiao hastily apologized. It was my indiscretion, please forgive me, young Master Ji. Once their inquiries concluded, it was time for Ji Chang to pose his own questions. Following Mr. Shi Jiao's lead, he continued, no harm done, no harm done. In truth, I have certain matters for which I require your assistance. Young Master Ji, please feel free to speak.
Indeed, if we can be of help, we shall certainly oblige. The others eagerly responded, thrilled at the prospect of aiding Ji Chang.
Well, I have a small hobby, collecting records of extraordinary and strange occurrences from across the land. As esteemed masters, you possess vast experiences. Could you share with me any peculiar events you have encountered, much like the happenings in Whitebone Town? Ji Chang said with a smile. The crowd fell momentarily silent at Ji Chang's request, initially expecting that a master of his caliber would have grander matters to discuss. Realizing the simplicity of his request, they promptly expressed their willingness to share. Chapter 84. The third level. The first to speak was the esteemed Ziyang Daoist, a figure of genuine Taoist lineage, renowned for his frequent descents from the mountains to vanquish demons and dispel malevolent spirits.
He possessed considerable knowledge of unusual occurrences. Might there be any evidence to substantiate the claims made by Daoist Ziyang?
Ji Chang inquired promptly after the elder's account. The Daoist hesitated, and after a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly shook his head and replied, after vanquishing that entity, I left no evidence behind. Ji Chang, however, did not appear overly disheartened. This was an expected outcome. Thus, he urged, please, Daoist Ziyang, continue your narrative. It would be splendid if we could procure evidence to affirm its authenticity.
Ha, splendid. Daoist Ziyang chuckled, nodding in agreement, and resumed his tale.
Upon concluding his narrative, others joined in the discourse. Such storytelling, akin to boasting about one's exploits, was a pastime relished by these so-called masters. Consequently, the atmosphere in the elegant room was lively, with one eager account following another. Unusual occurrence: in the 13th year of the British Emperor, in the eastern township of Yanfang County, there existed a dilapidated temple frequently plagued by malevolent spirits, all of which were eradicated by Taoist Ziyang. This incident was recorded by Ji Chang in Qingshi County on the 2nd day of the 5th month in the 7th year of the British Emperor. Evidence sufficiency 70. The occurrence must be deemed true with an evidence sufficiency exceeding 60 for successful entry. Result: entry successful. Uniqueness 1 star. Reward: 1 year of Taoist merit. Proficiency in martial arts, allowing the enhancement of physical power through the infusion of yin energy. Unusual occurrence: in the 3rd year of the British Emperor, a girl from the Sun family in Shihe County possessed a ghostly form and was subsequently subdued by Taoist Ziyang. This was recorded by Ji Chang in Qingshi County on the 2nd day of the 5th month in the 7th year of the British Emperor. Evidence sufficiency 70. The occurrence must be deemed true with an evidence sufficiency exceeding 60 for successful entry. Result: entry successful. Uniqueness 2 stars. Reward: 2 years of Taoist merit. Mastery of various weapons, enabling the application of yin energy to enhance potency. Unusual occurrence: in the 4th year of the British Emperor, an issue was resolved by Master Yu Engine. This was recorded by Ji Chang in Qingshi County on the 2nd day of the 5th month in the 7th year of the British Emperor. Evidence sufficiency 70. The occurrence must be deemed true with an evidence sufficiency exceeding 60 for successful entry. Result: entry successful. Uniqueness 1 star. Reward: 1 year of Taoist merit. The ability to transmute stone into gold, albeit temporarily for a duration of 1 day. Unusual occurrence: in the 1st year of the British Emperor, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang practiced dark sorcery, resulting in the deaths of over 100 individuals. Years later, one of the deceased transformed into a malevolent spirit seeking vengeance, only to be subdued by Mr. Shijio in the western outskirts. This was recorded by Ji Chang in Qingshi County on the 2nd day of the 5th month in the 7th year of the British Emperor. Evidence sufficiency 80. The occurrence must be deemed true with an evidence sufficiency exceeding 60 for successful entry. Result: entry successful. Uniqueness 2 stars. Reward: 2 years of Taoist merit. The divine ability to perceive distant scenes and discern reality from illusion. After a considerable time, several individuals had recounted all they could articulate. Ji Chang documented a total of 4 unusual occurrences, 2 rated at 1 star and 2 at 2 stars. Among them, Taoist Ziyang contributed 2 accounts, Master Yu Engine 1, and Mr. Shijiao another. Although others shared numerous tales, they either lacked substantial evidence or were of insufficient rank. Nonetheless, Ji Chang felt a sense of satisfaction. He had now accumulated 64 years of Taoist merit, coupled with formidable divine abilities, thus officially attaining the 3rd level of power. When he returned from this journey, should that accursed withered tree demon dare to confront him, he would strike it down with celestial thunder. Meanwhile, at the banquet table, as Ji Chang elevated his strength to the 3rd level, in Qingshi County, Ji Anlin was reproaching her grandfather.
Grandfather, how can you assist Ji Chang, the prime suspect in the massacre of the Zhou family?
Ji Anlin's expression was one of exasperation, and after a brief tirade, she continued, You previously defended Ji Chang, calling him a good person, and now look, he's fled. The old village head sat there, appearing as if he had committed a grave error, lowering his head in silence. Once his granddaughter had finished her reproach, he muttered softly, But who allowed the Zhou family to slay Ji Chang's entire family first? Were I in Ji Chang's position, having gained power, I too would seek vengeance. Besides, the Zhou family has long been tyrannical, committing numerous atrocities. This could be seen as a service to the people.
Grandfather, what are you saying?
Ji Anlin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The old village head immediately lowered his head further, falling silent. Observing her grandfather's demeanor only fueled Ji Anlin's frustration. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, intending to voice her thoughts, but ultimately refrained, shrugging off her sleeves in anger as she departed. As Ji Anlin exited Daho village, a county constable on horseback galloped towards her, urgently calling out, Master Ji.
What is it? Ji Anlin asked, furrowing her brow at the constable's evident distress.
The inspection envoy has arrived, the constable stammered, dismounting hurriedly.
Which inspection envoy? Ji Anlin inquired, already suspecting the answer. Zhou the inspection envoy.
He is the 2nd son of the Zhou family, the constable replied hastily.
Very well, I understand, I shall return at once.
Ji Anlin's expression turned grave as she nodded. Upon Ji Anlin's return to the county office, she found the guards at the entrance replaced entirely by heavily armored soldiers. She cast a glance at these soldiers before silently entering the county office. The atmosphere within the office was palpably tense, with ironclad soldiers lining the path to the main hall. When Jianlin reached the hall, it was already crowded with individuals, including all the constables of Qingshi County and several members of the Dongfang family, along with some armored soldiers stationed at either side. At the head of the hall sat a gaunt middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, merely resting with closed eyes, yet his presence bore an oppressive weight that stifled the entire room. The county magistrate of Qingshi trembled visibly. As Jianlin entered, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon her. Jianlin stepped forward, approaching Dongfang Shua, and respectfully clasped her fists, addressing the man at the high seat. I am Jianlin from the Demon Office, greeting the inspection envoy. Jianlin, you have been in Qingshi County since the end of March, and it has been over a month without identifying the culprit responsible for the destruction of the Zhou family. The second son of the Zhou family questioned her sternly. We have identified the suspect, but we lack concrete evidence, and he has gone to pursue scholarly travels.
Jianlin replied, maintaining her composure.
And who is this individual? The Zhou family's second son pressed.
The teacher from Dahe village, Ji Chang. Jianlin answered.
Chapter 85. A recruitment summoned. The personnel in Ishua wanted notice for Ji Chang. Disseminate the notice throughout Jeju, in every city and town. Upon encountering Ji Chang, apprehend him immediately. If it is confirmed that Ji Chang is no longer in Jeju, then contact the other provinces, commanded the second master of the Zhou family with a fierce tone.
Understood.
An armored soldier promptly stepped forward to accept the orders. Sir Zhou, we only harbor suspicions and lack direct evidence.
Is it truly appropriate to initiate such a widespread manhunt? Interjected Dongfang Shua. At that moment, the second master of the Zhou family turned his gaze toward Dongfang Shua, coldly replying, First, we capture him. Then we interrogate him. Is there a problem with that? Dongfang Shua attempted to voice further objections but was discreetly silenced by Jianlin. Once the three had exited the hall, Jianlin furrowed his brow and inquired, Dongfang Shua, what was that about? You are not usually so reckless.
But I spoke the truth. We do not possess direct evidence to prove that Ji Chang is the mastermind. Dongfang Shua waved his folding fan and continued, Moreover, as a provincial inspector, my Dongfang family does not fear him.
Dongfang Shua, you know very well that despite our lack of evidence, we can both ascertain that this matter is undoubtedly the doing of Ji Chang. Why do you insist on defending him? Jianlin remarked, frowning. Because I wish to.
Dongfang Shua retorted, flicking his fan.
You are infuriatingly similar to my grandfather, you drive me mad.
Jianlin exclaimed, her face reddening as she pointed at Dongfang Shua. Forget it, your defense of him is futile. The influence of a provincial inspector is not to be underestimated. As long as Ji Chang remains in Jeju, he cannot escape. Jianlin shot a glare at Dongfang Shua before turning to leave. In Jeju, at the Upper Yen Mansion in Wutong County, Ji Chang contentedly concluded his meal. Now possessing the strength of the third tier, he felt confident wherever he went. With this matter settled, it was time to contemplate his next destination. However, just as Ji Chang, accompanied by Qin Ku and Xuehu, leisurely returned to the tavern, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face at the entrance, Mr. Shi Jiao, who had just shared a drink with him.
Mr. Shi Jiao?
Ji Chang raised an eyebrow, realizing that this man had arrived to seek him out, evidently with some purpose. My apologies for intruding so soon after our parting, Mr. Shi Jiao said with a slight bow.
Come in, please. Ji Chang gestured for Mr.
Shi Jiao to enter, curious about what he wanted to discuss regarding Jiuli Mountain. Mr. Shi Jiao smiled and followed Ji Chang inside. Upon reaching the room where Pangya was located, Ji Chang was astonished to find her in the midst of meditation. Indeed, she was meditating, immersed in her internal energy cultivation. Seeing Ji Chang return, Pangya excitedly jumped down from her bed to greet him. Even Dehe, who had been lounging in the corner, wagged his tail in delight at Ji Chang's presence.
Young master, you're back. Pangya greeted enthusiastically. Indeed.
Ji Chang nodded and placed the egg he had been carrying onto the bed, glancing at Pangya and asking, when did you begin cultivating?
Last night. Pangya replied with excitement.
After feeling the surge of energy, Pangya had many questions for Ji Chang but refrained from interrupting due to Mr. Shi Jiao's presence at the door.
Please come in, Mr. Shi Jiao. Ji Chang invited him inside. Mr. Shi Jiao entered with a smile, casting a glance at Pangya and commenting, It is no wonder that you, young Master Ji, have such a uniquely gifted maidservant by your side. Mr. Shi Jiao, your discerning eye is commendable.
Ji Chang responded, taking a seat at the table and pouring a glass of water for Mr. Shi Jiao. At present, Ji Chang was unperturbed by anyone recognizing Pangya's unique constitution. With his third-tier strength, anyone who dared to target her would find themselves at a disadvantage.
Ha, my humble perception has amused you, young Master Ji. Mr. Shi Jiao chuckled, shaking his head before taking a seat opposite Ji Chang. Mr.
Shi Jiao, if you have something to discuss, please speak frankly, Ji Chang urged.
Indeed, there are matters I wish to address with you. What is your impression of Jiuli Mountain? Mr. Shi Jiao asked, acknowledging his purpose for visiting. Forgive my ignorance, but this is my first time hearing about Jiuli Mountain.
I do not have much familiarity with it, Ji Chang replied, feigning a lack of knowledge despite having known about it for quite some time. Mr. Shi Jiao, undeterred by Ji Chang's response, continued, allow me to enlighten you about Jiuli Mountain. The master of Jiuli Mountain is Zhao Nanning, the former head of the Zhao family from the Upper Yin Mansion, a master of internal elixir cultivation. Additionally, we have 6 martial artists at the True Qi realm and 7 at the Blood Exchange realm.
After detailing Jiuli Mountain's strength, Mr.
Shi Jiao looked at Ji Chang, who remained composed. Mr. Shi Jiao thought to himself, as expected of a master from a prominent family, he remains unfazed upon hearing of Jiuli Mountain's prowess. He then elaborated, the people of Jiuli Mountain are loyal and righteous, engaged in acts of virtue.
Mr.
Shi Jiao, let us cut to the chase, Ji Chang interjected, sensing that Mr. Shi Jiao was meandering around the main point.
Ah, yes, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join Jiuli Mountain, Mr. Shi Jiao stated, realizing Ji Chang's impatience and finally voicing his intent. Join Jiuli Mountain? A playful smile crept onto Ji Chang's lips.
It appears you wish to recruit a significant benefactor for Jiuli Mountain.
Haha, Mr.
Shi Jiao, perhaps it would be best for you to return, Ji Chang replied coolly.
If you do not wish to join Jiuli Mountain, we can discuss collaboration instead.
Mr. Shi Jiao quickly adjusted his approach upon sensing Ji Chang's indifference. Ji Chang merely opened his fan, swaying it gently in silence.
Does young Master Ji look down on Jiuli Mountain? While we may not yet be a first-rate force, I am confident that within 3 years, Jiuli Mountain will rise to prominence.
If you invest early, the future returns will undoubtedly exceed your expectations, Mr. Shi Jiao urged earnestly, striving to change Ji Chang's mind. I understand that you hail from a prestigious family, but surely there is competition within your clan as well. If you choose to invest in Jiuli Mountain, I can assure you that in 3 years, Jiuli Mountain will become your greatest ally. Mr. Shi Jiao continued. Chapter 86, Trading Cooperation. Ji Chang gazed at the loquacious Mr. Shi Jiao, feeling a twinge of admiration in his heart. This fellow truly possessed an uncanny ability to discern human nature. The old fox's previous remarks were entirely predicated on his identity as a scion of a prominent family. Had Ji Chang been unaware of his true identity, had he been oblivious to the unfolding narrative, and had he genuinely been a descendant of a great clan, he might have been inclined to acquiesce. Alas, he was fully informed. Ji Chang remained silent, fanning himself while casting a bemused smile at Mr. Shi Jiao. After a lengthy discourse, Mr. Shi Jiao, noticing Ji Chang's reticence and his unwavering gaze, felt an unsettling sensation, as if his every thought had been laid bare. For reasons unknown, the typically self-assured Mr. Shi Jiao found himself under immense pressure in Ji Chang's presence. Young Master Ji, what are your thoughts? Mr. Shi Jiao inquired, a hint of trepidation lacing his tone.
Mr.
Shi Jiao, your blatant dishonesty leaves me questioning how I might ever place my trust in you, Ji Chang replied, a playful glint in his eyes. Young Master Ji, I assure you, everything I have spoken is entirely truthful.
Mr. Shi Jiao quickly asserted. Haha, Mr. Shi Jiao, you underestimate me far too much. I am acutely aware of who you are and your intentions.
Ji Chang declared, abruptly closing his fan and leaning forward, a cold smile gracing his lips, particularly emphasizing Mr. Shi Jiao's name. Ji Chang's piercing gaze and unwavering words sent a tremor through Mr. Shi Jiao's heart. He clenched his hands beneath the table, a flicker of murderous intent inadvertently gleaming in his eyes. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. In that moment of extreme tension, Ji Chang suddenly broke the silence, whispering, "You are a traitor, are you not? Your goal is to incite rebellion, correct?" Upon hearing Ji Chang's words, Mr. Shi Jiao felt an unexpected wave of relief. It was merely this matter he feared Ji Chang had discerned, and thus he donned a shocked expression, exclaiming, "Young Master Ji, how can you say such a thing? The men of Jiuli Mountain are all virtuous and righteous. How could we ever engage in rebellion?" Ji Chang shot him a sidelong glance, bemused by his theatrics. He had nearly been frightened to death just moments ago. So, adopting a facade of confidence and haughtiness, Ji Chang retorted, "Your words and the revelations regarding Jiuli Mountain are far too revealing. Since you lack sincerity, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Today, I shall pretend we have never met." Seeing Ji Chang's demeanor shift, Mr. Shi Jiao adopted a grave expression. After a moment's hesitation, as if summoning immense resolve, he slapped his thigh with his left hand and solemnly declared, "Today, I entrust my life and the lives of countless others from Jiuli Mountain to you, Mr.
G. We are indeed involved in this undertaking. With that, Mr. Shijiao regarded Ji Chang with unwavering determination. Ji Chang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the cunning old fox. This man would relish the demise of the Zhao family, wouldn't he?
Since you have expressed your sincerity, we may as well sit down and continue our discussion, Ji Chang said with a smile. Your attitude suggests you have long harbored discontent towards the rule of the Dayu dynasty, Mr. Shijiao ventured, sensing Ji Chang's softened stance, realizing Ji Chang could see through his future plans indicated the latter's extraordinary nature. Whether or not Ji Chang was merely probing him, his acknowledgement only seemed to render Ji Chang increasingly amiable. This led Mr. Shijiao to suspect that Ji Chang was indeed dissatisfied with the decaying dynasty, though he remained cautious, suspecting Ji Chang might still be fishing for information.
Indeed.
Ji Chang generously acknowledged. He not only intended to admit to this reality but also sought to collaborate with Jiuli Mountain. Of course, the collaborator would be none other than the heir of the reclusive Ji family, Ji Wuyo.